Hey, let's try that again. How does that sound? So, sounds much better if you ask me. Thank you, Colt. I'm really good at remembering to turn things on. Hello, and welcome to the 2021 New Year's Eve Jared Head super live stream extravaganza. Happy hour, good times, 2022 upon us. Apocalypse, dumpster fire behind us. Uh, yeah, as as you're saying, Launchpad, that was planned, right? It is 2021 still. Very, very true. For those of you just joining me or just jumping in and wondering what the hell is going on, my name is Jared Head. If you know who I am, great. If you don't know who I am, I'm one of the co-hosts on a spaceflight webcast here on YouTube called Tomorrow TMRO, which actually I may end up broadcasting remotely to do that in about half an hour. So we're kind of still figuring things out with that. But yeah, if you guys could just somebody in the chat, just let me know you can hear me a-okay with that. That would be great. So I assume Launchpad, that was a good little joke about that there. But what this is today, I'm doing this stream. It's going to be a 12-hour long stream. So that means it's going to go till 1 a.m. Pacific Standard Time here on the West Coast. It's going to be a long one. I think the longest stream I've done before this was like 5 hours. So we got the long haul today. But what's really cool is I have a bunch of people who are going to be joining me today, which is very exciting because usually these are just done by myself. And I don't want to necessarily say that I'm not exciting. But it's a lot more fun when I've got other people with me here today. So our first guest, who probably will arrive sometime in the next 2 to 3 hours, is Ray, my partner, who is also an indie game maker and an excellent cook, amongst other things. So we're going to be very excited to talk with that. And then a little bit later today, Blake Calvert, who's been essentially a sidekick, if you will, for this show. And this YouTube channel will be coming on as well to talk with us. You know, he's a comedian, very big jokester, and now he's finally a podcaster himself. And we'll talk a little bit about a show where he has people come on his show, but first they watch an animated series and then they come on to talk about it. So catch his first episode of that. I'll grab a link from him a little bit later, but he's got a pretty cool one where a mutual friend of ours, they watch Cowboy Bebop and then they talk about it afterwards, which is great. Cowboy Bebop, one of my favorite animated anythings ever. Also very much enjoyed the Netflix series, but RIP to that. And then a little bit later, we're also going to have Christian Martinez, who's a Dungeons and Dragons specialist and somebody that I play D&D with, and I've been playing D&D with him for about 4 years now. So lots of fun coming up on that front. But of course, we're going to be doing the standard of a Ask Me Anything kind of stream with this here, where we're kind of talking about whatever we want to talk about today. That's half of the fun of what we've got going down with us here today. So first of all, shout outs to everybody I could see in the chat room. If you do want to shout out at some point today, make sure to say hello in the chat room. That definitely helps me figure out who's who and what's where. So of course, I've got to give a huge shout out to Colton. Thank you so much, Colton. Colton is the one that basically makes all the technology that I have to access work correctly. So things like the chat actually working, the stream actually working, frankly, myself and my head actually working. Colt is super good at it. So Colt, thank you so much. Thank you so much for all that, Colt. I definitely appreciate all of the efforts that you put in. Also, not just here on this channel, but also over on Tomorrow as well. Colt is kind of our technology, the internet technology specialist with that as well. Also, Launchpad, I see you're here too. Glad to have you here with that. So thank you so much for stopping on by with that. And if anybody else is there, throw yourself in the chat. I'm definitely happy to say hello and greet you, amongst other things. I suppose I do have 2 guests at the moment, ever-present guests here in my household. Would you girls like to come on over? Missy, Suki, any of you want to come on over? You want to come on over yet? Come here. You want to go on the internet? Well, then come here. So Missy's slowly sauntering over to me at the moment. Come on, sweetie. There we go. Okay, maybe I'll do Suki first. All right, so here we go. I got Suki, who has just come from outside, and she's wet because we've had a lot of rain here in Los Angeles over the past a week, basically. And it just finally stopped raining yesterday, and it's finally drying off today. So here I am with Suki, probably the first of what will be mini cameos by Suki throughout the day today. She is a multi-poo. She's 14 years old, actually more about 14 and a half. So she is blind, unfortunately, but we still love her, and we send her on her way. And she gets around pretty good for a 14-year-old dog. And then there's Missy. Missy, if you want to come on over here. Come here, sweetie. Come here. Come here. Come here. She takes it a little bit more convincing because she can see, so she knows what's coming. But here she is. Here's Missy with everybody. She likes it up here because now she can see out the window, and her tail is wagging, and I can feel it. Come on, wag your tail a little bit. There you go. And I can feel it against my arm as she does. She is a King Charles Maltese Poodle Heinz 57 mix. She's 9 years old. And you're an absolute brat, and you know it. In fact, look at that face. That is the face of one smug bitch, because you are, aren't you? So, yeah. So just to let you know, as you could probably tell in the opening minutes of this, this is a much faster, much looser kind of broadcast, because I'm going to be going for 12 hours today. And I wanted to do this because I realized that we're all, a large majority of us are now basically back to the responsible celebrations, if you will, where we're keeping them much smaller than we would have back in the day. I kind of want to make sure that that we've got some like friends to hang out with throughout this, So I figured a really cool thing to do would be to basically invite you to my New Year's Eve party that I'm going to have with a handful of people. And you're one of our honored guests. You get to be here all night long with us. And I don't know whether that's like good or bad. We're going to find out. Frankly, we're going to see if I can withstand a 12-hour stream, because this does not sound like an easy thing to contend with. But we're here to do it. We're going to have a good time with it. Yeah, I very much have been looking forward to this for a very long time now. So, yeah. And it seems that in just a few minutes, I will be joining the Tomorrow crew on there. So, yeah, sorry, everybody. I'm just kind of jumping in on things and seeing what's going on and other things like that. So, yeah, it's been pretty cool. I've got a lot of snacks, and I got to figure out what to do with those snacks. With it there. So, how's the stream, by the way, everybody? Am I coming through nice and easy for you? I'm running ultra low latency today, so that way, if you start chatting with me, which you really haven't been, I can talk to you a lot faster than I usually would be able to. But of course, I'm waiting on hearing from all of you. What are all of you doing? What are y'all doing out there? So, come on, speak back. So good, I'm glad to hear it. I just want to make sure that I'm coming through A-okay with all of you as I start to roll through my computer and shut down things that I don't need to have on, and I should probably let some folks who might walk through the household know that we're live. Okay, there we go. Cool. So, all right, Colt. So Colt's saying that coming through good with that there. So glad to hear I'm coming through nice and good for y'all there. That's the goal with that. And I'm kind of keeping things closed. Really, the only thing I have open is Chrome, and that's just because I'm trying to monitor the James Webb Space Telescope updates that have been coming through. So obviously very excited, very terrified about that, frankly, with a lot of those things. Excellent. That's what I like to hear. Launchpad. They're saying coming in just like NASA. Good audio, clean feed, and full 720. Excellent. Yeah, I figure 720, really nothing, no reason to go above that with that. By the way, just want to wish a happy 2022 to our folks across the world who have just passed into the future. That would be folks who are on Arabia Standard Time, Turkey Time, Eastern Africa Time, and Moscow Standard Time. So folks in Bahrain, Baghdad, Yemen, Qatar, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, Turkey, Russia, Belarus, and Uganda down in those areas there. So happy 2022 to you all. You're already 11 minutes into the future with that. And I think what we'll kind of be doing today with it is that we'll go to about the 45 and then take about a 5-minute break with that. Most of the time, I mean, I'm probably not going to follow this, but that was my plan for today. Go to the 45, take a 5-minute break, and then we come back, and then we'll celebrate all of the New Year's that we can as they're coming through. Do I have a list of them? Absolutely. I am American, which means I'm geographically challenged. So that means I made a list of a whole bunch of places at specific times for Pacific Standard Time here. Right now it's 1312 where I live at. So my stream tonight is actually going to be going to 0100 into 2022. So the first hour of 2022, I'm going to spend it with you all because you all are amazing. So that's kind of how I'm going to be doing that with that right now. But like I said, just kind of hanging out. And like I said, if you're on, you should definitely say hello in some way. So that way I know that you're here, such as Maddie. Hey, everyone. Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you too, Maddie. Although we are 10 hours, 48 minutes away from 2022 here where I live at. Also, David Big Ant. Hopefully I said that correctly. Hello, David. Welcome aboard. Glad to have you watching with us here today. Very much enjoying this. Yes, that's right. If you say hello, I'll throw it up. Yes, I'm watching. I'm watching. With that. And then Happy New Year from Daniel. Hello, Happy New Year's Eve, still here in U.S. and Central Time. Yep, we'll throw it to you, Daniel, when Central Time comes around. Brett's saying we're out of the garage today. Yeah, we are. It's going to get pretty cold tonight, which cold being relative cold. It's going to dip down to 49 Fahrenheit, which for those of you who need help with conversions like I do, that's about 9.5 degrees Celsius, which is cold for here in Los Angeles. And I didn't really want us to sit out in the cold all night long tonight, so myself and my guests who are going to be showing up a little bit later, we're going to be going with that. Staying in the house tonight, so that way we do it. Hey, Gavin, good morning and Happy New Year from 2022 in Sydney, Australia. Hello, Gavin. Glad to have you aboard. Happy New Year to you too. I hope your 2022 is already off to a great start. You're like plus 16 hours ahead of me. Jose saying hello from UTC +1. Hello, Jose. Good to see you here today. So we're gonna be hitting you in just a couple of hours with that. So glad to have you here, Jose. With that. Yeah, as Maddie says, less bugs inside too. The only downside is that there are dogs, as you can hear. Although I don't find dogs to be a downside. That's the problem. So they're excited because someone who lives here is home. One of or actually I would guess say the singular parental unit, because that one's not around anymore. So he buggered off. 2 years ago, he was like, screw this. So, which I know now, I bet now half of you are like, my God, he's laughing about his dad's death. And I am. Daniel saying that it's going to be around 60 degrees, 15 degrees Celsius entering 2022 there. Yeah, that's pretty good. The launch pad is saying cold. It's gone down to minus 45 Celsius, minus 49 with the wind chill here. I used to live in Southern California, so if it gets minus 9, it's cold. So, yeah, I'm I am not a cold weather person. So that's the way it goes. Steven saying hello and Happy New Year's Eve from NorCal. Hello, Steven. Glad to have you on board with us here. And Seki saying Happy New Year. Seems safe so far. Year of the Tiger. Is it the Year of the Tiger? That's pretty cool. With that there, I definitely agree with that. And Maddie giving a round of hugs to everybody. So how's it going? Welcome.
Hi.
We're on. So we're just hanging out. Suki, so you're there, and Suki is over there facing away from you, barking hello at you.
I know.
So isn't that delightful? She's so, here Suki, over here, sweetie. Oh, she is just having it. Look at her little tail go. It's just going so fast, even though she doesn't know where you are. So that's adorable. So that's some cool stuff. What you got? What'd you get?
Oh, I just started. There's a tablecloth
Okay.
for the food.
Sure, we'll take that. So,
And notice the color.
what's up?
I said notice the color.
Oh, that's very nice. So if I could have this, the parental unit has just, one of the parental unit has just walked in,
If the other one's here, I want to know about it now before I walk
that's
in.
actually, technically he is here.
Well,
He's
yeah.
just in a box.
We keep him.
We keep him in his box. What's in the box?
Hi, everybody.
He is. So everybody, my mom was saying hello to all of you. Tablecloths for tonight with that. So I wonder why this color was chosen. I have no idea why this color was chosen by you.
I don't either.
Just seems like a good color, if you ask me. So the internet is now saying hello to you. And that's kind of how it's going with that there. So for those of you playing around at home, we still have 11 hours and 43 minutes to go to the end of this stream. It's orange. What do you mean it's orange or red? It's orange. It's just a very reddish orange. Also, it is lighting in here. We are dealing with what I would call home lighting. I'm not putting out all the stops tonight, okay? We're all just hanging out for 12 hours, all right? That's what this is. We're all just hanging out. That's how these things are. So, would you stop with the chorus? No choruses, please. So, yeah, what's up? Oh, you just popping through? Okay.
I just bring
So-
it, but I'll bring it in the back.
So Colton's saying, is it orange? It's orange, of course. Yes, of course it is. Gavin Dinsdale saying that we have a beautiful 30 degrees Celsius on the first day of 2022. That is red. Actually, can you bring that over here just to show the camera? This is orange. This is red. So, orange, red. That's the difference between the two. So thank you so much. Whoops. Yes. Wait, you're going to do what now, Maddie is saying? Which is the double cross live stream. What is the sorcery? Yes. I started at 1 o'clock local time. I had this cemented for weeks ahead of schedule. And then Jamie wanted to do a live show today. So I will be bumping into the live show, the tomorrow live show. And you will get to watch me here as I talk to everybody on tomorrow. So I would almost say, ditch here and go watch tomorrow. Unless you want to leave this up, and then you could try to see how much lag there is or anything like that. So, yeah. So I'm literally gonna be doing 2 shows at once, and I'm pretty down with that. I don't know if you're down with that, but I'm down with that. So, I mean, that's kind of how that goes with it. Yeah. So Brett asking what time is the show? The tomorrow show is scheduled to start in about 10 minutes. Suki has opinions, in case you wanted to know, and she loves them. Maddie, very accurate. Pretty sure the Ghostbusters said something about not crossing the streams. Well, I can tell you one thing. With the way things are with Jamie, we don't cross the streams. We're good. So, hey! Shh! Hey, come here! So, hi! How's it going? So, Hopefully this table is not bouncing too much. This is a very lightweight table, and I didn't realize it was going to be that way. And I know I could pull some jokes on you, like a earthquake, earthquake. Okay, maybe not as funny, especially since we had one this morning. Because that was Betty White leaving us. She left that much of an impact with it. R.I.P. Betty White. Couldn't quite get it to 100, but maybe that's her final joke. Is that everybody knew she was going to make it. She said, "Ha, suckers." Anyways, definitely loved all the work that she did. We'll talk a little bit more later about her once my friend Blake comes on. My friend Blake is supposed to be here in about 5-6 hours, roughly. Blake will be coming with Christian. In addition to that, you will finally be meeting my partner, Ray. Today, Ray's going to be coming on. Ray makes indie video games and is actually making one right now, and we'll talk a little bit about that before we officially get started. I'm literally bouncing between here and Discord to make sure that I'm ready to go once this is. Y'all okay if I get up and go grab a soda real quick? I'm a little thirsty, and I think I'm going to go grab some snacks as well, just like a bowl of Chex Mix or something. If y'all are okay with that, that shouldn't take me too long to do it, but I'll just step away for like a minute or two, so give me just a second here. So, hi, sweetie. Hello. Yes. I've heard it before, and I'll hear it again. You're such a cutie. You're such a cutie. Oh. Hello, my cute little puppy. Come on. Good. Grab that. Come with that. Okay. The first of many snack runs tonight. Maddie's saying bring champagne. Possibly. Actually, I don't have champagne because unfortunately, because of my meds, which I'm actually about to take my afternoon round of meds, can't really drink alcohol too often. And I also don't really want to. I'm not very comfortable drinking alcohol on air, I guess is how I would say it. So there's also some other factors involved in that as well at the moment. But yes, Maddie, sparkling apple cider then. Yes, I have some apple cider tonight. And I'm thinking about something stupid that I may do a little bit later today. Shh, be quiet. Suki, I appreciate that. Anyways, I got myself a sugar-free Coke because I'm not a real big sugar person. I mean, Saki says, I miss the after-dark drinking sessions. I know, I'm saying I'm not going to drink today, but someone will probably pressure me into having a beer. Like a beer or a shot, I could probably do it. Anyways, I now have to do something that I do a lot every day, which is being bipolar. I have to deal with this. So, excuse me a second. If you can't make your own happiness, store-bought is just fine. There you go. All right, that's my Wellbutrin and can't remember what the other one is, but it helps with my. I had these like 2 months ago. I had these amazing tremors with my hands. My hands would literally just be like this, and they put me on another med because they're like, oh, it's a side effect of a med, so let's put you on a med to counter that med, and it's really cool because it like lowers my heart rate by 10 beats per minute, which is actually not cool. like the first 6 weeks on it, I was just like, so pretty great. But it's what if it's that or death, I think I'll take I feel tired today with it. So, oh well. But yeah, what else we got? Excuse me, as I get that started. What did I grab? No, my heart rate has Maddie asking probably about those meds. Did the heart rate ever speed back up? No, it's gone down to about 65 beats per minute on average. That's my resting heart rate, at least with that. Before that, it was about 73 to 75. But actually, when I was in my prime 2 years ago for mountain climbing, my resting heart rate could get down to about 55 per minute. So, yeah, because I was good at that time. But yeah, not so much. In fact, I should probably, if you look at me in 2019 and then me right now, I've eaten about one of myselfs. But that's okay. That's what 2022 is going to do. So, Jamie's pushing it back. Okay, I guess I should jump in Discord and see what's going on. Okay. Yeah, Jared on time, but not Jamie. Actually, I'm just kidding. It's fine. I know I have a reputation, but every once in a while I don't have the reputation to strike me down. Anyways, sugar-free Coke. I got some Chex Mix, which will convert into sugar in my body in a little bit. And then just to outright have some sugar, I got some Famous Amos cookies as well, because I just need to, sometimes you just need to bump it up, So, we need Jared telemetry. I love that Seki. Heart rate, blood pressure, etc. So, I got pretty good blood pressure. It's 110/65, something like that. It's not bad. So anyways, we have some. Hi, puppy. One of my dogs was looking at me. And she's just looking at me like, what the hell are you doing in here? Ooh! Okay, so let's do that one first. Maddie, I'm on blood pressure meds and got to the point where standing up makes me almost black out. Takes time to adjust to new blood supply chains. Yeah, I hear you on that. They told me when they said, when you first start taking this, be really careful standing up, and also don't lay down for 10 minutes after you've taken it. After 10 minutes, you can lay down, but that first 10 minutes, don't lay down. I was like, oh, okay, cool. And then Colton, I like what you've got, says, I am heating up tamales and will most likely make some sort of chicken dish for dinner. Ooh, tamales are very good. Speaking of, I almost got some Jarritos today for sodas, but I was also like, So, okay. Now we're all doing what I noticed happens when a bunch of bipolar people get together, which is that we all start saying oh, yeah, well, I was on this for, a little while, but then it just kind of, just kind of did that, and then they switched me over to something. We almost talk shop about our meds. It's pretty funny. So, if you guys have ever seen Silver Lining Playbook, that scene where Bradley Cooper and what's-her-face, they're sitting at the dinner table, and then they just start talking about, so they're at their friends for a dinner, and they just start talking to each other about their meds, completely ignoring their friends, and their friends are like, that's exactly what it's like. So, who cares about what the people with the regular brains are talking about? Yeah. Seki saying, America, land of medication. Well, I mean, for me, meds or death, I'll take the meds. So, pretty big on that. Maddie saying, I'm making prime rib for the family. Very nice. So, for Christmas, we just got a sous vide in this household. So, I'm very much hoping one day we can make some prime rib with the sous vide. And now we have crossed the 30-minute mark, which means there are 11 and a half hours in this stream left. So Good. We're having a really good time. Yeah. That's my favorite in Chex Mix. The rye chips. That's the good stuff. If I could get a bag of just the rye chips, hell yeah. I'd be so on it. What you all got? Anybody else go get a snack and a drink? You got tortilla chips?
I told her I was going to get tortilla chips.
Goodness. There's too much food in this house now.
Yeah, I know. This never got
All right. Doing some cool stuff. So somebody earlier, where is it? It's like buried in here somewhere. I'm going to find it though. You want to play with that? Well, bring me the toy. Bring me the toy. Come on, bring me your toy. Come on. Come on. Bring it to me. Well, bring it to me. I'll throw it for you. Bring it to me. Give it to me. No, don't walk away. Come here. Come here. My dog, you see, you guys have probably seen that comic before of the dog where it's like holding a toy and the dog is saying, please throw. And then somebody's reaching for it and the dog gets mad and it goes, no take, only throw. That's my dog, Missy. She wants to play fetch, but she doesn't want you to take it from her. You're not allowed to take it from her, but you have to throw it for her. But don't you dare take it from her, but throw it, please. But you take this away from me. Please throw it, though. But you take this away. So, yeah, that's her. You are the living embodiment of no take, only throw. I just want you to understand that. So, but luckily it's a Kong toy, so that's also going to keep her with it. You girls want a wheat Chex of the Chex Mix? Come here. Come on. You want some wheat Chex? Come here. Come here. Oh yeah, you'll get up for that, but you won't get up to fetch what you want to do, huh? Come on. Eat it. Shit or get off the pot. Come on. Hey, dingus. You gonna eat that or what? All right. Woof. Where is it? I just had it too. The launch pad asking, have you slept since the James Webb Space Telescope launched? Yes, I have. Launch was very scary to me, so so that was a big, this is a big terror. So, Maddie, you threw some Chex Mix in Discord? Where is it? Hell yeah, hot and spicy Chex Mix. I wonder if, can I push that? Am I going to push it? Yeah, I'm going to push it. Because I can. I don't know if it came up. But, I mean, that's half of the fun, right? I don't know if it'll come up. Yeah, it didn't come up. That's okay. Hot and spicy Chex Mix, absolutely. So that's cool. Oh, it's pushing to two. Whoops. Sorry, but not sorry. Haha. Deal with that one, Jamie. That'd be great if that just pops up in the middle of the show. Yeah, so the James Webb Space Telescope, hot and spicy Chex Mix. It's exactly what the James Webb Space Telescope is not right now, hot and spicy. Thank goodness. So, I believe port side sunshield deployment is supposed to occur today. I believe. All of these things, though, all of these things are variable, by the way. They're controlled from the ground, so the humans can actually make a decision as to whether they're going to go for it or not day of. Katrina was just asking, speaking of James Webb, today's another milestone day, start of Sunshield deploy. So the covers are off of the Sunshields. They confirmed that yesterday. They're supposed to deploy the port one today. I believe they'll deploy the starboard one tomorrow. And then tensioning with it, something like that. But I know the website says one thing. I honestly don't know what the deployments are doing anymore. Simply because we don't know in real time. The people working on it get to know in real time. But as for us plebs, public, who aren't working on it, we don't get to know these things in real time, which is a bummer. I wish we would, because I could even watch telemetry for the Mars landings in real time. But, you know what I mean. So Katrina asking, how do we know if it all went okay? Well, the data that they've got at the Space Telescope Science Institute, and I believe NASA Goddard is also where they're controlling it from. They'll know, and then they'll tell us, basically. So basically, we have to wait to hear from them. Yes. So Maddie asking, is the info on where's Webb delayed? So the altitude and positions and other stuff like that is not. That's real time. The temperature data on there is most certainly delayed, simply because those temperatures are not staying that way for hours on end. Trust me. They will fluctuate on both sides for now. But yeah. Yes, it is delayed, and you'll find out. You'll find out after the fact, basically. Yeah, yeah, very true, right there. Toon Vanderpass, or pause. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm checking Twitter 20 times a day for James Webb Space Telescope news. Yeah, me too. NASA does have a blog, and I've also been following the official web account. NASA's official web account, and then the European Space Agency's official web account as well. Plus a couple people I follow on Twitter, also who work directly on it and are tweeting. So, but yeah, overall, everything's going good. So, got everything crossed, hoping for the best. If anybody's going to be able to do it, NASA is. So I have the utmost faith in NASA's ability to do things like this. Yeah, Seki saying, I managed not to. I figure it would be huge news if something bad happens. Absolutely. And the tomorrow members stream is live. So, Colt, I don't know if on Discord they want me to come on in and talk. So, yeah. Cool stuff. Definitely a big fan of about to go on. Yes, about to do two at the same time, believe it or not. So, excuse me. So, yeah, Atomic J, actually, I think you're correct. I thought it was both port and starboard today, according to the website. And then I believe tensioning begins tomorrow and finishes the next day. So, yeah, I'm pretty sure you're right about that. But just know, you totally can delay these things for work there. So, just to let you know, you actually can delay them because they're ground controlled. So there's expected times, or planned times, I guess is the best way to say it. And then there's the time it actually does it. So, and that's all from the ground at this point on. So, Yeah, and Daniel, another countdown. I'm waiting for the amazing data from JWST. About 6 months from now, or yeah, June. That's when we'll be getting the data. About June-ish. So since I'm enjoying a delightful snack here, how about y'all? What snacks y'all got? Or do you all have any snacks? What you got? I got other stuff coming up too. I got Himalayan salt kettle chips, which are good. Throw some pepper and Tabasco sauce on them. They're tasty. I got some tortilla chips as well, just because, you know, I got my Chex Mix right here, and I got Cheez-Its as well, because Cheez-Its are like my go-to snack for myself personally. Got some sodas and other stuff. What else did I grab? I got some meatballs that I'm going to throw in a crock pot and put some barbecue sauce on them. Make that some good stuff. I'll get to that in just a second, Hendon. I won't tell you about it. What else did I get? Oh my God, why is my brain number so bad? Also mini tacos. Got a huge number of mini tacos with that. So, and hold on. I got something. I don't think I'm gonna throw this on tomorrow, but most certainly tonight. I have something. So, we'll see. That's going right over there. That's going to hang tight right there. And that's not coming back out until, I don't know, like 11 local time. So, what would that be? Almost 9 hours from now? So, yeah. Getting a little blustery out there, which is nice breeze coming through. Hi, puppy. Okay. So coming up on the 45-minute mark, which means I've got 11 and a quarter hours to go. So cool stuff. This is going to be a fun one. Oh, sick. Blake's made cookies. Blake's going to bring some cookies. Yes. Okay, so I'm sorry. Y'all were doing snacks. Hendon, coffee. Still at work. Don't tell the boss. Don't worry, Hendon, I won't. David's saying, had rice cakes and a banana earlier, so very nice. Dog, what you doing? Hey, everybody. Man, this is good. I'm enjoying being with you all here today. This is delightful. So I hope you all are having a good wrap up to to 2021 for yourselves. I know a lot of people had a crap 2021. That's for sure. I didn't really have a crap 2021, but it wasn't like what I would call a great year either, so. That's some good stuff. Brett saying just finished a Gideon's Bakehouse cookie. Ooh! That's good. That is good. That's a solid cookie, I bet. I'm gonna... Holy smokes! Holy... Wow! Oh! Damn, Brett, if this is what I'm looking at correctly, I just Googled it and then looked at the image search and... Holy smokes. Brett, is it the one at Disney Springs? Because that's what I'm seeing here. Apparently it's at Disney Springs. And I basically am now considering flying across the country to go get that. Because that is a hell of a cookie. Wow. Half-pound cookie. Goodness gracious. Great balls of fire. That is enough of a cookie to destroy your pancreas. Wow. I've had dreams about cookies like that, Brett. That's amazing. Yeah, Colt. That's not a cookie. That's just chocolate with some cookie as glue. It is chocolate. Here. I guess I'll just do it this way. Oops. Can't show that in a Christian manga. Gideon's cookie. Here you go. Here you go, y'all. I'm going to be like physically screen sharing. Yeah, that's a cookie. That's a cookie, apparently. Holy smokes. I want it. God bless America, right? So. Yeah. Yeah, I feel. Maddie, I feel inspired to bake now. Yeah, I definitely feel inspired to bake in both meanings of that word. Because I think if I got baked and then baked that, my God, I don't know if I could survive that just because of the happiness I would experience. Like, there comes a point where you just black out from being so happy. That's it. Totally. Instantaneous couch lock. All right. I'm going to check Discord again, see if there's a link for me. No, there isn't. Okay. I see how it is. So, just kidding. Brett, I'm shooketh by that cookie. That's not a cookie. You are right. I'm just going to put that back up there again because Colton is correct. Okay, here we go. Toon Vanderpass saying, that's not a cookie, it's a murder weapon. The murder happens like 20 to 30 years down the line, but yes, it is a murder weapon. That's very true. Wow! Brett saying, sometimes the line can be 4 hours long. I would crawl over glass lined with salt and lemon juice for 24 hours to get that. That's how impressive that cookie looks. Yeah, I'm not in there yet. I mean, if it's too complicated to bring me on, boohoo, whatever. I'm having fun with you guys. That's cool. So. That cookie is disgusting. And I want it in my body. Now. So, just going to throw this back up here one more time. Because Colton's correct. That's not a cookie. That's just chocolate chips with some cookie as glue. So, let me clear that out. See if I can throw that back up. That's an excellent point, Colton. That's not a cookie. That's just chocolate. chips with some cookie as glue. So, God, what was the third thing I bought for finger foods today? Oh, buffalo chicken bites. That's right. I don't know if we're going to get to all of that tonight, but I definitely want to hit the little mini tacos. That's for sure. Tacos are one of the divine foods, you know. At least to me, it's one of the divine foods. Hey, you think Jamie's gonna like my hat? It's gonna work pretty well. I've been falling in love with hats over the past month. So, that's right. You show that wind who's boss. That's right. You tell it. You tell it can't blow around here. This is a fine, proper establishment. We don't allow blowing. So, yeah, that's right. You give them hell. You can't even see. Give them hell. Yeah. Anybody else want to join me in barking with my dogs? Where are all my dogs at? Bark with me. Oh, what was that from? I don't remember. It was like some... Oh, Tune, you're going to want to throw that in the tomorrow chat, not my chat. Jamie can't see anything that's going on here. So, I can do whatever I want here. It's mine. That's the way this goes. That's right. You sit in that bed and you think about what you did, which is look cute as hell. We're still waiting on that Zoom link. If necessary. It's not a requirement. I mean, I'll just watch the show and heckle it live, like Mystery Science Theater 3000. So those of you who are watching right now wondering what the heck's going on, why am I so quiet? Waiting on hearing if I'm going to be on tomorrow in just a second, because I am going to be broadcasting both on this stream and on the tomorrow live stream at the same time simultaneously. And then once we're done with the tomorrow show, I'll come back. I mean, I'm not ending this stream, period. So, so if you want to, you can keep watching here and just listen to me be very quietly awkward. Very quiet, awkwardly, at times, as I listen to folks. So, that's an option. So, yeah, exactly. David, putting it brilliantly there. Multitasking today. I can do it all. I'm eating, contending with my dogs, interacting with you, and enjoying the next 11 hours and 5 minutes of streaming with you. So, yep. And we're 5 minutes away from when tomorrow is supposed to start. And another round of places will start 2022. And if you're in those places, you should say something. And I'll be like, shout out. Because I'm going to shout out anyhow. But if you're like somewhere specific, let me know. I'll shout it out. Uh-oh. Tune, you are on... That means... So you said it's going to happen in about an hour for you. Right? 2022 starts an hour from now here. So I assume you're in... I had this written down. Eastern European time, I think. That's my guess. With that there, so. Uh-oh. I don't think I have the Netherlands written down. Oh, no. What am I doing with my life? So, no, you're in Central Europe. Okay. This list must be wrong. Because I am... Yeah. Yep. Oh, Famous Amos cookies are so good. You have my full endorsement. Was there an actual Amos? A famous Amos? Boy, howdy, there was. Wallace Wally Amos. And he's still alive. Oh. That's cool. He hosted an adult educational TV series to promote literacy in adults. That is so cool. That's awesome. It's really nice. I like it when people who do stuff like that, like, do cool things to help out the world. That's nice. It's mighty nice. Still hanging tight. Finding out whether I'm going to get in for the show or not. I wonder if I could jump in the members only stream and start giving them hell. Should I go in and be an ant? No, I'm not gonna. That's not cool. That's just not cool. Okay, I think I got it. Hold up. Hold up. Wait a minute. All right, everybody, go watch tomorrow. Forget about me. But don't you forget about me. Oh, I should finish my cookies. Shit. I got, here we go. Come on, faster. One more. I can do this. I believe in myself.
And YouTube says we're live. I never know if there's an awkward pause in between everything. Hello, everyone. My name is Jamie Higginbotham. Hello. We've got him on his normal screen just for fun, and then we have, as a test,
the creator and executive producer of your
ooh,
and I am
Jared, you have to turn off your audio.
2022.
Thank you. You. To see if we can actually bring you, the guests, into this show. So we have got a bunch of citizens of tomorrow joining us, and we're going to kind of go around the table, and we're going to ask everyone what excites them about 2021, or like what were their favorite missions. How do they fall in love with space? And if you would like to join the conversation, you totally can. I'm living dangerously today, and I just posted the public Zoom link right in the channel description. So if you want to join, just click on that link down below. Don't do what Jared did, which is allow the audio to loop back around. And Dada, one thing I didn't mention is you have the power to mute people if necessary. So you can just go into participants, select them, and hit mute as if you need to.
Copy. I muted them all for now.
Thank you. No, that's great. But actually, why don't we start with you, Ryan? Because like you're a regular staple here. You know, I do want to say 2021 on this channel at least was the year of Ryan. You know, I was in the middle of transition. I wasn't comfortable coming on camera. We needed people to help talk about SpaceX because I can't talk about SpaceX. And I put a call out, and I don't remember if it was this year or last year. I think it was 2020.
Yeah, I joined in January last year.
Yep. But like this is the year where you really stepped up and you were really like you took space news and you ran with it, and it's been absolutely phenomenal. There have been some great SpaceX updates that I've loved, and I work there and somehow I've learned things from you. So kudos to you for that. So Ryan, why don't we start off with what were some of your favorite missions from 2021? What got you excited about space in 2021?
Straight out of the gate in February, I think, was obviously Perseverance, the landing of the Mars rover. That was just crazy to see, and like actual good high definition video from NASA, albeit not live, but it was good video from Mars, which is just incredible. And of course, the countless helicopter flights we've had now from Ingenuity. That's just crazy to think.
Yeah.
That we're flying helicopters or a helicopter on another planet. Inspiration 4, big inspiration. Just for citizens, not trained astronauts, well, they were trained, but not like astronauts. They were just people, albeit one of them was quite successful in life. That was to see. And then coming up to now, we've obviously had all the normal crew flights from SpaceX. That was very exciting to see. Yusuke Maezawa going up in a Soyuz in December. That was also very cool to see his videos on his channel of just how amazed he was from traveling to the ISS and how much fun he was having. And of course, we've had like the Virgin Galactic suborbital flights and the Blue Origin suborbital flights. All of that sort of stuff just ramping up this year. That's really what's been exciting me.
And what about next year? What excites you for next year? For 2022? Hours away, Ryan. Hours away.
Literally less than 2 hours away now for me. Hopefully, fingers crossed, we get to see SLS fly. Fingers crossed. And I know I've just jinxed all three of them.
Okay, wait, Ryan. I want to know, in your opinion, and we should ask everyone this, and also leave your comments. I want to know what you guys think. Which one goes first? Space Launch System, Starship Orbital, or Starliner? I guess that would be Orbital. It'd be Starliner to station, right?
Yeah, that would count.
Which one goes first?
So, I'm now, from the recent developments that have come from the FAA, I'm not so sure whether Starship or SLS is going to go first, but I feel that Starliner is definitely going to be the last one. So I'm not sure about SLS and Starship. They could be kind of equal, but Starliner is definitely last.
They're neck and neck.
Yeah.
All right. And then why, I guess my last question for you is, why are you passionate about space? What made you a space nerd? What got you hooked?
I'm not sure, to be honest. I've been into space things ever since I was a few months old, really. My dad always credits that it's him. I don't know whether that's true or not, because I can't remember that far back. But maybe it is, maybe it isn't. But yeah, it's just something I've always been interested in, and it's just like, how could you not be interested about space? It's so cool, everything that's happening up there.
Well, you are one of our hosts, so you are free at any time to interject, which I realize is hard to do when you're on Zoom with latency and whatnot. But if you have questions of any of our guests that we've got up on the screen, feel free to ask him. And I feel like, why don't we'll make our guests wait an extra moment, and why don't we go to Jared, because I know you're doing a live stream as well. So you're streaming twice, and here's hoping, like, remember, here's hoping Jared's audio is going to work correctly. But Jared, same questions to you. What were some of your favorite missions of 2021 and why?
Okay, so first things first, I want to make sure that I'm sounding nice and I'm coming through A-okay. And I'm just gonna gonna say a few things just to make sure. So.
Yep, you're good.
Okay, cool. So, oh my gosh, like, kind of to piggyback a little bit on what Ryan was talking about, just seeing Perseverance landing. You know, we've just as someone who is an engineer and involved in that kind of stuff, and just looking at it, and the sky crane has always been this sort of nuts thing. I think, Adam Steltzner describes it as the right kind of crazy, and I really agree with that. It is nuts, and it's the right kind of nuts. And to finally be able to see it in action after a decade and a half of when it was first designed is so cool. That was just amazing to get that footage. Obviously, Ingenuity has been amazing with the way it's been flying. I think something that a lot of people overlook a little bit with Perseverance, because NASA doesn't exactly push it much, but the audio recordings that they've been making with Perseverance. We finally have a microphone on Mars. They've been trying since Mars Polar Lander splatted in 1999, and finally 2 decades later we got it. So that was one that was amazing.
There's a beautiful irony, Jared, that when you said microphone, your audio froze.
Nice. That's good. It's good. I'm glad.
It was the end of 20. So for those who don't know, Betty White also just died. So like the end of 2021 is like, I'm not done yet.
No, it's not.
So it's still working.
It's taking everything out it can. Obviously, all the Starship flights too.
So audio from an alien world, yeah.
Oh, full blown. Still? No, I'm sorry. You're not talking about my audio. You're talking about Perseverance's audio. Yeah, it's just like hearing the rover in action and hearing it driving over rocks is just as bad as I was expecting aluminum wheels to sound. So it's that was great. And then the Starship flights, obviously, watching those throughout a multitude of ways that they ended. That's the way it goes in that type of fast and loose and get it done kind of engineering. And then I gotta say China too. China launching not only just the core module of their space station, but also a crew to their space station and continuing to operate even now with their space station. That's pretty exciting to see another country coming into the realm of somewhere that the United States and the Soviet Union / Russia would dominate normally. So that was really cool to see that with them. And also, sample return missions too this year. We had Hayabusa 2, and although I think that was the tail end of 2020, but we got the results this year from it. And then we've also got OSIRIS-REx coming back as well, and there's just so much exciting stuff to look forward to. But also James Webb finally launching. Gosh, like how many decades have we been waiting for that to go? And now here we are.
So 2022. So you first off, I was surprised that you didn't put a lot more time into James Webb Space Telescope.
It's not done. I'm not going to talk about it. I'm not jinxing it until it's done.
Turns out not to be exactly true. But
we We gave them a mountain of crap for that.
Yeah, we did on Twitter or in Discord and everywhere else. Because
Live
like,
show
what,
and-
you know what? That's a future episode because there is this interesting dichotomy between the robotic missions and the human spaceflight missions. Where, and I think it was Doug Ellison on Twitter that pointed this out. Of, the robotic missions are, we've checked everything a million times. Like, 7 minutes of terror. 344 single points of failure. There's a lot of risk here. None of this may work. Which, there is a lot of risk, and there is a possibility of failure. And then with human spaceflight, we're like, we've trained, we know what to do, we're all good here. It's like, yeah, but they're kind of the same. They're kind of the same. So why are we looking at this different ways? Yeah, I think that's a future episode. 2022, Jared, what are you thinking? What are you excited for in 2022?
Definitely excited for, hopefully, the Space Launch System finally taking off. That would be nice. To see that. Also, I'm pretty sure Tori's going to want his engine, so it would be nice to see Vulcan lift off as well. In addition to that, obviously, first results coming from James Webb, assuming deployments and everything go well, I would absolutely... that is just going to be game-changing in every respect that you could possibly think of. So, super exciting for that. Also, we've got Psyche launching to asteroid Psyche a little bit later. That's going to be really cool. Very interested to see where Starship is going and how the FAA is going to go. And actually, I really would love to see some policy revamps this year for the FAA in regards to both Starship and like suborbital flights and other things like that. I think the suborbital flights are going to be really cool because you're going to start to see more science being flown on those as opposed to like rich people along for a joyride, which I mean, that's fine. But the science has always been the exciting thing, at least for me, that, you no longer have to fly a payload to space with that expense. You can do your test on a suborbital flight and save millions of dollars that way. And then also, definitely, China's going to continue to build out their station. Definitely excited to see what they're going to do with that and if they're going to expand their program with that. And then also, I mean, we're going to see the launch of the next round of Mars missions going there. So we've got Roscosmos launching their lander with the European Space Agency's Rosalind Franklin rover. So I'm super excited about that and seeing that finally off on its way. Hopefully Starliner flies. I really hope it does. Simply because like the folks at Boeing have worked pretty hard on it, so they deserve to finally get the fruits of their labor. And then I think one of my favorite ones that's happening this year that nobody's really talking about, Juno at Jupiter is going to do a very close flyby of Europa in September, and I'm very excited to see the imagery from that. Simply because we haven't had imagery since Galileo, and Juno should absolutely get incredibly good detailed imagery of Europa, and I'm very excited to see what it gets from that.
Well, actually, so I'm listening to everything, and I'm like, here's what's happening. Can you go to the multi-view and full screen? So everyone's basically listening to what Jared is saying and then nodding. Like they're like, yeah, exactly. And so it's Mac 2-2 on your board, I believe. Yeah, there you go. Right, so everyone's just nodding, right, agreeing with Jared. And I think this isn't, so part of what I want the show, I've always wanted the show to be, is a bunch of space nerds just like hanging out and having a conversation. And when I am like, you talk to me, I don't think that's really how conversations go. So I'm going to add a little bit of chaos into this conversation. And I think what I'm going to do is we're going to open it up. So we kind of know the general questions of like, what's everyone excited about? And so I'm going to open it up to everyone who's decided to join in live and kind of start with, okay, let's go back into the early parts of 2021. What are you guys excited about? And let's talk about each one at a time and see who agrees. And like, maybe some people weren't very excited about that. That's okay too. You don't have to be excited about absolutely everything. So I'll kind of open it up to the floor in general, but that doesn't always work really well because no one
down. That was the coolest video ever to see two of them land simultaneously.
I want to see 3 at a time.
That's good. Return to launch site is good because the quality of the video is so much better.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry about that.
Those
Hey, you just
darn
need a
buoys.
boy.
Everything involving a rocket is exciting.
The only reason I really disagree with the landings not being exciting is I finally saw my first RTLS mission this summer, and it was. If you've never seen one in person, it doesn't look right. It just doesn't look right.
Yes.
You know, it's funny. I've actually never seen one in person. I've had an opportunity to see a Falcon 9 launch. I've never had an opportunity to see one land. In person. I've seen plenty of them on video, but basically all of them on video. But I've never seen one actually in person. That's on my bucket list. I would love to see that sometime, or hear it more specifically. Right?
Are you a good swimmer, Jamie?
Yes, but I'm not swimming out to a drone ship. Those are really far. Those are really
That's
far
like a boat
offshore.
on land.
Yeah.
Jamie, I think you could make it if you just attach a buoy to yourself. You'll be A-okay to get out there.
So for those who don't know, that is an ongoing joke. Because, landing video is very, very difficult. And I can't go into technically why, and I can't go into any technical stuff. But I will say it's actually very, very difficult. And there are a lot of YouTube channels that have made videos about why it's so difficult and why some of them work better than others. And I will say that most of them get some of the data right, but no one's got all of it right. And I guarantee you there will be someone who is like, I don't understand why they don't just deploy a buoy. And it always gets me because I'm like, think about what a buoy does out in the ocean. Think about how a buoy reacts out in the ocean and why it won't work. Anyhow, the control room, even at Company X, likes to give me a hard time about that. And I'm sure they're going to make buoy shirts someday and just wear them all into the control room just to get me going. Yeah, it'll be great.
Okay, but drones don't do that.
Drones, well, yes, but I can't go into technical information. There is a yes, but there, and you got to think. I can't do any of it. I can't do any of it. I'm sorry.
I kind of understand.
It might be signal path.
I bet I know why.
Yeah, I can't. You guys can talk about it. I can't talk about any of it. I can't say any of it.
It was a requirement for when we were setting up remotes for Falcon 9. We couldn't have RF frequencies off our camera. I bet you that's why you can't fly a drone near the landing.
They got a requirement where you can't have a cell phone on a plane too. So
No.
You can have cell phones on planes. You just can't have them on.
You can't have them on.
Yeah,
Yeah, because we all
you can have them
know.
on Wi-Fi.
Yeah, we all know how many planes we keep crashing when we put our phones on during flight.
Actually, I have a legitimate question because I don't know the answer to this. So when you go and you do a Falcon 9 shoot and you're at the pad and you're doing a launch, no signaling, but does that include Wi-Fi? Do you have to turn your Wi-Fi off too? Is it no RF whatsoever?
Pretty much you just want to minimize it as much as possible. It's not really a strict rule, but if it's emitting too much, your camera can get temporarily confiscated for the launch.
Oh, wow. I had no idea. I've actually never, the last time we were out at launch was for shuttle, and it was very strict at that point. Like they came through and monitored everything, but it was a different era too, right? Like cellular wasn't what it is today. So was there anyone else who said no to the booster landings? Like the booster landings still excite them? Jared, booster landings still excite you?
Yeah, absolutely.
So Zach, okay, hang on, Jared. You had a moment to go first, so I want to go to Zach first, if that's all right. Because Zach, you actually answered, So why in the middle? Why? Like what still excites you about booster landings, and what doesn't?
I think they're really exciting for new people getting to get into space. I think we're seeing a lot of new people kind of rediscover the space industry still, and I've had the privilege of showing, a Falcon Heavy launch and then booster landings to some people even at work and just seeing their face the first time when it's a video of that happening. But I also love it when we get to see it actually coming down through that longer tracking video. That gets me excited because you really get to see that whole returning to our planet. When it's kind of fuzzy the whole way through and then we see it, then it's like, oh, okay, we landed another one. But it's still, wait, we're actually landing rockets? Like, this is crazy.
So is the favorite landing shot, this is another question for the group. Give me the multi-view data. Question for the group by show of hands. You've got effectively two options when you land. You can either see the onboard rocket camera coming all the way down. Do you prefer that? So who prefers that shot over the second shot, which is the onboard drone ship shot, where you see you're externally looking at the rocket? So show of hands, who prefers the onboard rocket shot?
That's because it works better. And we
Well,
often don't
well,
get
hang on.
power.
All right, hang on, Liam. But so Liam says because it works better. But what if they both? Let's pretend for a moment, and let's live in a fantasy world where they both work identically the same. I know, but if they both worked identically the same, which one would you prefer? I'll actually ask Liam. I'll ask you. Which one would you prefer if they worked the same, the onboard rocket cam or the external drone ship cam? Assuming you had to pick one.
The external. Just
Interesting.
and yeah, I know I haven't sort of given a reason for that. I do love both of them, so I've just got to say that's what's really there, and we have seen improvement, from the very first times that these were being captured. So it's not that things haven't moved the needle, and everything that Zach said about what's exciting about tracking that, it is pretty extraordinary to see this thing navigate itself in real time back to a landing or a sea landing, whatever, on the drone ship. So in a way, it will never be routine, but in another way, it's sort of like is becoming routine just because, SpaceX has got so SpaceX is now the standard because no one else is doing this kind of thing. So it's just extraordinary that so quickly it's become, in my view, somewhat routine, but at the same time, I'm looking at it and thinking, this is the most amazing thing to witness.
Hang on, Liam. So you said it would never be routine, and I watched as the entire room all nodded in unison, agreeing with you. But right? But why? Why would it? Why? There's got to be a point when it's routine, no?
It might be.
I'll throw it to Nick.
Maybe for young people, but for us
successful
old people,
landings.
no.
Sorry, so
Anyway,
we'll start with Nick, and then
Nick, I'm going to seize the microphone and speak, irrespective. 100 landings. The only excitement now, really, it's always exciting. I always do watch them. Don't make the mistake of thinking I've given up watching them. I don't always watch them live because the time zone isn't right. Unlike Ryan, I had to sleep at night. I can't stay up quite so late. I'm not well. But, it's still worth watching. But almost one is watching in case something goes wrong because it's routinely successful now.
I think Steve, were you battling with Mike with Nick for the mic?
I was. I was just saying. For us people who grew up with the Apollo missions, to see a rocket land is still just mind-boggling. But the young kids will get bored of it soon.
Well, all right.
But I think.
Well, let's expand on that, though. So you grew up with Apollo, then, I'm assuming. Which is more exciting to you, a Saturn V launch or a Falcon 9 landing?
Well, I only had so many Apollo launches. We have so many more Falcon 9 landings. So at this point, I would say the first one that landed was, I just cried.
Huh.
Just cried. But I grew up. I'm old enough to have seen them on the moon live on TV, and nothing will beat that ever.
What happens when we go back to the moon? Will it feel the same, do you think? Or is it just...
Yeah, it will feel the same. It will feel the same. For a time. And then it will be just tourists going to the moon, But the first time back will be emotional, of course.
I think so, too. Go ahead.
Go on.
No, go ahead. So the fun was Zoom latency.
Yeah, I know. I've switched off YouTube entirely. I'm just on the Zoom. But for me, you asked at the beginning, what started one off as a space nerd? For me, it was Apollo 8. And I so vividly remember that on TV. We only had color TV around that time. So not only were we seeing TV in color in the UK, but then we had all the Apollo activity. And I remember so vividly, it was, I think, Christmas '68. Yep. And the mission profile was a figure of 8 around the Earth and the Moon, yep. Which, it's 1968, Apollo 8, doing a figure of 8 around the Moon. And it was such a triple memorable thing. That stuck in my mind. And how old was I? I was 15. So I think a 15-year-old seeing something amazing and new for the first time, that will stick in their mind for life. And then, of course, there was 9, when I can remember the sequence, because 9 tested the LEM in Earth orbit, 10 tested the LEM in Moon orbit, and then 11 landed. And I followed all of them. And even at school, we were allowed to watch television, whatever time it was. We were allowed to watch the moon landings on television, probably quite late at night sometimes. I was at boarding school.
Well, here's hoping we get that back, right? We get some of that passion back. Going backwards a quick step from the community, there are 2 comments I want to highlight. The first one is from Joseph Gruber, who said, plane landings are routine, but we still hang out at the fences at airports. Yeah, but not a lot of people do. But I think you're not necessarily wrong. Although, to a point, there's probably also the sound and energy of the airplane landing. There's a certain awesomeness to that engineering that you get to experience as it's landing.
It's a good thing they're not electric.
There's an ongoing debate about the sound of cars in our Discord channel. So if you'd like, somewhere in one of our links somewhere, you can, Jared's just laughing. You can hit up our Discord channel and you can debate me on how I think cars should be silent, like electric cars. And then the second point actually comes from Brad, who says, I'm a relative newbie, so landings are still cool to me. And I think that goes to Zach's point, which is like, yeah, okay, as space nerds, we get used to these things and they kind of become commonplace, which, by the way, was our slogan for many years, Space Vidcast, making space commonplace. So awesome, we're starting to do that. I mean, not Space Vidcast, but we as humanity are starting to do that. And I get that, but there's always going to be someone who's introduced to it for the first time. And being able to point to, and Jared's nodding his head, being able to point to a rocket launch and not just going, hey, this happened, a little while ago, but also then saying, you know what, let's watch this live together. Now watch what happens next. We're going to land this thing. I think is pretty awesome. The only thing I think is really missing is it's really hard to understand the scale and scope of a rocket on a screen. Yeah. Like you just don't understand the sheer size and power of these things. It doesn't look as big as it actually is. I've never figured out how to fix that. So, all right, let's move on. So we go. Actually, no, Derek, go ahead. By the way, that is a great technique. If you raise your hand, I might see it because I've got a screen that shows me. So go ahead, Derek.
You mentioned the scale picture. I have one photo from STP-3, which it was an Atlas launch, but a friend of mine took it while I was walking back from setting my camera, and I'm standing in front of, I think it's one of the Padlocks tanks, and I'm about 300 feet from the rocket in this photo, and yet I'm minuscule. And I think that's the best scale I've ever had in a photo. Let me see if I can pull it up and find it again.
I have no idea how sharing on Zoom is going to work in this exact moment. It will be interesting. Give it a shot. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, I'll see what I can find. Hold on.
Also, gotta make sure no one is pinned because otherwise things might go to chaos.
Yeah.
You're going to watch chaos happen on air. Everyone, it's going to be fun. So you locate that, and because I think that's important for people to help understand the scale of these things. Jared, I feel like you raised your hand earlier as well.
Yeah, I just wanted to speak to the power of spaceflight and new people being introduced to it. I went to the launch of DART, and I had my Jeep with 3 people in it who had never seen a launch before. And even though we were not in an ideal place to watch it because of some of the low-hanging clouds and haze that night, but we saw it. It was beautiful. We got some of the noise from it, and for me, it was just like, man, like I wish I could have had them a lot closer. But for those my three friends that had never seen a launch before that got to see it, it was just mind blown. Absolutely, they are now addicts of space. They, on their Twitter feeds for the launches that have happened recently, I've seen them talk about them, and they're not space people. That's the thing. So. Yeah, it's just a power in space flight for people, the uninitiated, if you will, that really kind of brings out that desire in people.
And then you cruise by Hawthorne and see the rocket on display on your way home from Vandenberg to just like double blow your mind.
I do actually recommend that if you're ever in California, Southern California, if you land in LAX, SpaceX is only a 15-minute drive, if that, from LAX, and they've got a first stage booster. It's the OG2 booster, the very, very first booster that SpaceX ever successfully landed, is sitting outside. It's only the first stage, and if you can find a place to park over there, which is kind of tricky, but if you can find a place to park over there, you walk up to it and just like stand under it and look up at it. There's something weird about rockets where you don't actually understand their scale until you're standing next to them and looking up at them. Even if you're in a car driving past them, you're like, oh, that's pretty big. I don't know why. You need to stand. Why are you, Jared's laughing at me, but you need to like stand there and actually like look at it, like right under it. And you go, what, this thing, they landed this out at sea. That's incredible.
Well, airplanes have people holes.
Airplanes do have people holes. How is that relevant, Dada?
That gives you a sense of scale.
Okay, I guess. Well,
it's really great how SpaceX is now sharing them at other places where people can get a chance to experience that for themselves, like the one that's now at Space Center Houston. We want more of that.
KSC as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, all of that. So I think it will really just allow that opportunity for people to have that experience you described, Jamie, that I've been lucky to have underneath that one, outside the SpaceX Hawthorne factory. And it is exactly as you described, so very special. And you can't describe it. You can describe it, but to get the feeling, you've got to be there.
I do want to make an awkward aside, unrelated to anything we're talking about, because I'm about to change topics. So as I do that, there is a new feature that Terrence is working on in the chat room, and it's Showbot, a link to Nightbot. And so this gives you, the viewers, anyone watching live, you have the ability, including all of our guests, in the chat room, if you just type !S for submission, and then space, and then what you want to call this episode, you can actually submit a name for this episode, and we can vote on it, and whatever we vote on, that will be the episode name. We'll try to kind of do it moving forward, but fun thing to play with. All right, so we've lingered on SpaceX and booster landings and like all that for a hot minute. Let's kind of move on. So Mike started us off with like some of the stuff. One of the things he was excited with. Let's move to actually, John, you joined in a little bit late. So how dare you? I'm just kidding. So welcome, welcome as a guest. Why don't we start with you next? We haven't tested your audio again, living dangerously.
Can you hear me?
Oh yeah, we got you great. What were you excited about in 2021?
Oh, 2021. Wow. Boy, I would have to say, earlier this year with the Starship tests. That was this year, right?
I mean, yeah,
we seem to have kind of lost our way, at least, in the summer. And, there were a few, static fire tests, but were the flights last year?
I think there were flights last year and this year.
There were flights this year, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so what was it, 15 that successfully landed without burning itself? But yeah, that would have to be the biggest part for me, except the successful launch of the JWST. That was kind of a, hold your breath moment and hope to God it works.
I think you're still holding your breath though, right? Because like we don't know if it's working yet. Yeah. That's an extended breath holding.
Yeah.
Actually,
well,
so
when
Ron,
you watch it and it's like a slow motion. If you watch the, I think NASA has it, and a lot of people on YouTube are posting it. The progress of the JWST as it heads out to L2, and it's like slow motion. It's like just open up like a flower or something right now, and get it over with. But I totally understand the whole thing, and I can't wait till the first images come back from that, and the work of thousands of people over decades will be vindicated. And, we, mankind, will get the opportunity to look even further into the universe with even more clarity. Boy, but isn't that like 6 months after it gets to L2?
yeah, it takes a minute. Like it's, it's going to take a minute. And then I think Dud has actually pulled up one of the links that thank you, Ryan, for giving us that link.
Very welcome.
You can actually see a timeline of when everything's going to happen. And, I think kind of extending the thought of James Webb Space Telescope, because that was a major epic thing that happened in 2021. Raj in the chat room asks, were you all excited to finally see James Webb Space Telescope launch? And I assume that everyone in the is going to like nod their head yes. It's going to be, we'll be hard pressed to see, no, I didn't really care, right? Like this was an epic moment, right? Meh. Meh, right? So I guess I'll start with let's start with Derek. And like, what was James Webb launch like for you? Did you stay up to watch it? Did you watch it live?
I woke up early Christmas morning to watch it live. Yes.
Yeah.
No. For me, literally, I'm only 19, so James Webb's been going on my entire life. Yeah.
Since before you were born.
Yeah.
That project started from before you were born.
Yep. No, I just remember sitting there in the morning because I got up early. I threw it on the TV and I just sat there, and I just remember thinking, okay, 2-hour window today. We can launch today. It'll be good. And then it went right at the start, and I was like, oh my God, it's not on our planet anymore. What have we done?
What have you done?
But no, I'm really looking forward to finally seeing what it produces. I've got a lot. It's the JPL team behind it. They've done a lot before. They can do a lot again. So,
is Webb JPL or APL? It's APL, isn't it?
APL, sorry.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Liam, how about you? Did you stay up for James? Did you watch? I assume you did. How about you? Yeah.
Yeah, it was one of those things. Set the alarm and make sure the alarm is set by having a second alarm. Because I have been known to miss a launch because the first alarm was silent for some silly reason. Wasn't this time. So my single point of failure for myself was overcome. But yeah, it is just extraordinary. Just recognizing it has gone. I love what you said, Derek. It's off the Earth now. It's on its way. There's nothing more that we can do beyond signaling and commanding to actually deal with anything that comes up next. So I think it's extraordinary. I loved hearing the progress. I think Planet 4589, what's his name? Anyway, Jonathan, who tracks orbital stuff, he was posting the progress and I was following his posts too. And it's so great to get the understanding that this amazing accomplishment is launched into space, and it's basically just it's going to reach L2, it's going fast and fast and fast, and then it's just slowing down on its route towards L2. And it's just like you've thrown something up in the air, and eventually it reaches its peak apogee, and then it starts coming back down again. But just at that point is when, obviously it will be doing various course corrections and things, but nevertheless, it sort of catches itself before it begins its fall back to Earth. I just love that whole concept of orbital dynamics as far as how that works.
So we do have an interesting comment from the chat room, but before we get to that, I did want to say, Liam, it is a little dangerous for you to be out in space without a spacesuit, just so you know.
Yes, sorry about that. Yes, this is my deal, showing pre-recorded footage from the space station. So,
is that the HDEV?
Well, HDEV is no longer here, but this is the replacement. It's called EHDC, Enhanced High Definition Camera System. And this is the one that's permanently pointing down towards the Earth, except when the NYE module decides to do some air and booster firings and spin the space station. That's one of my exciting things for 2021 was when that happened and I was watching it live.
I think you were the one that broke that on Twitter, weren't you?
I sort of did, yeah.
I remember seeing you tweet that, and I was like, this can't be right. And so I searched and looked around for news articles, anything out of NASA, anything else on Twitter, and I saw nothing other than your tweets. And then I was like,
yeah.
But like, I trusted you. And I'm like, I think there might be a thing going on right now.
I literally heard the LOAC, loss of altitude control stuff, and saw the station spinning on the live video feed.
You want to talk about that for a minute? Because like that was a big deal, and I don't think it got enough attention. Because NASA was like, "It's fine, we trained for this." It's like, yeah, okay, but like it's kind of a big like. If you look at the XYZ plot charts of like what the station did, it moved a lot. Yeah.
Well, that was the reason why I got into doing Blender animations from the live telemetry. So I regularly on my Twitter feed, my personal Twitter feed at Liam Kennedy, I capture the live telemetry that is available to the public if you know where to get it from. So on there, I can track your pitch and roll. And Scott Manley took some of my initial plots, which unfortunately exhibits something called gimbal lock, which is a software issue with how I calculate that. And it makes it look as if the station was going in some really higgledy-piggledy thing, whereas really what it did was a 540-degree flip. So, it was extraordinary when I saw it happening because it was shortly after the docking of NYE, and things seemed to be going well, although the route of NYE to the space station was fraught with problems as well. You know, they for a while, they didn't know if they could even get the boosters to fire to get it to reach the orbital altitude it needed to. So it was like just one thing after another. And when I was watching the live video feed about an hour after docking, and I suddenly saw this thing, the station's doing something it should not do. Yes, it is. Yes, they're all sort of trained for this, but nevertheless, there was some concern that because this is what usually happens when the station does do a maneuver, it regularly does what's called an OPM maneuver, where the station flips around 180 degrees. You know, every few months it does these for various reasons, dockings and things. But whenever there's anything like that happening, the solar panels are locked. So the solar panels themselves are not moving. Well, in this case, in various times, they didn't get a chance to lock the solar panels. So the solar panels were rotating. And I understood from some messages I got from some flight controllers about this incident. I was one of the first to actually create the plots, especially the 3D animation using Blender. And they wanted to know if I could also plot the angles of the solar panels because I'm sure they've done it by now, but at the time they were having meetings to consider what the stresses were involved in the station, because several days afterwards they were doing some very careful analysis of the structural issues around the station that could have happened due to that. So it was very, very exciting. And
that's an understatement, Liam.
Yeah. I just couldn't believe it as it was happening. I got to tweet several other occasions where things were happening live. For instance, the second accidental firing of thrusters.
That was a Soyuz, though, right?
It was a Soyuz. Yeah, it was actually the one that contained the three. It was the crew of the Russian actress. So it was another sort of semi-private flight, Soyuz, and it was their return vehicle that someone, during a test to make sure it would fire properly for undocking, that's where it just didn't stop firing, and it ran out of its allotted fuel, and that also spun the station, but much less of a twist than the Naoka incident. But nevertheless, two in relatively quick succession. It was quite something.
I remember, so I saw your Twitter, and then I jumped on. I was kind of listening to Space to Ground a little bit, and I was trying to determine like how serious this is. And I heard something along the lines, it's not an exact quote, but it's something along the lines of unexpected loss of signal. And I went, oh, this is bad. This is really bad. And you could hear it in their voice. They were, as with everything in Houston Mission Control, they're always professional. They were always very calm, but there's this level of like, they're speaking a little faster than normal, and their sentences are very, very pointed and direct. And so you could tell there was just kind of this like extra pucker factor with everything that they were doing, just trying to figure out what was going on. Did anyone else follow that live in the room? Like, was that a moment of, yeah, so Derek and Zach. So actually, why don't we start with Zach? Like, what was that like for you when you were following that live? What were you thinking when you're like, oh my gosh, the space station is spinning?
I found it just like you from Liam's tweet, and that was actually the first time Liam and I connected over Twitter, actually. And it was just the idea of it spinning, the idea of like what's the crew thinking, and going through, like, especially as NASA kind of went on with it. Oh, we're fine, we trained for this. It's like, yeah, but how thin are those walls? Like, let's actually think about, we're twisting, like, take a piece of paper and twist it. It's, we're not talking crazy difference. And that we have no control over it. And at the time, we didn't know when they were going to regain control, especially if that early station to ground comms. I think, as you said, listening to that was very eye-opening of just like what the procedures were and what they were going through. But it was a lot of, okay, let's just sit and wait and figure out what's kind of going on. But hearing, close the hatches, prepare the capsules, not something you want to hear on the space station. It's something that growing up, I didn't realize as a kid watching the solar rays unfold that I was watching the beginning of the space station as a kid. So it's been something that I've watched my entire life develop, and thinking, no, we're going to lose this before we have a replacement, which now we know it's going to take 5 to 10 years. What are we going to do if we don't have a low Earth orbit laboratory or observatory? Like, what science are we going to lose? What research is going to expire and get delayed? So my mind was going to the what ifs, not necessarily for the station, but for what we get out of station.
Okay, so that's an interesting question. Do we feel that a low Earth laboratory is a more fun way to say that, is super useful as compared to, say, a L2? Well, let's actually say a lunar laboratory, something further in deeper space. Is there more value in something that's closer to, say, the moon, as opposed to something that's still within the protection of our magnetosphere? Or is there value in something close to Earth? I'll leave it for the whole group. Yeah, Zach, you're still up, so I'll leave it back to you.
I think for some of the stuff they're working on with the medical industry of kind of being able to change how we look at maybe doing skin grafts and things in the future using DNA cells, we need something this close. We can't do multi-day sending up, multi-day sending back. We need to have that kind of direct access for it. But I think we're getting to that point where all of them are going to be necessary. We're getting those different views. And I think James Webb is really going to show that in, what can we see so different from here with Hubble versus doing a bigger mission out to that L2 point. Let's see the difference. Obviously, it's a different type of telescope as well, but is it necessary? I think so, and I think there's so much we get out of space that we just take for granted. So much stuff that we've gotten from the Apollo program and from the ISS program that we use every day. So I think we need both.
Nick has literally raised his hand in the Zoom, so I'm going to pass it to Nick because you can actually see his hand raised up. So, Nick, your thoughts?
Obviously, been doing a lot of Zoom over the last 2 years.
We've all gotten very good at it at this point. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, microgravity is the big thing that so many different uses are there for, and low Earth orbit is fine for that, or middle Earth orbit. Lunar wouldn't be microgravity at all, so I'm not sure what's find it better on 1/6G than zero, effectively 0G. And the L2 point seems a very long way to go. I mean, the main benefit is stuff that you get sun shield, where you can get some sun shielding. You're behind the Earth, you're not quite in the, are you? But I can't see the point of going a long way to go to L2. Whereas low Earth orbit's quick up, quick down, and lots of microgravity for all the stuff you might want to do there.
I think I would agree with L2. Well, I think I would agree with L2. I think the big thing for me, at least with the International Space Station, it is still protected by a magnetosphere to a pretty large degree. So, radiation bombardment and deep space observation is really difficult for us to do actual science on. So if we're going to use this as a way to send humans to distant worlds, our own moon or Mars, you don't have all of the data necessary. And Liam has, now you're all raising your hands in Zoom, so I'll pass it over. I'll pass it over to Liam, who's raised his hand.
So really what I'm chatting about is to do with microgravity experiments, which cannot really be done anywhere other than microgravity, of course. So I think the moon is a perfect long-term place, I think, for us to establish a base where we're doing those kinds of experiments that are appropriate in a lower gravity environment. But and partly that's just because I'm, ever since Space 1999, I've just wanted there to be a lunar base. But microgravity, I think that's where there are ability to do the kinds of experiments that cannot be done in a gravity-based environment. So I don't think we're ever not going to be in a position where it will be valuable to have a low Earth orbit space station. So I'm really looking forward to the developments coming up, for having those kinds of low Earth orbit space stations still in existence. Obviously now, with the recent release today of NASA's information about the Biden-Harris administration, speaking to guaranteeing the space station is going to be there until 2030. So that just came out today on New Year's Eve, a Friday, a slow news day. So, and just where we're going in that area. So, yeah. That's where I am with that. I think there's experiments in low Earth orbit that still need to happen there. And yet, I still want to have a base on the moon.
Oh, don't we all, though? I think we're all excited to go back to the moon. Mars is fun, too, but there's something about the moon where you can just walk outside and you can look up at night and you can point at it and everyone knows where it is and what it is, right? Mars is a little bit harder. Go ahead, John. No audio, John. Unmute. We still can't hear you, John. Unmute your microphone. There you go. There you go. There you go.
I guess
Awkward
I was
Zoom
mute
moments.
the whole time. It's like I don't know. Anyhow, what we've, in the next 50 years, I see us developing the cislunar economy. Low Earth orbit is for basically manufacturing in the microgravity environment, where it's closer to the Earth, where you can manufacture stuff like, really good fiber optics, and also they're talking about what was it? Making human parts organs and stuff like that in microgravity. That would pay, the bill for doing it there. The moon and such is a place for resources, and also a kind of a place to build as a kicking off point. So over time, we'll build an economy between the Earth and the moon, and that will be built up enough to where we are ready to really, jump off into deeper space. The stuff like Mars, I love what Elon's doing with Starship and stuff, and we need Starship, don't get me wrong. But, Starship can be used for more than a cannonball run to Mars before we are ready. So, that's kind of the way I'm seeing it. So we need it all. We need LEO, GEO, lunar. We need to establish ourselves there. We need to get used to living in microgravity and in situations where radiation is really high, because we're basically outside of the Earth's magnetic belt to protect us. And we'll learn, we'll adapt, and then we'll move on. And, that's kind of the way I see it. So,
Jared, you had your hand up. Do you still, then you took it down. Do you still have I can hand it to you?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I think one of the things that we really forget about with the International Space Station is that it's been up and operating since 1998, and it's had a continuous human presence for over 21 years now, and that's been extremely valuable in learning how to perform a mission over a very long period of time. Before the International Space Station, the United States had done 84 days maximum on Skylab 4. We hadn't even touched 3 months, so we really didn't know how to actually run long duration missions. And if you're going to go somewhere like Mars, you're 2.5 years total on a mission for that, if you want to return, at least. If you're going to stay, then you're going to be obviously there permanently, and you kind of need to understand long-term operations. So that's a very advantageous thing to me for low Earth orbit, mostly because if something goes wrong, you can get back very, very quickly. But yeah, I just a little thing, because I know a lot of people say that the International Space Station is useless. It's we've been stuck there in low Earth orbit and other things, but at the same time, to me, being in low Earth orbit for 20 years, we've kind of ended up learning how to actually run a mission for 20 years, and that's pretty long, and that's going to be very handy for us once we go out further.
Jared, I'm going to have to buy you Starlink in 2022. Your bandwidth is terrible. But we got you. We heard you. All right. So, Mike, you started us off with the 2021 stuff, and I'm going to have you start us off again with 2022 looking forward. What are you most excited about in 2022?
There's a lot of stuff to be excited about. I think J-Dub unfolding and maybe finding aliens. That would be pretty cool in 2022. Maybe even maybe there might be a little drama with the unfolding, but if it all gets settled out, that would be fine. But a little excitement is always fun. Psyche, I think.
Well, hang on. I'm going to pause you on that one. A little excitement is fun for everyone but the engineers who designed it. It might be fun for you, but there are people who are sweating bullets on right now up until it's actually operational.
Yeah. No excitement on JW. No. We've had enough. $10 billion delays. No excitement. Let's get it out there and turn it on.
It wouldn't be epic if that were all it is. You launch it into L2 and you just flip a switch and it's on.
Let's do it.
I'm sorry. All right. So Mike, continue.
Yeah, I think I was saying, I think the Psyche mission is going up this or next year. That's going to be exciting. Obviously, seeing a orbital Starship launch, if that is approved, would be amazing. Perseverance still trucking. Curiosity is still trucking. So just watching that, watching that daily click as or Sol, that daily Sol clicking away is always fun. What else? What am I forgetting? Oh, we're gonna have a whole bunch of cool landings on the moon, hopefully, right? So we're gonna start a whole new page of some private people landing stuff on the moon. Maybe some cryptocurrency landing on the moon. I don't know I don't even really know what a cryptocurrency is. If anyone could explain it, that'd be great. But yeah, I think
why did you do that? Why did you do that? You doomed the channel now. Oh, man. What are you doing to us?
Feel free to tweet me and give me some financial advice on crypto. That'd be great.
And that'd be the
Quick,
movie.
everyone make an NFT of Mike.
Yeah. I believe the European Space Agency is sending a mission. I think it's called like Juicy or Juice. That's going to go sniff out. I think some moons of. I think it's. I don't know, Jared. Catch me if I'm wrong. Saturn, Jupiter, one of the big ones.
Go to Jupiter.
So that'll be cool. What else? One thing I'll say. It's going to be a little boring, but I think it's cool, is just watching that James Webb website. I mean, I think that for the average citizen, just being able to like track something like that over a website is pretty cool too. So I've caught myself checking that out. And so if they keep doing that with other missions, that'll be a really cool thing to keep an eye on,
Well, I want to give Zach a quick shout out because I think Zach, is it your channel that actually has a live stream going 24/7 of the James Webb? It's basically got like this timeline on the bottom, a count up, I think it is. I'm trying to remember it off the top of my head. I've actually gone to it a couple times on YouTube just to do a real quick like status check of where we are. It's actually a really great little asset that he's got going on. So if you are interested in, like, Zach, how can people find that live stream?
I'll grab a link. Thanks for checking it out. Yeah. We love that the website's there, and I think, like Mike and many others have said, we hope that NASA does this more and other agencies as well, because I think I've been absolutely blown away, and like, not statistics or anything, because it doesn't matter, but we all want more people to watch it. We've had millions of views in the last 96 hours of this. That's how excited people are, and like, we're talking with people in the chat around the world. And the amazing part is we've had numbers of people from the James Webb team dropping in the chat and talking with people and answering questions, because there are a lot of them that have built it that aren't necessarily going to do anything now, are just as anxious to see if their kind of baby actually deploys and works, but they want to be surrounded in a community. So it's been neat for that, but I'll grab a link for that.
Yeah, drop it in the chat room, and then Jada can try to bring it up on, and so everyone can see it, because it's actually pretty cool.
It helps with the anxiety. It's like a big James Webb Xanax. You can just check in, make sure everything's okay, and then go back to whatever you're doing.
I feel like that is the title of the show, a James Webb Xanax.
Yeah.
Jared might need one of those, or two.
Or 29, or 344.
Or 300. Yeah, it's not 344. It's not 344. Anyone? Let's go to Steve. Actually, what are you excited for in 2022?
Hey, thanks. So I'm really appreciative of the engagement of the space agencies to elevate their coverage of their events, and I think that's a nod to channels like TMRO and coverage of SpaceX, channels like Dr. Becky and Scott Manley and Boca Chica Mary, just generating interest and showing what people really want to see and how engaged they are. And I think James Webb, if you go out there right now, you can tell how many miles they are away from Earth right now. They're just so close to 50% of the way there. one of the things I've learned from that site is just, I was thinking once you get off Earth, you're done with Earth's gravity, but you're not. JWST is fighting Earth's gravity the whole way. Its cruising speed is reducing the entire way out to L2. It's amazing to watch how its velocity is reducing as it gets out to L2. It's so amazing how powerful gravity is. Even almost 500,000 miles away from Earth, it's still dragging on stuff. It's still pulling it in. It's amazing. It's crazy. So in the next year, I'm worried about Kessler effects in satellite space and garbage collection and low Earth orbit. I think the Russians did a crazy thing this year, blowing up a satellite in low Earth orbit and just creating a mess that everybody has to keep track of.
To be fair, they're not the first ones to do it, right? So Russia did it, China did it, the United States has done it.
Absolutely, but you'd think we'd know by now.
They did it big time, bigger than
not
anyone else, though.
This is not a good thing to do.
They had a reason.
I think an evolving story that's going to happen, I think in the next few years, is this Bernardinelli Bernstein comet that's coming. I think this comet is a huge comet that's coming into the inner solar system, and I think we have a great opportunity to kind of observe this heavenly body that's coming in, and I think we should really think out of the box of our opportunity to kind of go study this body. And I can't wait to see what people come up with on that. But that's what I'm looking forward to.
So someone, and I missed who it was, someone said that Russia had a good reason for the ASAT test. Well, I don't actually know what that reason is.
I believe they did it as this. I don't want to sound like, conspiracy or anything like that, but there are strategic reasons that Russia did that, not just as a message to say we can do it, but countries like Russia and China are not happy, I would say, about Starlink, because Starlink can impede on the security of their states. And, where I think the anti-satellite hit the satellite was in approximately close to the orbits where Starlink is at. And I think with the growth of SpaceX internationally, in the context of more of a strategic overlook, they are impeding on these other nations. And it's like what happened recently with the Chinese space station, where they said they had to maneuver their space station to avoid a Starlink satellite. I think this is going to be more and more of a problem for Starlink and SpaceX as a whole. And so that's why I think that was a message. It wasn't the entire message that Russia sent, but it was part of the message that Russia sent with using, doing an anti-satellite direct demonstration in Earth orbit so late, when just about everyone could do it, including India. So
I hope that's not the case. I don't know why they did it. Like if that is true, it seems very childish of them. But what do I know?
Yeah, who else was up live when that happened? I was too. It was another one of those moments where I got to hear the space to ground traffic of the astronauts being woken up early in order to deal with that.
They put their own cosmonauts in danger by doing that.
Yeah.
Like,
It's just absolutely ridiculous, and the amount of debris now. Thankfully, it's being tracked a lot more accurately than it used to be, but nevertheless, just extraordinary. And that was another point where we got to hear, because the crew had to safe haven into their respective spacecraft, that there was the time when that was the first time that SpaceX had to deal with their spacecraft being used in that manner. And there was some very interesting space-to-ground traffic where Hawthorne was on the line, Mission Control Houston was on the line, and you could hear everyone dealing with what they were having to do as far as procedurally to deal with this. And the question was whether they should prepare to leave if the Crew Dragon had a hit. And it was an interesting conversation where Houston overruled what was one of the comments was, yes, you should just we'll get you to undock and leave right away. And then Houston said, no, we're going to belay that. We will have you all go back into the station and we'll assess from there. So it was a very interesting, to be a fly on the wall. It still amazes me that we get that opportunity with space to ground traffic on one of the live video feeds.
I feel bad for the Houston controllers because I feel like the end of 2021 for them was just like filled with extra excitement, and they must have all aged a decade in the last month of the year or so, month or two. Like, not fun.
Some very interesting Twitter live tweets from the flight controllers and flight directors where they were really reacting to that. So, you were getting the sense they were remaining professional in the places they needed to be, out there in the public. But you could very, very well see that this was not the kind of shift that they wanted to wake up and walk into handling in mission control.
Yep. Yeah. Let's move on to the last part that I kind of wanted to talk about with everyone, which is what made you a space geek? Like, what was that tipping point for you where you're like, I love this stuff. This is a lot of fun. And let's start with Derek, because Derek's got his hand up. Let's start over there, assuming that's the topic you wanted to talk about. But if you've got another topic, because you
is. Yeah, I mentioned this briefly to you right before we started. But for me, as a kid, the first rocket, for me, I always had a passing interest because I lived in Florida and I got to see a few shuttles as a kid. But Ares 1 and Ares 5 to me were the first rockets I ever followed closely in development. Mm-hmm. Particularly, I remember every day going to NASA.gov and looking what's the newest thing on Ares 1. And, I didn't know about any of the space news stuff. I didn't know about the community. I was just a kid wanting to see my Apollo program take place. And it's weird being where we are now because it's so different. And yet I feel like we are in the strongest space program we've ever had. I mean, what space program in history has had 2 super heavy lift rockets potentially coming online within 2 weeks of each other? Like, that is unheard of. And yet that's what we're looking at next year. And it was those kind of things because my mom, she got to see the Apollo 11 launch in person. And, I'm sitting here thinking, wow, I'm going to get to see that in my lifetime now that I've dreamed of since I was extremely little. So that's what got me into it. And I like spreading that to other people, getting them excited about it because it is exciting. So.
what's really interesting is you're talking about Ares 1 and Ares 5. And there is, and Primal Duo on Twitter would be very angry at me saying this, but there's heritage from Ares 5 in Space Launch System. So all of that stuff that you were excited about with the Ares 5 kind of worked its way through the government bureaucracy and ended and solidified on Space Launch System. So you've actually kind of watched it from the beginning.
Yeah, I mean, really, SLS and Ares 5, there's a lot of fundamental differences, but capability-wise, especially once we get to Block 1B and Block 2, it's what I've been following since day one, and we're watching that unfold here. And now, alongside of it, now we're effectively going to have a space shuttle that we can then refuel and send it out to the moon with it. And we're building an insanely strong space program, and I think next year we're going to see a lot more people start to realize that having all of this available is better than having just one of it.
Ryan, thank you very much for the image. He posted this in Discord. It renders a little bit funny on our systems, but you'll get the idea. Yeah. And that is that is Space Launch System and an Ares 5. And it's not to say that Ares 5.
The difference.
Yeah, it's not to say that Ares 5 is the Space Launch System. I don't think that's a fair comparison. I think what I'm saying is there's a pathway from Ares 5 to Space Launch System.
Absolutely.
You get to SLS through the Ares 5. Yeah. So awesome. Let's actually, Liam, you're next in the quad view. We're moving across the quad view. It's not a quad view. It's a octave view, I guess. Liam, what got you passionate about space? What was that tipping point for you?
It was, and I'm an Apollo child. So I was 6 years old in the UK. So that was what really just established my interest in space. I was just that 6-year-old who was the reason why my dad was forced to stay up all night because we didn't know when the BBC were going to be sharing the first moonwalk. And for us, although it landed at 9 p.m.-ish, I think UK time for me, the actual walk was going to be variably at some future time. So my dad stayed up, sitting in front of the TV, and then we all got woken up early in the morning to view the first footprints of mankind on the moon. And I've just been enthralled in that view of us as human beings ever since then. I've got to say a 6-year-old can feel that just as hard as anyone else can. And I think that's something for all of us to remember. Although, now I'm getting on a little bit in my years. It's something, I think, Derek, what you said really called to me. You're 19 years old, but, you found a way that there was something that got to you that had you get interested. And we've all got to find our own ways to do it. And I've got to say for 2022, I think that's what I'm looking forward to, are all of those opportunities where a whole new crop of people can find their own reason to be inspired by what we can do as humankind when we work together. That's what it really all means to me. It's just amazing. If only at 6 years old, I'd realized that, hey, just because the UK's own space program dies on the vine, so to speak, the Black Hour, I think it was called, and we gave up doing anything in space at that time, I realize now, hey, I could have just still set my sights to come over to the USA and work at NASA. Now I get my own version of that, being an education partner with the ISS National Lab. But that's what I think is available to all of us, is being inspired in your own way. There's so many different ways that you can find your place in space.
Find your place in space. I like alliteration. That's fun. Thank you, Liam. Jared, I know we did a bunch of the stuff in the beginning before I kind of was like, this is too formal. Let's break it up. Did we get to how you became a space nerd? I don't remember.
No, we didn't touch on that, but I can definitely, talk about it a little bit. So.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's I pretty much blame my parents. I was very lucky as a kid, and I had parents that were very supportive of me and very much like, oh, you want to go try dance class? Well, you'd be the only boy there, but go for it, and gone and make it happen. So my dad working at Northrop, I had to pull this down, obviously. You're probably well familiar with some of my dad's best work there. That and getting to see things like that. And then my mom pursuing that and really just feeding that desire that I had to be just to learn as much as I could and soak everything up like a sponge. And living near JPL, that's pretty much what that was like my bread and butter as a kid growing up. Like, yeah, sure, shuttle was happening, but I had JPL in the backyard. So things like things that I remember are things like Mars Pathfinder, the first rover we landed on Mars, or I'm trying to think of all the missions. Deep Space One was one that I can remember. I was like, an ion engine? What the heck is that? Oh, that sounds so cool. So all these different missions happening in my own backyard, getting to go to JPL and see these things during JPL open houses, and my parents basically saying, go for it, and whatever you need, we'll make it happen. That definitely got me interested in spaceflight, and basically has led to where I am today, which is here on Tomorrow and elsewhere, and having a great time sharing the universe with everyone.
You've got a fun, exciting future ahead of you. I'm excited to see where that goes in 2022.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully great things for you.
Yeah.
I think we hit a couple of Children of Apollo next. Next up with Nick, how did you become, I'm going to have to assume Apollo, but like what got you attached to space? What made you a passionate space nerd?
Well, I talked about it earlier, Apollo 8 onwards, watching on live TV. The landings as well, incredibly dramatic with the aircraft carriers in the Pacific and helicopters and all that. That was just amazing. Got me hooked. I mean, I guess I was aware of Gemini before that. I think Mercury, I was just too young. And Gemini didn't get really live coverage on TV that I remember. There may have been some, but it's black and white and very grainy as far as I remember anything. And I still don't know if I was watching any of it live. But beyond that, it's been human spaceflight that's really been of interest to me. Although things like Falcon, landing that first booster, that was something, wasn't it? And so now it's Starship for me. The science stuff is interesting and so on, but some of it works, some of it doesn't. They last a few years, and the missions sort of aren't getting the publicity after the first enthusiasm, at least publicly. But the Starship will just change everything if it succeeds. And that's, going to be the big watch for me for 2022.
The next child of Apollo is Steve, right? So, same question to you. How did you become a hardcore space nerd?
It's been several iterations, really. Apollo, of course, I was, maybe 6 or 7 when the walk happened, and it's one of my first memories I can put a date to. But it stayed with me my whole life. Shuttle, the whole disaster happened on live TV during my college years, and just it was heartbreaking to lose these people dedicated their lives to the betterment of our understanding of our place in the world. Folks, I guess I took a hiatus from there, kind of took a break, but found my way back to space through outlets like TMRO, actually. Just a passionate expression of things going on in space, and a community of people that really genuinely cared about how we reach out to what's out there. And just, between Jared and Jamie and Dutta and the whole whole folks there at TMRO are just really thankful for your commitment to telling us what's going on every week. It's hard to stay up with everything going on at the moment, but one of the most endearing things I can say is the ingeniousness of NASA and the human spirit to overcome obstacles. The stuck high gain antenna, how are they going to fix this problem? And they noodled over it, and had the smartest people in the world thinking about the physics of having this device so far away from us and being able to think of rotating it to oscillate its temperature to create a physical manifestation in a device that's so far away from us and correct a problem. Unbelievable. As a software person, hardware always boggles my mind because it really has to work. Software you can always patch. Hardware has to work.
Sometimes you have to patch hardware too.
It's so amazing, so amazing. So just the ingenuity of humans, of what we've done, really has inspired me.
So next on the list is Zach, not a child of Apollo. I assume you're not really a child of shuttle either. Are you, like, your generation is Artemis? Like an upcoming generation. Is that a fair assessment?
Yeah, kind of the middle. I was born right at the end of 95, the end of December of 95. So I was lucky enough to catch kind of a decade of the shuttle, but obviously as a young kid through it. I don't really know where space entered the home, but it was just something that was there. My grandfather was a ham radio operator. And one of my, earliest memories as a kid, I was drawing Space Shuttle at 3. That was one of the first things as a kid that I obsessed over drawing accurately. But as a kid, being a ham radio operator, we had the opportunity to talk to the station a few times. And I think from that point, from this room actually, but from that point on, space seemed accessible, even though it was very much not at that point. It was, we'll just go downstairs and we'll call the space station if they're flying overhead and talk to an astronaut. Why not? Didn't do it often, but it was a really neat thing to know that that's what, that with technology we could do that, and then seeing how technology evolved. Followed shuttle extremely closely to the point where a local restaurant put in a TV so we could watch the shuttle one night, and that was watching their first shuttle launch. They were from Greece, and just seeing people get excited about that. I got to go down to Kennedy as a kid, I think it was 8 or 9. Didn't get to see a shuttle launch, unfortunately, but threw enough of a hissy fit to do the level 9 tour where you actually went out to the pad. It was a big hissy fit to make sure we did that. But I wanted to see that pad in person, and I wasn't getting away with it without going. And we were lucky enough the VAB doors were open and they were working on a shuttle. And, you got to see the SRB with the shuttle in there just peeking through. And I was like, okay, that's real. That's what I watch at home. And then seeing the pad, and then this year getting to go down and see Inspiration 4 for my first launch in person. I think kind of just reinvigorated it. I was lucky enough to speak with Jared right after the announcement of Inspiration 4 and kind of get to know his passion and heart behind it, and then be connected with him through the mission. And then being down there as a guest with him to see it was, to be my first launch in person, 1, be a Falcon 9. That's what I would have picked, but 2, to be such a historical mission, which I don't think a lot of the world really picked up on how actually important that mission was, unfortunately. That, these are 4 civilians that 6 months earlier were totally normal. They were like us, not totally normal, but they agreed to get strapped on a rocket. But, they were everyday people that had to go through a whole bunch of training. But it was something that, this isn't years of training through NASA now and hoping to maybe get selected for a mission to the station. It is becoming accessible, and then we're seeing that with suborbital, to the point where it's now a joke on my channel that when we hit 100,000 subscribers, I'm supposed to buy a suborbital flight to space. So I'm not sure where that's going to go.
I don't think the YouTube income quite supports that just yet.
It was a joke at 1,000 subscribers, and now it's getting real that number's ticking up, and it's like, well, we might push that to 1 million. But we'll see. It's just always been there, and I think it's exciting to see it now that it's something that people want to talk about. I feel like when shuttle ended and there was that gap, if you were following SpaceX testing early on, it was like, oh, you're a nerd, you're following this so closely, don't talk about it. But now it's like, well, why aren't you talking about space? There's always, my local news is doing a space report every night now. That's just a normal part of their segment, and we're in Edmonton, Canada, the furthest place from any launch site in the world, but home to the runway where we could have landed it, except we built buildings on it. So yeah.
I would argue the Kodiak Launch Complex in Alaska, you're not that far from it. I mean, you're far from it.
Drive.
You're far from it, but like
it's almost equal to get to Florida.
Really?
I think so.
All right. 18
And that way it's
hours
colder. It's minus 45 here, which is the same Celsius or Fahrenheit, no matter which way you go. It's cold. I'm not going further north.
Yeah, I'm a child from Minnesota, so I remember those temperatures, and it is not fun. Those are, when you hit that temperature, the cold just seeps through the walls and everything. You can't stop it.
When I'm in the basement, so there's only one layer of laminate between me and the concrete of the house, it's fantastic.
You just turn on the studio lights to stay warm at that point. Purposely don't buy LEDs so you get warmer lights.
I'm from Minnesota too, just to let you know. So it's a nice place to be from.
Oh yeah, don't you know, you betcha.
There you go. I spent two winters there, 1994 to 95. I think it was, yeah.
Wait, you were there for 2 years? That doesn't mean you're from Minnesota.
I know, but I pretend that I was just so cold that I forgot where I was originally from.
I was there for 30 years. I much prefer the weather in California. Mike, I don't know if you're a shuttle child or a child of Artemis. What's your generation?
I think in the middle, right in the gap. I'm not. A lady never tells her age, so. The question is why I'm interested in space, because it's freaking awesome. Big explosions, some of the coolest people alive, like astronauts, scientists, doing cool stuff. I mean, nature, people love, going outside, going on nature walks. Well, that's only a small fragment of what nature actually is. Like, there's all sorts of planets and stuff out there that would be really cool to take a little stroll on and check out. So, and how I got involved, it's kind of similar to a lot of people. I was never really into space, I'm, more of a history kind of guy, but went on, it sounds very similar to what Elon has said in interviews, went on one day, when are we going to Mars? And just logged on and was like, oh, we can't. We don't know how yet, or, there's not enough money, no bucks, no start, or no bucks, no Buck Rogers, But so then I kind of landed right in the middle where I could, I think it was one day I saw that first SpaceX video where they were landing the actual capsule and the animation, and I said, ooh, this is kind of interesting. That's never going to work. This will be fun to watch. And so that kind of, and then of course through all the landings of the boosters and all the attempts, that was a lot of fun. And then, you just get swept up in all of it, the science of all of it, that was the second half, it was more the rock and roll, society stuff like that. And you just realize, like, not only is it cool, but there's a lot of beauty in there too. And it's really kind of amazing, just what humans, we're basically, higher apes, and look what we can do. What are we going to do in another 50 years? So I guess that's my little spiel.
I do have a very important follow-up question, which is, what is the name of the puppers you've got that decided to walk up and go to sleep right behind you?
That's her name's, I call her Roxy. Her name's Roxanne.
She's very cute. Very well behaved too. Yeah.
she just wants her dinner. She's waiting for us to wrap up so she can have second dinner.
You said dinner and that ear moved.
If you need to go feed her, like, feel free. Or if you want to bring dinner on camera, that might be fun too. That's a great way to close the show. John, I think you're the final child of Apollo. What got you passionate about space?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, great. I was born in '65, so I was like the first of Generation X. That doesn't really mean much for this, but I really don't remember much of Apollo except for the tail end. And I remember watching the launch of one of the modules off the moon. And when it watched, and I was just a little kid. And when it launched off the moon, there was the, I think it was a Star-Spangled Banner or something like that. So my thought was, as a little kid, that there was a little record player in the landing part. And so that's my earliest memory. My second memory was getting, we had these encyclopedias, books, encyclopedias, A through E. And every year we'd get a new yearbook. And in the yearbook was information about the space shuttle. And it was very artistic, let's say. It illustrated launcher as being a bigger space shuttle with a smaller space shuttle on top of it. And I was really intrigued by that, so it would go up like that and launch and come down. And they showed, all the illustrations of that. And I was really fascinated with that. And so, my interest grew. Come, 1976, the bicentennial of the United States. That is when the Viking landers landed on Mars. And it was a really big deal. And I remember watching on PBS, public television, station, because other stations would not sit there for hours as these lines and lines and lines and lines of images from Mars would come in, and I was just glued to the TV for that. And the same thing happened, and that was like the first real look at the Martian surface. It was amazing, and it was mostly rocky, which is kind of disappointing for some reason because it was kind of boring. But I also had the same experience with Voyager 1 and Voyager 2. And I think Pioneer, but Voyager 1 and Voyager 2, the images that came back were much better, but they were still, I believe, coming back in those lines. So they'd sit there and they'd wait for them to come back. And I remember that one time I was watching the television when Io, the image of Io came in, and they noticed there was, something fuzzy at the horizon of Io. And later on, in the news, they found out that was a volcano, an active volcano. And that was just, astounding, even to a young person as I was at that time. And that was probably 77 or so, I believe, maybe a little later. But, then, I've always seemed to have an interest in space. I don't know when it really began. Maybe it was when I thought the record was playing on the lunar lander as it lifted off with the Star-Spangled Banner and stuff like that. But I was really into the space shuttle and stuff too. And I'll tell you guys, I felt the delays of the space shuttle just as we have the delays of SLS and stuff like that now. And I remember, God, what was it, 81, when they launched the first shuttle. That was like the apex, you know, at that time for me.
It reminds me of the quote from Battlestar Galactica. Yeah, all of this has happened before. It will all happen again. Something along those lines. Some good sci-fi. Also, similar question to you. I see a very clean kitten behind you. What's their name? What's their story?
Her name is Miri. Once upon a time, there were two little girls going door to door to try and find a house for the cat. And I had two cats at the time, and I said yes with a sight unseen. And I took her in, and she was like a little kitten, like this big.
Aww.
And I asked the girl, you know, what's her name? And she said Mary. And I said, okay. Mary just didn't seem right to me. And being a Star Trek fan, there is a show called Miri, Miri, and which fit, and that's how she got her name.
That is adorable. And going back to Mike, like, this is Pet's hour at this point. Mike, did you feed her? Does she have her food, or is she still waiting? Oh, you're muted. That's fine. No. You're dealing. You have puppy. It's okay, but it's adorable.
She can wait. She's good. She's good at waiting. But yeah, she'll be mowing down here in a few minutes, I'm sure. Same as me.
And closing it out, Liam, I forgot. So I think you moved in my multi-view, and I was having a hard time keeping track of everyone. Did we get to your origin story, or I forget?
You did. I'm all orangeed out. Apollo 11.
And Ryan, I think we did your origin story in the beginning. I feel bad because, like, we've got to get you, like, more hosty in the show. You sat there a lot, and you got to be really tired.
It's brilliant. We should do it like this time every week. This is fantastic. It's not even midnight yet.
Yeah, we got, 18 minutes for you before it's midnight? Is that right?
Yeah, it's like less than that. I do have to do one thing now, though, because if not, my dad will kill me. He got me a present, a pre-Christmas present.
Ooh, all right, yeah.
That's if you want to go to my feed.
Do you have his full screen feed working?
It's sideways.
Yeah, so your normal not sideways feed. Hold it sideways.
It'll work better.
This will be better. Yeah, this will be great. It's in space. You know what? It's space. Okay. There's no up. There's no up in space. Oh my God! I know what this is. I know what this is, and I love it. Jared, Jared, be ready. You ready, Jared?
I'm waiting. I'm gonna have to wait on the feed to see it.
Oh, you can't see right now?
No, I can't see it through Zoom, but I've got the feed open. So.
Go onto the YouTube stream. You'll see it.
I'll describe it for you though. It's a James Webb shirt. It has the James Webb Space Telescope on the front, and the text in giant text on the back, 344.
That shirt is amazing. Oh my God.
That's a beautiful view of the James Webb, and then you put that on the back. Okay, I see how it is.
I mean, that's how it goes, though. Like, that's...
Yeah.
So I think this was, for me at least, this was a really fun show. I hope everyone enjoyed it. It was kind of a little bit of a format change. I try not to change the format too much because I know everyone gets angry with me. But, again, the whole point of these shows was to, be a social conversation about space and just sit down with space nerds and geek out over space. For the scripted news program where you're just getting what's happening this week in space, that would be Ryan and Jared, but Ryan right now at least. You're both kind of as Ryan doing space news. And that's a different show. It's a different thing. This is a conversational show. So hopefully one of those two works for you. Maybe both of them work for you. One thing you can do, so for those of you who are submitting possible show titles, you can actually go and vote for those. You go to tmro.showbot.tv. I'll post that into the chat room really quick. You can go in and you can select which your favorite one was and vote for the title of this particular show based on what everyone else based on what everyone else submitted. So that's also a new feature, kind of fun. The whole idea of these shows is that you're community driven. Like, that's the point here. Also, I want to, the community does also help to pay for the show. Thank you, Dud. I almost forgot about this part until you brought it up. This is why having a preview screen over here is great. These are the citizens of tomorrow who help pay for the show month after month and, keep the station on orbit. There's a lot of fuel costs that go into keeping this really, right? Like, there's a lot of, it's surprisingly expensive.
We really should have put the station at L2.
We really should have. We have also got our orbital subscribers. Again, there are different levels of subscription, whatever makes sense for you. You can go all the way down to $1 per month, which we realized is like less than one coffee. You can get 0.3 coffees or something like that for our lowest level of subscription. You know what? Every single dollar helps. And then we also have our ground support. I almost said patrons, that's going back a ways, members who help to contribute to the show. And I did change the order of everything. It is now sorted by the amount of time that you've been a member. Before it was just kind of willy-nilly, whereas now it is sorted by the longer you've been a member, the higher up in the chart you are, which does kind of suck for our patrons. I'm sorry, because I can't cheat that system. I have no way of knowing. But yeah, thank you again to everyone who has supported the shows through we're going on 14 years now, if you can believe it. We've been doing this for 14 years. This is Orbit 14. Oh my gosh. Wow, how time flies. Lots of things have changed. And actually, Ryan did a really cool year-end montage. So now he's asking, do we do this in the stream or do we just publish it straight to YouTube? By the way, you could just ask me. You can interrupt me at any time.
I didn't want to interrupt you thanking all of the fantastic people who give us money.
That's fair. Donna, do you have that montage in Casper by chance?
Let me look.
So Ryan, do you want to awkwardly talk with me for a moment while, or does anyone have any final comments?
Yeah.
No.
Is that 2021 Space?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, I do.
All right, we've not tried this. We have no idea if it's going to work. I have no idea if the audio is going to work. Let's go ahead and try to roll it and see what happens.
Let me see if I can find it. Okay. DDR audio channel. Rusty button pushing.
I thought I was ready to toss. I wasn't ready to toss. There we go. I see it changing.
To all you kids down there, I was once a child with a dream. If we can do this, just imagine what you can do. Hey!
Yeah. Oh. Ha.
I don't know.
Oh, that was really great, Ryan. We're going to publish a
Thank you
version of
much.
that doesn't have the audio jumping. Sorry, we didn't test that beforehand, so we didn't know the audio wasn't jumping. I know that sound. That's Casper CG jumping and not able to properly decode the video. So that's on us. Sorry, but we'll post a version of that in its original form on our YouTube channel without me laughing. I'm watching that, and there was a lot of memories that I had in there, Ryan. Like, I remember lots of late nights at the office, a lot of amazing moments, a lot of very stressful moments. It was a pretty, 2021 had a lot of interesting things with the pandemic and just in general and the world as a whole. But space was pretty amazing the entire year. We did some awesome stuff in aerospace in 2021, and 2022 is looking to be even better than 2021, if you can imagine that. So I'm really, really excited for what our tomorrow will bring. Haha, I see what I did there.
Keeping it on brand.
Keeping it on brand. We've got 6 minutes until the 5 minutes until. Thanks, Ryan. Thanks, Ryan. That's great. Until the official start of 2022 in Coordinated Universal Time. And this is our last 2021 show, so I'm going to end it right before New Year's and wish everyone a great, happy 2022. I will say that Emery joined us at the very last moment. He's down here in the lower right-hand corner. And we are going to stay live with our members. And so if you would like to continue the live conversation with us, become a member. Even the lowest membership tier for even $1 per month will allow you to watch the membership, and it gives you the pre-show and the post-show. So we'll continue that. We'll get into the new year with our members. For everyone else, thank you so much for watching. This has been a ton of fun. I would love comments as to how you thought the show format worked. Is this something you'd like to see in the future? Do you want me to prune it down? Like, what were the pros and cons of doing it this particular way? And on that note, we'll see everyone in 2022. All right, members. So for those of you on Zoom, you are not obligated to stay at all. Emery, I would like to talk with you if you have a little bit of time. Like, you popped in and we didn't have an opportunity to talk to you in the live show, but like, great to have you here. It's always fun to see you. I was looking at DeLoreans earlier today and thinking of you. So, I'll just kind of ask you the same questions I was asking everyone else. Like, what were some of your favorite moments of 2021? Space moments. Moments.
Last 2 years kind of blurs. I try to remember what was.
That's a real issue. Yeah, like remembering what happened in 2020 versus 2021. Heck, even 2019, really, for me.
Yeah. Geez. I guess mostly. I've been so busy. It's been crazy. I'm working on 6 projects at once. It's been really nuts. And the STP-3 launch in November, Atlas 5 out of Florida. The STP-Sat-6 that's on that mission I worked on, so that's one of my favorite bits from that. And Jamie, you probably...
All right. Okay. So now I should be back here now that I'm done with tomorrow. All right. And I don't know how many people are with me because tomorrow is still going in its post show, which, I mean, like, it should. So just do a quick blast out on Twitter, make sure people know that I'm there. And hello to everybody. How's it going? I'm back, just hanging out with everybody. I believe someone is here. I don't know if they're ready to come on camera yet or not. Such as yourself. Hi. Are you ready to come on camera? Sure. Okay.
You want that chair?
Okay, hold on a second.
Okay. Before I trip on it and fall and break my neck.
Hi, we're dealing with logistics. So, much like the entire world, especially America. So what we're gonna do is that we could take a quick 5-minute break. I will let this mysterious person continue to be mysterious to all of you. So don't say who you are. So
I said nothing.
Yeah, and the dog is here to make sure that you don't do that as well. So we're gonna be right back. What we're basically gonna be doing is getting ready to have a spot for where all the food is gonna be at, we're gonna go ahead and get that ready to go. So we'll be right back. Hi, everyone. Glad to have you here right now. I have the sound off because you probably don't want to hear everything moving around the house right now. We're getting ready to resume this stream, which is going to be going for another 8 hours and 55 minutes. But who's counting? Me. So we're getting ready to move some stuff around. So you are going to see this kind of bounce a little bit. So don't worry, we're not having an earthquake because Betty White is gone. We're just moving tables and chairs and things around so that we can have better logistics for when we start jamming out the snacks as we go down here. So stand by. You're going to see some stuff. I can't guarantee if it'll be things that you can't believe, but you'll figure it out. All right. Well, hi, everybody. We're officially back now, which means that I can introduce the mysterious person who's sitting right next to me, which is this is my partner, Ray. Glad to have you here. Finally, on air. On air.
On air.
On air. Live. On air.
Live on air.
So, live at 5. Is it almost 5? It is all. No. No. Not at all. But we're now officially moving into our third hour with this here. Hi, Colt. Good to have you back. Let's go ahead and just jump into the chat room because that's a big thing about these streams that I always like is just interacting with people. Mm-hmm. So this is your first time with me dragging you onto one of these. Kind of working with that. Okay. Give me a moment. We're working with things here, so now I have to jump into here. Okay, so hello, Julie.
Hello.
Glad to have you. Glad to have you on here. David, talking about the tomorrow episode. Thank you so much. Yeah, I really did enjoy having the long list that I guess ruined whole stuff for everything. Look, the whole internet is waving hello at you.
I know.
Can you believe it? So
I cannot.
And of course, we've got Colton there as well. Which Colt, if you want to hijack tomorrow and tell everybody watching to come watch me, I recommend that. I'm just kidding, Colt. So yeah, we're just kind of hanging out here today.
Taking it easy.
Yeah, taking it very easy, indeed. And we should be having some pretty cool stuff coming down the food pipeline, I think, pretty soon.
Oh, yeah.
Gonna get some help going in there. I have no idea what is actually occurring in the kitchen at the moment, but I do know that the kitchen is occurring. That's for sure. So.
This should say it all.
What's that?
Oh,
I know it's coming down. I know it's coming down the pipeline. That's nice. So that's going to be very good. I wonder what that could possibly be. Is it from earlier today, or are we going to eat it very short? I don't know. We're about to find out. Anyways, yeah, it's good. Did you cook any of it, Julie's asking. With it. So, yeah. No, I have not. But I will probably be helping make snacks tonight as we go on to things. So just to let you know, got Italian meatballs.
Nice.
Probably put that in barbecue sauce.
Oh, yeah.
With that, right? Good stuff.
Good.
Buffalo chicken bites, boneless. So, because you don't want bones in the bites. That's not it's not really good. So anybody who was thinking of putting bones in bite-sized things, just don't do it. And then mini tacos, like Jack in the Box has. So, what's up? Wait, you got pizza rolls as well? Yeah. My goodness, we've got the I live in my basement, my parents' basement snack pizza rolls. This is a glorious moment for all of us here. So, pretty good with it. So, okay. Yeah, Cole, I'm not going to push it just because it's not mine to push. So, anyways. So Julie's asking, do you like to cook, and what are some of your best recipes? I love to cook, and
I cook for a paycheck.
Yes. It's one of the things you do. Didn't necessarily need to talk about it today. So, because mostly I was going to talk about indie gaming with you and game development and things like that, because you're making one. But we are starting with cooking, so I guess, I guess if we are going to talk about cooking, you can talk about that. If you want to, you don't have to. Just know that anything you say can and will be used against you.
I mean, it is the internet.
It is the internet. The internet's forever, so... but yeah, I definitely enjoy cooking, and I know that you do too. Come here, you little snot.
When I'm not tired of
Missy
doing
is
it at work.
Come here. Stop.
Indignant little creature.
There you go. So, what's up? Are you gonna get on the table? What if I just put you on the table? What would you do if I just put you on the table? There you go. Look at her. She sat down. She's like, okay, well, I'm here. I guess I'm going to sit. Oh, my gosh. You are shocking. You're a shocking animal. Absolutely.
Oh, my God.
She's looking at Missy, come here. No, don't go that far, okay? So, what's up? Who's to see her? Oh, yeah, I showed it to the internet, so now people will be mad at me. So, all right, get out. So, what's up?
You've given her a taste of power.
Yeah, I have. She's gonna get drunk on her what's up?
Her hair.
What happened to her hair?
Open hole.
What's up?
It looks like a part of her tail.
Oh, yeah, hairs from her tail frequently
Okay, where's the table? Oh,
get pulled out. So, what's up?
Where's the tablecloth?
Right on the table. The tablecloths are on the table.
That's where they should be.
So, we can do it.
No, I can do it.
You can just jump up there.
I just wanted to set up so I could do it.
Real quick. I do need to fix the cords, though. So,
Yeah, I might need a cord, but I got lots of cords.
okay. I've also got the power strip here if you need that. You're most certainly
I
welcome
don't think so.
to take that.
I
So,
think I just need 3 cords.
anyways, yeah. So cooking. What's up with cooking?
What do we cook?
I don't know. What do you like to cook? What's some of your favorite stuff to cook?
Oh, I honestly don't cook much at home anymore just because of work.
Uh-huh.
It's one of those things, you do it all day, and you kind of want to break from it. So
Yeah.
when I do though, God, when was the last time I actually cooked something proper?
Well, I know we made a curry once here.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's
like yellow curry or something.
That was something I definitely loved to make.
That was my delicious. That was so delicious. I absolutely loved it. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I also do a lot of stir frying.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's kind of the easy thing to do, but I enjoy doing it, and grilling.
Mm-hmm.
And you've had my grilling.
Oh yeah,
too.
definitely. So.
Yeah, that's mostly my bread and butter with cooking.
Yeah, gotcha. I was gonna say, me too. I'm definitely a on the grill kind of person. Gas or charcoal?
Oh, charcoal first.
Yep, charcoal. Absolutely. Gas has no. I have no gas. Charcoal, please. So complete opposite.
Hank Hill, do not interact.
Yeah, well, no, Hank Hill can come here. We're just doing charcoal, not gas. So, because I do take my steak rare like they do. So, what about you?
I'm more of a medium rare.
Okay, yeah, an aristocrat. With that there. What are you doing? Oh, you got a toy? You want to play? Here, give me that. Here, can I have that? No, she ran to her bed. So, no, I may not have her toy. Yeah, so curry and stuff like that. Anything else that you really like to cook?
Once in a while I bake.
Oh, what do you bake?
Mostly the sweet stuff.
Oh.
Cakes and all that.
Oh, what's the best thing you've ever...
Oh my god.
It's for someone who doesn't want me to grab the toy. They sure are having a good time. So, Dog, what are you doing? Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here.
Come here.
Come.
Here.
Here. She minds so well. She's such a obedient dog. I can only imagine what you folks are hearing at home. By the way, we totally forgot to say hello and welcome to 2020 to everybody in England, Ireland, Portugal, Senegal, lots of Western Africa, and Iceland. So basically, if you're on Greenwich Mean Time, Coordinated Universal Time, Zulu Time, or Western European Time, you're now 18 minutes into 2022. So awesome. And Happy New Year to you, if you may be watching from those places. So, oh my God, this is going to drive me up a wall. Suki tried to get in, and Missy was not appreciative of that. So, let me set the stage for you. Missy is in one of the 2 dog beds that we have here, and she's taking it up with her toy. And boy, she's giving hell to that toy, let me tell you. So, what's going on, huh? What's up? Bring me the toy. Come here with your toy, Missy. Having a staring contest. Who's going to win this one? It's not going to be... I'm not going to lose, I'll tell you that. So, what's up? Yep, told you. Told you, she turned around. So, oh, yeah. Oh, jeez, I'm just pushing everything incorrectly here. Yeah. Let's see, Julie says, I've made yellow and red curry sauces for canning in the past.
Nice.
And they were delicious, but a lot of work, and of course steak equals rare. So me and Julie are very good with that. What is korma? Because Julie here is saying my hub, which I guess means husband, makes a mean korma.
I have no idea what korma is.
I don't know what korma is either. So let's go ahead and Google what korma is. My korma ran over your dogma. That looks delicious.
That does look good.
Wow. Okay, I would really like this now.
Where can I get some?
Where can I get some korma? That looks very tasty.
What is it?
Korma is a dish originating in the Indian subcontinent, consisting of meat or vegetables braised with yogurt, water or stock, and spices to produce a thick sauce or gravy. Ooh, I thought somebody was going to say. I actually think I've had korma before. So, at least I want to say I've had something similar to korma before, I think. But I don't know exactly. Korma is kind of like butter chicken. Yeah, I've had that before then. Okay, there's words are being said. This has a commercial. It's not that bad. Homemade is best, of course. Yeah, agree with homemade.
Always best.
Always the good route to go homemade. That's why I bought a whole bunch of frozen snacks for today.
But store bought is fine too.
Yes, it is. As I showed earlier today when I had my store bought happiness and took some of that. It works pretty good. So obviously you cook for a living.
Yeah.
And that's through like where do you cook? If you could talk about it.
I'd cook at Disneyland.
Yeah. So, you cook at one of the restaurants in Disneyland. We don't have to be specific as to which one it is or not. But what's your favorite thing to cook at it?
I just like manning the grills.
Okay, just working the grills and making the magic happen there.
Yeah.
Yeah, nice. Very nice.
It pays the bills.
Yeah, that's
and it gets perks.
Yeah, that's true. There are some good perks that come with that. So, I have to agree with the perks. Works pretty good. So, right? Yeah. That's some pretty cool stuff. And we've got, 11 people watching us. So just remember, everybody, if you have questions, you can definitely send them into the chat. For myself, at least, it is a level of ask me anything. For folks coming on like Ray or my guests that are going to be arriving later, like Christian or Blake, I assume that you will answer to your comfort level, obviously. Yeah. But for me, at least, I'm an ask me anything. Obviously, if I can't talk about it, I can't talk about it. And I'll tell you, most of that's work-related stuff and things like that. But yeah. So if you have any questions or things, throw them into the chat room, just like Julie here saying, Disneyland neat. It's kind of silly, but I came to love gumbo because of Disneyland. So
I mean, their gumbo isn't too bad, and everyone's got to start somewhere.
That's true. I do want to ask though, because I don't know what gumbo is. What the heck is gumbo? Do you know what it is?
It's kind of like a stew. It's from like Louisiana. And
yeah,
stuff.
Nolans, I figure. Yeah. So, because at the park, it is in New Orleans Square.
It is like a stew.
So, gotcha. Okay.
It's usually spicy.
Yeah. There's a lot of Cajun food is.
Yes.
And like the good kind of, like the what do they call it? Savory kind of spicy.
It's kind of savory, peppery.
Yeah, it's not like like blow out your butthole hot sauce kind of hot.
I mean,
it's like a good hot.
Usually those aren't even made mostly with peppers. It's usually like
just straight capsaicin.
Like straight up capsaicin oil, which is just like hot for the sake of hot.
Yeah. See, I wanted to grow like my own hot chilies before, and then just like eat them straight from the plant. Obviously you do what you're supposed to do to like clean them and do stuff with them.
Usually it's just water.
Yeah. But yeah, I've just always thought it'd be really cool to have like chili plants and just kind of like cook them and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So I know I've had, what are the big chilies? I don't know what they're called.
Bell peppers?
Yes, bell peppers. Those aren't chilies, are they? They're peppers.
They're peppers.
That's why
chilies.
They're called bell peppers. So, yeah. Anyways, that one's the internet's forever. Anyways, Marty saying, came here straight from the Tomorrow stream. Woohoo! Yeah. Let's hear it for siphoning people away from Tomorrow. It's like yeah. Anyways, it's pretty funny. I'm just Josh, of course. I totally don't care that they're doing it today. It was hilarious that I was doing 2 streams at once. I'm gonna have to put a note in the description of basically like from this point to this point. Skip it because I don't do anything except talk to people you can't hear. So I have to figure that out. Also, Marty the Martian, good point there. Gumbo equals bubblegum stew. I don't think that's what gumbo is.
I have no idea.
Is gum a soup? I don't think so. Is gum a sandwich?
You argue anything's a sandwich.
Okay, I do, and yes, it is. Marty says we call bell peppers capsaicin in Oz. That's excellent. With that,
capsicum.
Oh, capsicum. Oh, okay, capsicum. I'm sorry. Glasses. There we go. Yeah, I think actually capsaicin comes from
like hot peppers.
Yeah, it comes from hot peppers, but its name comes from capsicum.
Maybe
like that. So that's my best guess. But being an American, I'm just correct because that's the way it is. Julie asking about, there's a dropper hot top that's got danger stickers all over it. Yeah, capsaicin is like pure capsaicin, especially like capsaicin oil is with it. So, it could be a little bit dangerous. And Matt is saying, so now I'm torn between tomorrow and Jared. It's like buses. There's none for a while, then 2 come at once. Yeah, and Colton saying, totally wasn't me and the 2 shots of vodka. Dang. So we all remember that one, that lady who literally poured like half of the liter out. So, Marty, you're American. Who would have guessed? Sure surprised me.
I'm shocked.
I'm shooketh about this. Oh, David with an actual question. Do you like induction cooktops?
I don't think I've ever cooked with an induction.
I've never cooked with one either. So
I really can't say whether I have a preference or not over gas.
Yeah, I've always cooked with a grill. Or I have a gas stove here in the house, and that's what I've always cooked with. Don't forget, everybody, take your medication and drink your water if you have to. I've also got my jet boil too to cook food with.
That's also.
Although
gas.
that's a little more. I'm boiling the water that's gonna rehydrate my food. With it. Although I have cooked things while camping before, like a grilled cheese. I once made grilled cheeses for our campground. Not particularly successfully. Not like what I can do on my oven over there, where I can just make a kick-ass grilled cheese. But yeah, I still made them. So. Julie's asking jet oil. No, it's a jet boil. I'll go grab it real quick.
You gonna light it up too?
No. I am not gonna light it up. So Julie, this is. Let me pull it up so I can see it in real time. This is a jet boil. Basically, it's a very nice. I guess that's how to describe it. A very nice. Water boiling system, and basically you stick it on there, and then there's a gas bottle that goes here, and you turn it on, and it burns very, very efficiently. You could see because it has all those fins on the bottom there, and those fins transfer the heat from the burn into the actual interior of it there, and it heats up water super quick. So if I'm like out in backpacking world, wherever I may be, I can literally get water boiling within like 90 seconds to 2 minutes, which is super nice. Because if it's like freezing outside, I want coffee fast, and I want hot breakfast fast, and this has it pretty quick. So, and then also, like obviously if I've got like a dinner that I want to drop, boiling water into, like you have to for some of them, I obviously want I want it fast because I know it's already going to take 9 to 10 minutes for the boiling for the water to work through it and get it good. So. With that, so yeah, it's a hot water doodad, as you said, and what's really cool is that the exterior, this little flame right here, this little plastic bit right here, it will change colors, which will tell you when it's reached boiling. So, which is very handy because it can boil over, which I've had to before. But yeah, like because when I go backpacking, I like oatmeal and coffee is like my mainstay. For breakfast, just because it's super simple to make, and with this I can get it ready to go in 2 to 3 minutes, and I'm like the happiest person in the campsite because of it. So I don't have to wait. A friend of mine, Phil, he's a super good backpacker. He's got a like white gas one, and it takes about 10 to 15 minutes for it to boil water, and I'm just like, nah. I didn't want to wait that long, but also he has a good system too with his. So it's kind of just depends on what you want, what you're willing to put out. So, oh yeah, Marty's saying, considering how much you are into space stuff, you need a rocket stove for camping. Actually, I do have a pocket rocket, an MSR pocket rocket for camping that I used to use. But now I have this, so because this is so much easier and so much faster. So and it's a bit more lightweight too as well. So, Julie is asking, are you old enough yet, young man, that you stopped drinking caffeine at a point in the afternoon? Yeah, actually. And that's just been recent, actually, like in the past 3 months. And that's mostly just because I've been trying to work on sleeping better, which has been going pretty good. So, although tonight I will definitely be having caffeine because I'm trying to stay up. So, yeah. What about you with some of your cooking exploits? What's your favorite? Well, we talked about kind of like what's your favorite thing to cook. What's the best thing you've ever cooked?
Best thing I've ever cooked. Probably just, getting steaks right.
Yeah, nailing a steak. That just feels good, right?
I think a pretty good sign of, at least for grilling skills, getting down a steak to the right cooking level that you want it to be.
Excellent. And sorry to interrupt you there. You guys just saw me bump my fist and get happy as Toon Vanderpass is saying there's news about the James Webb Space Telescope, which the sun shield cover has deployed. So the port side sun shield cover has deployed as planned.
Oh, excellent.
So that's pretty good. Just trying to read what they're saying. Yeah, so apparently, I'm trying to figure out what they're saying here. I guess the system, they had to confirm that the sun shield cover had rolled up first. Their primary system did not confirm that it had rolled up, but their secondary and tertiary systems confirmed. They also looked at temperature data, which showed that the sun shield cover was unrolled. And there was also a motion consistent with the sun shield cover release devices being activated. So they analyzed that, they went ahead with it, and everything's good with that. So there you go. So the port side boom has been deployed successfully. So, which is awesome. So deployment achieved of that. And now I shall run quickly to Twitter to let everybody know. So bear with me, everybody. Look at that. Look at how much of that I got.
Dang.
Ready to go, right? Yeah, I was ready to go for this. I wasn't screwing around. So, just showing off that I have every piece of that with okay, hang tight just a second, everybody. I'm so sorry. I'm just very excited. Very excited. Gotta get happy about it.
Oh, that's funny.
What's up?
When you're talking about moving the table and stuff.
Uh-huh.
And talking about saying like it's not an earthquake. Look what's trending in California right now.
Yeah, well, we had an earthquake earlier this morning.
Did
So yeah, it happened out in Redlands.
Oh.
So like far enough away from us that we didn't feel it. So
I was gonna say, oh, well, bum, I slept through another one.
yeah, it wasn't. Yeah, I guess. So okay, and then throw it on that account, and then we'll be good to go. Hi.
Hi.
Oh man, this is really cool. So that's one. They're going to go ahead and, if I was reading that correctly, they're going to go ahead with the deployment of the starboard side boom very shortly. They're just going to go ahead and do it. So sweet. So that's one side done. Little slight sigh of relief there with that. So. Yeah. So steak is the best thing you've ever dropped on there. So
I'd say so, yeah.
okay, cool. That's nice. That's really nice. So, and then I'm just gonna throw some links up here real quick just to make sure that if anybody's watching. And we're continuing to super live stream as we have, how long do we have now? We have 8 hours 23 minutes to go. Come and join us for all the fun, because we are having such a good time.
Having a good time.
Having a good time. At least I think it's 8 hours and 23 minutes. We'll find.
What time does it? What time do you have it ending?
Well, I'm gonna wrap it at 1 o'clock local, so I think that's 8 hours.
Yeah, that's about right.
So yeah, good times. Oh boy, did I say what the best thing I think I've ever made was?
You have not.
Okay, so I think I made what's it called?
What is it called?
Grilled cheese.
You do make a good grilled cheese.
Yeah, best grilled cheese I've ever made had. Well, first of all, you have to have butter. You have to butter your bread for it. I know there's a lot of people out there that use mayonnaise for their grilled cheeses, but I don't do that. You have to use butter to toast your bread. So you put a lot of butter on one side, right?
Oh, yeah.
And I always like to make sure that I get pepper on the pan or whatever I'm using to cook it with. I don't know what they're called. I just know that there's for it. So thank you, Colton. I don't know why you're doing shots, but cheers. Cheers to you as well. And Toon, we'll come back to that in just a second. So see, this is the thing. Since I'm like people who know me for space, they're going to talk about a bunch of space stuff. So
as it happens.
Yeah, as it does. So that's kind of how it goes with it. So with the grilled cheese, you have to have the pepper and salt on the pan itself, so that way the bread gets it. It's attached to the bread on both sides, and then you're gonna flip it over, and let the butter toast a little bit. And then while that's happening, that's when I put my cheeses on. Now, you could do the Kraft American cheese, which is not bad. It's always, it's a solid choice, right? So, but I've gotten into the habit of using cut smoked Gouda for
Smoked
that.
Gouda is so good.
It is really good. And then throw a little bacon in there sometimes, like very thick cut bacon. But you have to make sure it's crispy, because you can't have. That's like one of my pet peeves is floppy bacon. I'm not a real big fan of floppy bacon. I don't understand why people like floppy bacon. I don't get it. I've always thought this is supposed to be like, crispy. So why isn't it crispy? But apparently people cook floppy bacon. I don't. I like it crisp. I like it crispy as hell. I want it to, just like, you know what I mean. Like you can hear it. You can hear it crack from across the house.
Yeah.
And that's not burnt, mind you. It's crispy.
God, I know so many people like their bacon just torched.
Yeah, no. I need it. It still needs to, and you still need flavor. So I still need to make sure that the fat is there and the fat of the land is good.
Yeah.
So, to me, having floppy bacon in a grilled cheese is just a disaster waiting to happen, because you just basically pull the bacon out all by yourself.
Yeah.
Which is bad. That's not what I want. I want the bacon to be there continuously throughout my consumption of the grilled cheese. So that's kind of how that goes. And flip it and get it on top, and then flip accordingly. Kind of work with it that way. And yeah, that's how I do it. Serve it with ketchup on the side, or ranch, or one of my favorite things is just piping hot tomato soup. So
that's always a good choice.
Yeah, and some like a beer to go with it or something like that, like a very nice beer to go with it. So that's mine. Julie Song saying
Tillamook Sharp.
Tillamook Sharp. It's hard for me to say.
Never a bad choice.
Yeah, hard for me to say no to anything Tillamook. Tillamook is really, for those wondering, Tillamook is a farmers co-op up in Oregon that makes really good dairy products. Their ice cream, I took a gamble on it one day because I was like, I've never had this before and it looks good. So, holy smokes, I have not eaten any other ice cream except for that one time we went to Stone Cold, Cold Stone Creamery. Oh my God. I'm never going to be able to get that right. I will always, for like a decade and a half, I've always said Stone Cold Creamery because Stone Cold says so.
That's the bottom line.
And that's the bottom line. That'll be...
You're going to enjoy this ice cream.
Yeah, you'll get
and that's the bottom line.
That's the bottom line.
Because Cold Stone said so.
This ice cream is $3.16, and you shut up. Or I'll come in there and whoop. You better give me a tip, or I'll whoop your ass. Something like that. I don't know. So, with that. Marty the Martian saying, I like to use Jarlsberg cheese from Norway with chives and black pepper. That actually sounds pretty good. Oh. Did you see that video that a year ago? There's an actual Jarlsberg.com for it. Ooh, it's a mild cheese, semi-soft. It's produced in Norway, Ireland, and Ohio, which is licensed to do that. It's a Swiss type cheese. Ooh, that's not bad. I'm quite a fan of Swiss cheese. If I'm having a tuna sandwich, Swiss cheese is usually my go-to cheese to put on there. So that sounds very nice. So very cool. I like it. Maybe I'll have to try it sometime with that. So, here comes Maddie. Saying that the tomorrow members only stream has finished. Seki saying incoming.
We're getting raided.
Oh boy, we're about to. I don't know. Did they mention that I'm streaming right now over there or not? Because if they did, I actually might end up getting raided. Usually there's 100 people at the end of a stream, so I don't know what was good. See, look at all these people are coming in. What did I miss? What did I miss? So
folks on their way.
They are on their way. Here comes the tomorrow people. Hit the deck, everybody. Hit the fucking deck.
Already demanding loot.
Give us the loot. I don't have any loot. Matt is asking, what did I miss? Matty is asking, hi, what did I miss? Robert's asking, how's it going? Kim is waving. Maddie is saying, who is there with you? Well, this is my first guest that I was going to have. First of 3 that I'm going to have with me tonight during this broadcast that we now have 8 hours and 15 minutes to go. This is my partner, Ray. You've probably heard me talk about my partner. Used to say the boy, all the other stuff, the pet names that we have for each other. But yeah, this is my partner, Ray. Going to be here tonight. We were just talking about cooking and our favorite things to cook, which we were talking about grilled cheeses and different kinds of cheese. And then we got on a tangent about Stone Cold Steve Austin having his own ice cream parlor. So it was pretty good. So I see Ryan's here. What up, Ryan? Happy New Year to you, Ryan. Y'all missed the cheese talk. We had some cheese talk going down. Maddie says, hi, Ray. I hope you're taking good care of Jared.
Someone has to keep an eye on him.
This is why I love you. So, this is very. I think Suki is in agreement with you here, Julie, which is croquet Monsieur French, a glorious cheese sandwich. I don't know what that is. Is croquet Monsieur a type of cheese? Okay, so here's how this works. You guys are telling me about a whole bunch of things. It's a specific type of dish. Whoa! Okay, we're looking at this now, Julie, and I have to agree. It's like a crust of cheese burnt upon that. Oh my goodness! It's like
what have you done?
It's like a savory Monte Cristo instead of a sweet flavor, like a good Monte Cristo sandwich is nice and sweet, battered, almost like French toast. This looks very much like a savory meats and cheese kind of version of the Monte Cristo sandwich. So now I'm going to have that. So that's what it is. Matt Clark says, I like cheese. I like cheese too. Where was it at? Robert McAllister said, did you see the JWST tweets? Yes, I did. We're very excited in case those of you did not catch it. Just joining and didn't know at the moment. The portside sunshade boom has deployed successfully, so we're all good there. Croquet Madame is the same, but with a fried egg, is what Smokey says. So that's pretty awesome with that there. Oh, excuse me. As Matt is correcting me here, it is pronounced croak. So actually, sorry. I'm an American, so I'm not very good at pronouncing things. Julie is asking a schmoopie. I don't know what a schmoopie? Yeah, what's a schmoopie? I don't know what a schmoopie is. Julie, tell us what a schmoopie is. Seki saying that it is a sandwich royale. Yeah, I agree with that. So, Julie says Ray can make the Disneyland Monte Cristo at home with blackberry jam to dip. Yeah, if you've ever been to Disneyland before, you know that the Monte Cristo sandwich that they have there. If you go get it, I highly recommend it. But also
split it with someone. Yeah,
split it with somebody, because I've tried to eat one of those by myself before, and I just did not have.
That is an instant food coma.
I did not have both the intestinal fortitude and the ability of a central nervous system to survive that kind of a food coma attack. I think I went to another plane of existence while eating it.
You kind of do, because you're pretty much ingesting a singularity.
Yeah, that's pretty much a good way to describe it. And Robert and Smokey telling us the croque monsieur and croque other thing is the sandwich. So, Robert's got the right idea there, which is a grilled cheese with shoestring fries inside.
Ooh.
So It's almost like animal style fries at In-N-Out, but I put buns between them and eat them that way.
Yeah.
So kind of. Julie, no way am I sharing my Monte Cristo. Julie's saying Schmoopy, is that a pet name for Ray? Actually, no. We both use Babe because I believe in reviving the use of that word, because if you ever listen to the spacecraft to ground of the astronauts from the 60s and 70s, they would call each other Babe. So, we just both kind of figured that works out pretty well, and it describes us pretty well. So Seki says, sounds like you're not really American, Jared. We generally associate Americans with overeating. I do have to say, you should come see the portions that we have here in the United States. And I think you will see that I can handle those portions particularly well. And Robert just, I guess, does the same thing. And I was just saying, with that, Lisa actually.
It's really good smoke.
What is that? Oh, speaking of smoked Gouda, look at we said smoked Gouda, and now the parental unit has. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't want to get between you and your smoked Gouda. Beautiful. Look at that. Beautiful cut of smoked Gouda.
Excellent.
You know it's good when you have like the cheese in your mouth and you can inhale and you can like still taste it.
Mm-hmm.
That's right, we're eating on camera. I don't care. I already had a bowl of Chex Mix on camera, so. Do you need a drink, by the way? Would you like a Dr. Pepper? No? Okay. You gonna go get it? Okay. All right. Ray's off to get a drink. And I'm gonna put some of the smoked Gouda on these delicious crackers that are good.
Hey, want one?
Oh!
Want one?
Yes! I would love, actually, you know what? I'm gonna hold off on mine.
Okay.
I didn't know you were gonna bring that.
Oh, I brought more.
Yeah, I'm not gonna have. I'll have one tonight, maybe two.
Okay.
So yeah, you'll find out in a little bit. It's one of my favorite beers, Asai. I really like Japanese beers, which I'm hoping Asai is Japanese, or else I've just committed another cultural faux pas, as Americans do. Marty the Martian says, I spent New Year's Day watching two guys eat smoked Gouda. You are, so if I remember right, Marty, you're in Oz, so it really is actually New Year's Day for you. Just trying to. Oh yeah, Matt says, what are you doing to me, Jared? I'm now gonna have to raid the fridge. Sorry. I'm actually thinking of refilling my bowl of Chex Mix here in a second and grabbing a Dr. Pepper. So. Here. Come here. Come here.
Oh, someone's getting a treat.
Come here. Come here. Come here. I just want to show my benevolence. See? There you go. Tasty? Tasty. Is that good? Did you like it? Yeah. All right, and I'm going to go give one to Suki as well. We'll see if Suki takes it. Suki's not really a cheese eater.
That is a dog that is extremely disinterested. Like that is no longer indifference. She is
disgusted.
Pulling her head away.
Yeah, she moved her head away from it. So.
Which one?
Suki. So she does not care for cheese. I don't know what it is.
No, I wouldn't say doesn't care for cheese, but actively dislikes cheese.
Yeah, she wasn't a big fan of that. So at least she's not growling at me.
She associates cheese with medicine.
So say we all. Except for Missy, who I could put the medicine in the cheese and she just doesn't notice at all. That's how I take my medicine. I just put it in a piece of cheese and I don't even notice. So all right, let's see. Oh yeah, Robert says sort of same. I'm on a flight sim on midday New Year's watching guys eat and talk cheese. Cheese is good. Look, I'm just saying, cheese is good. All right. Yeah, this is some good cheese. I'm just saying, good cheese. You can't. I mean, it's hard to beat good cheese. Yeah. Cheese not good for doggies. Whoops. She doesn't seem to mind. Oh boy, everybody's saying hi to everybody, so that's good. So I'm glad with that. Oh, Julie here with an important question for both of you: mayonnaise or Miracle Whip?
I'm not much of a. I've never had Miracle Whip. I don't
Is that
think I-
mayonnaise or Miracle Whip?
Mayonnaise.
Yeah.
I've heard Miracle Whip is horrific.
Western Mississippi.
I'm already not the biggest fan of just straight mayonnaise. I believe it's strictly a sauce base and nothing else.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess I'll just have to throw my head in for mayo.
Yeah, I would pick mayo too. I also have never had Miracle Whip. Miracle Whip, not really a big thing on the west coast of the United States. Like the parental unit was saying, it's more east of the Mississippi.
Older generation thing.
And more East Mississippi, east of the Mississippi River kind of thing.
But also an older generation. But Hellman's is the same as Best Foods and it's the best mayo. So
Yeah.
I said Duke's is the best mayo. I've never had Duke's.
No, I like mayonnaise. I'll do mayonnaise as like a what do you call it? Like a like additive to a sandwich, maybe to a burger, maybe. But but it is also, like you say, a base. I use it mostly as a base for sauces and things. So yeah, that's how I do it. So Julie's saying that Miracle Whip is sweet. Mayo is savory. Miracle Whip is heresy. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that, Matt. But I'm glad that you're isolating and hopefully you're doing good with that. I know I caught it and it was not fun. So yeah, I don't recommend it. Oh, Marty here for the win. Garlic aioli.
Oh yeah.
Any aioli.
Well,
I'm on board.
I mean, any aioli, one, is based with mayonnaise. Two, by nature, aioli also has garlic in it.
Yes. Yes. Well,
so I mean, like,
yeah. Deviled eggs require mayo and dill pickle. I mean, that sounds good though.
Deviled eggs are good.
I do eat deviled eggs. So yeah.
I love deviled
So yeah, hail eggs, right? So egg.
Egg.
See, everybody wants egg. Yeah. So you guys got us talking food and stuff, and
I'm actually starting to get a little hungry.
yeah, I was about to say
I'll go fight the lions for some deviled eggs right now.
Yeah, I've actually heard that before, Julie, which is the British salad cream is like Miracle Whip, which is Kewpie, I think. Is that how you say it? I don't know. So, but yeah. Anyways, we're about to have a tick over to 2020 in another part of the world. Although it is not much of the world. I don't want to downplay the amount of the world. Yes, Suki, we can all hear you. I don't want to downplay just how little of the world is about to have its time change right now. But we're still about to see the year end in just about 15 seconds for Cabo Verde and the Azores, out in Cape Verde time and Azores time, if you're in either of those time zones with that there. here we go, and it is
New
bingo.
Year over there.
Happy New Year to all of you in Cape Verde time and Azores time. Very appreciative of it. You can see I've put out a little bit of a notes here for that, and you can see the next one is very good. And then look at 7 p.m. for us here. It is
South America.
South America is interesting because almost every single country has its own specific time zone.
Yeah.
And it's just like y'all is, but there's no difference. It's not like +1 or -1 to everybody around there. It's all the same. I don't understand it. Anyways, this, being American, I'm allowed to not understand things. With that, so do you need an adult? Do you need an adult dog? Are you good over there? You want me to feed her? Yeah, I can feed her real quick. So you can. It'll be a nice quick break, real quick. You can entertain the folks.
I'll do my best.
Yeah.
So we've got Julie over here saying smooth or chunky peanut butter.
Oh no!
I'm a chunky.
You're a chunky. Daddy's a chunky.
Are you a chunky? Are you a chunky monkey?
I'm a smooth. I like smooth.
Okay, here it is. You ready?
Here we go.
You ready for me?
Here we go. Here we go. What is it? What are you? What are you?
Both. I like both.
Both?
Yes, both.
I think it depends on what you're doing with it.
Okay.
No, I like both.
Use both, guys. Use both.
Both.
Both. So that means chunky.
And smooth. I like both. Both are good.
He likes both, everybody.
Although.
Por qué los dos?
Hold up a sec. I'm concentrating. Oh. Sorry.
Do you guys want a treat tonight? You want a little bit of ham on there?
That sounds nice.
Me, I am usually almost always chunky. I like the texture. I like a little crunch. Helps break up the stickiness. Yeah, I'm chunky.
Okay, so I'm jumping in.
Jumping in.
So I like, so Seki basically has it right, which is Jared likes peanut butter. I like peanut butter. I really do. But they have to be certain ways, right? So, I don't like shit peanut butter, first of all. So, by the way, I don't know if you could tell, this is a much more fast and loose kind of hangout than I would usually be having. Also, there will be, I know I said I wasn't going to drink, but I think I will pick up a beer once food is fully underway. But for peanut butter, to me, there's no real difference other than how I prepare it, I guess is how I would say it. Like smooth peanut butter, I'm going to tend to put Karo syrup in with it, which is basically straight corn syrup.
Yeah.
With vanilla extract in it. That's basically what Karo syrup is. To kind of make it actually even more runny. So, but chunky, I'll still put on bread. I'll usually butter the bread and then put the chunky peanut butter on top of it. But also, when I go backpacking, if I'm bringing peanut butter along, because peanut butter is really great. It's very calorie dense.
It's calories and protein.
Yeah, calories and proteins, which are so important. It's fuel, and then the stuff your body needs to repair itself when you're not moving around. when you're sleeping, and they both like work perfect for that. So, yeah. Yes.
Let's see, we got.
So I'll take them all. Oh, mix a bit of soft butter into your peanut butter and a sprinkle of salt. That actually sounds really good.
Oh yeah.
Have you ever had a peanut butter and banana sandwich?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I have too. So the Elvis staple, if you will.
I think I can do that better. Peanut butter and banana and Nutella.
Oh,
sandwich.
Yeah. So you're pro Nutella.
Very pro Nutella.
Yeah, I'm big on Nutella too. Nutella's pretty good. So yeah.
Like I have to hide that stuff in my house.
What about almond butter?
I've never had almond butter.
I've never had almond butter either, Seki. So unfortunately, I can't take that. Oh, okay. Julie says that you could make yourself a grilled peanut butter sandwich with bacon. That sounds really good. So I would give it a shot. Head Crab says the Elvis diet, with reference to the peanut butter and banana sandwich there. I did that maybe when I was a kid. Now not so much as an adult, because as I've gotten older, I've actually enjoyed bananas less and less, if you can believe that. I don't know why, but just never really thought about it.
I eat so many bananas.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. So, Julie, you are correct. Peanut butter and bacon together is glorious. It absolutely is. I like what Head Crab is saying here, which is try mustard in your grilled cheese sandwich, the secret ingredient. So I wonder if you could like fry it on the mustard, if you will. You know what I mean? So for those of you who aren't familiar with the west coast of the United States, more the southwest of the United States, there's a burger chain around here called In-N-Out, which is basically like our religion. And there's a secret menu at In-N-Out. And one of the things you can do is order something animal style. And what they do is when they're cooking the patty on their grill, they throw mustard on the patty and cook it that way. So it's like cooked, like I don't want to say like fried in mustard, but it's basically grilled in mustard. That's just a part of what they do with animal style. There's actually a lot that goes into it. So for my international folks, check out In-N-Out. Which is pretty good, and if you're ever if you're ever somewhere where you can actually go to an In-N-Out, try it. You may end up liking it or not. It's basically, I don't think they've changed their recipe since they opened in 1948.
Not really.
It's just been the exact same thing. So, but it's a really great restaurant chain, and mostly because they control all of their ingredients. They have vertical integration with it. So like where they get their lettuce from and where they get their meat from and where they get their cheese from is companies that they own and operate. So that means that they end up being able to do their own quality control and make sure it's up to their standards with what they want. Mm-hmm. And then usually too, the beef that they get for their burgers, I don't want to necessarily say was walking a couple days ago, but it's pretty fresh. It's a lot fresher than you're going to get at any other fast food place, honestly. So.
I mean, there is beef production not too far from us too.
Yeah.
How long ago was it that there was that stampede in Pico Rivera?
Oh, in Pico Rivera? That was like a year ago, wasn't it?
Was it a year ago?
Yeah, I want to say.
I feel like it was this year.
So not far from my house, there was actually like a whole bunch of, I guess, cows got loose.
Yeah, it was a straight up stampede.
And it was an actual stampede, and the cops came.
In LA.
Yeah, and
some people don't realize that, like, you know, people call LA, you know, a big city and all that, but you know, we still have like a lot of agriculture stuff happening here. I mean, not too far from us is like probably one of the best dairies ever.
Yeah. Oh, at Broguer's?
Yes.
Yeah, Broguer's Dairy is a pretty good place. Still have glass bottles. What? What are you looking at me like that for? For what? The eggnog? Oh, chocolate milk? Yeah.
Get that chalky milk.
Yeah, the chocolate milk. It's so thick you could cut it with a knife. That's some good stuff.
And like we have a straight up rodeo arena. Not too
Yeah,
far
we
from
do.
my house.
Actually, I was going to say I could probably, we both could probably ride our bikes very quickly to that rodeo arena.
Where we saw the gorillas.
Yes, we saw them. They had the Demon Days festival there, and that was pretty weird. Realizing that like happened in my backyard or our backyard. I was just like, what the hell? Like they're doing it there, and it worked. So that was the best part about it. So,
we've had
Uncle BS. I really like how you phrase that there. When you eat In-N-Out, you're not eating a burger. You're eating a tradition.
I mean, that's kind of true. I mean, they've really followed the rule of if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, and they literally only have 3 burgers on their official menu. That's it. Hamburger, cheeseburger, double, which is just 2 patties and 2 pieces of cheese.
And even then, the secret menu is just mild alterations with what they already have there to begin with.
Yeah. So, also another thing about In-N-Out is that they do not have freezers in their restaurants. They have refrigerators, but they never freeze their beef. So, which that is just nuts to think about. But again, vertical integration of all of the places they get their ingredients from. Some smart people. Maybe Elon learned from him. Matt Clark is saying, I'll see your peanut butter, banana, Nutella, and raise you honey on top.
Ooh.
That sounds pretty good. So I'll like it.
I'll throw some honey in.
Matt is saying, it sounds a lot like Five Guys. Actually, yeah. Five Guys is a very good burger as well.
Oh, yeah.
For a fast food burger, Five Guys is really good. And I got my parental unit was kind enough to give me a gift card to Five Guys because there's one right by where I work at. So that's pretty nice. I quite like it. Yeah. Marty here. Almonds and the butter are a great snack for diabetics like me. Protein, good fats, and no carbs. Yeah, my dad liked almonds since he was diabetic, so that's pretty good. Daniel's saying, have not had In-N-Out in a long time. Last time I was in California, which makes sense. So, yeah.
And they have puppy patties.
And they do have puppy patties. Every time I go, I always try to get a puppy patty. My dogs Missy just looked right at me as I said puppy patty. Where they basically grill a unsalted patty and you could give it to your dogs. So yeah, Maddie, actually to kind of add on to that, isn't the secret menu just animal style? No, it's not. There's a lot more. You can actually get a grilled cheese, which is basically the burger without the meat.
Yeah.
You could get it protein style, which is a burger but in lettuce instead of with
it's just a lettuce wrap.
Yeah, it's a lettuce wrap version of it. You can also get what's called a Flying Dutchman, which is instead of two of the toasted buns, it's actually 2 patties with all the stuff in between them. So yeah, it just kind of depends on what you want.
I'm still a little bummed that they have put limits on the Flying Dutchman.
Yeah.
Because you used to get it as big
Okay,
as
Suki, thank you.
Shh. Thank you for
Suki,
your
hey, go eat.
You used to get the Flying Dutchman as big as you liked.
Yeah.
I think there's a picture still on the internet where this guy had to like chain multiple to-go boxes to hold up the Flying Dutchman. I think maybe after that they said, maybe we should limit it because this probably took a major strain on both our supply and our cooks.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, honestly, coming from the other side of the kitchen, as bummed as I am, yeah, maybe you should put some limits.
Yeah. So you can also order something called a 3x3 and a 4x4, which is pretty much what it sounds like, which is a 3x3 is 3 patties with 3 pieces of cheese, and then the regular stuff comes with 4x4, 4 patties, 4 pieces of cheese. I've had a 4x4 once.
By yourself?
By myself. Much. This was back when I was like 18.
So okay, yeah.
And I'm never doing.
That makes sense. Yeah, like fresh out of being a high school athlete. Same.
And I threw up.
Oh my god. I think I had a 3x3.
Yeah.
By myself.
Well, when I came back from the High Sierra Trail, when we went to In-N-Out together, I had a 3x3. Then. So I had like a 3x3 animal style fries, a chocolate shake, and oh my god, what else? And like the biggest thing I could possibly get
loaded up
of that. So are they quarter-pound patties? So you're a full pound of burger? I think so.
Continue this.
You can keep those there.
We used to call your puppy patty a Scooby snack. I like that, Uncle BS. That's good.
I bought 4
oh God, Julia's saying now you have to show us the high school pic, Jared. Are there any photos I could just like pick up somewhere? You got one? Okay.
Oh boy.
So, all right, the parental unit is going to get it. And Daddy's like, aha, I've tricked the locals into revealing the rest of the secret menu.
I don't think we've talked about 2 things. Should we?
Sure.
I mean, they're not like really big things, but one, the whole grilled onion.
Yeah.
Where instead of dicing onions for the grilled onion, it's just a whole slice cross section of an onion that's grilled like it's a patty. That's actually how I take my grilled onions there now.
Yeah. Wow.
And the lemon up.
Yes. I always get a lemon up.
After I found about that, I do that too. And it's their pink lemonade and 7-Up, half and half.
Yeah, it's so refreshing. It's some good stuff.
I actually do that at work now because we get free drinks. So I'll just half Sprite, half their lemonade.
Oh, Sprite!
Everyone's just looking at me like,
"What are you doing?"
What are you doing? I'm like, "What? You've never heard of a lemon up? Go to In-N-Out."
Mars Mountain is saying, Happy New Year from Sweden. We are already 2 hours into 2022, and I can report it feels like a good year so far. But I've been wrong before. Cheers anyway. Thank you so much, Mars Mountain. Hopefully you're having a good one out in Sweden with you there. With that, Julie actually is pointing out that Five Guys is one of the very few places in the Pacific Northwest to get decent hot dogs. I've actually never had a hot dog from Five Guys, and next time I go, I think I'm going to have a hot dog. Same with their shakes. I've never had their shakes as well, so I guess I should make that happen. Not quite roadkill fries, but animal style fries. So basically, they make. So the fries at In-N-Out, I feel like, are its biggest weakness, usually for most folks, because they're not really like fried. They're a
little on the underdone.
Yeah, they're a little soft, I guess, as I would.
They're not frozen or anything. They're
Yeah.
fresh fries cooked.
Okay,
Yes.
so I think that's what does it because freezing does dehydrate.
Yes. Yes.
Because frozen water is less dense than liquid water. So that causes it to dehydrate.
Yes, correct. Science.
Because I know, like, at work when we cook fries, sometimes, the refrigerators don't work freezers don't work too well sometimes.
Yeah.
Or sometimes someone accidentally leaves the box out and you sit, everything's kind of soft. Those ones always kind of come out a little limp, but when you get, like, the really hard frozen fries, we cook them for just as long, come out super crisp.
Yeah. Yeah, and I still like the fries at In-N-Out, so whatever. But animal style, they cook the fries a little bit longer, and then they put a piece of cheese on top of it and let it melt. And then they put what's called spread, which is on the burgers anyhow, which is basically like their... It's
their Thousand Island.
Yeah, Thousand Island dressing from themselves. I don't know if it's like different from actual Thousand Island dressing or anything like that.
I mean, most Thousand Island dressing has like really basic group of ingredients.
I don't know.
And it's actually surprisingly easy to make at home.
Yes, that is one thing I do know about it, is that it's relatively easy.
Mayo, ketchup, mustard, pickles.
Yeah, sometimes a little bit of onion powder. Just depends on who's making it.
Or what I do, cayenne pepper.
I think I'm going to try your Thousand Island.
And some of the pickle juice. Of the pickle juice.
Yeah, that you add it like that's what I put in tuna. A little bit of pickle juice.
Or just buy a jar of relish.
That too.
But I chop my own pickles for that.
Yeah. I like that. A half Fresca. Julie is saying half Fresca, half pineapple coconut pie.
No name, just deliciousness.
Yeah, that sounds pretty good.
Okay.
Marty saying half Coke, half Fanta orange. A Jaffa. I don't know if that's.
I've heard people. I've heard
about
people
that
talking
before.
about like Coke with orange.
Yeah, with orange Coke. So like at Five Guys, they've got the Coke Freestyle machines. And I really love those things because I am a big fan of ginger ale, and cherry ginger ale is pretty much one of the divine liquids in my eyes. Yeah, it is ambrosia. I always get it there because you can make it there. Also, something that a lot of people don't know, who designed the Coke Freestyle machines? Do you know who designed the Coke Freestyle machine?
I do.
Who was it?
All right, car fans, you're probably going to know this one. Pininfarina designs the freestyle machines.
Yes. For the coach builders.
Yes.
Most associated with like custom one-off Ferraris and other things. Are they Ferraris like in-house coach builders, or
they might be?
Yeah, they might actually be.
I think, and they also designed I believe the second generation of the Ford Focus as well.
Yes. Yeah, there's actually lots of things that you didn't know that they've designed. And if you could believe it, a company that Ferrari turns to when someone brings in $10 million and says, I would like a kick-ass custom car, please. They also made the Coke Freestyle machines. And I think that is so cool.
That is great.
Their logo is on it. So next time you're there, just remember that you are drinking from a very nice, with that. Oh my God, Matt.
Ferrari of soda machines.
That sounds amazing.
Blueberry
Fanta.
Ooh.
Oh boy, I think I got to try something then. Yeah, this is one of the things. The freestyle machines allow us in the United States to have stuff that we typically don't get in the United States, like orange Coke. So that's what, like a Jaffa, I guess, is what you would call it. With that, Coke and orange just is not a thing here. So with that, we just had our first whimper of may I have some. Blueberry Fanta sounds absolutely amazing with that. Okay, so Julie demanded, now you have to show us a high school picture, Jared. I actually have two pictures for you here, for your viewing pleasure. The first one, I need to preface this by saying that even though I was really into spaceflight and stuff as a kid and a young adolescent, I still was more interested in doing theater and filmmaking. So this photo of me is from one of the plays that I was in, and it looks like I've had a very bad head wound, but I can assure you I have not. So this was me in high school, right there, right? The resemblance is there, isn't it? So, so that's me as a child with that there. So pretty cool, right? So, yeah. By the way, that's fake. Just to remind everybody, that is fake. That is not. I did not actually injure myself. That's called theater. So you're acting. This one a little bit better, in my opinion, at least, because this is me, like, getting the big award for theatrical arts at my high school. The Bear Awards or whatever. So I got this cool medal and this cool plaque. And my name is in, I don't know, what do you call it? Like, you know how in Top Gun they put their names on things because they were the top in the class? I don't know what it's called. It's like it's a plaque at the high school itself, and my name is inscribed on it in the theatrical arts for 2006. So, yeah, well, that turned out well, didn't it? So... yeah.
I mean, hey, you are in front of a camera.
That is true. I am in front of a camera. Oh my gosh, that's very high praise there from you, Matt Kiefer Sutherland. Thank you so much. I take that as very high praise.
Could have sworn I've seen you in an episode of 24.
Yeah, did you see me attack a Christmas tree once? So that explains everything. So. Yeah. Julie asking, were you in band in high school too? No, I was not. I was in band in middle school. And then I was like, I'm not enjoying this. May I please go to drama? And my dad fought that. My mom said, let him do it so he can learn to speak in front of people like I'm doing so good right now. Yeah, I played clarinet. So like any good dork in this world would. So, and piano. I actually would really love to pick up piano again. So
I didn't know you knew to play piano.
Yes, I was very good at playing piano, and then I just kind of stopped with it. So yeah, so I played clarinet, so which was pretty cool. First row, second chair, forever, basically. I never did first row, first chair, or whatever. Also, I never really was into that whole competition thing. So my teacher would be like, "You must challenge him now," and I'd be like, "But I don't want to. Like, we both play really well, so." What? So, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Marty, I speak real good. So, is our children learning? With that there. Yeah, those glasses looked good on me at the time. Now I don't really like thin glasses now. I just went like the full Buddy Hollies with these. So I much prefer bigger glasses now. Next glasses I'm going to get are going to be the full Charles Nelson Rileys. I figure might as well.
Nice.
With that. So, Julie, you did flute and then you switched to saxophone. Saxophones are cool. Oh, doggone it. There's that one again with that. Oh, okay. It didn't pop up. Good. So, there's a spam one that apparently y'all can't see. Oh, nope. There it is. So, let me get that.
Oh, the Chex Mix.
The Chex Mix has arrived. So, where am I going to
join the game?
There we go. No, it's not chocolate. It's just it's with it there. So, yeah. So, yeah. This was before I ate myself. Literally ate one whole Jared's. So, yeah. Because that was when I was like running like 8 to 10 miles a day, and that'll tend to do that. So, yeah. So can't really do that anymore.
Back when we were calorie furnaces.
Yes, correct. So back when we had bodies that could withstand things like that. So, yeah. So now my back is like, you want to sleep?
Oh.
You are in the most relaxed position possible. Pain. So, yeah, thanks for nothing, lumbar discs. Yeah. Yeah, man, I like the Boards of Canada shirt. yes, Boards of Canada is my favorite group. So, yeah, it's a pretty amazing music group. So, absolutely adore their music. And like I mentioned on Twitter the other day, one of my hobbies is actually trying to hunt down ultra rare or physical copies of ultra rare Boards of Canada albums, which is really tough. Which actually you found one. And you got it for me, and I love you forever for that. So,
the great thing though is that it's a bootleg.
Mm-hmm.
A bootleg that is actually valuable for the fact that it's a bootleg.
Yep, it's pretty wild. Yeah, there are only like 1,000 of them made, so
and
it's
like
pretty great.
Between the both of us, we have 3.
Yes, so they were just sitting in a thing at Amoeba, right?
Yeah. I was just there. I was like, oh, I bet he's never seen this before.
No, and I hadn't.
I grabbed
Which
2.
is great.
I grabbed 2. And then when I handed yours, you just started diving right into the history of that thing.
Yep, I sure did, because I had seen it, and when you see something from Boards of Canada that you've never seen before, there's a possible chance that you may have stumbled across a legitimate artifact. Some of their stuff is like unbelievably rare. Like some of their early albums, they basically put them on cassettes and just gave them to friends.
Now, are people like still finding those cassettes in like places that they've previously inhabited?
Yes. That's the wildest part about it, is that it almost seems like every couple of years, like a new cassette pops up that nobody had ever heard of with it. So.
Get finding people in, was it Scotland?
Yes, they're called Boards of Canada, but they're from Scotland. So,
but people of Scotland, get finding those things fast because magnetic tape is dying.
Yeah, definitely.
Those tapes aren't lasting long anymore.
Nope, not at all. So, yeah, Matt, I forgot they existed. I must revisit. Yeah, they've been very quiet ever since they put out their last album, Tomorrow's Harvest, back in 2013. Which I'm hoping that they break their silence pretty soon, because we're now officially in the longest period they've had between albums, which really sucks. So I hope it's not a Daft Punk kind of situation where they're just going to pop up one day and be like, oh, well, we're done, guys. It was nice, wasn't it? So, yeah. Or if they do pop up and say that, it would be nice to be like, okay, so here's our archive of everything we've ever made. That would be great, because there's an interview with them where they said that they basically write about 400 to 500 tracks per album and then pull like the best 15 to 20.
That is
per album. That's a lot. So it's stupid. It's just so much with it. So. Matt is saying the Dave Van Cowboy video is life-changingly beautiful. I 100% agree. I love that video. For those of you, just go look it up. Dave Van Cowboy, Boards of Canada. It's on YouTube. It'll be the first thing you can get. It's actually got footage of Joseph Kittinger from Project Excelsior doing his jump from 102,000 feet. So absolutely stunning stuff in it. And also beautiful music. And actually, when I reached the summit of Mount Whitney, once I was alone, I just sat on the tallest rock and I listened to Dave Van Cowboy while I was all alone up on the tallest mountain in the lower 48 United States. And that was a moment that I will remember forever. A really good one. So, and I'm trying not to cry, but it was a very emotional moment for me. So, with that. So Dave Van Cowboy has a very big impact on me for a multitude of reasons, and that's one of them. So thank you, Matt. That's a good, nice little jaunt down memory lane with that there. Let's see what we got. Smokey is asking, is there any specific vibe you wish to carry into 2022?
Oh, me?
Yeah, like any of us,
I don't know, just trying to go into super chill.
Okay.
Because just every day, you just kind of look at the world and everyone's screaming.
Yeah. I think if there's a vibe I'm going to try to exude during 2022, it's going to be to be the boss-ass bitch. So it's time to stop talking about stuff and time to start doing the stuff. So let's put the pedal to the metal and make it happen. So I guess. So yeah, would be pretty good.
Oh yeah.
Okay, yeah, Smokey. Apparently you know what that vibe is.
Oh.
For me, I have no idea what that vibe is. So, but it sounds like a good one, because if you're drawing a sword, you've got to have a pretty good vibe, I gotta say. Yeah, it's pretty good. Okay, so Julie's asking, what type of music are you into? What song always gets you out on the dance floor?
I'm not much of a dance floor person.
I'm not either.
I think the last time my feet have ever hit the dance floor was 2008, when The Prodigy was in Hollywood.
Oh my God.
That was fucking awesome.
I bet it was. Oh my gosh. You went to see The Prodigy?
I saw The Prodigy.
I'm so jealous of you. And in 2008, which is sort of like, I don't want to say coming off of their prime, but they were still like, well, I mean, they really never lost their edge, but
no.
God, they must have been locked in. That must have been amazing.
It was great.
I'm so jealous. So jealous. Because they can't go see The Prodigy now in its original configuration because of, what's his face?
I can't remember.
I always forget his name, too. And he was so good, too. Just as, like, in terms of being a human being, too.
Oh, yeah.
Liam Howard. So, Liam. No, not Liam. I'm sorry. Keith Flint. There we go. Yeah, Keith Flint. Unfortunately, R.I.P. Keith Flint. With that there. So, yeah, I gotta say, Prodigy's not bad. So that would get me on the dance floor. Gosh, what was the last time I went? Well, I think at Further Confusion 2020 was the last time I was on a dance floor. So that's a good way to get me on a dance floor. Usually cons and stuff. I'm like you. I'm not really a dance floor kind of person.
Yeah.
At least out and about in meat space, I guess. I don't know.
I mean, I had a lot of the social lubricant in me, so
yeah.
I was extremely shameless about it.
It's good. It's good. You had a good time. That's what matters. So at least for me, I'm never going to judge a person having a good time.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, the fact that it was the Prodigy, it was a really tough. Not to bring the stream down, but it was like a really weird time for me. So
okay.
Like being there was definitely a mood booster for me.
Nice. Very nice. So. What type of music are you into?
I kind of listen to everything.
Mm-hmm.
Although, not to be the whole I listen to everything but country and rap. What was it, last night or the night before, or Tuesday night, I believe, I was kind of reminded, oh yeah, I don't like dubstep. Why was
dubstep?
I can't believe this was actually a thing. Yeah, like a coworker, because we we always bring our own like Bluetooth speakers in the kitchen and stuff.
Yeah.
And like a dubstep song is playing, I'm just sitting there just going, what is this?
We're getting old.
What is this?
So,
what is this? I'm like,
what is this garbage?
Oh, this is dubstep. This stuff was popular 10 years ago.
Yeah. Yeah, it was.
God,
Can you believe it?
Glad people mostly forgot about this.
Yeah, it was.
And I realized, wow, I really truly cannot say I listen to everything.
Yeah. So I do listen to everything, and I'm sure you can attest. From the playlist in my music, that when I say I listen to everything,
oh yeah,
I have everything. Like obviously the staples of white people everywhere, like classic rock and all the other stuff. But I definitely have a ton of hip hop, ton of electronica. I will listen to country and rap with it. I'm not too big on modern country. No, at least not modern radio country, because it's like pop rock but with twangy guitars, and to me this just doesn't. And like 90s mainstream country was still like really playful and kind of fun and all that other stuff, but nowadays it's just my truck. America, all this other stuff. I'm just like, So I'm much more into like the outlaw rock and
outlaw country. So good.
Yeah, like if you're wondering who can I watch that someone, or who can I listen to that someone like that, basically Sturgill Simpson is who I would recommend if you're going to start off in that.
Sound and Fury is phenomenal.
Good album. All of his albums are great.
Good Netflix special as well.
By the way, in case that is such a wild story. So basically, he had to have
he had to have surgery,
something, and instead of the painkillers, he was like, "I'll just do edibles."
Yeah, he didn't want to get into opiates. Which, I mean, considering that there has been a crisis, all these companies have been under fire because they knew the problems that would cause.
Yeah, they are very addictive.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, trust me, after I broke my leg when I was 16. Yeah. But anyway, he just decided, no, I'm just going to eat edibles, and he just started astral projecting.
Yeah, then he wrote an album while he was on edibles, and then he was like, you know what would go good with this?
Anime.
What if we made an anime? So he then went to Japan, and he got the 5 current best anime directors together, got them all plastered, and then just like figured out who would be the best.
Sound and Fury happened.
Sound and Fury happened, and it's an amazing album and an amazing anime. So. So Matt Clark, last live band I saw was London Grammar. Never heard of him. And I always like finding new music, so thank you. English indie pop. Okay.
Okay.
I'll take a listen once I'll take a listen tomorrow. So thank you. What was your last live concert?
Demon Days.
Demon Days? Yeah, I gotta say that was the last live one too. So maybe.
That was a hell of a show for me.
Yeah.
Because I woke up that morning with a horrific back spasm.
Yeah, I remember that. You were, yeah, that's, but it was really fun. It was a long day, but oh my God, it was so much fun. So I think it was a Saturday, so I actually went and did tomorrow before. Oh, man. So, but yeah, getting to see Gorillaz live was a bucket list item of mine and yours, and we did it.
Oh, we sure as hell did it.
And the best part is that the drive home was like 5 minutes. Because they did it like literally up the street, which is just the wildest thing I can ever think of. So, yeah, it was really cool. Also, I thought it was really cool too how they took. So they did it in a place in Pico Rivera, and they really took on a lot of the culture of the area around it. A lot of the Latin culture in the area, and really ran with it. And I thought that was really cool. So
that was really awesome.
Yeah. So. Pretty cool. Uncle P.S., my last live concert was Michael Bublé. Oh, excuse me. Sorry about that. Caravan Palace is a fun band to listen to. Thank you, Julie. Another one for me. Gosh. Just all these suggestions tonight. They defrost Bublé every Christmas time. Nice one, Matt. That's pretty good. Ooh, Mars. Got a good one here. I'm looking forward to seeing Tool in Stockholm in April. They've not been here since 2006. It was such a mind-blowing experience. Yeah, I've heard lots of good things about Tool. So I've actually never listened to Tool, but like a bunch of my coworkers, there's like a faction up at Griffith Observatory of like Tool fanatics. So I need to sit down and listen to it.
Tool's good.
I've heard nothing but good about Tool from every single person that I know. So there you go. So Mars Mountain, just saying what we all were thinking, which is The Prodigy is my favorite car music, especially when driving alone. Oh yes.
Oh yeah.
Like my Jeep can go about 20 to 30 miles an hour faster when The Prodigy comes on. Let me tell you. So, oh my goodness, everybody's just giving me suggestions tonight for music. So Frederick from Japan. Okay, I will do that. What was it? I just saw it. There we go. Bingo. Thank you. Cool music video filmed at Griffith Observatory. I think it was Bob Moses. Yeah, possibly. We actually had two bands perform at Griffith Observatory this year so far. They had Metallica up there for the Jimmy Kimmel show, and then Adele did that huge special.
Oh, right.
What was it, NBC or something? I don't know what it was on. But Oprah basically made it happen, and yeah, they did it up there. It was like invite only, and I think they said Seth Rogen got invited, but he had smoked a ton of weed before he got invited to go up. So when he was up there, he's like, "Oh man, I'll just sit in the back, like nobody will notice." And they put him up in the front.
Oh no!
He's super high, trying to hold it together.
Oh,
that's pretty great. And of course, he's Seth Rogen, so they're going to put a camera looking at him for that time. So they got a really nice sunset for that night. They're very lucky about that. What is going on here? Oh, chips.
Oh.
Salsa.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. We'll I'll help you with that.
I got Ralph's. Yeah.
Whoops. I got it.
I'll never have to make salsa.
Here, you want to pass this over?
Yeah, go ahead. We can sit in the middle of us here. So That worked pretty good. So.
You want a second bowl to dish it out, or you're just gonna dump? Okay, I'm just asking.
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm good that way. I recommend Clowncore.
Clowncore is excellent.
For a mind-blowing musical experience. So, if you're looking for something, it is one of those things where you have to get over the hump that it starts with. But once you get over that hump, holy moly! You want to talk about some of the best saxophone playing and some of the best drumming that's ever been recorded. And they are not. Every song you listen to, it is not going to start out that way.
No.
So just know. You know, I don't want to call it musical shitposting, but it kind of is.
It kind of is.
It's kind of one of those things where they play really badly to start, but they are very talented to play as badly as they are. And then they, like, crank it to their actual talent, and you go, like, these guys must have gone to, like, Berkeley or something. And it turns out they both did. So
and you realize, like, one guy's doing some excellent drum and bass, and the other guy's playing the saxophone so hard it can give Eddie Van Halen a run for his money.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I would have never thought a saxophone could, like, kill it. But, yep. Sure can.
It's weird to say, but yeah, he can shred a saxophone.
All of their albums, I think they only have 2 albums, Toilet and Van. And they're both great. I love them. So, and the lyrics are very easy to understand too. So that's the best part about it. They're like, how would I describe them? They almost remind me of like gabber music, but melodic.
Kind of.
But then they go into like, it's not smooth jazz.
Well, I think you put it this way, that the existence of smooth jazz implies the existence of rough jazz, and clowncore is rough jazz.
Yeah, I would. You know what? I say that they're rough jazz. Yeah, works pretty well. So if somebody ends up going and watching them, let us know in the comments what you thought of it. It is some really ridiculous playing. And the saxophonist. Oh no, the drummer, Lewis Cole, he by himself and his other band, Knower, are also super good too.
Mm-hmm.
So look up Lewis Cole and also look up Knower as well. And there you go. All right, that's music. So cool stuff. So yeah, we both listen to everything, and like we really do mean everything.
Everything.
So, yeah. So if I wanted to, I could just grab a folklorico mambo on here that I have and just go to town if I wanted to at the moment. So I was gonna say, speaking of Dave and Cowboy,
Pass the dip over here.
pass the dip over here. Okay, there you go. Speaking of Dave and Cowboy, I was gonna say, look at this guy on my background on my phone. Check that out. Of course, thanks. Look at that. Yeah, there goes Joe. Just jumping out. That's how I feel every time I need to use my phone. Ah, I'm out of here. So, yeah. Sorry about that. I got in the way. Just trying to pull it back. I'm just trying to pull it back. Oh, excuse me. Goodness gracious. Great balls of fire. There's just so much food swimming around this house right now. Almost too much. Oh, that sounds really good. I'll go ahead and throw that up there. So, a really outstanding movie featuring jazz that you should check out. It's called Paris Blues. Sidney Poitier and Paul Newman. Sounds excellent. So, yeah, those are 2 very big people, 2 very talented actors. So, yeah, count me in. So, this is good. This is exactly what I wanted. So I hope you all are doing good so far today. as we continue to go on here. We've only got 7 hours and 11 minutes left.
It's only 7 hours and 11 minutes.
Piece of cake, right? Now, what is my longest stream I've ever done? I want to say it was like 5 hours, some odd minutes. Yeah, 5 hours and 9 minutes was the longest stream I have ever done.
That's still pretty long.
Yeah, that's pretty long. And guess what? We are 20 minutes away from beating that. Sick.
Nice.
So, and we are going to most certainly beat that tonight. And yeah, it's going to be good. So, I got to say. So, next year, maybe we'll do a 24-hour stream, and I'll die.
Oh, God.
Die on camera. Matt is asking, are you seriously going to stream that long? Yes. Yeah. I said this was a 12-hour stream. I'm going for 12 hours. Yeah. And Marty's saying that watching you while writing my latest book, 12 hours is not enough. Good luck on your book, Marty. You know, writing's pretty hard. Ooh, that's a good one. After Uncle there. Dang, Julie, you said you were going to bring some good questions. You weren't lying. This is going to be reminiscent of the Jerry Lewis Labor Day.
Oh, my God.
Telethon. But without the big tote board and the phone pranks. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't have any donations, but I think that'd be really cool to, if I had an audience big enough to generate a large quantity of donations, I would love to donate to something like the Trevor Project or something like that.
Our operators are hypothetically standing by.
Yeah, that would work out pretty well. Julie's asking a really good question that I like here. What's the most frightening thing you've ever done, and why did you do it?
Frightening?
What's the scariest thing you've ever done, and why'd you do it?
Scariest thing?
Uh-huh.
Let me think back.
Okay.
I kind of, because I do have some frightening heavy things that I have done. I try not to be too off the cuff about stuff. Some heavy subjects.
Well, it doesn't have to be heavy. So, like, mine's not particularly heavy. Mine is definitely a moment where my life was in danger, for sure. So, and you probably know about it already, but I'll tell everybody the story of it. So, because it's holy crap.
I guess one particularly frightening thing was where I live in a hilly neighborhood, and we have this one incredibly steep road.
Oh, yeah.
And the intersection it crosses first at the bottom is probably one of the most dangerous streets as far as cars go. And I bombed that on a skateboard. Why? I was 15 years old, and I thought it would just be a really cool thing to do.
As we all do when we're 15.
And I did not make it all the way to the bottom on that board.
Oh, ow. Sounds like that hurt a little bit.
It hurt, but it still wasn't as bad as the last time I ate it real hard bombing a hill. That's actually a pretty funny one. That was at another particularly steep hill that I just needed to get home on. I was just like, yeah, I don't live too far from here. I can ride it on my skateboard, and it's downhill.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't even have to waste any energy getting home. I can just cruise it. And I was just going down it, and I started really picking up speed. I'm just like, uh-oh, there's a really busy street at the end of this one, too.
Oh, hold up. I'm sorry. I know you had that.
Yeah.
Hang tight, everybody. We're going to go ahead. Our next round of guests has just arrived. So hang tight just a second. We're going to turn the audio off just so that I could talk to them. So hang tight, everybody.
Very close to clipping that mic.
Yes, she's loud. Let me tell you, she gets it through. So everybody, welcome back. Here we are. I'm just getting some stuff set up here because I just moved this a little further away, and I'm older, so I have to now.
Wiser.
Thanks. What's the shirt? Who's the shirt?
Oh, talking about
They're asking
a
what your
Deltarune shirt.
Yes. So there you go. Yeah, somebody was asking.
Yeah,
Smokey was asking. Is that a
Rouse shirt? Yes, it is.
So nice, very nice. So hi everybody, welcome back. Guess who's here?
It's Blake.
Yes, Blake's here. So hi Blake.
Hi, Jared.
Welcome.
Hi.
How's it going?
Going okay.
So good to have you here today with us.
Good to be here tonight.
So, yeah, it's so good. So, we're just kind of hanging out and talking about stuff. We had just started answering some questions.
And a puppy just yawned.
And then, a doggy just yawned. But those of you who... Smokey says, I didn't know John C. Reilly was joining us. You're welcome.
Get out.
Julie called us, Julie called us the Mute Boys. Not wrong. Emphatic silent yelling. You must have been seeing me extremely pleased at the cookies that Blake brought because they are my favorite cookies that you make.
They are excellent cookies.
Potato chip cookies. Holy smokes, they're good.
And your mother's stealing them behind the camera?
Yes, she is. There she goes. So, hey, do you use those baskets? Julie wants to know if you use those baskets.
I have, yes.
Yes, she has.
It's the flower shop thing.
It's a flower shop thing.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
That's it?
Yes, sure. So
I got rid of a lot that I had in the flower shop.
Yeah.
I need an adapter for this.
Oh, that's typically not what you want to hear. So, hey Blake, favorite cheese?
Oh man, that's a hard question, man. You gotta think about it for a minute. That's it, yeah.
Are we going somewhere with this?
No. Sorry.
I was trying to figure out where we're going.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of basic. I'm a cheddar guy.
What's up?
I'm a cheddar guy.
Cheddar?
Yeah.
Just simple cheddar?
Yeah.
Like sharp, mild?
Yeah, just a sharp cheddar. Kind of basic.
Okay. I got some of that. I'll bring that in a minute. I gotta go find an adapter for that.
My pocket made a noise.
Right.
I have seen. Jared, do you know where there's an adapter for the 3-prong?
I don't know, but if you'd like to, the one over there, you could definitely plug in that.
Well, no, I can't because I don't have the link. I just need the adapter.
Well, it's got a 3-prong over there.
I know, but I need the adapter so it can go into the 1-prong over here. I don't have a link to do it over here.
You could take this and roll with it if you'd like to.
Okay.
I don't have a problem with that. Just let me know and I'll put it down. So.
Maybe I can find it.
Okay, so so you came in the middle of a question. Did you want to finish your story that Blake so rudely interrupted you with, or?
I come bearing cookies and cupcakes, and this is how you treat a guest.
I technically answered the question. I was just going on about a similar story, but
yeah, you want to give it to us, or?
No, I think I'm good.
Oh, okay, all right. Hey, Blake, what's the? Sorry, Suki made a really cute bark noise. Okay, thank you, Suki. Shh, Suki, thank you.
I can't tell if you think you're barking at us because you're blind or you're barking at ghosts.
It's the ghosts. She looked over here as soon as we said ghosts. She knows. Suki knows. Suki knows.
Suki knows. Oh.
So Blake, what's the most frightening thing you've ever done, and why did you do it? This is a bit of an opener, huh?
Yeah.
So yeah. You thought we were just gonna have fun tonight.
That I've done.
No. So hey, Suki. Shh.
Nothing's popping in mind, but I can think of something that had the most frightening consequences. And it goes back to our high school days.
I was going to say, can we talk about this on air? So,
I mean, do you feel comfortable about it? It's a shared experience we had in high school.
Oh, is it the thieving?
Yes.
Yes.
If you feel comfortable?
Yeah, we can talk about it. That's fine.
So-
Hey, Suki, be quiet.
Okay, so in high school, my junior, your senior year.
Yes.
We were part of a quote unquote professional improv group.
Professional.
And the leader of this group, which now that I think about it, it's kind of a red flag that was just having high school students in this group. I don't know, maybe it was a gimmick. I don't know. But anyway, he wanted to build like some kind of like team building exercise thing. And one of the things was swipe something from our drama teacher's office. Now, ideally, this was just something small, barely noticeable, like a pack of staples or pencil or something
like what I took was a hall pass.
Right.
I just took a paper hall pass off of his
And
big notepad of it.
And I took like a pen or something from his like little cup of pencils or whatever, like something he wouldn't notice was missing.
Yeah.
And one of the students took a shot glass, and he had like this collection of shot glasses that he was a little bit proud of, and yeah, we got some business thrown at us for that, and we weren't really in trouble. It was more of the guy who organized the group who was in trouble, who put us on this whole thing.
Yeah.
Because again, we were teenage idiots. We didn't know any better.
Yeah, we were dumb.
But anyway, that has resulted in that group dissolving. But didn't stop us for yes-anding and not denying.
Fair enough. Yeah. Fair enough. So yeah, so there you go. That's what you got. Okay, for me, mine was both scary and there were not just real world consequences with it, but I could have actually died during this one. So this is an actual near death experience, and of course it happens on a mountain. So back
you weren't going full Shatner, were you?
No, I was not going full Shatner. Why am I climbing a mountain? Because I can climb a mountain. Because I make love to the mountain. He says that at one point. Okay, so
I know, but it's funny,
and he's not wrong. Harnesses. Anyways, just digging a hole here.
Harnesses and straps.
The long arm.
Really,
okay.
Really try not to show your face on camera. I respect that.
We've got it on delay, and your arm is totally there. It's great.
Yeah.
So
anyway.
Okay, so I'm training in 2019 to do the High Sierra Trail because this is a backpacking trip I've wanted to do. You're at altitude for a lot of it, so we're going to mountains and we're going up the mountains because we're learning about our gear and kind of getting comfortable with it and everything. And it had been a particularly wet winter from 2018 to 2019. So there's a lot of snow still on the mountains and things like that, but we didn't think it was going to be too big of a deal. So we bought crampons, we had ice axes, we were ready to go with all the equipment that we needed. We were going to go to a specific mountain called Mount Baden-Powell, which is 9,300 feet or something. It's high enough that you'll feel the altitude and you can get a taste of what it's like to be carrying a bunch of stuff at altitude. So we were going to summit it, and we set out. So there's certain things you want to do when you're going to be summiting a mountain, which is that you need to have a bailout time. You need to determine a time during the day that if we're not at the summit, this is it. We're turning around at this point because we have to get back to camp before it gets dark, because the last thing you want to do is be going down a mountain ridge in the middle of the night. So that's called stupidity, and that's how people get really badly injured or even worse, killed. So
and eventually eaten.
Yeah. So that morning we got a late start. So that did not help us out immediately. So we're leaving camp an hour and a half later than we wanted to. We slept through our alarm or something with it. And as we're getting up towards the actual mountain itself, we're starting to have a really difficult time finding the trail because there's parts of the mountain where you can see the trail pretty easily. You can see it right there, and then snow. And then, like, you can't see further than the snowbank that's there. So you kind of just have to take your best guess as to where it is. There's a couple times we went over the snowbanks, and it's like, oh, that's not where the trail is at all. We're going to have to go back and figure this out. Of course, if you've ever done any sort of like hiking or mountaineering in snow, you'll know that the last thing you want to do is basically follow the path back that you have to take. But when you're on a ridge, you don't really have a lot of options. So we had to basically put our footsteps right back where we wanted those, right back where our original footsteps were, which is the best you can do at that kind of a point. So we're continuing along, and then eventually we would just reach a point where we both decide that, like, I don't think, like, we're not making it to the summit, so let's get ready to just turn around. Like, let's...
I'm behind everybody with hot food.
Okay. Oh. So let's just... thank you, by the way. So let's just go to, like, the next clearing where we can get a really good turnaround, get ourselves kind of rested a little bit, and then just go ahead and head back to camp. So my friend in front of me, as we're going through this, we're taking our steps very carefully. We have crampons on, which if you don't know what crampons are, they're basically like metal teeth that you attach to the bottoms of your boots or whatever shoes you may be hiking in order to add extra grip. He's kind of in front of me, and I'm not really looking up at him because I'm trying to make sure that I'm putting my feet where they need to be and everything, and kind of in a situation where every single step you have to think about where you're putting it, and not just because like I need to make sure that I'm putting my foot somewhere sturdy. It's also because when I push off, I need to make sure my foot doesn't slide there as well. So like both on the push and the landing of your foot, the back and the front, you have to think about. And that's, I don't know if you've ever done that before, but it's really hard. It's not actually particularly easy. It sounds like it should be a piece of cake, but, you know, do it with a bunch of equipment on the side of a mountain, and we'll see how well you do. I just look up, like, for a moment just to kind of check that I'm following the relative position where he's at, and his outside leg, the snow beneath it gives out, and he hits the snow. He's on his stomach. He slides over. He gets his trekking poles out, digs the trekking poles into the snow for what we call a self-arrest. So he's stopping himself as he's sliding down the snow, and then digs his crampons. Once he's slow enough, digs his crampons into the snow, and now he's holding on to himself with the trekking poles and the crampons. And we stop, and I go, "You good?" And he goes, "Yeah, I think we're really turning around now." So, so we're like, "Yep, we're done. We're done for the day." I tell him, "You want me to spot?" Which is basically, you want me to spot where you're like putting your feet at or anything like that. And he said, "If you can, that'd be good. But if not, don't worry." You would probably imagine that I should be like heading over to help him out. But the problem is that we're in conditions that obviously caused him to fall and slide, so that means that there's a very high chance that I could fall and slide, and then it's not one person in trouble, it's both of us in trouble, and two people in trouble is double the trouble of one person in trouble, right? So
I think the math checks out.
Yeah, it does. So I'm watching him as he's starting to extricate himself or pull himself up with it, and then the snow under me gives out, and it's not like a leg gives out, it's like all the snow under me gives out. Except unlike him, where he fell on his stomach and was able to dig in, I fell on my butt. So I'm starting to slide down the side of a mountain, and I'm in the wrong position, like the entirely wrong position for this. So I have to roll myself over, and I have to make sure that the crampons that are on my boots don't catch the snow at any point when I roll over, because I'm picking up speed, and if the crampons hit the snow, they're going to dig into the snow, and then that's it. My ankle's done. Like, I'm going to injure my ankle. It could probably go up the knee. You could possibly jam up the top of your leg. Like, it's bad news. So I have to take the time to roll over first before I can start to stop myself. So that takes time. That's not a instant process. So once I finally did get myself over and stop in time, I had gone about roughly 35, 40 feet from the trail. So he had gone about 20 feet from the trail. So this was not a short distance by any means with it. So now I've got to extricate myself, and I'm in a situation where I really need to like breathe for a second and kind of think at this point I need to think every single movement that I make through entirely and make sure that it's the correct one, because the next movement I make could be the last one, and I would prefer it not to be. So I have to figure out how to do it. I basically decided that I was going to get snow out and then stick my knee there and kind of work myself up to the crampon and then kind of get it nice and biting into the snow and get out that way. So that was not a short process to do that. You think 40 feet should be a piece of cake to do that. No, it wasn't, because you have to be very, very careful. There were a couple times on the way up where either the trekking pole, one of them just gave way because of the snow, or a foot gave way because of the snow, and I had to catch it with the other crampon somewhere. So that 40 feet ended up taking almost an hour to get out of that position. We got up to where the trail was at and turned around and said F this and went back to camp. So, and had a beer. Because we had brought beers along and we put them in the snow at the camp to keep them nice and cold. So that was a very nice beer that night. So, and we also brought up an avocado and carne asada and other stuff to make some good food. That was maybe one of the best dinners I've ever had in my life. Not because it was good, but because I was still alive and very happy to be alive from that point.
And the moral of the story is, when making your character sheet, always put a lot of points in its X and stamina.
Yeah, so that was not a fun situation. Definitely the scariest situation I've ever been in on a mountain, and I have done everything to try and figure out how to never do that again. So,
I mean, I figured the easiest way of that is to just stop hiking.
Yeah, but I also want to keep going, so there's that. Once you do one, you end up wanting to do a lot.
Yep. I give you an easy solution to your problem, and you just poop all over it.
Yeah, I know. Marty's saying, so you let him die. You try to do everything that you can, but like if I'm in a situation where my attempting to rescue a person is also going to put me into the exact same situation, I'm gonna hold off because somebody needs to tell someone where they ended up going. So,
and to quote the great scientist Ivan Drago, if he lives, he lives.
That's true. He's an excellent chemist.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's a wild to say.
Not even joking.
There's no point in me getting myself into further trouble on behalf of someone else. So,
I'm gonna go
and go for it. And that's something that I think when you start going up mountains, you have to learn. So, obviously, you try to do every single thing that you can in order to make sure that people are okay. There's drinks in the fridge.
All right.
So they're a little difficult to find, but they're there. You try to do everything you can to help somebody, but at the same time, you have to be in a position where you are good to actually help that person.
Yeah.
The last thing you need to do is to go into a situation and then become a part of that situation. So
I can speak from experience on that.
Yeah. So it's not fun. It was not fun watching my friend, slide and then struggle to get back up. But at the same time, if I had been like, oh crap, and then gone that way, I probably would have gone even further on the slide down and just don't know what would have happened at that point. So,
question.
So it was really tough because you feel that impulse of like, I gotta go help. But then at the same time, I have to preserve my ability to potentially give help too.
At any point during this, did you ever say we?
We? Like, woo! We! No, I wasn't really thinking that. I was thinking more like fuck. So, yeah. Might have said that a few times too. So, yeah.
Now you said it on air.
Yeah, I did. We're a bit faster and looser tonight since it's New Year's. I'm not expecting children to be watching this. So, if you are letting children watch this,
if you let any children watch this content, why?
Yeah, that's why I'm not going to rewatch this. All right, so hi Ryan. Yeah, no Ryan, you're not a child. Oh yeah, that's a really good way of putting it, Smokey. I had to preserve my ability to give help. It is difficult to pour from a cup that is already empty.
Mm-hmm.
So there you go.
Sage wisdom.
Sage, very much. Julie, asking another question. What is the most annoying question that people ask you regularly?
Okay, so I gotta go.
Blake just jumps right into this one.
Yeah.
Just like, oh boy, I got a good one for you.
Yeah, so for those of you who don't remember, like I work at a park here at our local at our town. And this park has a couple of man-made ponds, and every so often they put fish in there so people can fish in them. At least 8 times a week, somebody walks up to me and asks, "Hey, have we stocked the pond yet?" It's like, I don't know. That's an entirely different thing about the city. I'm here to make sure that y'all don't wreck this place. I don't care if you get fish. Also, why are you getting fish out of pond? You're too lazy to go to the woods.
Or an ocean, or the ocean. So.
Right. We're like what? 45 minutes from the ocean?
Yeah, we're not even that far.
Right.
So I'd say more like 20 minutes.
Depending on traffic?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If even 20 minutes. So, what about you? Most annoying question you get asked all the time?
I get asked quite a few.
I can only imagine.
So, like we talked about earlier on this stream, that I am a cook, and I wear what you expect most cooks to wear, which are the standard chef whites, and so, I usually make stops along my way to work. I get a little something to eat for both going and for my lunch. And always someone has to ask, "Are you a chef?" Are you a chef?
To be fair, you work at Disneyland, so for all we know, you could be that chef guy from Little Mermaid.
Or the chef from Ratatouille.
Right.
Yeah.
So.
But it's like,
do you have a Pat Oswalt rat? Does he go on a rant about that Christmas Carol and Christmas shoes?
Oh my
Did he
God.
predict that scene from Book of Boba Fett?
They heard you laugh at that, by the way, in there. Yeah, you. So it is funny, though. I gotta say.
No, I mean some kind of surgeon or something.
I one time.
No, I fix the animatronics.
I don't know how many times I just want to say, "No, I'm a garbage man," or just something completely unrelated to my work clothes. Hell, I've had people when walking to and from my breaks.
I'm a mechanic.
If I work there,
No.
wearing a messy work uniform and a name tag.
No, I just
do you work here?
No, I just want everybody know I'm Ray and this is my hometown.
Yeah.
No, I'm celebrating my birthday here today.
Yeah, definitely. Those are some of the annoying ones.
Sorry.
Another one that has started really getting to me is you both know that I'm kind of visibly injured.
Yeah.
I've got my bum leg,
Uh-huh.
and the one, it's just people are weirdly adamant that I can get that fixed no problem.
No, that's not how that works. You don't just roll up at the dealership and just wheel in and out in like a day.
Yeah, this is one of those things where it's like, if it goes well, there's going to be marginal, tiny gains out of all the money spent, the time spent, and the pain endured.
Mm-hmm.
But if it goes wrong, which probably will be, I'll be worse off than how I am now. I've gone up mountains on this leg already.
Yeah.
I've outran you up Mount Wilson.
Yeah.
On this leg.
You did.
And the most blown out boots.
Yeah, you blew out your boots.
Yeah.
The day before too. So.
Okay, I know you're fast loose on this stream, but you gotta draw a line somewhere.
Blake. Well done. So. Yeah, I was about to say, speaking of fast and loose, Smokey's got a good one there. Are you a chef?
That is a good one.
Nope, I'm an exotic dancer. This is my rip-off costume.
Oh, God. But yeah, so it's like people are just like, oh, yeah, why can't you just go to a doctor and get that fixed? You know, it's like, you know, there's that, you know, the things go around. It's like, have you gone to a doctor about this? I've talked to 3 doctors about this.
Yeah.
Also, do they not know how much a chef at Disneyland makes?
Yeah, you have insurance. It's like, insurance still doesn't pay for everything. Pat.
No.
Oh, Jared, what about? I actually have a question for Ray, but first I want to get your answer about the annoying question you get all the time.
Okay, yeah. So you can imagine up at the observatory, we get annoying questions all the time. And I really try to not let the annoying questions get to me too badly, because especially around now, the holidays, it's just loaded with people up there.
Right.
So if I get annoyed at a question, I'm going to be spending the entire day fuming, and that's just not going to end well. So if I do have to pick some, do you have bathrooms? So, do you guys have bathrooms? And it's just like,
No, we have these stick figures of people for fun.
No, I've always wanted to say, no, we just hang our ass over the rail and take a shit. You know? Like, I've always wanted to say that. I'm not going to say that.
30 points if you're a mountain lion.
Yeah. But that's
Double
definitely
over
what
2.
I've thought about.
We do, but only for people that don't ask stupid questions.
Yeah. How many? You got a quarter?
Okay, I'll tell you if you answer me. Is Pluto a planet?
That one I don't mind, because it always leads to really nice discussions about stuff like that. So I think that's a very valid one to ask with it. Smokey, you are on fire tonight. Smokey says, do you have bathrooms? Nope. We got a human-sized litter box, though. So
that's just the playground.
Yeah.
Sir, that's our replica of the moon.
Ray. There are children that play in playgrounds.
And you know how dirty children you can be?
I was about to say, I should know. I clean up their Capri Suns every weekend.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm going to stop. What's another one that I think it just annoys the hell out of me? A lot of people say, do you work here? And I always just want to say, no, I'm dressing up for fun. No, I'm cosplaying a museum guide. Because, who's going to go to Griffith Observatory dressed to the nines like we have to?
Fair question. Who's going to go anywhere wearing a name tag if they don't work there?
I don't know. Trying to think of another one. Oh, yeah. We have a solar telescope up at the observatory.
Right.
Obviously, once night comes around, the solar telescope doesn't work. So
that's how words work. Yes.
Yes. So there will oftentimes be people that are like, "Hey, this says this is supposed to have a live image of the sun. Where is it? Was this thing broken or something? Where's the sun? Where's the image of the sun?" And it's like, I don't know. It's 9:30 at night. You tell me.
Probably somewhere over Asia.
How many did you put enough quarters in? Kind of with it. So.
Probably somewhere over Asia at this point.
Yeah, so that's a good one. I always appreciate.
If you really want to see the sun, run west. Really
Yeah.
fast.
Yeah, you got to run really fast that way. Or if you kind of want to go the other way, you could go that way, but you got to run really, really fast too. So, yeah.
Or you could just wait here for another 15 hours or so.
Yeah. Also, do you get a lot of flat earthers or moon deniers up here? And it's just like, no, we don't. They tend to not come to places like this because they know that us folks who work there can outwit them just by
stating facts.
Stating facts, yeah. So they tend to not come to places like where we're at. So every once in a while, yeah. And I mean, it's always good sport. Mostly because we just absolutely destroy them.
One time you did get a moon legitimately did not know we went there.
Yeah, that was a long time ago. So we also did have somebody up at the observatory that was protesting the observatory because we were teaching about spherical Earth instead of flat Earth, and they had like sandwich boards and a whole bunch of like things that they were carrying and everything, and it was great because it was just hilarious.
My sign is flat, therefore the
Night,
Earth
Ryan.
is flat.
Good night.
Good night, Ryan.
Night, Ryan.
Happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year.
Have a good one.
Because you are, it is New Year's for you. It's 2:30 for you, if I remember correctly, in the morning. So
Go get
Happy
some,
New Year.
I don't know what you got planned for tomorrow, but get some sleep anyway.
Yeah. So, so that's definitely the most annoying question for me. And then you had a question for Ray.
Yeah. For those who don't know, there was a little nickname for annual pass holders in the before times, and a lot of them are called pass holes.
Uh-huh.
I'm just wondering if there's a new equivalent to that now that Disney has changed it to Magic Key.
I didn't know pass holes was a thing.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's like that's not for like the really obnoxious. I'm an annual pass holder, therefore I get this type people.
I don't know. Haven't heard anything yet.
Well, you're gonna have to start one. There you go.
Also, are you open to suggestions?
This guy.
It's.
Thank you. Magic Key, I don't know. That's a tough one to make a funny, witty.
I'm actually kind of wondering if they deliberately did that so it'd be harder to come up with a derogatory nickname.
Probably not. Gonna be honest here, probably not. Keyholes. I mean, Smokey just suggested keyholes. But that's also the name of a series of spy satellites too. So I mean, it's got a cool thing attached to
Also
it.
a plot device from Kingdom Hearts.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which again, Disney synergy.
Synergistic vertical integration. Bomb diggity. Yeah.
Lemon, that was terrible.
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry.
And if you get that reference, you enjoy awesome TV shows.
Sorry. Gosh, we're getting some spam in there. We're getting some good spam in there with that. So
I don't like spam.
I must be.
Don't like spam.
Like spam.
I must be hitting the big time because I'm getting spam in the
Ugh.
chat. So awesome. So vertical and horizontal product integration. Yeah.
I don't know what that means.
Vertical integration means like you do
Oh
everything.
yeah, I know vertical, but horizontal. I've seen 30 Rock. I know vertical integration.
Okay, good. Yes, actually, they do. They actually do a very good explanation of vertical integration.
Right.
That's the scary bit.
Yeah, it's almost like Tina Fey knows how these TV execs talk or something.
Okay, I'm trying to pull this up so I can. This is really weird because I'm watching myself.
What?
I'm literally watching myself getting ready to post that. It's so weird.
Also, you just saw me make what I call a cold nacho.
A cold nacho?
Yeah, you get a bit of cheese, a tortilla chip, dip it in salsa.
Oh, nice.
I thought about nachos.
That's fine, Terry. You're doing great.
Jared kept saying, "You're doing too much. Doing too much. We have too much food."
I'm just saying you're doing awesome.
All right. I'll keep working on it. Slow sometimes, but I keep working on it.
Look at him. Look at him go. Type. 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 Gotta fill dead air. We gotta fill dead air.
Y'all are trying to pressure me, and it just doesn't work. Just so that you want, just to let you know, by the way.
Oh, I just saw the new Matrix.
How was it?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. Like, on the outside, it looks like just another sort of another cash grab, nostalgia reboot thing. But it's also a metaphor for cash grab nostalgia reboots.
Yeah, I heard it's a big FU to that kind of stuff. It's basically what Chelsea's just being like,
Yeah,
you want another one? Here, fine. Screw you.
There's literally a scene where Tom Anderson is sitting in an office and he's told by his boss, look, you did a great job with those Matrix video games, but our parent company, Warner Brothers, is telling us we're going to make a fourth one with or without you.
Huh? Okay,
Yeah.
I'm very confused now, and I guess I'm gonna have to figure this out.
Oh yeah, that's what happened in the Matrix Resurrections.
Sorry.
I thought something was confusing. You had to go like, huh?
Oh. I had a hairs.
All right.
So sorry. Sorry, I had a hairs.
I thought you saw some code.
Yeah. Smokey's saying Matrix 4 even name drops Warner Brothers and gripes at them.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Daniel said, I love the new Matrix. And Julie says, no spoilers.
I'm just... I will say there is one thing that I feel like it would be a content warning, but it also is kind of a spoiler warning, so beware some stuff could go down.
Okay. No spoilers on here.
No, again, it's kind of weird when you gotta get into that sort of Harry, should I? But it would kind of spoil something. But it could also really upset a lot of people if you don't mention it. So, yeah.
Yeah. So don't.
I won't.
Don't do it, man.
I won't.
Don't do it. Don't do it, bro.
I'm not gonna. Jeez. Also saw Encanto. Very lovely film.
I've heard it's good.
Yeah. I mean, Lin-Manuel Miranda did the music, so.
Yes. I heard he's quite talented at that.
Say what you will about the guy, but he knows how to make good music.
It's helpful.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, by the way, I just wanted to say, we are now officially in the longest stream I have ever done.
Wait, what's the longest one you just did with me and Mark?
Mm-hmm. It was.
Wow, I've been in your 2 longest streams in a row.
Yeah. And we've still got another... Oh, we're actually halfway through this.
Suck it, Jovi.
See, you can't like do it fully because the algorithm will catch us and then murder us.
Content ID.
Oh, question from Julie. What is the most impressive thing you know how to do?
I could do a nearly spot-on Chewbacca.
Do it.
All right.
That is a good Chewbacca.
That is a very good Chewbacca.
Also, I just realized my coat's also like appropriately colored.
Yeah, it is. I gotta say, there was a time where we were at. Smokey says, "I know how to honk like a bike horn." That is such a.
Smokey, are you Skeeter from Doug?
Boss? Oh my God, Smokey could be. So
nostalgia whiplash.
Smokey also says, "Let the Wookiee win." Yeah, thank you, Julie. I appreciate that we have a ton of those. Yeah. He's hairy like one. We were at Galaxy's Edge, right? And
Yes, sir.
you called out to Chewbacca, and he stopped, turned around, and made a beeline for you. And you were having a conversation with him, and I don't know what the heck you were talking about.
Probably for the best.
Yeah, but
let's just say it is not Disney friendly.
oh, okay, wow. Okay.
Also, he also gave me a hug and pat my head.
He did.
It was
He did. That was delightful.
It is why Galaxy's Edge is my new favorite thing at Disneyland, honestly.
Yeah, everyone's saying that you did a very good Chewbacca impression just now, and I can't help but agree with that there. Ray, same question. What's the most impressive thing you know how to do?
I know how to do?
Yeah.
An interesting way to do it. Usually the question is, what's the most impressive thing you've done?
Well, this is action.
Yeah.
Because we're in front of people, so there's no pressure.
No pressure at all.
And also,
On
it's
the
not like
internet.
this is going to be on the internet forever.
No.
Also, it's something that requires equipment. Feel free not to perform it for the people.
What's the most impressive thing that I know how to do? Well, I guess it's just my cooking.
You're very good at cooking, I gotta say. So
I mean, I've had your cooking while you were working at Disneyland. It's pretty good. I have no other frame of reference.
Your home cooking's amazing. So
I'm sure it's great. I just have no other frame of reference.
I think Blake here definitely knows what I'm about to do. So,
oh boy,
what's the most impressive thing that I know how to do? Well, outside of like all the obvious things, I just need to like not, just forget all the obvious things. I can armpit fart really well.
Oh, the performance anxiety has happened. Oh, the control.
It's like watching Christopher Walken in the Country Bears movie.
Okay, so maybe I used to be able to do this really well.
You lost it.
Oh, there it is.
But also I can do it with my hands too. Yeah, but see, you have to do that. I can do this.
Yeah, all I can do is this.
Ah, brother!
Brother! Is this the most absurd stream we've done?
Oh wait, no, here's something I can do.
That's impressive. Now do it to the camera.
All right, if you're uncomfortable with eye stuff,
I can
look
do that
away.
too.
All right, hang on,
I don't know
got
which
way
one
for
of
it
my
to delay.
eyes is out of it, but
Okay.
it's everything I got there. So yeah. So wow, look at this.
There.
Look at this.
Speaking of eye stuff, who here has seen Ace Ventura 2?
Okay, Smokey says riveting stream. Matt Clark says, wow.
Have I seen
Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.?
I have not.
I have, but I haven't seen the last 2 seasons. Which,
I haven't
from
either.
what I've understand, makes them out of continuity now. I still need to check them out, but yeah, but from what I've seen, I've enjoyed.
London Bridge is fall.
In order for content ID, I just bring up that old Animaniacs clip of Wacko performing at the Hollywood Bowl.
Oh, that's another.
We are
thing.
going
Okay.
off the rails officially, and I'm loving this.
All right, yeah. If we want to get into gross, weird shit, yeah, I can do a lot of impressive things, like the eye
Julie.
thing, burping on command.
This is the quality entertainment I was looking for. Oh, you instigators, you. All of you. None of you are free of sin. Why did I take my ring off to do that? Because it was this hand that goes into my armpit. So, I don't know. Oh, all right. Maddie, Smokey says Jared's hand farts just made a sound that was like it was asking a question. Yeah.
Inquisitive manual flatulence.
Yeah, it's. I mean, you get a little Miles Davis out of it too if you try hard enough. So, Maddie is asking, how many more hours of fart noises do we have left? Actually, we have about 5 hours and 15 minutes of fart noises left. Can you believe it? I can't believe it either.
Can't believe it.
So.
Oh, we got that long. I'm gonna make me get some meatballs.
Yeah, go for it. I think are the meatballs good to go?
They're set to warm. So
Are the balls go?
I'm about to find out. I know what I said.
I know. All right, I think we're gonna do a little quick food break for ourselves here. So, so we're gonna. Oh yeah, we do need a celebration when I reach a new record. That's true. So we're gonna go ahead and step away for just a moment. Grab some food. You should go grab some food and drinks as well. We'll be right back right after this. Okay, we're back for now. We'll see how long we're back for. Marty. It's your kids, Marty.
It's your kids, Marty.
Oh, doggone it, I've lost it. Marty is... oh, no, it's Julie saying, are they sweaty? I don't know, you tell me. How's that looking? They're my moms, so... yeah, Seki is saying they aren't twist tops, Jared. You fool that you are, Jared. Moron.
Seriously, how do you sleep at night?
Very well. Smokey is saying, I want to make a joke about Blake's meatballs, but I think it might be a bit much. That's all right.
Leave it there for now.
And again, they're not mine. They're Jared's mom's. Oh, they're Costco's.
Yeah, they're Costco's, but they're well made.
An awesome meatball, but I didn't have time today.
So.
Oh my God, he stabbed it.
I eat them with a knife. It's a lot cooler. It's more dangerous. So it's neat.
He kind of loses danger points when it's plastic.
I'm gonna crap. Unbelievable. asking, how's everybody's New Year's going? Just got back from watching Spider-Man. Sounds like you had a good one, Brett. Ours is going great.
Yeah,
Doing really well.
I saw that last week with my nephew who was in town for Christmas.
I love dry beers. They are so good.
Oh yeah.
Can never get enough.
I gotta be honest. After seeing No Way Home, might be my second favorite Spider-Man movie.
Wow, that's saying a lot.
Yeah. I did. Yeah, I just said. Yeah, it's my second favorite.
Well, Blake, there's a little bit of a time delay.
Oh, my brain.
It's all right. It's all right.
I got meatball in the brain.
I've got it set to a ultra low latency, which means that we're getting it fast, as fast as possible. But at the same time, yeah. So Smokey saying something about the most dangerous thing you've ever done: eating a meatball with a plastic knife. I like that. Maddie. Well, Brett says better than the Matrix.
Yeah, I think that's a safe bet.
Actually, I kind of want to see Matrix, so maybe we can do that at some point. We can do that at home, right? I think.
Yeah, it's on HBO Max.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Maybe we'll go over to your place and.
Yeah, swing on by.
Yeah. I also still need to see Tenet as well. So.
I gotta be honest. From what I can tell, not for me. I usually like Nolan's work, but this one does seem like my kind of bag.
Yeah, I've heard that, but I mean, also at the same time, just wanna watch it.
Fair
enough. Yeah. So I guess people are saying that Matrix is okay. Seki says. Yeah, sounds like it. Sounds like people are doing that. So Maddie now is asking. Well, of course, we need to know what is your favorite Spider-Man.
Oh, Into the Spider-Verse, hands down.
Yes, 100% agree with you.
That was an excellent one.
Yeah, 100%.
And you gotta be out and well, spoiling too much. Ooh.
Mini tacos, pizza rolls.
Good God.
Time to
This is
deliver a
amazing.
pizza ball.
Time to deliver a pizza ball.
You ordered them. I mean, you bought them. I gotta cook them.
That's true. Thank you. Wow.
These mini tacos.
These are like the Jack in the Box mini tacos.
Not far off.
In case anybody doesn't know, there is a
over here. Pizza things or mini tacos or both?
Both.
Both?
Both.
Okay. No,
there's a fast food place. I don't actually know how.
I think it's only southern central-ish California.
That has Jack Box tacos?
Or just talking about Jack in the
Jack in the Box. Just a fast food place we have around here. It's good. First of all, it's really good. In a sort of, how would I describe it?
Unhealthy way.
In the most unhealthy way possible.
It's great when it's 2 a.m. and you're kind of high.
Yeah, I was about to say, over the past couple of years, they have really pushed a menu that if they made a commercial, they could basically be like, hey, are you high as fuck right now? So
yeah, I think they did.
Yeah.
One of their commercials heavily referenced
I honestly
that
think
someone
that they were
was
all
high
sitting around
up.
like that stoned out of their minds and said, we should probably do something with
hey,
this.
you know what'd be really cool? Let's make a bunch of like, I know what we'll do.
We won't actually say they're high, but they know they're high.
We need to take these tacos and make them really small, like this big, and then put like 50 of them in a bucket and sell them for $10 a pop.
And we ate it up.
That's hot.
And people bought it, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever been into a pizza roll and not scalded your mouth?
It's like a small hot pocket.
Hot pocket.
Because the algorithm.
And they always make them cheaper after 9 o'clock because they know everybody's stoned.
Oh, yeah.
If you buy it, like if you go to my time of day, it's like $35 for these stupid little things. But if you go after 9 o'clock,
Maybe
it's
you should get stoned.
or maybe I should
Wait till like
9 o'clock.
Yeah. You know what? Actually, if you want, when the stream's over, go to YouTube, look up the Munchie Meal commercials.
That's the one.
Yeah, that's another thing.
Well, yeah,
it's fucking called the Munchie Meal. They
Yeah.
know.
Oh, course they do. That's from when they first started doing them, like 4 years. I tried to burp before you guys came, but you know something?
Oh my God. I apologize.
Look at my little burp we're at here.
I apologize. I was not expecting it to be that big. I was like,
Are you challenging me?
I was
Yes, you
just
were,
like,
and you know you
oh,
were.
I wasn't. I was like, I'll let this one out quietly. No.
That's like
Are
a fart.
we gonna
What?
You
have
don't fart quietly.
What part of your body? What part has ever exited your body quietly?
Nice one, Smokey. Sharon burps. The Sarlacc bitch just ate Boba Fett.
Oh.
We open on the sun.
Why does this make me think of the days up at the cabin? The days at the cabin, it was Dad, Jared, and Steve. I'll say no more.
Oh Lord.
That's right.
Dutch oven?
Not Dutch
There's
oven.
this lonely little old lady sitting there with a...
That's a Dutch furnace.
I
And
apologize.
then we did have one dog that farted louder than both of them.
Well, Missy farts. Missy has some of the most horrendous farts.
Oh, that's okay. You can
Missy cut a fart yesterday that I was just like, mother of God. Like it stung my eyes. You know? It's just like, Jesus. Dog.
Jared, that smells like pure gasoline.
Just stings the nostrils.
Yeah. Of course, being the only girl with the cabin, it was like, okay, how do I get out of here?
Smokey, with the spaceflight reference, Dutch full flow closed cycle methane engine.
Okay,
Nice
I
one,
rate
Smokey.
my brownies really, really chewy, so these are chewy, so just to let you know.
Okay, that's cool.
Nothing wrong with a chewy brownie.
I like chewy.
Yep, see? Look at what we've done. Sorry, Julie, I saw that earlier and then we got distracted. Seki, rocket fuel. So Julie's asking, what is your most prized possession and why?
Huh. I can't think of anything that would label my possession.
No.
Yeah, I can't think.
That's weird.
I legit can't think of anything that I can just label as my possession.
Yeah, that's really tough.
Like my dog in the legal sense, maybe?
Yeah, maybe? Like my puppies?
Your mother.
My mother.
Just remember I'm standing here. You better say something nice.
Jared owns you?
There are times.
Puts the lotion on its skin. Anyways.
Okay, I'm just going to wheel away from that.
Yeah, I was going to say, it sounded good in my head, and then I said it, and...
In what universe does that sound good?
Not so much. So,
That's what we're going to leave this discussion on. You make it a very upsetting comment about your mother.
No! We're going to figure this out. What is my most prized possession? What is my most prized possession? As I've often said, in a fire, I'm saving myself first.
I don't know, Ray, you got anything?
I have a few like antique toys that were my grandmother's.
Okay, that's...
You know, a lot.
Oh, that's
definitely very prized in a very sentimental way.
You know something?
nice.
That's something Jared would really never enjoy because I have a lot of stuff that was my mom's and my dad's, but he never knew them, so it doesn't have that connection. So that's very sweet. I like that.
You know, now that...
And I'm not putting you down, Jared. You just never knew my parents, you know. Even though if you sell this piano, you're going to be put in my, you know.
No, I'm not selling the piano.
Yeah.
That piano's going nowhere.
Yeah.
That is ours.
You know, actually, think about it that way. Then, my grandfather had a bunch of clown paintings, like Red Skeleton.
Oh my God! Have you seen ours?
Oh, yeah.
And then we've got an original one.
My grandpa had a bunch of those, like so many that pretty much all his grandchildren got one when he passed. So I guess if I had to pick, well, probably that.
Yeah, and yours is like Pandora's box.
Full of clowns.
Full of clowns being open.
I guess that's what your opinion of clowns is. It makes sense.
Yeah, definitely.
Do you appreciate the clown thing, or is it just because it was your grandfather's? I mean, is it
Probably because of my grandpa.
Mhm. Well, as you can see,
Yeah.
going through the house, if you look over to the right, we have.
You know, I actually think he might have had.
That's
actually
Red
had that
Skeleton
one.
right there.
And then we have over here, we have.
And look what's relevant in the chat from Jules.
Yeah, Red Skeleton clowns. Shudder.
Yeah.
Would you like to take a tour of the house?
Don't pan the camera around the house.
Yeah.
No, please.
Not going to show you that. So.
Smokey actually has a good one.
And we have plates as well because that's what white people have. They have
that's
plates
what
of
Dad
things.
had because he loved red.
And then also we won't talk about the Gone with the Wind plates
That
we have.
that was my thing.
So.
I have to have a thing.
Oh, actually.
Anyways, moving on.
Right along.
Okay,
and then we collected Jarrett's.
What were we talking about earlier? Marty the Martian says, mine is a Goonies t-shirt signed by Tim Brooke Taylor and Graham Garden.
Oh, actually.
Graham Garden.
Actually.
It's not bad.
Oh, I do have a publicity photo of Pinky and the Brain signed by Rod Paulson.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Very nice.
Yeah, he was in town a couple years ago for his music tour, and I saw him perform.
Sure.
It was a fun night.
I have the Hot Wheels playset for Sojourner, the first Mars rover, and Galileo, the first mission that orbited Jupiter.
Galileo?
Galileo. Figaro.
Magnifico.
Algorithm.
Yeah, I'd say those are definitely, because you got those for me when I was a kid from JPL.
I got a lot of these.
And I'll never forget that.
Thank you. You know, one of my,
And I would say too the baseballs that I have, with every Dodger conceivable having signed them.
Yeah.
So
we were lucky
lots
enough
of very
to,
famous Hall of Fame kind of
I
people.
want to say one of mine is going to sound screwy, but a cast iron skillet that's sitting on there on the stove. It's 124 years old. It was my grandmother's.
Also, Martin says, not Goonies, Goodies.
Goodies? Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, Marty. Goodies. Smokey asking best and worst moments of 2021.
Yeah, actually, I was thinking about this today because, it's the kind of year when you think about it. So, personal life, worst moments just the first few months of the year. We were still in the pandemic. Just in general, that was just kind of a bad time all around.
Mm-hmm.
Also, personal moments, I got a new job. Got vaccinated and boosted this last week. And my family moved in July.
Mm-hmm.
Now, there's just some hits in my personal life. But if we're talking pop culture stuff, there are a few things. We got the first few episodes of the new season of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, which is aces, by the way. If you like that, if you like JoJo, you're gonna like this anime. Also got on this show called I Think You Should Leave with Tim Robbins.
Oh my God.
Have you seen it?
No, but I know of the video game that it's based on.
No, it's not.
Oh, is it not that one?
No, it's a sketch show. You ever seen the meme of the guy in the hot dog suit going, "We need to figure out who did this"?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's from that show.
Oh, okay, cool. Doesn't Connor O'Malley write for it?
Oh, yeah, I got the power of God.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. So.
He does.
Hey guys, you want to go on a cruise? Liking and selling.
No, I'm good.
I know.
I don't do cruises.
I would avoid the cruise even before the pandemic.
The only one that Jared and I have talked about this that I'd like to go on is Alaska.
Yeah, I can take a cruise to Alaska, but that's about it.
Yeah, that's nice. Oh, and worst pop culture thing. Probably not worst, but one that left me most disappointed. Live action Bebop.
Oh.
Yeah.
You need to look at this just because I think it's your path.
Again?
I'm gonna put it in
live,
there. Hand it here.
Okay.
Live action Bebop wasn't bad. It was disappointing.
All right.
Because it was leading up to it. It seemed so good, like the casting was absolutely on point. The costuming.
Usama
the-
Shakir was just dead on Jet. Like spot on.
Oh, that was such a good. He was such a good Jet.
He was Jet.
Yeah.
There's no denying that.
Honestly, if I was just watching it and closed my eyes, I could barely tell the difference between him and Bo Billingsley.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And all the set designs and stuff.
So you were kind of telling me what the problem was, and I agree with you on it, which is that Cowboy Bebop, Netflix's Cowboy Bebop, took in just enough from the show that people who like the show would recognize things.
Right.
But it also took in
let's be honest.
just enough of other things so that people who had never seen the show would kind of get an idea of what the show is about. It unfortunately met in a like uncanny valley where it just didn't work. There was too much original stuff in it, and there was too much, winking at people who are like aware of Cowboy Bebop. It attempted to please everybody, and it didn't work.
Right.
It should have just been its own thing.
And
I'm not necessarily saying like, it needed to be completely different than regular Cowboy Bebop. They could have done a shot-for-shot remake of the anime, and that would have been perfectly fine with me. I still enjoyed it. I will put that out there. I still enjoyed the storytelling aspects of it and things like that. I appreciate that it tried to keep the aesthetics and other things. And again, the cast. Everybody except for Vicious was spot on. The guy playing Vicious, I don't know what the director was telling him, but he was just too much.
I saw
too much.
I saw this review, and of course, got canceled 3 weeks after premiering. But I actually saw this review, and this reviewer pointed out this great thing, like this whole trying to balance an original story while doing essentially shot-for-shot remakes of certain scenes.
Mm-hmm.
And the biggest breakdown was with Vicious.
Yeah.
Like, you see Vicious saying, like, if things turn out differently, you'll have my testicles for tea. Can you imagine that guy also saying, the same blood runs through you, the blood of a beast that lost his fangs? Like, can you imagine that character saying both those lines?
No.
I cannot.
Did you imagine Vicious going on a monologue about the benefits of shaving your crotch? And also like my big things like, and again, this is probably like, trying to apply the Netflix model into Cowboy Bebop, because Cowboy Bebop, the original anime, was mostly episodic.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Yeah, barring like episodes introduced the main cast and anything involving Vicious and Julia, you can watch literally any other episode in any order you want.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yep.
But with this one, they tried to tell it like a linear, this event leads to this. And again, that almost feels antithetical to what Bebop is.
I feel like they tried to tell stories correctly, but they just didn't. It felt like they were like, this is what it originally was, and we just really don't want to touch that just in case people get mad. So, I feel like it ended up really falling back because of that. They just kind of held back. Like, it was either make something new and completely original, or like full throttle lean right into it, shot for shot remake, please. No middle. Let's not muddle in the middle of trying to. That's how I'll put it. The show just never figured out what it wanted to be.
Right.
It just was. It was trying to please too many people at once, as opposed to just do it. Just go and do it.
And also,
I still enjoyed it.
And also, again, I will say this. I'll preface this by saying, my favorite episode of it was probably the one we dive into Faye's backstory. I think that's probably like the best episode of the whole season. And many of you guys had my favorite scene of Jet like hologram Skyping into his daughter's dance recital,
and then the fight happening in the background.
Yeah,
and he's sitting there just.
Yeah, he's having a good old time. Meanwhile, Spike's like fighting like a dozen people.
Yeah, that was great.
Yeah. But I will also say this. the fact that they changed some things up, I don't mind that. And I don't feel like this is a spoiler because this was leaked everywhere. Was at the very end when they introduced Ed.
Yeah.
And Ed being pretty much the least changed in translation from animation to live action. For better or worse.
Yeah, I was about to say for better or worse on that front. So, oh well for that one. So, you know, I mean, Ed was a pretty wild card character.
Right.
So you either liked Ed or I've found that Ed is a character that people either liked or didn't. So.
Also, Eden Perkins, if you're watching this, best luck in your career, man.
Yeah.
Or best luck in your career.
Everyone did good.
I'll say this.
I just feel like the guy who was playing Vicious wasn't. I feel like the writing and the direction for him let him down.
Right.
It wasn't. It didn't feel like it was his fault. I guess I'll say it. So.
But I'd also say this: if John Cho and Mustafa Shakir ever get together and work on another project, I'll watch the hell out of that.
God, I mean, everybody was great in it. So I'm both like incredibly disappointed that it was canceled, but also at the same time, like thinking about it a little bit further after now, I'm kind of like, yeah, I should have seen this coming.
And also be like, also a little relieved because imagine, oh man, what would they do with real folk blues?
Yeah. Yeah, kind of with that. Anyways.
Anywho, what about you guys? I know, sorry, just kind of.
Now that we're all depressed,
seriously, I just realized I kind of dominated that whole. I was kind of curious, like, what are your highlights, little lights from the year?
I think for highlights, one of them was, pulling a 50-mile straight bike ride back in July.
Nice, very nice.
Yeah, that was a bit of a journey, especially I forgot how hilly the further south Orange County gets.
Yeah.
Once you get out of Newport, Crystal Cove though is beautiful. I'd ride as far as that again, definitely. Definitely getting better at learning coding.
Yeah, that's true.
Like. It's finally starting to click with me.
Nice.
Nice. Just realized another highlight for me, personal highlight. I launched the pilot episode of my Blake's Tune Bunker podcast.
Yes, that's right. And I have to find a link to that at some point and throw it into the chat.
My pinned tweet on Twitter. Go to Blake Calvert at Blake Calvert 1. It's right there.
Okay. Yeah, I'll grab it.
What else? What else were you up to this past year, right? Like,
what else can I get you guys?
I think we're good.
Okay,
Thank you.
I'm going to do some more tacos and pizza things, just so you'll have them.
Okay.
And Jared, check the meatballs and see if you want me to throw some more in there for later on.
Okay.
Just he's just posting a link from a thing I did.
I want to see.
Well, just a link to a podcast I recorded about and incidentally, it was also a tie into Cowboy Bebop. So
yes, yeah, that's.
I was trying to play the algorithm.
Go figure. Yeah. Yeah. Cool.
Yeah.
I guess a midlight for me would be, starting work again. I mean.
Not exactly high, not exactly low.
Yeah, it's nice to get paid.
Is somebody else coming?
But also,
should I just throw maybe a half?
There is still a pandemic happening.
Right. By the way, if you haven't yet, get your damn shots.
Go get your shot.
If you're able to, but still haven't, why not?
Yeah. What are you doing? So get boosted, please. Appreciate it if you would. But yeah. Yeah, it's definitely some ways to go with that. So
I retired.
That's true. You did retire.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What about you, Jared?
Well, I'll start with the low points just because that's I always like to try to end on a high note.
I could say something to that, but I'm out. There's a way to get a high note out of you.
Oh, okay. I thought you were gonna say like, oh, well, there's something low about your life, isn't there? So, anyways, I was like, what are you about to say, and why am I about to be unbelievably
And should
upset?
Ray and I leave the room?
Yeah, I was about to say.
I'm not gonna be
A
that
fight is about to go down. Well, some of my low stuff was just my back in general, not cooperating with me and dealing with that. That really sucked. It still sucks because it's still a problem. Not as bad as it was, but like I definitely don't know if I'm going to be climbing this upcoming year. Really want to, but if I'm physically unable to, I'll take another year off.
You get you something else, right?
Oh, I'm good.
Another thing, the end of the Formula One season was a very low thing because that was just unbelievably piss poorly done.
Oh, I can't believe that car did that thing. I don't follow racing.
Rules were broken, and it cost a driver a championship because of that.
Oh, right.
So,
I think I actually heard about this.
Yeah, it sucked, and I'm still in awe that it actually happened. And I'm hoping that the driver who did not win the championship, Lewis Hamilton, is going to come back. He's basically gone entirely quiet and not said a single thing since. So yeah, have to figure out how that was. It sucks because Hamilton and Verstappen both raced this season well enough that they both were worthy champions. And then they went ahead and just were like, oh, we need to make the Netflix special, really, really exciting. So let's do this. So, yeah. Some of my high points this year, getting vaccinated, I was very happy. Actually, my biggest low point, getting cancer, having to get that removed, and having COVID during that time too, catching COVID and dealing with that. So,
well, that was 2021?
A year ago tonight is when the symptoms onset, and then I got tested on the 4th of January, and that's when I got it confirmed.
And 2 days later, that was a little light.
Oh yeah, it was January 6th. I was like drugged out of my mind, so I didn't know what was happening that day. So
did you? I gotta be honest. Were you thinking, is this really happening?
No, I think I was watching it, and I was just like, fucking white people. That was pretty much my reaction to this.
Accurate.
It's pretty much my reaction to the past half a decade in the United States. Actually, pretty much my reaction to the history of the United States. We'll get to that at a later point. But yeah, I was just so drugged up by that point. I didn't even really know what was going on. It really wasn't until a couple days later where I was like, ooh, that was bad. And dealing with the effects of COVID as well, because, I was out, and it was like mid-March when I was finally getting around to being myself again, because of the fatigue and everything with it. So, I mean, it's just, yeah, it was brutal. And then like having to sit there and wait and just staring at the whatever it was that was there, just like, man, I hope that's not spreading. So, and like every day it would be like, okay, I'll check in with them. Yeah, I still have symptoms. Okay, well, you can't come in. So we're going to have to delay it further. We'll delay it further. We'll delay it further. We'll delay. It's just like, oh, come on, get this out of me. But some of the good things.
Be like Uncle Jesse and cut it out.
Yeah, exactly. But some of the good stuff that happened this year that I really enjoyed. Perseverance, landing the Perseverance rover on Mars. That was awesome. Getting actual footage of landing on Mars, like HD footage of something we'd never seen before, blew my mind.
That was neat.
In addition, the helicopter Ingenuity as well, operating on Mars, still flying. By the way, in case you wanted to know, they're still flying it. So
believe it or not, that thing's flying on Mars.
Trying to think of some other things too. I feel like I've gotten better at both of my jobs.
Oh, you were on a game show.
Like, yes, I was on a game show, and I won money on the game show, like an actual sizable chunk of money. So that was really fun. I enjoyed it. I got to hang out with Joey Fatone. He was delightful. He's one of the nicest people I've ever gotten to be on a stage with. And we danced together, actually. So
I forgot to ask her.
It was great.
Did he bust out this move?
I did not. Neither did he. Yeah, we did our thing. So, yeah. I tried to get them to put Toxic by Britney Spears on, but they didn't. So, because like between takes and stuff, they would put music on just to keep everybody entertained and jazzed and everything, I guess. So, yeah, it was really fun. I won $3,333.33.
So multiply by 3, and you can figure out what the team won altogether.
Yes. And we gave our friend who was we gave our friend who came in clutch with the Yahtzee answering question. We gave him the portion that had 34 cents instead of 33, because we were like, that's an extra penny of effort right there. So it was great. I loved it. It was so much fun. And then I went and did a mountain hike that day afterwards and screwed up my back further. So yeah, there was that. Just feeling like I'm getting better at work.
Or you're thinking, I know where my game show winnings are going to.
Yeah. And then just everybody, like kind of, I don't want to say ingenuity. What can it be? Believe it or not, it's just me. Nice, very nice, Uncle BS.
Gotta look like greatest American hero.
Yeah. Yeah, Julie, I totally agree. Toxic by Britney Spears. It is an excellent song. I actually
classical earth music.
Yes.
I feel like you could sort of mix in that opening violin riff into the Doctor Who theme.
Yeah, maybe a little bit. I do have to say, in a D&D game once, you were there for this. We were like, our group was like on a ship or something, and there was like a bunch of instruments that our group was like gonna play, and I picked up like a one-man band machine, and I was like, I rolled to play the one-man band machine with Britney Spears' Toxic, and then I rolled, and it was a nat 20. And it was like excellent. So I've always wanted to figure out how to make that happen in real life. So yeah, maybe one of my favorite D&D moments ever with that. Which, by the way, Chris should be. I don't know when Chris is showing up. If Chris is showing up,
I'll shoot him a message.
If Chris can't make it, no big deal. That's fine.
I'll shoot him a message.
We've been having. I don't want to say folks drop left and right, but you know it's all good. So.
I got it.
But yeah, some of my highlights. It's good stuff. So, I just had a really good time this year. So I just was like, I just started catching COVID and cancer at the same time. I was just like, it could only be better from here. So, so that was kind of my attitude throughout the entire year, and I feel like it paid off because it's cool. And I have some stuff in the works right now for 2022 that I can't talk about, but if it happens, oh my God, it's going to be like so amazing, and I'm so hopeful about it. And yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I feel like either way it goes, it's this thing has definitely changed me as a person and brought my confidence up several levels, which is very nice.
If 2020 was a 1-star year, 1 to 5, 2021 I'd say 2 out of 5.
I give it like 2.5 stars.
Yeah.
Like, it was a shit year. Like, let's not get around this here. This year was a dumpster fire.
But not as bad as 2020.
Yeah. But, I mean, we were standing outside of the dumpster watching it on fire. We weren't like 2020 where we were standing in it pouring gasoline all over ourselves as the fire consumed our bodies.
Let me be fair. I feel like...
Sorry,
I feel like
that was a bit of a heavy way to describe it.
No, I got it wrong. We are stuck in the dumpster trying to figure out the best way to put out the fire. And meanwhile, about half the other people in the dumpster are trying to just actively making the fire worse.
I feel like
they're the ones pouring it on themselves.
Right. Meanwhile, we're still trapped in dumpster, just like, guys, this isn't helping our situation.
2020 was a year where, like, we were a raccoon in a dumpster, and that dumpster got emptied into a garbage truck, but not in a good way. 2021, we're a raccoon in a dumpster, but there's like a hockey stick, and we're like climbing up it to get out, and then right as we reach the top, we fall. So, like, that's...
I know what you're talking
yes,
about.
that's my metaphor for this year with that. So you heard it here, folks. The past 2 years... yeah, Smokey. Yeah, pouring gasoline on yourself inside the dumpster fire to own the libs. So
There it is.
There it is.
Hopefully 2022, we make it up that hockey stick and jump into a dumpster full of half-eaten pizzas.
Yes, that would be nice.
Or at least,
but
like,
I don't have much faith.
I'm hoping
gonna do that.
I'm hoping we at least touch that little bendy part at the end of the stick. I don't know terminology, but you know what I'm talking about.
Yes. Yeah. Well, if it makes you feel any better, I don't know what it's called either.
The puck smackerator.
Yes.
Good as good a name as anything.
That part. That sounds good. So.
Plus, I feel like that's a somewhat reasonable goal.
Yeah, yeah. So, what's some stuff that you want to do in 2022?
You know,
what are some things that you'd like to?
You know what? I got to be honest. The last couple of days, looking at some statistics, aren't fantastic. But depending on how things go, I might get myself a magic key.
Okay. Okay.
Or if nothing else, at least try to get to Disneyland at least once.
Yeah. Fair enough. So.
Because my sister was just in town. She's a huge Star Wars fan. She's wanted to introduce me to Star Wars. Has yet to go to Galaxy's Edge.
Oh.
So, and plus, before the pandemic happened, we sort of made a promise saying, like, okay, this summer, we're going to Galaxy's Edge. We're going to do it. We're going to do the lightsaber thing. We're just going to have a great time.
Yeah.
Then everything happened. But now, hopefully, things are at least going back down a sort of downward trajectory, a reasonably good downward trajectory this time.
Yes.
That, we'll finally be like, you know what? Let's go. I don't care if I'm paying full price for a ticket. Mm-hmm. Let's effing go.
Yeah, I would love to get a magic key this year, but also, like, I really need to look at it and assess it.
Right.
So, because, I mean, like, if I'm paying full price, I want to be able to go whenever I want to go. I really don't like the idea of having to make a reservation, and then they go, oh, now you may go. Like, look, if I'm giving you this much money, so...
I think there might actually be some kind of lawsuit involving that.
Yes, yeah, I heard about that. So, so we'll see how that goes. And having said that, I probably have just lost my chances of getting a Club 33 membership ever.
They're going to find this, huh?
What's up?
They're going to find this?
The internet's forever.
The internet is forever, and trust me, Club 33, their background check is stringent. So, yeah.
Well, this is the final video of Jared's YouTube channel.
Bye, everybody. I'm so sad.
There's currently 3 snipers pointing laser dots in a perfect Mickey formation.
Take him out. Oh, boy. So.
Cold yuck. I repeat, cold yuck. And there goes my chances of ever getting the club.
What was the Tiger Lily is down. Tiger Lily is down. So I don't know. So because it's Team 6, they Geronimo. So
rescuers are down.
Sorry,
rescuers are down under. Repeat, rescuers are down under. What does it in the movie?
Yeah, I know. Yes, Julie, I know about David at Fresh Baked. He's awesome. I love him. So he does great stuff. He does really good stuff. So that and who else do I love to watch? Defunct Land.
I just saw
all the videos. Defunct Land.
Is
I just saw their Fast Pass one.
It's so good.
Yeah.
Oh man, it's great stuff. So.
Don't have a fun Disney podcast I got into. Escape from Vault Disney. by Tony Goldmark.
Oh yes, I need to listen to him. Because he's really funny on Twitter.
Yeah, he's got some really good stuff. Like the whole point of the podcast is like every week he picks a random title from Disney Plus, and he and his guests like watch it and then have a discussion about what it is.
Nice.
Like he's done Nat Geo specials. He's done a lot of Disney Channel comedies, original movies, or as they call them, DComs.
Oh.
Yeah, that is. And he,
That's
and he finally found one that he gave a positive review to. Like after 10 or 11 of these.
Clearly it was Xenon the sequel, right?
I forget what it was, but it wasn't I think it was like some sort of Halloween one.
Halloween Town?
Not Halloween Town.
Halloween Town 2.
No, not Halloween Town 2.
Halloween Town 3, The Search for More Money.
Yeah, I almost feel like we should tag Tony in this so we can get a plug.
Halloween Town 4, Beat This Horse.
Halloween Town 5. Hello. Damn it, I forgot the word. Oh, yeah. Spooky gentrification.
Halloween Town 6. Eggs.
Halloween Town 7, now on 8-track.
Halloween Town 8, Haunted HOA.
Haunted Organization for Apparitions.
The Haunted Homeowning Apparitions Association.
There it is.
You don't have enough cobwebs in your windows.
Yeah, excuse me. Your tree still has leaves on it.
Halloween Town 9, Eminent Domain with Christmas Town.
Oh my god.
Halloween Town 10, Welcome to Spirit Halloween. How may I help you?
Halloween Town 11, where are the bathrooms? Okay. All right. What about you? What do you want to do in 2022?
Halloween Town 24 and 7.
Oh my God.
Cyber Spook.
Cyber Spook. Also, Marty's saying that Disney Plus withholds content in Oz for months, so he sees all the spoilers.
Oh.
So, sorry. Sorry, Marty. It just takes a really long time to get the content from the U.S. down to Oz. So, it's a big ocean to go across.
I mean, it's still...
So...
I mean, it's still better than... You know, it's a long chase for to get to Narnia.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
Yeah.
2022.
Yes.
Yes.
I think the biggest thing I want to do for 2022 is at least get my game to a playable state.
Yeah. That'd be really cool.
It's very slow going for me.
Mm-hmm.
Working day job, just wanting to also do other things.
Right. Yeah.
You know, you can't just stay so focused on one thing.
Yeah.
You lose your freaking mind.
Yeah.
But yeah, I want to get some sort of like at least a playable demo released by the end of the year.
That'd be cool. So then I could play it. And I can finally have a reason to play video games. So.
For me, I want to start recording more episodes of my podcast. By the way, I still need to get this green son of a bitch.
Yes.
See some JoJo.
Yes. I'm going to watch JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, the first arc, right? First eight episodes, right?
Yeah, 8 or 9. It's the...
Yeah, whatever. We're watching the first arc in one sitting. So,
No, that's okay.
thank you.
I just want to tell you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, this is the last
Okay.
load of food.
Thanks. Thank you.
Uh-huh.
We'll get over there very soon.
Right.
No problem.
So,
So make sure there's nothing missing.
we still have like 5.5 hours to go.
That's why I thought that I could do this.
5.5 hours to go.
Right.
Make sure that you unplug this.
Right.
That's
Yeah. Oh, I will. Before I pass out. Or I'll pass out right on it.
You know, remember, you're asking your son to prevent a fire.
Oh, that sounds like Christian.
So,
So, what we'll do, we'll go ahead and take a break. And when we come back, Christian, our latest guest.
I'm just gonna let Dad.
All right, we are back.
Gotta rest my back every
We're
once
back
in a
now
while.
as we're doing.
Also, Terry, people here love your home.
Yeah, people are enjoying the house.
Thank you.
So
They don't want
this
to see
delightful portion of the house.
Well, they don't want to see the rest of it.
Yeah, it's good.
Oh, we won't talk about that.
Anyways,
so and you guys know what it looks like. So anyway,
if you guys want to see the price of house, we just had the next one in my place.
I'm going to ask you guys to come over and help clean up next week for me because I can't do it with my back anymore.
Alrighty.
Absolutely.
All that stuff from the flower shop has got to be.
Okay. Uncle BS, I'm really liking this. This is like an episode of Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood with everybody, everybody coming over. So everybody's saying hello, new guy. So
I'm not new. I'm cheap piece of crap. You've seen me send you stuff all the time.
They don't know you. They don't know you.
Yeah, but you know they don't know who you are.
So introduce
yourself, or introduce yourself to a level that you're comfortable with at least. So
Hi, I'm Mr. Rogers.
Yeah, you can use a pseudonym, pseudo fake name thingy
neighbor.
if you need to. So I've done it before. So like Seymour Butts or huge ass.
I wouldn't say anything anonymously that I wouldn't say directly to your face. So I'm gonna say, hello everyone. My name's Christian. Nice to meet you. I send Jared a whole bunch of stuff. I'm also his friend and also a DM to him.
Yes.
Also a friend to him and sort of friend to you too, I believe.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sort of friend to you too. First thing I'd like to do, Christian, is kind of, if you're comfortable, ask you to kind of move over a little bit there. So that way we can get you in the frame a bit better.
Everybody move to the left.
And
no, wait.
if we need to, we can move back here just a little bit.
There it is.
So there it is. Now we can really make this happen.
Also,
hi everybody.
I saw Christian eat his first Tortino pizza roll.
Yes. If you did not know this, did you just eat it?
Yep.
How is it?
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
So yeah, that's fair. I mean, hey, we're not really 12 anymore, so.
Yeah.
If you had that and you're like 10, it would blow your mind.
Yeah.
I believe that.
So, so what's really cool is that we have a chat, and it's a fully integrated chat. So that means that I can actually push stuff to air. Somebody writes something really funny in the chat room. What's nice too, we're running ultra low latency tonight, which means that they're gonna see that very, very quickly, or hear that very, very quickly, and then hopefully write something rather funny in there. Actually, Smokey's got a good one. Here, it's just to kind of show you how this works. So when we push the green, it actually pushes to air. And what do we mean by pushes to air? That means that it will appear down here in the bottom. So waving to, was it Christian? Boom, just like that. And then they get to see that, and if they have questions and stuff, we throw it up there, or if they say something that we find really funny, we throw it up there, and that's just kind of how it works. So it's really cool. So here we go, Smokey. See, two guys walk into a bar, the third one ducks. So, so very nice. Well done, Smokey.
We don't serve that kind here.
So yeah. So, dude, I never thought about that. Like, they're really droidist, or whatever you want to call it. Like, they're not big on droids.
You know what's also, one thing that's weird? like in the second season of Mandalorian, they go to a cantina, and there was only one alien.
Whoa.
It was the bartender, and I don't know, that just seems really weird to me.
I mean, why would droids need to be in a bar?
I mean, serve drinks?
Like murder somebody?
So, yeah, you could murder someone.
Be a translator?
That's true.
You might be a bending robot, and you'll just drink it all just to keep yourself powered.
Wait, is that like another reason they called him Bender? Because he's fueled by drinking?
That does make sense. I'm this years old when I learned that.
No, I just made that connection just now too. And I
That
think
has never occurred to me.
I think I just blew your mind a bit.
Yep, you blew two minds.
And Jared,
I'm gonna put more rum in this now.
Trying to log in on chat to see if I can run it on my phone, because this is a distance that I just don't want to.
Your chair has wheels.
So yes, it does. So
stop complaining about reaching.
Julie is bringing up a really good point, which is that Christian, you missed the earlier fun of armpit farting.
Oh.
So we were showing off interesting things that
And don't worry, Chad. He's already heard my Wookiee.
things that we were good at with stuff like that. Marty is asking, what is the name? Yes, I could do it on my phone. Fuck yeah. What's the name of his other leg? Who's that, Marty? Who's that too? I have no idea who you're.
Yeah, I need some context.
Yeah. Bender was a bender on a bender. My mind just melted. Christian missed armpit farting, music, foods, and some of our deepest fears.
No.
That was a bit of a.
Oh yeah.
That was a bit of one. So. Lots and lots of food. Yeah, we talked about cheese for like an hour almost.
Oh yeah.
So.
Is that why they asked me about my cheese?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, indeed.
I figured it was a callback to something.
So, yeah. What's your favorite cheese, Christian?
Let's see, pepper jack. I
Pepper
love
jack.
the cheese, and it's very tasty, and it's just a nice little bit of spice.
So, yeah, very nice.
I think Ray and I just synchronized drunk.
Yeah, that's very cool. So, yeah, so we're just all hanging out here now, and if anybody's got questions, we're just
We also talked about highlights and lowlights of the year, and
Yeah.
what we're hoping to do next.
What would you like to do next year?
Oh,
which is in 4 hours, thereabouts.
Depending on your time zone.
Oh shoot. Okay. Well, I'd planned for it past 4 hours from now. I'm not planning to immediately disappear at midnight, but.
Oh, Richard.
You're not a
before we go
pumpkin?
that, how's a potato chip cookie?
It's good. It's always good.
Right.
Oh, but plans are lose a little bit of weight just so that way I can go skydiving and not have to pay a whole bunch extra. Because I know that with some places, if you weigh above a certain amount, they're like, okay, we gotta charge you. This is a big boy. We gotta charge him a little bit extra. It's a real thing.
Messed up, but I get it.
Well, you have to be safe. If someone weighs like $150, you can't give them the same parachute that you give someone who weighs.
Again, that's what I'm
$250.
saying. It's messed up, but I get it.
And go to Germany. I also have to learn a little bit of German, which I know Sprechen's English. That's it.
I also know the German word for poop because that was the last name of one of our teachers in high school. Who I actually think taught German.
True story.
Oh my god.
Oh,
True
that reminds me. My mom just said that that my old Spanish teacher finally retired, and he was awful.
Yes. Yes, he was.
Can we get context examples?
Holy smokes.
Even just the first ones that come to mind.
Okay, so key example, he never actually taught us Spanish. He just told us to read from the textbook while playing music from a Spanish language radio station. And also apparently, like, when they did the shit to remote learning, like, he barely understood how to operate the camera. Like, it's almost always pointed at the top of his head.
Nice. That's a very big area, I was going to say.
And also, like,
remembering this person.
And apparently, that's like when parents realized, wait, my kid wasn't exaggerating when he talked about how bad this dude was? And also, like, he never learned how to use email, like any of the computer software that teachers used. Like, he never properly set up an email address for them to school. Like, seriously, I went to high school in the mid 2000s, and I'd be like, wait, you don't have email?
Maybe he thought it was a fad, that it would go away eventually, and
into the 2020s, he thought it was a fad.
Well, you described him being so incompetent and all this stuff. I don't imagine him being very, like, adaptable.
Also, and this has benefited from having a mom who was a teacher assistant and still friends with a lot of teachers currently working at the high school. He never actually graded his papers. He got his wife to do it.
Mighty nice of him. We're just getting a load. Everybody's just posting jokes now in the chat.
I'm in for it.
So let's do some of them. Smokey here. Outside of a dog, a book is man's best friend. Inside of a dog, it's too dark to read. Okay, so these are just Groucho Marx quotes. So, I went to Africa and shot an elephant in my pajamas. How he got into my pajamas, I'll never know.
Sorry, I just gotta do the little. I keep telling you, it's just a cigar.
A guy walks into a tailor shop in ancient Greece and drops a pair of pants on the counter. The tailor looks down at the pants and says, Euripides? And the guy says, Eumenides? Nice. Very nice. Daniel says, greetings to see more butts. Yeah, those are good. Oh, we got some questions. Everybody ready?
Do it.
Mm-hmm. Question. A genie gives you 3 wishes. Well, what are they?
Ooh. This?
What are you going to do?
We actually talked about this not that long ago. Over the summer, when things started to look up, a few of us rented a Duffy boat over at Long Beach, and it just sort of went around the canals there. And we actually thought about this. And I don't remember exactly what they were, but one of the wishes was that I would have just enough money where I would never have to work again. Like, I don't want to be so rich that people are going to be like, Herbs, mad at you for being rich. But just rich enough that every once in a while I can get myself something nice, but I would still never have to work again. And I guess another wish would be to have like a house that's like perfect for entertaining all my friends. And third wish, I wanted to be legal to have a fox as a pet in the state of California. I've seen videos of those. They're freaking adorable, and I want one without having to move.
That is such a very specific thing to wish for.
Right?
Why do you want a fox as a pet?
Again,
you just said I've seen the videos.
Yes, but what specifically?
First off, they laugh. Like when you tickle them, they have like a human-like laugh.
Okay.
And behavior-wise, it's like sort of like the best combination of a cat and a dog.
Okay.
I know that to add on to that, they have the self-sufficiency of a cat, so if you just leave food out, they'll be perfectly fine and feed themselves. But they're affectionate enough and warm, just like a dog, where they'll run up to you and just be like, hey, I'm going to put my head on your knee and look at you very lovingly.
Now admit you kind of want one now, don't you?
Yes. No. Yeah, Julie says they are wonderful, but they tear things apart.
But again, thanks to my first wish, I won't have to worry about that.
That's true. That's true.
What about you guys?
I'd like to go last because I worked minimum wage, so I had plenty of time to just be like, oh man, if I had a genie right now, things would be so much better. And just that logic of like, I'm sitting on the toilet, I make $1, boss makes a dime, I'm gonna poop on company time. I'm just gonna think for just a quick moment and shut my eyes and just imagine like, hey, the genie from Aladdin shows up right now. What do I think of? So I had a lot of time just to like think it out and really go into detail while I was working that soul-crushing minimum wage jobs.
Oh, real quick, I just remembered this funny college humor video where they're trying to, where like the setup is they're trying to figure out what to order from a restaurant before they closed, but there's like, and the one guy's like saying like, it's a Chinese restaurant. You've been to other Chinese restaurants in your life. You know what you like, so just tell me what you want. And we're just going on saying like, after a certain point, any adult's life, they just instantly know what they want in any given situation. At one point, they ask him, "Okay, genie, you get a genie. What are your wishes? World's greatest sorcerer, freedom for the first genie, second lamp."
Nice. Very nice. Smokey says that foxes are just cat software running on dog hardware, but they have pee that smells way, 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 way worse than cats. Uncle BS says...
we live in the future. We got sprays that can get rid of that smell.
Uncle BS says, I'd like to own a koala and a platypus. So
only if I can name it Perry and give it a little
hat. Yes, a little hat to go on there.
You'd be shocking a lot of evil scientists if you put a hat on it.
I just want to shock a pharmacist.
Marty the Martian says, we have koalas. They are so cuddly, but the claws will tear your skin off. Fun.
I believe that.
Yeah. Fun.
Okay.
Julie says, watch out. They have poison spines. Platypus, not camels. And then Colton has come back and says, I come back and there's 2 new people.
I'm blank.
So.
Ray, Jared, wishes?
You know, the first 2 are really good wishes.
Thank you.
There were a few. Well, I'd probably throw one to fixing the fucking climate crisis for sure.
Fair enough. All right. A little altruism, always good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, geez, you just have to sit here right now, hear everyone screaming right now because of it. Also, love him or hate him, completely destroy crypto.
Yep.
I just want 2 3090s, damn it. I'm trying to build a new computer because mine is 10 years old and showing its age.
Yeah.
And I just want to ray trace all the polygons.
Crypto, NFTs, can we just demolish the blockchain in general?
Yeah.
And honestly, that second wish would probably contribute a lot to your first wish.
Probably, yeah. Free the graphics cards, man.
Well, that's 2. You got a third one you can go with.
Third. What would be my third? I mean, I'd probably go with your first. Enough money to never, or at least, work a job I don't want to do.
Right.
You know, I can just sit back and do whatever I want.
Right.
Okay.
That'd be nice.
Jerry, are you pondering or are you just staring off, just touching your face?
I very much am pondering about what I would do with my 3 wishes. I think for my first wish, I would ask for unlimited money. Simply because if you want to get something done with the way things work right now, you need to have money in order to do that. So that means that if I would want to get the things
Also, I feel like I should just adapt to my first wish, like a little asterisk, and just have it consistently be adjusting for inflation.
Yeah, so for me, the ability to have unlimited money at my disposal means that I'm going to be able to do things that I think are worthy for humanity, whatever we need to do. So if that means that I have to end up purchasing the United States government, then I'm going for it. So, let's do it, baby. Here we go.
The one-man super PAC.
How many? Yeah, I will literally be my own super PAC and buy this country.
Legally change the name to Patrick so you just be Super Pat.
Maybe. It was a good try. And then, because and also the thing about that too is that I could just hand out money to anybody who needs it at any time, right? Just hand everybody money, and then there you go, problem solved. Oh wait, suddenly money's not valuable anymore. Oh shit.
Sorry, you just reminded me.
I'm not thinking these through.
Money's fake anyway.
So it is.
So you just sort of
It started with fighting over shiny rocks. Prove me wrong.
That's
is
true.
the most monkey-brained thing ever.
You just can I just remind me? My whole family was in town for Christmas, and I found out to my delight that my nieces and one of my nephews really got into The Good Place. Again, that was just a really delightful surprise for me. And there's a scene in like third season where Tahani, the super rich lady, is just handing out money to people, and just sees a woman with a stroller. Excuse me, would you like $10,000 for diapers?
Yeah, something like that. Because I mean, you hire the best people with the most amount of money, right?
Right.
Like I can get the best people in the world to work for me and solve these problems and things like that, and we can develop technology and other stuff to solve these problems and everything. It's just like that's always just seems like in science and everything that becomes the biggest factor is where do we get the money from?
Right.
How do we get the funding to do this? So there you go. That's solved. The second one I'd like to have is immortality without aging. So, and I feel like you have to throw in that without aging there, because immortality doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be pleasant.
And you're assuming this operates on monkey's paw logic.
What's up?
And you're assuming this operates on monkey's paw's logic, where you have to be super specific, otherwise you can twist your wish.
Well, I just am very super specific about what I want. So
let's not work on monkey's paws logic, only because I've seen a lot of stories and like TV shows and a whole bunch of like little snippets of stuff like that where an average Joe, someone who's like either low or medium income or like barely struggling by, gets these wishes, and the entire end result of the whole story is just like, ooh, you didn't need all this shit. Aren't you happy with what you have?
You were happy.
And in 2021, I'm like, I don't want $1 million
I'm not.
to like show off. I just want enough money to own a house and be able to go to the hospital whenever I need to. That's not a bad thing, Monkey's Paw. Go away. We're talking on Disney happy logic. We're like, you want immortality? It's absolutely perfect and wonderful and works exactly the way you want to.
Also, I don't know about immortality, man. Like, literally every story involving an immortal being is always tragic because they end up outliving everyone they love.
Okay, that sucks. But I've experienced that myself personally.
Do you want to be Dr. Manhattan?
No, I don't want to. But also,
you're going to end up being Dr. Manhattan without the exploding powers.
There's a lot of stuff out there that I want to see, and I don't mind the fact that not everyone is going to be around forever. So that's something I understand and have accepted. So why do you keep looking at Ray?
This one.
I'm just saying. I'm just gonna imagine you still in your 30s, raised dying in a hospital bed.
I'm gonna be sad as hell. Like,
no, I'm just saying.
I'm not. This isn't Fight Club. It's not like I give a shit. Like I don't give a shit or anything like that. Like for fuck's sake.
This one comprehends the infinite.
Okay, man. It's your wishes.
Look, you wanted a fox. That's all I'm gonna say.
Mine's selfish but fun. Okay.
Oh, I've seen this exact meme where the guy goes up to the wishing well and wishes for something, and then he gets it and he's happy, but then he looks around at everyone else with like a flying dragon, an infinite amount of money, and he's like, okay, I got my fox, and he's just walking away.
And plus, with my wish, I open up the door for everybody in the state to get foxes. I'm just saying, man. Mine's altruistic and fun.
Oh, you want to
Prove
help
me wrong,
you wanna
world.
You want to help the whole world? Yeah, well, I will set it up so that everybody, you, and everyone you know, gets a fox.
Terrific.
Well, when I'm class president, I'm putting soda in all the drinking fountains.
A fox in every backyard and a chicken in every pot.
Also, my parents will be out this weekend. If you vote for me, you are invited to my house party. I will have 2 boxes of Bud Light. We're going to get so wasted, dudes.
Okay, so third wish?
My third wish would be to free the genie.
Oh, okay, that's...
So, I'm going to be nice. And then I will buy all of my enemies. Oh boy, there you go. Hi, sweetie.
Christian did.
Oh, right. I go with my overcomplicated 3 wishes. Yeah, first off, I'm not going to free the genie. I got 3 wishes. I'm going to use them. I don't care if it's selfish. I'm going to use them. All right, first one.
It'll be free event. You know, we'll just pass it along. We'll just pass it, land down the line. Jared goes last.
You know, yeah. Honestly, if I did have the genie, I'd just be like, okay, I got my 3 wishes. Hey, Blake, here you go. Right. Give it to Jared when he does.
I don't think this is a Dragon Ball situation where after you grant your wish, the land splits off. And
by the way, Colton, you have Colton's vote. Just to let you know, Blake. So Colton's voting for you, or somebody.
But again, I'm assuming the wish is.
He's invited to my house party.
Yeah.
There you go.
Excuse me.
Also, again, I'm assuming this isn't. I'm assuming the land doesn't operate on Dragon Ball rules, where after you make the wish, it just shoots off into another part of the planet for you to find a year later.
All right.
Not
First
aging,
wish.
but the ability to change your form. So basically, become your persona. So.
I think you'd save a lot of money on having to build up your persona costume.
There you go. Your house party with me.
Okay. First wish, I just asked for like all the mental brain powers. Like just all of them. All of them. I'm talking X-Men. I'm talking that Professor Xavier level stuff. But very specifically, I want the ability to like not steal, but like copy. Like literally just a very fancy way of copying and paste. Like let's say Blake is the world's greatest chef. I just go boop, and now I have his skills in terms of cooking.
Nice.
You're the world's greatest mathematician. I just go boop. Now I have that ability and stuff. So that way.
But are you taking it from the person?
No, literally just like copy and pasting.
Command C, just Command C, Command
Oh,
V.
you're a filthy right clicker then.
I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that.
Demolish it.
Well, my abilities are non-fungible. Oh no, my abilities have been funged. I shouldn't have clicked on that link.
I think that's a quote of the stream. I think
I've been funged.
I'm pretty sure that's a quote of the stream. I've been funged.
Look out, baby shoes never worn. We've got a new one. All my apes stolen. Have you seen the tweet?
Yes, I have. Somebody stolen all my apes.
Help me.
Help
All
me.
my apes are stolen.
Oh, my apes have been stolen.
Okay, so
hey kid, wanna buy some stolen apes?
Hey kid, you want some apes? First one's free.
First off, I gotta explain how the blockchain works in order to figure out what, so you know how valuable these apes are.
Yeah.
You see,
You gotta buy in first.
You're gonna get invited to a party with people just as insufferable as me.
Then you gotta buy the starter kit of Cutco knives.
Honestly, at this point, I see little no difference.
There's no difference.
Go fund yourself, Smokey says.
You know what? If I were a single cellular organism, I fucking would. So let me divide. No, I can't.
Okay, Uncle BS says, I think I'll take the 5 magic beans, please.
You know what?
One cow, please.
Yeah.
Okay, that's the first wish. Also, with all the mental brain powers, think about how much time I save on just not doing dishes. I can literally use my brain powers to hold all my food and just be like, oh look, I can do like this while eating a cheeseburger. I got powers, I can do whatever I want.
But it's just like it's pretty funny.
I'm a very practical person, so whenever you say like, what kind of superpowers do you want? What is super strength gonna do for me except for like rip off doors? I don't want to rip off a door.
Yeah, but that's cool. Have you ever like wanted to walk into a room and like rip off a door? Like you'd really prove a point.
I wouldn't have to deal with the jack when I changed my car's oil.
I mean, but then again, like in a console, there's a character with super strength, and everybody in town is bugging her with their dumb bullshit because she has the super strength and can deal with it. Like literally, some people ask, "Hey, the donkeys got out again. Can you lift them up?" It's like I was thinking, they're your donkeys. You deal with them. She can do better things with her strength.
Mm-hmm.
Uncle BS says that you're Mickey and the Sorcerer's Apprentice with your powers. Using,
Oh, okay. Yeah.
This is in public domain, so we're okay.
Colton says that, yo, food without the plates, but also no messy hands. Count me in.
Exactly.
So, so you have a supporter.
That's half the fun, though.
Second wish, I would wish for a Groundhog Day, but like it would end after a certain period, just so that way I can get all of that crazy like wantonness of like, I'm just gonna jump out of an airplane. I'm gonna fly an airplane into the sun. I'm gonna pull a meteorite down from the sky. You know what? I'm gonna just use all my powers and make this animatronic T-Rex actually move around like a real thing. I'm gonna have literal Godzilla come out and just freak everybody out. I'm gonna steal all of Fort Knox. I'm gonna go down to the bottom of the ocean. I'm gonna go talk to aliens and just get all of that craziness out of my system. And because I got the brain powers, I can just get skills all I want from literally every single person.
Okay.
Third one is I would wish for basically a very, very, very extremely nice, I'm talking Bob Ross, I'm talking Steve Irwin, I'm talking Mr. Rogers, I'm talking Kamala Yousafzai level of nice Skynet. In that I just say like, here's a super mega awesome computer system that's basically a Jupiter brain. I saw this thing on that Kyle Hill science show on YouTube. It's awesome.
Yes.
Where imagine if every single atom could be realigned in such a way that it was an effective little portion of a computer. And what if they did that thing where they replicated it and took other molecules and broke them down so that way they could be reworked into basically the parts that they need. And it grew and grew and grew until it was the size of Jupiter, and it had its own self-sufficiency in terms of energy output, in terms of being able to control, and it even had that thing where it had a processing speed of, I know it's Googleplex.
Goodness.
I think is the fastest amount of time that's actually measurable.
How many apes could you mine with that?
More than 2, Jared. More than 2.
That is impressive.
Exactly.
That's a lot of apes to steal.
And
so like the base program would be just based on the nicest people in all of history.
Yo.
Here's the most important thing, though. Can you run Doom on it?
You can, but you can not only run Doom on it, you can run the very modern version of Doom on it. It's super fast and cool and has all the lights and shit.
Can you pet the dog?
Eventually, you'll be able to pet the dog.
Yes. I'm in.
All right.
Yeah,
I'm in.
Yeah, eventually we're gonna need to
I'm on
patch
board.
for that.
Yeah. And what this entire like basic, very nice Skynet would do is just basically take over the world just a little bit. It would just be a very, very, very nice tyrant, basically, where it would
a nice tyrant,
a philosopher king, if you will.
Yeah, a little bit. Where basically what it would do is like, I have all this massive technology. The computer would just be like, I'm an alien. I'm taking over your world because you guys are fucking this shit up. And it would just use all of its processing power devoted to helping every single member of humanity. It's entirely just devoted to just helping all of mankind and saying like, listen, you guys fucked up, and I'm super advanced and smart, so I could literally rip apart your planet, but I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna help you guys. And it will literally devote all of its technology like, I created this thing where it pulls all the carbon out of the air and turns it to literal blocks of carbon, puts it down. We don't need a combustion engine with like fossil fuels anymore. Here's a brand new awesome turbine engine that not only sounds and looks cool, but it just runs completely on electricity and is completely safe. I created a magnet that pulls out all the plastic from the ocean and doesn't bother the sea life at all. Hey, I'm in control of all of the corporations now, and I'm gonna say nobody works on minimum wage. Everybody gets a good, healthy living wage if they want to stay here for a very long period of time. I'm in control of all these countries now. You're not gonna war anymore. Fuck you guys. I literally can have a Terminator assigned to every single person whose entire job throughout its entire lifespan is just to like watch over you and be careful for you and help you. And it'll be entirely by choice, so that way it's like, Jared, if you want to go full robot cybernetic, it'll just be like, yeah, I can do that for you.
Yes, I would.
Or if someone says like, I don't want full cybernetics, I would just like a really cool amputee arm, or I don't even want that, they'd be like, yeah, cool, that's what you want. I'm just here to literally help you whenever you need to. And that's what is basically we do, just like a very gentle, guiding, helping everyone whenever you want to, whenever they want to. And if they say like, listen, Skynet computer, I know that you literally calculated every single aspect of my life, and you found the perfect route for me that will make me happy, but I want to go rock climbing over here, just doing whatever the fuck I want. It'd be like, yeah, cool, I'll do that. You can do that. I'm literally just here to like stop you from murdering and raping people. Go ahead and like smoke weed and free range rock climb.
Smoke weed every day.
and I'm really glad you mentioned like having the Bob Ross, Steve Irwin, Mr. Rogers, because a lot of that sounds a lot like Doctor Doom.
Yep. That's why I'd specifically be like, yeah.
That's a very complex thing that you just
like.
Well, when you're working minimum wage jobs, they specifically tell you, don't think, just do this. Thinking is bad.
Also, it's so
just
complex.
Do.
Also, so complex. You need a literal freaking genie to make it work.
Yep.
I'm gonna be honest here.
Yeah.
This sounds like deep thought, but like extra work.
I got bored at work. It's minimum wage.
No, but
basically
I'm saying,
what Earth is.
I'm saying, yeah. That's what I'm
Also,
saying.
I would have the computer favor me just a little bit, so that we'd be
Oh, of course you
just
would.
a little bit, not too much. It'd still be like, Christian, if you murdered someone, I'm gonna throw you in jail.
Yeah, Christian, you imbecile.
So
Yeah.
basically, you're just saying like, oh, you jaywalked. That's okay. You're not gonna get nothing wrong.
No, it would still do that. It'd
It would
just
still be like, you jaywalked. Please do not do that again.
You have 10 seconds to comply.
No. It would just be like, you jaywalked. Here's a fine that is appropriate to you, like your level of income.
Here's
So
a
that
$5
way-
fine.
No, because that way, even
You
if
are
I
a terrible mother, and we are taking your children from you.
Oh.
Right? Like from Idiocracy, right? You have no money.
Oh.
But you have 3 children when you could have no children and 3 money.
Kind of mixing some Simpsons in there, but I approve.
Okay, so
You know what would be a better thing than war? World leader cage matches.
Oh, even better.
They're the ones who do all the talking. Maybe they should do all the fighting.
it's not. I don't think it's going to end well for the United States.
Well, I mean,
So at least
World leaders are very pudgy and
I mean-
old, so I don't
I mean,
imagine
it's
them
like-
being like. A
I'm
very
not saying I
interesting fight.
don't want to watch this. This
I
would
mean,
be a
like-
great pay-per-view event.
I mean, the whole thing always starts with world leaders just talking shit.
I mean,
Yeah.
I think,
So
I
I
think
mean,
that's
it's like, why don't they
I
just
think
sell
that
their
was-
difference while
what
the
if
rest
they-
of us can just
I think
watch
that was
it?
Manny Pacquiao's platform, and he ran for public office a
Hey,
while ago.
what if, like, to kind of build upon that, what if we had, like, a world wrestling entertainment thing, but it's actually the leaders of the world?
Or we could just go skip straight into G Gundam, because you're kind of describing G Gundam.
Oh, jeez.
Seriously, that was the plot of G Gundam. Every nation in space, because again it's Gundam, they're in space.
Yes.
Yep.
Builds a giant robot, and giant robots fight. Last robot standing sort of makes all the big global decisions for the next 4 years.
Nice. Question from Julie. Would you rather be covered in fur, feathers, or scales?
Fur.
Yeah, I gotta go fur.
I'm gonna say scales because I know with fur you got a lot of shedding. It's very easy to get dirty and hard to get clean. But with scales, at least if something like scratches me or hurts me, I'd be slightly more resilient.
I don't know. I just feel like I'd be most comfortable in fur, just like day-to-day life.
Yeah, but you're gonna be shedding.
Also, we live in California. It's gonna get really hot.
Ooh,
Extra hot.
That is a good point.
Yeah, that's why I'm going with scales, mostly because
Well,
it's hot.
Also, your first son is a freaking dragon.
Okay, so
I mean, I have dogs, so I'm, there's fur already on me.
Oh my god!
I might as well complete the look. Also, it keeps me warm, and I get cold easy.
Hey, I like this idea from Marty, which is that all war should be robots piloted by world leaders.
There we go. Combine the ideas.
I'm for it. I'm for it.
I'm more about the cage matches. I want to see some flying elbows, some folding chairs being thrown.
Julie says
question.
that you should make a T-shirt for it. The world leader cage matches.
Okay.
Sell it.
Great. Here's the question. Would it be the leaders themselves, or would they get like surrogates? Cause
No, it's got to be the leaders. They're the ones.
Yeah.
They're the ones talking shit, just like all the wrestlers do.
Here's another question. Let's say pre-fight, Biden has to go in for surgery. Would Kamala Harris be able to sub in for him?
She is the vice president.
So that'd be yes?
But only if he is truly, factually unable to fight.
Yeah, but it's kind of like one of those, Biden's going for colonoscopy, can't chase.
Oh, he just so happened to schedule it on the day of the fight.
His VP, Dwayne The Rock Johnson, is going to sub in for him.
God, I could actually see that, like, being like, as president, I guarantee for the next Global SmackDown that John Cena here, my vice president, will do a hell of a job.
Oh, and honestly, when you were saying, like, why don't we have them fight with giant robots, that made me think, like, oh, God, they're going to have VP gamers, and it's going to be kind of insufferable, because I know that, let's see, that, is it League of Legends, or that Arcane show that came out, wherever that was?
Both the same thing.
Yeah, that. I just imagine, like, those gamers, South Korea's going to get a lot of those winners are just going to be, like, plucked suddenly into government.
Oh yeah, if it were video game based, I'm pretty sure South Korea would absolutely stop. They probably would be the superpower.
Mm. Jesus, would there be a branch of government just devoted to, like, training people up either for the cage match or for the video game robot fight?
Yeah, have you ever heard of the CIA?
I mean, that would be a better way to justify esports in public schools.
What do you think those guys are doing?
Isn't that what the drones are for?
Oh, damn it, you're right.
I like what Smokey has to say here, which is keep gamers out of government.
I agree on that.
You're not wrong.
Yeah, you're not wrong at all.
Smokey.
So. Yeah, also, another one that was before this. If you have the authority to order a drone strike, you have to fight the leader of the country you're drone striking in a cage fight. So, let's see. Are we back? We're almost back. Are we almost back? Okay.
Let's see.
I think we might be back.
We look like we're back.
I don't know if we are back. But sorry about that. Yeah, it would appear that my internet went down. My single option in this free market of internet went down. So, holy smokes, did that go out?
Okay, here's what I think happened.
That went out hard.
Here's what I think happened. The author of Ender's Game found out that a couple queer folks were talking about his book, so he just tried to kill it.
Yeah, Orson Scott Card really went for us.
Yeah, we had to we took him into a cage, and we fought him. So
brother.
He was real quick, so it wasn't too hard.
Oh, give him the boner.
So apparently we're back. Yeah, 144p. That's our New Year's resolution. Someone had to make a joke like that at some point. So Daniel says clearly it was the Y2K bug. With that
is it now like the 2032 bug now?
Oh, I don't know anymore. I've lost my ability.
We're at that point in the 20-year nostalgia cycle.
Yeah. Hey, wait a second. I don't remember this part of Blade Runner.
Well, I mean, no. That's the thing, though, is that the Y2K bug wasn't like, hey, there we go, spoon sauce.
Bone sauce ready.
Gonna give you the bone hurting juice, brother. Oh yeah.
Ow.
With the cream.
Oof. Still on top. My bones.
Okay, here's a question. That's actually a two-part question.
Okay.
Well, first off, do you think it's considered a spoiler if you mention something that was in an ad for a movie or TV show?
Daniel, I applied for Starlink,
I don't think
and they
so.
they didn't give it to me. I applied, so.
Oh.
So.
And okay, and with that in mind, do you think that the Tobey Maguire and Andrew Garfield Spider-Man movies are retroactively MCU movies?
That's a...
By ownership, yes.
I mean,
they do have the same source material.
I mean, by ownership, and I mean, as far as the MCU canon's concerned, I mean, it's in there.
I mean, again, just going solely based on the advertising.
Yeah.
I'm not going to spoil any major plot points from the movie.
I do think, mentioning both of those, for me personally, I haven't seen, was it No Way Home now?
Yeah.
I haven't seen No Way Home, but I do think, for me at least, they kind of blew the wad when they made the reveal in the trailer. I would have been much more delighted if I saw that.
You know, it's a really
surprise.
good example of that is the X-Men First Class from 10 years ago. They really didn't advertise the fact that Kevin Bacon was the bad guy in it.
Right.
And then you went in and all of a sudden Kevin Bacon was there and you were I was in the theater and I remember people like, oh my God, it's Kevin Bacon. So like there's something really good to be said about surprising people in that manner.
Like you can still tease like the villains that appear in No Way Home are going to be in the movie. Like just show Doc Ock's tentacle or show a pumpkin bomb.
Look,
or no, not even that. Or even just like mention.
Right.
You know, don't show anything. Just mention, and everyone's just going, "Oh, I wonder who's going to be playing Doc Ock." Or
But then you like, but then trailers.
But then when you see it in the movie itself, go,
"Hello, Peter." Right. You see
No
that in the theater.
way, bro.
You see that in your theater, your mind's exploding.
Yeah.
Yep.
But then you see it in the ad. You see Alfred Molina going, "Hello, Peter."
I would have much preferred him to be if I were a rich man. Like, damn it. He shouldn't come out of the bank doing that. So, damn it.
And for some reason, Joel McHale's still the banker.
Glory! You had a perfect chance. So, hi, sweetie.
I do think movie trailers give away too much these days.
Right.
Yes, they do.
Although there is still stuff that was in the movie, that was in the trailer, that it still makes it worth watching.
Okay.
What's the name of that movie coming out everywhere all at once? What the hell's what's the name of it?
That with I know what you're talking about. Where it's like,
Put it in the comments.
Yeah, somebody knows the name of it. The trailer for that is really good because it doesn't tell you much. It shows you what's happening, but it doesn't tell you what's happening.
Right.
So, which is great.
I'm sorry.
Keep that up.
Do you want me to just see because I don't think I'm in frame. Right.
What's up?
Am I in the?
I think you are in the frame, but also I'm a little. I've moved a little, so that way you can come over. Yeah. Shut up, Blake.
You had the window all the way over there.
Shut up. So.
It's not my fault you had it said like shit.
Blake needs to be center frame. He needs to be in the limelight. All eyes must be on Blake. This is the Blake Calvert show.
I'm
in Jared's house on Jared's equipment.
Hey, I'm not just some sidekick that's off on the side who makes a joke but you don't see.
You are not my Andy
who's the
Richter.
celebrity guest that we're going to have over that we'll be pranking?
I mean, we know people that some would consider celebrities we can prank.
Ilana Rosales says, consider this. Spider-Man Turn Off the Dark. Best Broadway musical there is. I don't know if that's a joke or not.
I mean, from all I've seen was that Green Goblin number, and based on that alone, I would greatly agree.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, a show who breaks that many spines can't be bad.
Yeah. Uncle BS says we need some lighting on the back row of the panelists. So if you want to know about my lighting and the options, I have for my lighting. You guys could move like that if you want to. Or I could go turn on the lights in the kitchen. That's all I got.
We're in a house.
Yeah, we're in a house hanging out. We're not at Station 204 with thousands of dollars of equipment. Unfortunate. Although.
Just keep that in for future ideas.
Yeah, we might. I don't know. We could go to 204 at some point. So, but here, let me actually turn on some lights.
Yeah, I could recreate that SNL sketch from a couple years ago where.
Honey, what are you doing?
Where Steve Carell is doing like a live stream for a public school from the International Space Station, and then there's there's a hull breach, like in another section. And you just see like Kate McKinnon as a dead astronaut just floating in the background, bumping into a window.
Okay, hopefully that's a little bit better. So, but that's about all I can do. Okay. Julie is asking question: what's your game plan in a zombie apocalypse?
All right, hot wire boats, head to Catalina.
That was fast. That was a fast answer.
Catalina is
Have you
nice.
thought about this a lot?
Mm-hmm. Well, since around 2008, 2006, when did Walking Dead become like a big thing? Like 2008, right?
Around that time period, I'd say.
Yeah, so that's just been in my head since then.
Yeah. I don't disagree, Uncle BS. It's just, it's a difficult problem. Because I have a house, so not many solutions. So next year, I'm hoping to have a studio of my own.
Hey.
So.
Apartment or filming?
What's that?
Apartment or filming?
Filming. That's the goal. That's one of my 2022 aims, is to get big enough here that I actually can get a studio. So, what does that mean? I don't know, but we'll find out. So.
Enough to get them sponsorship deals where you have to stop mid-conversation and be like,
Yeah.
Raid Shadow Legends.
Hey, I have these really cool headphones that you should wear. I'm not wearing them, and you don't see any footage of me wearing them, but boy, are they great.
Hey, do you ever
and you can listen to music that you don't get in your area using this VPN.
Hey, have you ever wanted toothbrushes and dental floss delivered right to your house? How about a bed? You want a new bed?
Need something to shave your balls?
Do you fart? Anyways.
Hey, are you embarrassed about your hair and/or boner problems?
and/or boner problems. Oh my god. Oh boy, that's great. Well, see, Uncle BS is saying stick with the garage, and I agree. That doesn't mean that the garage can't get a bit of an upgrade. Right now, I'm not using the garage because there's a flower shop, or the remnants of a flower shop in it. So that makes it a little difficult to shoot in there at the moment. And yeah.
There's always my house. Not sure we want to transport all this stuff to my condo, but
yeah. Marty the Martian is saying vegan zombies, grains. Nice, Marty. That was a good one. So yeah, that's with it. Let's see, where are we at in this? By the way, we're definitely in a very, oh my goodness.
It's currently 8:35.
7 hours 35 minutes into this stream. I have been going for so long. This stream almost feels as long as this year has been.
So Ray, is this a regular occurrence?
Yeah.
It's funny because y'all's a couple and y'all's cute.
I could say the same too.
I'll take a compliment.
I do have something funny to add on to the zombie apocalypse question. The CDC actually did create a entire web page devoted to here's what you should do in a zombie apocalypse thing.
All right.
And it was very funny because what they did is they used that as a little jumping off point to say this is basically what you should do in terms of a Hurricane Katrina level disaster, and especially it should apply for us Californians because so many goddamn earthquakes where
and wildfires. Don't get wildfires.
One day.
Oh yeah. So basically, in the zombie apocalypse, you think you have no gas because everything's been cut off, no electricity, no access to any cell phones.
One
or
day,
internet
I am going to
services.
wake up and my house will be on me. So.
And you have to assume that with the damage of an earthquake or a wildfire or a tornado or what have you, or Hurricane Katrina, the roads are impassable. You're not able to get out. So basically, in creating that fun little website page of this is our official stance of what you should do and what you should have ready, is also preparing you for the real life thing of here's what you should do in terms of a horrible natural disaster.
And it's basically make sure you have fresh water, an up-to-date first aid kit, stuff like that.
Yeah, my mom is upset at me for all the camping and backpacking equipment I have, but when we have the big one, she's not going to be. So it's good. We're going to be in the lap of luxury in my tents and sleeping bags and other stuff like that. So
incidentally, if your solution to a zombie apocalypse is go to the woods, make sure you set up some sort of barrier with bells or whatever, so you hear shit coming.
Yeah, that's correct. So, although I agree, I like your plan of going out in a boat. Are these zombies capable of swimming?
I'm just assuming these are basic George A. Romero lumbering zombies.
Do they walk under the water?
I mean, even if they could, the pressure from going across the Pacific would probably crush their fleshy bodies.
It is. I think it is I think it's 1,500 feet.
Right.
I think they would float because based on just the way the bodies rot and decompose, all the gases are just causing them to be a big floating barge of zombies. So all you'd have to do is just either swim away or just gently jab them away. Much less horrifying, but still just that. Go away, zombie.
Very
Go away.
inconvenient.
Yeah.
I mean, that being said, if they are just, reanimated rotting flesh, just board up your windows, lock your doors for a couple weeks.
Yeah.
They'll all just fall apart.
Yep.
Yeah, we can have the Catalina wine mixer.
Yeah, remember, it's actually kind of funny because, every zombie movie or TV show always has a scene of there's one person that got bit on the arm or something, they hide it from everybody else until eventually they get sick and die, and then that zombie just starts killing a bunch of other people.
Huh? What does that sound like to me?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Before 2020, I was thinking, man, what kind of selfish idiot would deliberately put people in risk over something that's that preventable?
Here comes 2020. Here, hold my beer.
Right.
Yeah, someone who listened to Nicki Minaj when she said oh, my cousin in that other country got it and his dick shrank, so I don't want to get it.
Yeah.
So even though zombies would just decompose into people's stew after a couple weeks, there's still always going to be some idiot that's not going to take it seriously and end up getting bit, and we're just going to be and that situation just repeats itself until eventually enough people die.
I've wanted to write a short story about the last human on Earth in a zombie apocalypse, and they eventually get bitten and turn into a zombie, and as soon as they become a zombie, it's a utopia. Like it's just converting everybody over into zombies just to chill them out for a little bit, and then finally it's oh, hey, we can think again, something like that, So
I actually think I think something like that.
Oh, mother!
Bodies.
No, not Warm Bodies. I'm thinking about that. What was that one movie with John Leguizamo in it?
Super Mario Brothers?
No. True. But seriously, yeah, there was a zombie movie where also. Oh, I should have just realized Dennis Hopper was also. Dennis Hopper was also in the movie I'm thinking about.
Oh my god!
But
it was Land of the Dead or Army of the Dead or something
Land
like
of the
that.
Dead. Yeah, Land of the Dead. But yeah, anyways.
Oh, geez.
So Land of the Dead is years and years into a zombie apocalypse. They've already had cities boarded up.
Oh my god!
And But like it's saying like all the zombies are outside of these boarded off cities.
Oh my god. Guys, that was funny as hell. I don't care what anybody says. Yes. Everybody, yes. Never seen his face that color before.
Yeah, so what I was saying before Jared's brain broke was that...
It's your fault.
Was that in this movie...
I'm really good at breaking you.
Was that in... Ooh, wow. But anyway, in this movie, it's like years into a zombie apocalypse. Humanity has managed to wall off these cities from the zombies, and again, the whole thing's like a heavy-handed allegory for capitalism. In a zombie movie, who thought? But anyway, outside the walls, all the zombies without any new people just slowly regress back into their lives before they became undead, and it was just sort of like, they're just going about their regular business beforehand and not bugging everybody else.
Wasn't that just Day of the Dead as well? They had something similar.
Yeah.
When they're in the mall and the zombies are just kind of milling about, and they're just like,
right.
It's like they're just kind of going about like it was just every day.
Yeah.
Typical Thursday at the mall.
Of course, now they need to feast on human flesh, but
you gotta eat somehow.
Yeah, I'm trying to jump back in here.
I do know that it's for a zombie apocalypse thing. Jeez, I feel very old just having to like go talk about something that's kind of like past already. But here's some extra awesome science stuff that's slightly morbid. A human body will decompose completely all the way down to the skeleton after 2 years' time. So if all you have to do is wait until like the biggest group of them has decomposed after about 2 years, and then you're just completely fine, left with a whole bunch of very diseased bones, which all you need to do is just burn to destroy whatever sort of chemical composition or whatever disease or virus or whatever the fuck it was that turned them into zombies in the first place, and then everybody's good.
Also, and if it's a Walking Dead situation where everybody's already infected, but the catalyst of becoming zombies is just dying, poor Timmy. Anyway, I'm gonna drive this spike in his brain.
And y'all were like, are you sure that you can handle everybody you know dying at some point? And now you're over here like, oh, little Timmy, all right, we'll just slice off his head.
No, Timmy's already dead. Like, I'm not gonna do. It's like the only Timmy's gonna turn to a zombie after he dies is gonna like make the fact that he's dead harder. Just be like, well, I don't want to see anybody else turn to a zombie, so spike through the brain.
Uncle BS is asking, does anyone remember a zombie movie that the premise is they're making a documentary where the sound guy keeps getting killed?
Not at all.
No. Yeah.
I know, but it sounds like a funny premise that just the sound guy keeps dying.
I do remember George Romero did do a found footage zombie movie. It was kind of,
Yeah.
Yeah. Favorite zombie movie?
Shaun of the Dead.
Shaun of the Dead?
I can't really remember anyone else, so yeah, I'll go with that one.
Probably Shaun of the Dead or was it Day of the Dead? As far as like a proper zombie, it's like either, barring Shaun of the Dead, probably either Day of the Dead or what's his name? Domenico Fulci's Zombie.
Well, okay, if we're barring Shaun of the Dead, then just original black and white Dawn of the Dead.
Yeah. They say, I would say there were three of them: Shaun of the Dead, original black and white, and also 28 Days Later.
Oh yeah, 28 Days Later. No, I never really thought. I think I'm in the minority of this, but I never thought 28 Days Later as a zombie movie, because technically they weren't dead coming back to life. They're just
rage-infected people bitten by a rage-infected monkey.
Right. Again, I just never thought of it as a zombie movie. A lot of people do, but
leads into our next question from Julie, which is preference for fast or slow zombies?
As scary goes, fast. But as far as like just general atmosphere, creepy, slow.
I actually feel the opposite of that.
Really?
I feel like fast zombies kill you pretty quickly, but the slow ones takes a very long time to do that.
Right.
That draws it out, which makes it, to me at least, much more terrifying.
Also,
it's always the wait
Right.
that gets you. It's not necessarily the outcome that it is.
Yeah, but just imagine like a real world scenario, like, oh shit, they're running at me. Like, again, probably real, if it happened in the real world, if they're running at me, that's terrifying. Bro, actually, now that I think about it, I kind of like movies that kind of do both, like the freshly turned zombies are like really fast, but as the body decomposes and atrophies, they just go slower. Again, if I were doing a zombie movie, that's kind
Like
of
a
what I would
mix.
do. Right.
So, interesting.
So something else just came to mind, but I'll answer the question. Definitely slow, because like you said, it's the weight. It's definitely the better part of horror. I think is when nothing's happening, is when things get the worst, and also just kind of like that old school campy horror thing.
Right.
It's definitely more my aesthetical preferences, but actually a while back I did get into another zombie show on Netflix called Kingdom. And it's a zombie apocalypse that takes place in medieval Korea.
Oh, I've been watching that. It's good.
Yeah, it's really
Ooh.
good.
That's not a place I would think to put a zombie
No.
apocalypse, but I suppose it would work.
No, because when it was like everyone was talking about Squid Game when that came out. It was like, oh yeah, some of these other Korean dramas are on American Netflix now. It's like there's one called Kingdom. I'm like, okay, I'll check this one out. So I'm kind of not doing a Squid Game. I thought I was like, okay, this is a medieval drama. Sweet, okay, yeah, I'll give this. I'll watch this. And then suddenly, zombies.
Oh, going back to another highlight of the year, Squid Game. A highly successful, highly well received movie based on an original IP.
That everybody forgot the point of.
Yeah. But again, that's just sort of like, wow, you can have something based on an original, albeit derivative idea, and still have a lot of people like it.
Uncle BS is asking, what do we think is the scariest creature?
Like fictional or?
Yeah, for them it's angels in Doctor Who.
Oh, those
That is a pretty good one.
Yeah, that is a solid pick.
So.
Although I will say this, I kind of feel like we got a bit of a diminishing returns with the Weeping Angels.
Yeah.
First episode I see them, I'm like, holy shit, this is terrifying. But as it goes on, they kind of be like,
Oh, I think, the first time they showed it, they really hit the peak with the idea that the image of it in your head is in itself also an angel. I'm like, that's really fucked up. That,
okay, yeah, that was
that
like,
even the
like in
image,
the last episode they did with them, like when it's like, oh, even just like has the image of them in your brain, that counts. Yeah, that is creepy. But okay, frightening creature. That is a hard one. I mean, part of me wants to go back to zombies because just because it just strips away, because you become a zombie and you just lose everything that makes you human, which is terrifying in itself. But man, I don't know. That's a real stinker.
I've got two. One of them's kind of not a creature, but it still holds up. I'm gonna go with the T-1000 from Terminator 2, the liquid metal Terminator, basically. One, because it was built. That Terminator was specifically more charismatic and meant to like blend in more with all of society, and even James Cameron said, I wanted to be a cop because even back then in the 90s, I understand cops are fucking scary, and as a person of color, I'm like, yeah, that really holds up, man. I'm scared to go to some places. Southern California, I feel safe, but other places, I'm like, I can't go there because, I'm gonna stick out my delicious dulce de leche skin is gonna get me in trouble. But also what's really terrifying is just that one scene where the mental hospital guard is walking past and you just see the floor slowly melt up, and that would just paranoid the shit out of me. Like, how can you top that? It's the floor. It can be a wall. I'm looking at everything, second guessing myself.
He just walks through the bars. You thought you got him. You thought you got him locked out. No. Walks right through the bars.
And literally the only way to take care of him is just find a pit of molten metal.
How often am I gonna find that thing, let alone be able to fight him enough to push him in there? He's liquid metal. He can just in that kind of crappy Genesis Terminator one. He was like, oh, I'm just gonna chop off this and just chuck it at you like a spear, and then when it's done, I'm gonna pick it up and just stab you over and over again. Also, I can imitate all your family and friends and loved ones so that I can get close enough to stab the shit out of you.
Through the carton of milk.
And another one, I know it was from like a really low budget horror movie. It was one of those indie things where I didn't have a lot of money, but the premise was terrifying in that I'm an evil mad scientist and I'm creating all these horrible monstrosities. And one of them was he took that real life wasp that injects its eggs inside of a caterpillar, and they grow, and then they slowly take over the brain, so that way you take care of yourself while you're full of the eggs, basically, and as they hatch, you do nothing as they eat you alive and burst forth out of you. And that, yes, Jared, your reaction right now is making me like, no. That's a very low budget thing. They didn't have a lot of money, but gross.
Oh, okay. I think I got one. Graboids from Tremors.
Honestly, that movie is so delightful, I can't really see them as a threat. I know they're actually scary in real life, but like Kevin Bacon and that guy's chemistry were actually very good. I like that.
Oh yeah, great movie. But I'm just saying, like, just the idea of that if you're out in the rural part of the country or whatever, and you're just walking about, those things pick up the slightest noise, and they'll just barrel at you. And unless you're near a rock or somewhere, they will find you. And once you're on that rock, you can't escape, because if you step off, you're back in the situation. And eventually, you either give up, fall over there and let them eat you, or you slowly die from dehydration, waiting for a solution to your problem.
It's the ultimate floor is lava game.
Exactly.
Floor is living lava.
Floor is horrifying Precambrian worm monsters.
I think Smokey's got mine. I would agree with Smokey, which is The Thing from John Carpenter's.
That was going to be one of my answers. That was one
that is a good one.
It's got paranoia. It takes over your body and makes a mimic, and it's like, ooh.
Yeah, just the effects in that alone, being practical effects and things like that, it's just unbelievable.
I think,
like, oh man.
I found out that the Sci-Fi Channel wanted to make a TV series spin-off where the Thing finds its way into like a small town in New Mexico. And the terrifying part is, it figures out a way around the hot needle test.
Yeah, that's pretty wild. So,
yeah.
Did you guys know at the South Pole Station, before they start their winter over, that is the first movie that they all watch together? So it's a tradition. It's been a tradition for I think like 25 years now that they all like get together, get the popcorn, and go watch The Thing.
I don't know how to feel about that.
So I think it's good because it just shows that they're pretty funny. So pretty funny people.
I know that there's actually some. There's a thing where people get on these big inner tubes. They go out to the ocean and they have a big projector where they show Jaws, and you're literally just swimming out there in the ocean, surrounded by a bunch of people watching Jaws, and they do it at night.
Okay.
Nice.
Okay, with Thing, that's one thing because it's an alien. Like, there's like literally no scientific evidence to prove that something like that actually exists. But sharks are real.
Sharks are real, and they don't kill many people.
Yeah, they're generally not.
I'm gonna pull up the statistic right now.
No, again, I am perfectly well aware that the chances of a human being getting attacked or killed by a shark are astronomically low. But I'm just saying, why tempt fate? The percentage isn't zero. So again, why tempt fate?
Because it's cool. That's why people go into shark cages, and they specifically pay a whole bunch of money to be surrounded by sharks and bloody chum water to be like, ooh, let me pet the giant thing that's gonna kill me.
Okay, so
I've gone snorkeling off Catalina Island with a couple of sharks around.
Again, I'm just saying, it's also like trying to climb Mount St. Helena, but right before I'm watching Dante's or whatever that volcano movie is.
Okay, so I just want to throw this out there, which is that on average, 10 people every year are killed by a shark. So that's the average with that. So,
but again, I totally understand that, but I'm saying it's not zero.
Yeah. Also, I just wanted to say too that deer kill 140 people on average every year.
So Bambi's mom deserved it.
Yes, she had it coming.
Deer are statistically the #1 animal-related cause of death.
I
in
need
the
that light
United
on.
States.
I need that light on. Yeah. Also, I just want to throw this statistic out because I love this statistic, which is that on average, 13 people are killed by vending machines every year.
Mankind's true predator.
So Stephen King, director of Maximum Overdrive, was right.
Yes. So you have a 30% chance, 30% higher chance of being killed by a vending machine than you do by a shark. So however scared you are of a shark when you jump in the water, when you go to get some hot Cheetos, you need to be 30% more scared than when you're going in the water and you think there's a shark around.
How many more real sharks do you see a day than you do vending machines?
Yeah, somebody's 737 Z driver is saying Sharknadoes? ? That's a very valid one. Also, what is
Wait.
Uncle BS? 10 deaths due to shark attacks, attributed 150 deaths worldwide caused by falling coconuts. So.
Oh my God, those people in Gilligan's Island never stood a chance.
Where's it at? Also, Project ID4 actually has a really good statistic here, which I think is super important to understand, which is sharks kill 10 people per year. But on the annual average of people that are killed by mosquitoes is 2 million.
Fucking mosquitoes.
So, I hate mosquitoes.
So do
and
I.
Being a mountaineer, we have to deal with them all the damn time.
Okay.
By the way, I just want to throw this out there.
Real quick, going back to this Sharknado thing, is the tornado itself the creature, or the sharks inside it?
Don't know, but in 60 seconds, we're going to wish a Happy New Year to everybody on the East Coast because it's about 1 minute until midnight for those folks.
How many East Coast?
Which means that we'll have 4 hours until we're done with this treatment.
I was here when he came up with this idea.
Yes, you were.
And I'm kind of glad I only waited till roughly the second half of this to come in.
Yeah, it's a good call. So, I mean, you are not obligated to stay. That's for sure. It's my dumbass that is.
I'm staying till at least midnight.
Yeah. All right. We've got 30 seconds. So, I don't really want you to walk in the dark. That's not cool. So.
You don't know what's in my pockets.
That's true.
You don't know how I defend myself.
All right. Well, we're coming up at 20 seconds now from our.
Are you counting in the delay?
What's up?
Are you accounting for the delay?
Well, what delay?
Well,
no, I don't have to account for the delay. These folks, we're
10
just
seconds.
Yeah, we're just doing it as it is. So here we go.
We're going by that watch.
2, 1, and hey, Happy New Year,
Happy
East
New
Coast.
Year.
Happy New Year to all of you on the East Coast. Congrats! Congrats!
This is empty. I
Congrats.
need to get a new one.
Yeah, I just reached the bottom of that well. So, all right. So I hope you all had a very nice New Year in Florida, New York, East Coast, from the West Coast. Wishing you all on the East Coast the best.
I've got a funny thing I want to add on because it connects to both sharks and to the East Coast. I don't remember the exact numbers, but I know that a certain number of people are bitten by sharks every year, but a much, much larger number of people are non-consensually bitten by New Yorkers every year. The emphasis there is the non-consensual part.
That's a heck of a
I feel like that's an important little qualifier for this.
Yep.
So.
Did we get everybody's creatures?
Marty says 3 hours and 50 minutes from now, everyone passes out and we have to start the stream all over again tomorrow.
Now put your little hand in mine.
Well, we're glad that you're in the future East Coast. It's pretty good. So hopefully 2022 treats you much better than 2021.
How's it looking?
did.
So we
is
can
it going
prepare over
okay?
here.
So
Does the future have hover cars? I'd like to know about that.
no.
How
I'm
many?
Still working on that.
How many knives do we need walking down the street? I feel like that's an important question. Again, looking at trajectory for the last couple of years, I feel like that's an important thing to ask.
Hey,
Bare
here you go.
minimum
I got a
one,
creature
maximum
for
of
y'all.
3.
Question: do Wolverine claws as 1 knife or 3?
I'd say they count as 2 because they are able to apply for both fists.
All right.
I got a creature for y'all. And this is a bit of a cop-out, but I also don't care. Humans.
Well, they're more annoying and frustrating than anything.
We're our own worst enemy. In
Yeah, but we're
many
talking.
cases.
Yeah, but we're talking about fictional creatures. You know we're real, right?
Yeah.
Jared. This is
I'm fine.
real.
I'm fine.
I am real.
Okay.
If I'm not real, why the hell do I have to pay so much in taxes, goddammit?
If I'm not real, how come I have to deal with my noisy ass neighbors every night when I'm trying to go to bed?
Yeah, what's up with that? Like, there is something that like skitters across the roof.
My upstairs neighbors have young children and they don't do anything to sort of tell them, hey, there's people downstairs who listen to you. Stop it.
Yeah, I remember at Thanksgiving dinner, they were just booking it.
Yeah.
It was like, are they gonna get tired? It's like, what is going on?
2 hours straight?
At a certain age, they have enough energy
See?
that's seemingly limitless.
Look at this. See, look, Julie says, good answer, Jared. Yeah.
It was a cop out, Julie, and you know it.
It was a cop out, but I also still, it's the most dangerous game. So.
That is a fun movie.
I had the most dangerous game.
All right,
Man.
Project
A T.
Project
Humanity.
Project ID for asking the real tough questions tonight, which is, what is an appropriate age to tell kids we live in a pointless simulation? Ouch!
Right when they start getting angsty and listening to really sad, depressing stuff a lot.
I think even
Okay, I was around 10, 11 years old when the first Matrix movie came out, so yeah, around that window.
I think if we were living in a simulation, we should still definitely have as much fun here as we can.
Yeah, why not hack in some fun?
Oh,
yeah.
Okay, here's another kind of, I just remembered another kind of meta, possibly meta winking at the camera thing they did with the fourth Matrix movie. The end credit song was a cover of a Rage Against the Machine song. So it's like, oh, you just want us to regurgitate the same thing over and over, but it's not going to be as good? Here's a cover of the Rage Against the Machine song we played at the end of the first movie.
Was it like a upbeat, like whistle ukulele cover?
No, it was no, it was from a band called Brass Against, I think they're called. Yeah, they do like big band covers of like heavy metal.
Oh my god!
And
so it was basically like if Richard Cheese had done it. That's what you're telling me.
Oh my god!
No.
Yeah, I just threw you back a couple decades.
And
oh my god!
And very recently, like a month ago, during a concert, the lead singer of the band pissed on a fan's face.
Wow.
That ain't cool, man.
Jared, Marty's saying, Jared
seriously.
quotes the Twilight Zone, man is deadly. How did you know I love the Twilight Zone? I absolutely love the series. It's fantastic.
It's a great show.
Excellent
It's good
writing.
stuff.
And like,
I still need
even more punchy than stuff today.
I still need to see the Jordan Peele version, but I've heard nothing but good things.
Yeah, I've heard that they're pretty good too. I haven't seen
here,
those. So.
and here's something that falls into my this falls in my teach people media literacy window. People were complaining about the Jordan Peele Twilight Zone went woke, and they're like lost all subtlety.
Have they seen the Twilight Zone?
Seriously, literally every episode of Twilight Zone ends with Ron Serling explaining the moral of the story.
Yeah, that's like that. I don't know who it was, but somebody in a tweet was like, oh, and you must think RoboCop is political. So it was just like, yes, that's the movie. Like,
and now I know I've mentioned this before, but there are already asshats saying that Disney's upcoming X-Men cartoon
Oh,
gotta
yeah.
be filled with woke, lefty,
Oh,
whatever,
absolutely. Yeah.
whatever buzzword.
Yeah, you know,
Do
The Last
they-
Jedi was totally just
Do
rife
they not
with-
know who Stan Lee, Steve Ditko, and
Jack Kirby?
Dude had a
Jack
soapbox.
Kirby were? Like,
We live in a world where when NPR was just reading off a classic American document, there were people saying like, "This is anti-Nazi. You're all a bunch of leftist, horrible things," and I was just like, "We're reading the Declaration of Independence, an annual thing, guys."
Okay, Project ID4. What's your favorite Twilight Zone episode? Do y'all have one?
ooh.
I can never remember the title, but it was one where a woman goes in for plastic surgery.
Oh, Eye of the Beholder.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Eye of the Beholder.
That's a
That is-
good one.
That is my
a solid
go-to.
one.
That's my go-to like peak Twilight Zone episode.
Yeah, that's excellent. So,
The only one I can think of right now, it's kind of appropriate, is Night of the Meek, where there's a it's a guy who plays Santa Claus, and he's very obviously a drunkard and very like depressed and down and hates everything, but it's entirely because he feels that Christmas is nothing about commercialism and there's no empathy for humanity. There's nothing about actually caring for your fellow man and actually doing slightly above and beyond, just slightly above the bare minimum in order to help people get along. And then when he goes out of a bar, I think he's kicked out, he finds a bag that's magically lets him give people whatever gifts they want, and it magically fills itself over and over again, and he just immediately sobers up and he loves life, everything is amazing, and he gives everyone, and it just makes him so incredibly happy until the night's over. And then he's just like, oh, I feel sad, I wish this, if I could have anything, I wish I could like do this forever. And then he meets an elf, there's a reindeer, and they're like, yep, you want to be Santa? You can be real Santa for real life. And he flies away. It's a happy ending for
Aw.
everybody.
Nice.
Ta-da.
That was a good one.
yeah.
Yep.
Not very rarely where it's just like a straight up, cut and dry, happy ending from Twilight Zone.
Yep.
Right?
I think one of them is the Time Enough one.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Like that one threw me through a trip when I first saw it. I think it was like my first Twilight Zone episode.
Yeah, it's pretty good. So,
I love the Futurama spoof of it though. Oh well,
It's-
my
it's-
vision's not that bad.
Yeah,
Well, thing I know how to read Braille.
It's definitely
Tongue falls out, head falls off, like killed by his own hubris.
my favorite one is definitely The Monsters Are Due on Maple Street.
Oh, that's a good
just
one, too.
because it's still relevant today.
It is incredibly relevant.
It has never not been relevant.
That's the one where there's like a massive blackout and everybody just assumes, oh, it's a communist, or hey man, how do I know you didn't turn out my lights, or
Yeah, and then there's one family that the lights are still on,
Ah.
and everybody just starts losing it. Because
yeah,
of
that is a
Yep.
solid one.
And it just reaches a point where everybody just starts going nuts on each other.
And then twist, it was aliens.
So
They literally just like, all you gotta do is turn the lights on and off, and everyone fucking kills themselves. This is gonna be the easiest plan to take over forever.
there's also another one. I don't know the name of the episode, and it's not really like the moral of the story is, because not all of them were, but there's one where they're in a diner and there's like multiple people coming to the diner.
Oh,
and
I
they,
know that.
and they all basically individually reveal that they're aliens in
Yeah.
their own way.
Yeah, that was-
and
that's-
I thought that was pretty cool, just
That's
because
fun.
of how it handled.
That's a
that.
fun one.
Actually, there kind of is a moral to that. It's like, even if everyone looks the same, they're all different in their own way.
It's a good one. It's a good moral. So, I gotta
Put
say-
that in your pipe and smoke it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a fun one.
So
there is a very classic one that was another Richard Matheson one, Terror at 30,000 Feet.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Uncle BS is talking about Time Enough. I love Marty's. Maddie, Happy New Year from the East Coast. Happy birthday. Happy New Year, Maddie.
I'm sure there's some people out there who were born
Could be
today.
having a happy birthday. Yeah. So, yay! Hope you're having a nice start to 2022.
You right there?
Was it the tacos?
No. Smokey says there was one where the planet is spiraling towards the sun, and the world dying from overheating. Then the lady wakes up, and actually the planet is spiraling away from the sun and freezing.
I think even back then, people were concerned with global cooling.
Yeah, that was.
If I remember correctly.
That was a thing briefly. So just to throw it out there was a time where there were like 2 times the number of papers, but that was like a 2-year period in the 70s, and then it immediately was like, no, you're fucking idiots. Marty also here with a good one. A woman gains the ability to stop time, but it becomes a curse when she stops time just before a Russian nuclear missile hits her city. So she can never start up time again without killing everyone.
Ooh, Jesus.
Yikes. Ooh. So, yeah, some of these are just really mean. You know what I think would be really cool, and you could kind of do some Twilight Zone stuff with it, is if you made like a SCP Foundation kind of series based on stuff from that. So, would be neat. So,
here's a interesting comment.
What's up?
Just recently. Global cooling was a misrepresentation on the part of the media taking a quote from the scientists out of context for sensationalism. Okay.
Wow! Can't imagine people doing that. What a crazy time it was back then. Good thing that doesn't happen anymore.
That's actually that actually makes a lot of sense. Wow, who knew?
Wow, it's almost like the same people who keep calling it Griffith Park Observatory don't know what they're talking about.
Yeah, it also kind of reminds me of like how people always say like, oh man, when Orson Welles did that recording of War of the Worlds, everybody in the East Coast lost their minds, thought aliens were really invading, but really it was like, what, 10 people?
Yeah, it was like a town.
Right.
But what's a town?
Again, I don't.
We lived in a town.
They had a post office.
I don't even think it was a town. I honestly think it was like 100 to 200 people.
And they built this city.
So they built
on rock and roll.
Oh, I was gonna say they built this city on alien fears.
Isn't that most of them?
I was gonna say swing and jazz because that would have been time period appropriate, but I guess rock and roll works too. So
those same 10
there were some
people
early. I don't. Was there early
walked
rock and roll at that
so
time?
that
I
way
don't think so.
anti-vaxxers could run.
Oh,
ouch!
That hurts.
Ouch!
And then run out of breath very quickly.
Yeah. That's. We've reached that point in the show. So hi everybody, we're here. We're here still.
Honestly, I don't think we should be wanting to talk about this because we live in LA, meaning we live in the area where measles made a comeback.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's actually kind of funny. We were driving our way to a really nice Japanese restaurant up in Hollywood Hills for like an adults night over the holidays. And
yawn number 1.
Anyway,
sorry, I'm tracking my yawns for everybody tonight. So not your fault, not you.
All right. Well, anyway, so my mom was talking about like how, everybody always says that we're the smart ones, but honestly, look at other parts of the country, I think we're the idiots. But I just sort of injected with, hey, every part of the country is stupid in its own unique way.
Oh, beautiful.
That reminds me of what Tina Fey's character said in 30 Rock. She's like, all of God's children are horrible.
Also, there's no real America, because all Americans want is a good sandwich. But you know what? I could subscribe to that.
Oh, I remember. That's actually one of the questions from the Colbert questionnaire. What's your favorite sandwiches?
Oh, God.
There used to be a grocery store like right down the street from here, and they had a deli, and they'd serve this awesome kind of barbecue roast beef sandwich with
At Vaughn's?
Yeah,
Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, with onion rings. Fantastic sandwich. They discontinued before they closed down the store, and when I found out they weren't serving that sandwich anymore, I was so freaking upset.
A little part of Blake died that day.
All right.
Yeah, Blake's heart shrank 3 sizes that day.
I mean, theoretically, I could make it on my own, but I don't have the money for a deep fryer. I don't have the time or patience to bread and deep fry an onion ring.
Oh my gosh.
I'm gonna say my favorite sandwich is a muffaletta.
A muffaletta?
Yeah. 1, it sounds funny. 2, it's very tasty.
What's in a muffaletta?
Let's see. I know it's French bread. It's
sure.
a staple of Louisiana, specifically New Orleans, Louisiana.
Nolans.
Yep. You butter it down, and then you add some very specific oil, and then I believe some type of like either mushroom or olive paste-like concoction that I don't know the exact make of it. You use a bunch of very specific types of hams and cheese. You serve it to someone fresh and hot, and you eat it, and it's absolutely delicious. I'm not a big fan of ham, but my God, New Orleans is good at their shit.
Yeah.
That almost sounds like a Monte Cristo. Like, again,
I'm probably
Disneyland brain. I think like New Orleans Square, where they have that restaurant that shows the bomb ass Monte Cristo sandwiches that you better share with a friend, because if you try to eat a whole one, you're not moving for the rest of the day.
Smokey is saying ham, turkey, and tapenade, which is made from olives.
Tapenade is so good.
Tapenade.
Thank you, Smokey.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Sandwiches?
Sandwiches.
Sandwiches.
I heard those things.
They
were
need
made of
sandwiches.
You know what? I love me a good Italian sub.
Ooh. Yeah. Cold or hot?
Oh, cold definitely. Like a nice crusty sourdough roll. Salami, ham, provolone. Definitely tapenade. Peppercini, oil and vinegar. That kind of stuff.
Classic.
Oh, and you gotta get it from a small deli too.
Oh
yeah.
Oh no, here's a good one. Oh man, what's that place by Union Station that has the French dip?
Just what I was about to say. Is my favorite sandwich.
Philippe's French dip.
Philippe's French dip sandwich is my absolute favorite sandwich on this planet. A French dip sandwich is typically some sort of like beef on a French roll, and then you dip the roll into au jus. The story goes that at some point in the 1920s, one of the people working at Philippe's accidentally dropped the roll into the au jus, and the guy was in such a hurry. He said, "I don't care, I'll take it." And it sort of sparked off the idea of the French dip. So they do it there. There's several ways you can get it. You can get it dry, which is you don't, which why the hell are you at Philippe's?
Yeah, defeats the whole purpose of a French dip.
Yeah. You can also get it dipped, which is one side, double dipped, which is both sides, or you could get it the way I order it, which is the pro way. Once you're up there, you can order it, which is you order it wet, which is basically they soak that sucker in the au jus. Usually I'll get it with the beef and some Swiss on there, but the thing that makes Philippe's super good is not just the fact that it all tastes good, but they also have this great hot mustard there that they have in little containers at every place you could sit, and you basically just squeeze it on your sandwich and you eat it.
And they make it on location.
Yeah, they make it all on location, and it just like blows out your sinuses, and it's amazing, and I love it, and I actually have 2 jars of it in my refrigerator right now because it's so good. And it's actually, I really like actually stopping there on the way home from work because traffic is horrendous, and it's about halfway home from where I work at, and it's good. It's tasty. And anytime anybody is visiting LA, I take them there because I'm like, this is a definitive LA kind of place because they invented the French dip there. The French dip is a product of Los Angeles, and it has that great Los Angeles feel, which is basically sawdust on the floor, stools on benches, and the riffraff is eating right next to the executives, and that's just how we roll in LA.
So LA border tourism, if you're looking for sponsors.
Basically, yeah. So it really does not. It really does not get much better than that. So
I've got an extra sandwich thing I can talk about right now. It's a sandwich I make.
Oh!
Yeah. I'm not going to be able to show everyone right now.
I mean, you can bring it up to the camera at some
I'll try.
point.
Oh, damn.
All right. What you do is you take slices of rye bread. You want them as fresh as possible. Ideally, you get a big loaf and you cut the bread yourself because that way it's just extra good. You toast them just a little bit, and then you add, at the very bottom, you add a layer of green pesto. Then you add a veggie burger patty. Whatever your feelings on veggie stuff, it's big, it's hearty, and you get a lot of vegetables.
For it.
You make sure it's hot, and then you add a layer of cheeses, Monterey Jack, as well as pepper jack. Then you want some good spicy sausages diced up and added on top of that, so it creates this good consistency. And for a good little extra added crunch, you use bell peppers, so that way you get a little bit of moisture to cancel out any dryness from the actual veggie patty. Everything becomes a good congealed tastiness of crunchy. You get a bunch of different feelings, you get different sensations, everything is loud, pop, and also the colors are just very, very pretty.
That's nice. Yeah, let's see if we can show it. Come on forward.
While you do that, I'm going to.
So there's the camera right there.
Restock on some foods and drink.
That's the wrong side.
No,
But you can show it from that side if you want to. So, okay, here I can kind of guide it up there. Take a gander at that sandwich. Ain't that a beaut? That is a beaut.
You want to make it extra fancy? You put a fried egg on top, and you also serve it with those greens.
Okay, so I talked about the grilled cheeses I made earlier. So here's photographic evidence of my grilled cheeses. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Jared Head.
Ain't that something?
The sandwich show.
Take a gander at this. Don't you want that? Look at the thickness. There is thickness to that cheese. That is not.
Jesus Christ.
That is not just a slice of cheese. That is a wall of cheese, and that is smoked Gouda, baby.
Ooh.
So smoked Gouda with bacon and that beautiful tomato bisque.
Ooh, fancy.
Is that on top? So, all right, is that our food section of this? So everybody in the chat has their sandwich right now. So homemade Reuben. Ooh, Uncle BS. I actually like what you are suggesting there. Okay, I have to. God Almighty. This chat. Hi, puppy. Hey, what's up?
You opened the breaded doors for this.
Missy heard us talking about food, and she was like, "You guys got any food?" So you can feel your arteries hardening just looking at that. Yeah, well, you know.
I don't have thumbs, so I can't truly appreciate a sandwich, but I'd like to eat one.
Yeah, well, she's had puppy patties and things like that, so she's a fine connoisseur. Trying to think of some other really good foods I've had. The burger at Club 33 is the best burger I've ever had in my life.
Oh,
I can tell you that. And the steak at Club 33 is also the best steak I've ever had in my life. So.
Bring up that steak.
Or it might not be the best burger.
Tampanada, basil pesto, and hummus. All aboard a lovely piece of naan bread. That sounds delicious, Uncle BS. I like that. Naan bread is extremely underrated.
Wait, if it's non-bread, how's it bread?
No, non-bread.
I know what it is. I'm just being bad at wordplay.
Yeah, Smokey is saying that I've only ever had a French dip where they give you a cup of au jus that you dip the sandwich in per bite. Yeah, you need to experience a French dip where you're fully focused on the sandwich itself, so that way you don't have to deal with this dipping stuff. They do it for you. Yeah.
I don't know. I like the ritual of the dip.
I've heard about this. Uncle BS is saying if you ever go to Burbank, go to Santoro Subs on Burbank Boulevard. I've heard of them, and
we have to.
That does sound like a good call. With that.
That sounds like a somewhat boring episode of Adventure.
737 Z Driver has said that this y'all are making me hungry, and the show needs to be cut short so Jared can get dinner.
I bet me eating this nice, moist cupcake isn't helping.
Yeah, so Marty's saying that I need to bring the, I guess the French dip to Australia. We could swap it for Tim Tams and Arnaud shapes. So, which if you don't know what shapes are, they're like
circle, square,
crackers.
rectangle. Oh, okay.
But they have specific flavors for each shape, like
okay.
like chicken, cheese, barbecue, and we had some brought to the studio by our Aussie correspondents when they were traveling back and forth from LA and Australia, and I literally like destroyed 2 boxes on air. I was just sitting there.
What's the best shape?
Chicken. I love roast chicken is my favorite shape.
Oh,
so it was tasty. So it was delicious. Also Tim Tams. You guys ever had Tim Tams before? They're like these little like chocolate. I don't even know how to describe them. They're like rectangular and they're chocolate and they've got a little layer in them. But the thing that you do with them is the Tim Tam Slam, which is that you chew one corner off and then you chew the other corner off and then you put one corner in your mouth and you put the other corner down in some milk and you suck the milk through the cookie and eat it and enjoy it that way. And then once it's all the way through the cookie, you're like chuck it in your mouth and it's like nice and soft inside. It's got the milk with the chicken. It's really good. I gone and made myself hungry. So now I shall go over and do this. So
I think I need to have a Tim Tam Slam.
I think I'll have some.
And welcome to the jam.
Try a cupcake, man. They're good.
Come on and slam. And welcome to my jam.
Come on and slam and have some Tim Tams.
Welcome to Japan.
Everybody, come on. This is LeBron James.
LeBron James.
That movie was weird.
Well, how is it supposed to be? Were you expecting it to be like normal?
No, I mean weird in the sense like they got rid of Pepe Le Pew because the weird sort of uncomfortable connotation associated with him.
Yeah, well, we know what he did.
Yeah, but in the background behind Don Cheadle, you see the Droogs from Clockwork Orange.
I don't think they were thinking too hard about that movie. I think they just wanted to create something that was family friendly and good at making money.
Yeah, because Lord knows Clockwork Orange is
Nothing says
family friendly
like Alex DeLarge and his Droogs.
Me and LeBron James got together and had the old in out.
I just learned the other day that in Australia, liquor stores are not called liquor stores; they're called milk bars.
Really?
So yeah,
But
isn't that
can I
wild?
but can I get Moloko drink from
What's wrong with you all in Australia?
What is that because?
No, I'm just saying. I'm just kidding.
Is that because of Clockwork Orange or because of some weird slang I'm not aware of?
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest here. I think Australia was around before A Clockwork Orange.
I'm aware of that.
I'm no historian.
I'm aware of that. But were they always called milk bars?
I don't know. So if there's an Australian watching, which I think there's several of you actually, please.
I mean, it's not like you're close friends
Let us
with an
know.
Australian that you could field these questions to. He is, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I understand. But, like, people. Yeah.
Oh, I see. Yeah, that is interesting.
What, people?
No, I don't know.
People.
We did earlier say that people are the worst evil villains, so now we've gone from evil to interesting. So
okay, you know what?
That feels like a step up.
What? Actually, you know what? Since you brought it up, best Disney villain. Actually, to be honest, part of me is leaning towards Frollo from Hunchback.
He's pretty fucking evil.
Witchcraft.
Yeah.
If for nothing else, he has the hands down the best villain song.
I forget who voiced him.
Oh, Tony J, I think?
Something like that.
Yeah, I think that's his name. Weird thing is, like, he was in the Mighty Ducks animated series with Tim Curry.
Okay.
So imagine both those voices in a scene together.
Okay, so Marty's from Australia and said thid they've never heard of the milk bar thing before. All right. I don't know. So,
Maybe someone was just pulling your leg.
I guess. Yeah. I don't know. I'm an American,
You
so I can
ignorant American.
Let's see.
Oh, okay. So Marty is saying that actually Milk Bar is an Eastern States thing in Oz.
Okay, so yeah, it's
but
an East
didn't know
Coast
they
thing.
sold booze. Okay, so maybe it's not a liquor store. Maybe it's just like your grocery, like a grocery
or like
store or
or
something.
like a corner market.
Yeah.
Or like a dairy.
Like a 7-Eleven.
Yeah. Or,
So
we literally have this thing in our town called a dairy. So
yeah, that's
who
true.
who are we to judge?
Yeah, true. If I ever go to Japan, I definitely want to visit a 7-Eleven that they have there, because they're supposed to be like wild, like you can get things there.
I want to. If I were to go to Japan, I just want to see their KFC because I know they go.
Oh yeah,
nuts for
It's
KFC.
huge. It's like one of these things that I can't remember if it's Thanksgiving or Christmas.
It's Christmas.
It's Christmas, but you have to order like your KFC Christmas meal like in August if you want to get it. You know, it's ridiculous. And I don't understand it because I just think KFC sucks.
I mean,
frankly.
Speaking as somebody who,
unless they want to sponsor you, Jared, in which case KFC's the best.
No, I'd get Cane's.
Oh, okay.
So,
and this
is a Cane's household.
And speaking as somebody who,
this is a Cane's household.
Speaking as somebody who very recently hosted a dinner party, I ordered KFC in the afternoon, and they said, "Okay, we'll have it ready for you at 5."
Yeah.
And
That's pretty funny, honestly.
Still good night.
The Colonel's making the bird.
We flew it in from Kentucky.
And I totally did not understand.
Boy, are
what
his
Blake
arms
meant.
tired.
I thought you meant like you actually brought in a turkey from Kentucky or something like that. So. And I was sober. I just want to point that out that I thought this and I was sober. So,
were you medicated?
Yes, heavily, as I am.
Okay.
I try to fill it in with Disney villain talk.
Okay, I like this one from Smokey, which is that best Disney villain. I think I got to go with Scar because he actually wins.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's a good. That's a good one. But
not bad.
But also him winning somehow drastically altered the environments of the Pride Lands.
I mean, like he cared, he got what he wanted.
And again, he also won by lying to his constituents.
You gotta win some way. When you're evil, usually anything goes.
I still kind of love that bit of trivia where, like, near the end of Be Prepared, Jeremy Irons' voice just gave out and they got Jim Cummings come in to finish the song. And I always kind of wonder, like, what was the thought process behind that? Because they had to be, like back against the deadline for something. Because in my head, I was thinking, okay, we'll just wait for either Jeremy's voice to recover enough that he can just do this over, or just get Jim Cummings to come in and just re-record the whole song. It just seems like kind of a weird decision that can only be made if they're up against a deadline.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to cheat on your answer and say, like, one, I also agree with Scar, because as a little kid, when you saw Mufasa die and little Simba crying out for help alone and just realizing, like, he's dead. That wonderful, awesome dad is dead. Oh, God, I'm coming with realizations of life and death and mortality. Oh, God damn it, Scar, you did that to a whole generation of kids.
Oh.
Second one, I want to say Maleficent, not the remake, but the original animated one, because she used the powers of hell.
That is...
She called upon literal hell. Satan said, get me super mega powerful buff so I can win.
Oh, going back to the Scar thing. It's kind of hilarious, because one time we were all at California Adventure, and at California Adventure they do this like big elaborate water show where they have fountains going off and they're projecting images onto the water.
Yeah.
And they just had this sort of like abstract representation of the wildebeest stampede, and then at the end you just hear, "Dad, wake up, we gotta go home." And then immediately afterwards, you just hear young Babby going, "Mother, Mother." I was thinking, Jesus, who puts those both in a row? Are you trying to emotionally destroy your audience? Oh, it's Disney. Of course they are.
Yeah. Of course Disney is.
Yeah. Also, I think it's kind of hilarious that, like, in Kingdom Hearts, if I remember right, at least in the first game, they kept a bit of dialogue. Oh, actually, it might have been Birth by Sleep, where they keep in a bit of dialogue where Maleficent calls in the powers of hell and transform into a dragon.
Mm-hmm.
Let's not lean towards Kingdom Hearts, because I know that thing is just a giant chaotic mess, like someone just smoked cocaine. I was like, yeah, I want to write my own little anime fan fiction. Also, let's do it in a Disney World. Yeah, everything I do is genius.
Final Fantasy VII.
It literally just started as an elevator pitch.
Yep.
A literal elevator pitch, because Disney and Square shared the same building.
Yeah, gameplay's fun though.
Yep.
And Nomura just happened to be in an elevator with one of the people from Disney riding up to the offices, if I remember right, and he's just like, "Hey, I got this great idea."
Yeah. It worked.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, say what you will, I mean, it's a very successful series.
Yeah.
Yep.
For what it is, I enjoy it.
Yeah. If I ever get like the proper setup for it, I kind of want to do a live stream, not of me playing the series, but I want to get like my mom or somebody who doesn't like follow that series or anime tropes in general, and just have a playthrough of them being like, "What is happening?"
Greatest Disney villain. Michael Eisner. No, I'm just kidding. I think actually, my favorite Disney villain is definitely Hades in Hercules. Just
He's a lot of
because
fun.
I know James Woods wasn't acting. So he was totally trying to scam people and pick up minors. So.
Too real.
Oh, because
that's him.
Okay, here's an interesting question. I'm not sure who here follows the Percy Jackson book series, but they in one of the last books they revealed that one of Hades' children is gay, and I'm just wondering
What?
I know.
You mean someone in Greek mythology isn't straight?
I know.
What a shocker!
Oh my god.
Scandal.
Also, unlike certain authors of children's fantasy novels, they didn't out them after they died. Also, here's like an interesting
Spoiler alert.
for a book from like 15 years ago. But anyway, does it? The character's still alive, by the way. But does it still count as burning your gays if the gay in question is demigod of the underworld?
No, because they're still like technically alive being a god.
Yeah.
Unless you specifically said this god has been killed, epitaph, this person was not a straight individual.
Right.
Because it'd literally be like saying like you work at a graveyard and you're gay. I'm
No, but
not being unless I'm being buried alive. I just work here, man. I'm not staying underneath a coffin.
I just work here, bro.
But it's saying
Well,
like
bury your gays is also you kill them so you get them out of the picture, move along.
Yeah. It's not like how in my stories where the gays do the burying.
I forget what movie it is, but there is like you might like Atomic Blonde.
I have seen Atomic Blonde and I absolutely love it.
All right then.
So it's fantastic.
I have not seen it. I cannot comment. I just know it's got Charlize Theron,
Huh?
and I know that a bunch of the stunt actors were like oh man, we worked so hard on this. We did really well, and all
Yes.
this was actually kind of dangerous, but we made sure it was
Actually,
really
I
good.
think action-wise, it's a gender flip John Wick.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, cool.
It's from the same people who did John Wick,
So
that's why it's really good.
Well,
Also, they have a fight scene in it that actually is what I would consider a very accurate, probably the most accurate fight scene I've ever seen in the screen, in terms of just like a knockdown, drag out, slobber knocker. Everybody's tired as shit a minute in and just trying their best to not die. So,
Slobber knockers has a very different meaning for myself.
I love it as a word. It's one of my favorite words. Knockdown, drag out, slobber knocker. Oh, we got a really good one here from 737Z Driver, which is Headline versus Indiana Jones Temple of Doom on TV right now. Go with Indiana Jones.
yeah, we won't fault you.
Yeah, no, go with Indiana Jones, 100%.
Yeah.
So
I still remember, was it like 4 years ago, where like 4 years prior, like 4 years ago, you hadn't seen a single Indiana Jones movie.
yes, I knew. So I knew about the ride, and I love the ride, obviously.
So,
but I was always like, what is all this reference?
so like 4 or 5 years ago, I just sat you down. And
I don't know what's
we're
going
watching,
on, but it's great.
Like 4 or 5 years ago, I sat you down and like, no, you have
Yeah.
nothing to do for this afternoon. We are watching Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Yeah, and we did. And they were great.
And then
I
a
love
couple
them
weeks later was Temple of Doom. Then a few weeks after that, Last Crusade, and Crystal Skull does not exist.
What? Crystal Skull? What's that?
It doesn't exist.
It's a vodka that what's his
Dan
face?
Aykroyd.
Yes.
Yeah, it's Dan Aykroyd's vodka, which is supposedly very good.
They're also a gimmick where they lie and say like, this was created by an ancient culture. No, it was made by. It's got the like made in China sticker underneath.
Actually, it's
it,
not
man.
funny.
I'm sorry, I forgot.
I think it was Red Letter Media when they were doing a review of the Ghostbusters 2016, where as a joke they got Crystal Head vodka.
Nice.
And they actually mixed it with some Ecto Cooler.
Oh my god.
They called it a Slimer.
Sounds about right. Uncle BS says the greatest villain, the truck driver that ran over Bambi's mother as she was escaping the flames of the forest.
Oh.
That truck driver was killed, just to let you know. One of 100, and then 139 other people
I was
were
about
killed.
to say, that truck driver did the world a service.
I thought she was shot.
It was a joke.
Yeah, it was a joke.
Oh.
Julie's asking, question, what would your dream craft storage building tech room and tools be like?
Oh my god.
Right? That's a loaded one.
Well, first part of it would be very similar to whatever Adam Savage has, hands down.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
I choose to abstain from this question.
I don't think this question really applies to me. I'm not really a very heavy craft creator individual in terms of like building stuff.
No,
It sounds really cool.
It's
and I appreciate
understandable.
people
Yeah.
who can do that, but that's
It's not like Ray and I.
wheelhouse.
Like you have your bike workshop basically.
Well,
and then I have my rocket shop. Quite literally.
It's not really much of a workshop, but
Here's
I have
what,
like
here's
two
what, Kate,
toolboxes.
Here's what you do. Combine the two, make rocket bikes.
That would be very cool. I actually know somebody who has made a rocket bike
And
rode it.
And for those who are wondering, I did recently rewatch that episode of The Simpsons where they go into Shelbyville, the Professor Freak builds a rocket bike.
I think the final part for me would be a space where, because I have two like large storage trunks full of Lego, so I'd have that all organized.
Oh, there's how you do it. You make a bike shop out of Lego. 2 birds, 1 stone, man. Or how many blocks of Lego it takes to build a bike shop.
Or how many or a stone made of Lego, and hit those 2 birds with it.
I'd
You
want
don't even need a full
a,
stone, just the corners.
I'd want a hanger. Like a hanger to put all my stuff in.
Like where I had my senior prom.
What's up?
Yeah, remember I had my senior prom at the Air Museum at USC?
just forget who he is?
He's been here this whole time.
He's been here for, what, 2 hours, 2.5 hours? What
Why
time
are
is
you
it?
still barking? You're eating his snack. How dare you? What a terrible host you
Stop
are.
kicking their food. That's why they're barking at you.
Food.
Doesn't matter. You still assaulted their food. You
Anarchy. Anarchy.
I don't know what that means, but I love it.
Damn it.
Hey, cool it. Come here. Cool it.
And you don't even know what you're barking at.
I'm hopped up in Mountain Dew.
I'm gonna come at you like a spider monkey.
Earlier, she's coming in real good on there. Look at that.
Yeah. Next time I'll bring my condenser mic so we don't get this much bleed.
I told you she was like the dog from.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, no.
She's clipping it now.
Yeah, she's getting a little.
Marty.
The cat is hating this.
Cool it, Suki.
My dog's
Honey.
probably asleep next to my bed because she's old.
Oh.
She's old and having trouble making it to the backyard to poop.
Yeah, so sometimes she make a bathroom in the house. It's
Which-
okay. We
It
still love
happens.
her.
Yep.
I make a bathroom in the house, but
you-
but where it's supposed to be.
I was about to say. I don't know what those meds do to you at night, but.
Oh, I think I made a bathroom. Steep roll.
Literally, you built an entire additional room with a toilet and a shower head and all the plumbing overnight.
Wow, what a time to be alive. Indoor plumbing.
Good God, Miss Molly.
Oh my God, it reminds me of the History of the World Part 1. Indoor plumbing pipes the shit right out of your house. So, oh. Yeah. I was gonna say something, but then I forgot. So, which is, I guess it's kind of a theme tonight. We're actually 10 minutes away from Central Time, slipping into 2022.
Happy New Year, Middle America.
Which means that we've got, yes, Happy New Year, Middle of America.
Happy birthday to my brother Taylor and his family.
Yeah, that's right. So, super excited, waving at them from a plane as I always experience them.
Kansas City isn't bad.
Just kidding, I love y'all.
Kansas City ain't that bad.
Yeah, so there's something I was going to say, but then the dog started barking, so. You little distractor. You're so cute. You're cute, though. I love you.
The world needs to see the cuteness.
The world has seen the cuteness quite a lot. What?
J-dubs.
Must just deployed the right side sun shield. Yeah!
Yeah,
Hell
J-dubs.
yeah, J-dubs. J-dubs in the house. Yeah. We're calling it J-dubs because we can't call it the actual name of it.
I thought J-dubs what they do in Japan with SpongeBob.
Yes. It's what we're also doing with our spacecraft. So, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Anyways, yeah, cool stuff. So now it's got both of its sun shields deployed, which is good.
Excellent.
Now they're going to tension the layers and pull them apart, and that's scary.
Yeah, I got a sun shield too. It's
Very scary.
It's a straw hat that I wear when I'm working.
That's cool. How cold are you under the straw hat? Smart ass.
I mean, I just wear that to block out the sun.
Yeah. That's what the sun shield is there for.
What?
You heard me.
Jared, I have a science question.
Child.
My sun shield comes in a bottle. It doesn't keep me cool, but I'm a lot less irradiated because of it.
I mean, I guess my hat just provides a small layer of shade, so I guess I'm shade temperature, whatever that.
Okay, so somebody had a science question.
I did.
Yes.
Jared, I've been hearing and seeing a whole bunch of talk about this really cool space telescope that's brand new. It's got all those hexagon stuff, and it looks like gold. And it's got that weird thing where it kind of looks like multiple surfboards underneath it. I am not a science person. I don't remember the name of it, but it's supposed to be incredibly cool and incredibly awesome.
Yes, yeah.
Can you please give examples about why it's awesome and cool? Because I don't know that. I'm a layman's person who doesn't know science very much.
Are you being serious? Or
Yes.
Are you just pulling my leg?
No, I'm being serious.
Like, you legit?
Jared, you've known me long enough to know my face and tone are always serious.
I'm just making sure because, we got this here.
98% of my life, I am 100% serious.
So it's called the James Webb Space Telescope, but a lot of people don't like calling it that because James Webb has been accused of being homophobic. Because he was NASA's administrator in the 1960s and they got rid of some gay people at that time, which he may or may not have had a part in it. But everybody doesn't really care. They just care about the fact that it happened under his watch. So that's why I've been calling it JWST or JW, because everybody I don't need to rock the boat. And I understand why. So, this is a very important telescope because it is a successor to Hubble. So it is not a replacement for Hubble, because Hubble looks at specific wavelengths of light, and JWST will be looking at other different specific wavelengths of light. So Hubble can go from ultraviolet through the visible light that you and I can see down into just a little more red than red, what we call near infrared. JWST will go from about orange in our color range of visible light all the way down deep into infrared.
Okay.
So it's going to be able to see things that Hubble cannot see. And that's because things like dust scatter light and obscure the views, but they don't scatter the heat signatures coming off of things. So you can actually cut right through a dust cloud with infrared light. So that's what's really cool. We actually have a FLIR camera up at the observatory to demonstrate this. And one of the ways that we do that is that we will show our hand on that. And we'll say, yeah, you can see it, right? And then we'll put our hand in a trash bag and we'll say in visible light, you can't see the hand. But if you go over to infrared light, you can see the heat signature of the hand through the bag.
Okay.
So that's why it's so important, is it's going to allow us to look in places that otherwise we really haven't been able to. And it is also a very big telescope as well. Unfortunately, I can only give you metric measures, so bear with me here. But Hubble is about 2.4 meters, which is an 8-foot mirror, which is, that's
bigger than me.
That's, JWST.
You could just say J.
J-Dub.
J-Dub. Bear with me here.
It's cool.
So it's a 6.5 meter mirror, which is 21 feet across.
Got it.
So that's big.
Yep.
So, and that means it's going to gather more light, which means it's going to be able to see further back than Hubble can. Which, in addition to that, because it's infrared, as you go further back in time in the universe with the light, because it's being shifted by the expansion of the universe, will go more towards the red.
Yeah.
So that's why we talk about things like redshift. Like we look at all the objects in the universe, their light is shifted to the red that tells us the universe is expanding. As you get further and further back, the expansion appears to be more and more rapid because we're looking further back in time, which means there's been more expansion since then. So we would expect it to shift red, and it does. So it comes to a point where it slips out of the red and it goes into infrared.
Okay.
So Hubble can't look that far back, but JW will be able to look that far back. So it'll actually be able to hunt in, and where Hubble was able to get the first, very bright galaxies turning on. So basically, very early in the solar system, in the universe, like 13.1 billion years ago. So just a couple, 700 million years after the start of our universe, J-Dub is going to be able to go all the way back to maybe some of the first massive stars turning on. Maybe we might be able to do that. We're definitely going to see the first galaxies that have formed, which is just wild to think about. Like, we're going to see what the structure of the universe looked like when things were coming together right at the start of it on a large scale. If we can go back and see the light from the first stars, which we might be able to do through years of tweaking and working with software and stuff like that, it's going to change everything. Because then we can look at physics as it is now and compare it to physics as it was then, and be able to see if there's a match and if there's any changes or anything like that. And it's just ridiculous the things that you're going to be able to do with this telescope. So the hard part of an infrared telescope is that if you want to look at an object, your telescope has to be colder than the objects you're looking at. So if I wanted to say, like, take an image of you with an infrared telescope, that telescope needs to be colder than your body temperature is, because it needs to be able to pick up your infrared light and differentiate it from there. So what they're doing with J-Dub is basically making it as cold as possible. So I'm talking, we're going all the way down to, I think it's somewhere around minus 430 Fahrenheit. So, which is very cold. So it's about 40 degrees Celsius above absolute zero. So, which is, it's really cold. And the thing is, you have to keep it cold and continuously keep it cold. That's really complicated. So those sun shields come in handy because they block the sunlight, and they have space between them, which actually allows you to basically mitigate the amount of heat coming through it. So those sun shields are about, trying to find something. The 5 layers are going to be about from top to the bottom of my roof here. But on the side that's going to be facing the sun, it'll be at about 250 Fahrenheit, and then on the just about 8 feet through it on the other side, it'll be about minus 430 Fahrenheit. Jesus. So you've got this massive difference in temperature just in this very small space, and you have to maintain that as carefully as possible. So that's another thing, and then also you have to keep all this equipment capable of working at minus 430 Fahrenheit for years at a time.
Jesus.
So, and also you're keeping an area the size of a tennis court that cold for years at a time. So, it's hard.
I have a question, a science question. Where are my hands?
I don't know where your hands are.
So we'll never know.
Are they inside? Are they inside of your sleeves? Oh my God! Pull! Oh my God! So there you go. So hopefully that explains it.
Yeah, it does.
And we're very excited about it because they literally started work on it back in 1989, and it's finally happening. And it cost about $10 billion.
Literally for as long as I've been alive.
Yes. Yes. And it's very exciting. So, awesome. And it's going to do really cool stuff. There was stuff that we didn't realize we could do with Hubble, but we're going to be able to do that with James Webb. J-Dub.
I have a slightly...
One of my favorite things that it might be able to do is to look at planets going around other stars and maybe analyze their atmospheres.
Oh, yeah. I know that this is how people used to do it way back when it was literally like Isaac Newton. When they were first inventing telescopes, they would look up at the stars, and they would say, based on the color refraction and based on that, I can take apart just doing a shitload of math and a shitload of science. This is what that star is composed of. This is what that planet is composed of, just based off doing a shitload of math and looking at comparisons of color, because each individual chemical has a very specific light or color thingamajiggy?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
Yes, it does. So back then, they didn't have as good, they didn't have as accurate an understanding as we do now. But that's called spectroscopy. And basically, what you can do is you can run light through a prism, or some sort of what we call diffraction grating, which is a prism with etches in it.
I just called that floyding.
Yeah, floyding, exactly. It breaks up the light, and it turns it into that rainbow pattern, and certain elements absorb certain wavelengths of light, so you can actually determine what element is there by the black lines in those in that Reykjavik pattern. So, and what we'll be able to do is we'll be able to look at that star. We'll be able to get a baseline as to what the pattern is from it, and then we can watch as the planet goes in front of it, and we can get an accurate reading of what its atmosphere will be like.
Ooh.
And we might be able to maybe catch that planet just before it goes around the other side of the star, and maybe get the light from there and see what the surface is made out of. But that's really difficult to do.
Guys, it's 10:01 on the East Coast.
There we go.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to all of you in the Central Time Zone. So,
Damn, I don't have a
Happy
drink.
New Year.
Son of a bitch.
Sorry, science came first. So.
Man, Ray, how many times have you heard that?
I have a
Yeah, and it's funny because you're a couple.
Jared, I have a slightly pop culture question.
Sure.
That Netflix movie that felt too real to me, Don't Look Up, in which basically a asteroid the size of Texas was going to come down and hit Earth, and everyone was like, we don't give a shit.
Oh, so you mean what usually happens?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Let's see. What was it? Yeah, I remember now. When they actually give NASA a whole bunch of funding, they say, here's all the money, here's all of our resources, here's everything, we're behind you 110%, and they send up all these different missiles and stuff and spaceships to say like, hey, we're going to send that shit up there and we're going to blow it up and we're all going to be 100% fine. And they have a really, really great high percentage of like, now that all these ships have gone off successfully, there's an 81% chance of success, and everything's going to be a whole percent good to go. I'm not going to spoil it, but that doesn't happen because people are dumbasses.
I know what happens.
Yeah.
So
just in case the audience does.
I haven't watched the movie, but like I know what happens. I read up on the plot because I probably can't watch the movie because I'll just get too pissed.
Yeah.
So
I know that.
Like Mark watching Twister.
Yes.
But the thing I wanted to ask is like, later on in the movie, they have basically a stand-in for Apple computers, make their own shit, and when they send their shit up that's big and clunky and overpriced, a lot of them blow up even before they're even just on the launch pad. A whole bunch of them blow up, and then when they go up there, they mess up a whole bunch even more, and they're like, don't worry, we were left with 30, and now we're down to 24. You know, if every single one of them goes completely 100% right, we'll be fine. And everything goes wrong, and everything goes... The thing that I wanted to ask, like, because you're a science person, that's what my brain does. Sure. I literally say, like, that's Jared, he's my friend, he deals with, like...
he knows the science.
Yes, he's the rocket guy, rocket scientist person. How realistic it is in terms of like, if we give NASA a whole bunch of funding and let them do their shit and do their peer review shit where they really, really analyze the shit out of it, versus private sector where they're just like, I know what I'm doing, never question me at all, and we'll have like a 48% chance of success, and the rest of you will die, but that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. How accurate is like that in terms of private sector guy just being like, I know what I'm doing, versus NASA saying like, we need to test the absolute shit out of this.
So that's definitely a massive exaggeration as to how things work.
Okay.
You could definitely look at the work that NASA did with the Commercial Crew Program to get people to fly on to get NASA astronauts to fly on private spacecraft to the International Space Station. The amount of work that SpaceX has had to do and the amount of work that Boeing is still doing now is just as much as NASA would be expected to do themselves if they were operating their own program inside of themselves.
Okay.
It's just that they're leaving the design and ownership process to the private company as opposed to NASA sort of being the owners, if you will, of that. So really the same sort of qualifications that you would expect for the Orion spacecraft, which is what NASA is developing on their own. Same thing Crew Dragon had to go through. if not Crew Dragon, I would imagine from SpaceX might have had to even go through more stringent qualifications because of the fact that it's a private entity, and it basically needs to show that you're just as safe as our own design needs with what we're building over here. So show us, that you're doing that. Really great example is what they're doing with Boeing right now with their own spacecraft, the Starliner capsule. They had a screw up on their first flight, which cost them the chance of going to the International Space Station. They actually almost had a second major mistake that would have cost them the vehicle in flight, in orbit, So NASA basically said, no, you're fixing that, and we're not giving you the money to fix it. You're eating that cost. So, sucks, but you should probably get it right the second time. So NASA's pretty stringent about safety and things like that. So, thankfully, something like Don't Look Up, in terms of at least private industry telling NASA off and things like that, no, that's not going to happen. And that's because as much as SpaceX is funded by its own launch services and most certainly money from Elon as well, with that, because I would imagine SpaceX being profitable, it's probably on the knife edge of profit and and not making a profit, in the red, even now. No, they still want that contract money from NASA, and they have to demonstrate the ability to operate safely and do everything NASA wants them to do. So they don't get that money unless they do that in totality. So, yeah.
So I just remember this tweet I saw this morning where it said it was in response to Don't Look Up, saying that as far as satire goes, Adam McKay was never as laser focused as he was in the landlord sketch from Funny or Die.
That's true. I will say though that Don't Look Up definitely, I feel like, applies more to climactic change than it would to a rapid situation like an asteroid impact or something like that.
Yeah, that's from what I've read. It's more about climate change.
Because we've known about climate change. We've known that climactic change is going to be happening for almost 2 centuries.
Yeah.
So, since we understood the consequences of the Industrial Revolution in the late 19th century, it's been well known that putting carbon dioxide in the atmosphere is going to increase the temperature of the planet and change the climate and do a lot of bad things. So, which I'm absolutely amazed that there are people out there who are like, oh yeah, it's going to be great. Plants are going to have more carbon dioxide, and you're going to have all this other stuff. And it's like, yeah, well, how are all the new refugees going to eat the plants? So, oh yeah, that's right. They're not. Because the plants will probably have a difficult time because of the climactic change. So you're going to have famine and other things.
Yeah, it's kind of hard for it's kind of hard for plants to absorb carbon dioxide when they're under the ocean.
Yeah, there's that. I just noticed that there's a pattern, which is that it's really hard to get white aerospace engineers to think about people who aren't white.
Yeah.
So
I think that just applies to white people in general.
And the consequences of that.
Again,
I'm just speaking to my own field.
I know, but I'm saying that just could apply to white people in general.
Yeah, in general. So.
Oh, I've got a slightly more upbeat question.
Yes!
Slightly related to
upbeat.
silence.
Upbeat questions.
Sciences. Okay. That Michael Bay movie, Armageddon. How short would it have been if NASA just had good funding consistently? A good, serious military level funding for a long period of time. How short would that movie have been?
And follow-up question. How easy would it be to train astronauts to operate an oil drill compared to training oil drillers to be astronauts?
Yes, Jared.
So I think to answer Blake's question first, I think it would actually take an equal amount of time for both of them.
Oh.
So because the astronauts would have to understand how to apply those kind of methods to what they're going to be doing. in space. And then also, if you're a bunch of oil drillers or roughnecks, whatever you want to call them, they've got to understand how to apply those techniques in space. So I actually wouldn't see them working separately. I'd actually see that. I would expect them to be working together.
Yeah,
as
but
a team.
that would be in addition to traditional astronaut training for the oil drillers.
Yes. And
no, and honestly, I half expect you just to pull the Michael Bay answer and just say,
"Shut the fuck up," like. But no, actually, I think it's really cool that this year, 2021, we had the all civilian crew fly on the Inspiration 4 flight. So they were all civilians, and they were chosen in March, and they trained like NASA astronauts for that flight. So they did 6 months of training. So obviously, in Armageddon, they didn't have 6 months. They had, I think it was 19 days or something like that.
I'd have to rewatch it, but yeah.
It was like a handful of weeks.
Right.
It was a movie montage, so it's all really a blur.
Yeah.
Could have been a year, could have been 2 days.
Yeah, somewhere in there. But I think you'd see both of them working together, and I would actually expect a crew of both of them to go up together as well. I would be very surprised if they.
Like I'd imagine,
because that's what mission specialists basically are.
Yeah, like I'd imagine like a 70-30 split in favor of astronauts.
Yeah, there would definitely be more astronauts on board with it, and I would imagine on doing like EVAs and stuff, you're going to have an astronaut out there with the oil driller, with whatever they're working on. But also, there's so many things that just aren't going to happen in that respect.
Space madness.
Yeah, like space madness. Even though it was hilarious, and I love Steve Buscemi riding a nuke, going no nukes, no nukes, and it just cracks. That whole bit just cracks
And
me
a quick
up.
tangent. I love how this past Halloween, Steve Buscemi recreated his meme.
That's true. He did.
He recreated "Hello, fellow kids."
I mean, like that was so funny. Like, what was the difference between his character and his character with space sickness? Not much. So yeah. So I bet you know.
Oh, anyway,
So,
Christian's question about funding for that movie, like.
Yeah, I think if NASA had the military funding, which by the way NASA does not have anywhere close to the amount of funding that the United States military has.
Honestly, I think I could find their annual budget in my wallet.
The United States military, there was one really good statistic, which I think it was back when we were in Iraq for that.
Which time?
There was, what's up?
Which time?
2.0, second edition. Beta, not alpha, in 1991, the beta version. They spent more money on air conditioning tents in Iraq than they did on the entire budget of NASA. So, also, you guys remember the bailout that happened in 2008, right?
Mm-hmm.
That one-time bailout. That was
Only
more.
once. Only once.
Only once. That bailout was all by itself more than the entirety of NASA's budget combined from the inception of NASA in 1958 to 2008 altogether. Just that one bailout. So, in case you're wondering. So,
again, how short would Armageddon the movie have been with that much funding?
I don't think it would have been a movie. I don't think it would have been. Good night, all of you that are going to bed. As I completely forget to.
We forgot you existed.
Jump
for a
back
minute.
in here. Sorry, everybody. We got a little political tonight.
Science talk is riveting.
Yeah. So, and it is one of those things where we have to deal with politics and science. We have to deal with it. It's an unfortunate side effect of where you get your funding from. So.
Politics is inescapable.
Yep, it sure is. So that's why people who are like, I don't like to talk politics, I don't want to see politics, it's always like a big red flag for me. It's like, well, what are you doing? Just staying in your bed all day with your covers over your head? So,
I mean, I don't blame you.
I sure wish people like me and Ray could forget about politics, but no, we can't. So
I literally work for this. I literally work for the city we live in.
Mm-hmm.
So
that's very political.
Yeah, that is by definition my job is political.
I'm having pizza rolls, so I'm coming down. They're bringing me down from from it. So.
Torpedoes. When you have a heated political debate and you need to calm down.
Somebody asked a question. I don't know who it was, unfortunately. Hi, Janessa.
Ah, hi,
Hey, Janessa.
Let's all wish her well, because I know that she's not feeling very well.
Yeah,
That's why
we're
she wasn't
sorry
able
you
to
couldn't
show
be
up.
here, Janessa, but we wish you well. We wish you well. We wish you well.
Say the word and I'll send Christian with some potato chip cookies your way.
Yes, that's correct. We'll save some pizza rolls for you. So we'll allow this dog to wag her tail in your honor.
You can't see it, but she's doing it.
Yeah, she is. She's standing in front of the fan wagging her tail. It's kind of cute. Okay,
Aww.
come here. Come here. You want up? Okay. There we go.
Puppy for Janessa.
Puppy. It's puppy time. Look, if I scratch your butt, then you can't go anywhere. Hi, doggy. Hello, doggy.
Oh, hi, doggy.
Oh, hi, doggy. You're my favorite customer. I still love that. Like, I'll do a dozen roses. That'll be $12.99. I'm like, holy crap, those are some cheap roses. So just, having been with my mom in this business, usually that would be like $100.
Well, yeah.
So-
Of course, he's getting the cheapest flowers. He spends all his money getting an HD and regular camera and taping them together to record his movie.
Hi. How you doing? I still love that they did like ADR for everything in that. Like every line was re-recorded.
You can say that again.
It was just so good. I love every moment of that. A terrible movie.
We didn't record a riff for that. That would just be fun.
Yep.
Smokey says, it takes very little to turn the room into a horror movie. I'm tearing you apart, Lisa! So, very nice. Oh, yeah, I love this one. Marty the Martian says, I love the way the shuttle flew in space like an F-14 Tomcat. It's like, that's not how that works. My favorite is that when they're coming in to land on the asteroid, they have the shuttle flare. Like, it's back, it's got to come up in whatever non-existent air is there.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The asteroid has an atmosphere?
Look, it's landing. Like, that's the universal symbol of landing, is the plane doing this. So,
And again, also, the asteroid has an atmosphere?
yeah. I also love when they're going around the moon and they, like, start building up the G's and everybody's, like, still relatively conscious. And it's like, no, these guys are not trained. They would pass out very quickly.
Wait, are you saying Michael Bay doesn't know science?
It's still a fun as hell movie. It's still one of my favorite movies. But that doesn't mean that I can turn my brain off at times in it. So.
Okay. Since I actually speaking of Michael Bay,
It's just like we do on Russian station.
Speaking of Michael Bay,
It's not far from how
Would-
I actually do it.
would you clone yourself so you could just have your own personal organ farm whenever you need it?
No.
No.
I'd feel
I
bad
would
for
just
my
try
clone.
to avoid doing stupid shit.
Yeah.
Like, didn't this character in that movie have hepatitis?
I think.
Something like that.
Yeah, I
There's a
think.
really easy way to avoid that specific type of hepatitis.
Yeah, but the
So-
but Scarlett Johansson's like non-clone version was like I think like you're just in a car crash or something needed a kidney or whatever. So you can't really avoid that. Like you could be safe, but some a-hole can still T-bone you one day.
That's true.
Wait, did she just need a kidney?
Or something like she needed something, or she had like it was either a car crash or like she had some like some genetic defect.
I don't understand what happened in this world that has caused organ donations to stop so that they need clones.
No, it's not so much that they stopped. It's sort of like, oh, why wait for a match where I just have a duplicate of myself that I know would be a match for me.
It was more like you're like a rich person who's like this boutique like
Gotcha. So you don't have to wait.
Right.
Like you're not on a waiting list.
And it's
like my dad, who
and
was
there's-
on a waiting list and just basically never got one.
And there's
So-
there's no needing to find a match because the clone is just you.
So there actually are ways to speed up getting a organ to somebody.
Yeah, actually, it's actually actually a friend of my mom's
Mhm.
was actually on a list for, I think, a kidney. So my mom joined this program where she sort of like volunteered one of her kidneys.
Yes.
So that way somebody that she would be a match with gets theirs.
Yes.
And it would
And
move her friend further up on the list.
Boom, boom. Yeah, they basically do match after match after match. God, I can't remember what they called it, but that's how we did it when my dad. Well, that's how we were planning to do it with my dad at UCLA, and I actually offered up one of my kidneys to give to someone. I don't know. So yeah, and because that would have sped him up, and I was absolutely down to give someone one of my kidneys. It's just the problem is that because of the medication that I'm on, they said I can't.
Mm-hmm.
So because if those meds wreck my kidneys,
Right.
then it kind of defeats the purpose of me giving one to somebody because now I'm gonna need one given to me. Also, I really don't want to do dialysis. Having seen what my dad did with
Yeah.
dialysis, not a real pleasant thing to go through. Cool that they can do something like that. Also, by the way, dialysis machines use filters that were developed by NASA, in case anybody wanted to know. So, but yeah.
More reason to give NASA money.
Yeah, you get a lot out of NASA. I'll tell you something. Here's a good one from Julie, which is asking, what mystery would you want to know the answer to?
Like big universal mysteries, or just like stuff that from day-to-day life that doesn't really have like a good solid answer for.
Your call.
Oh, here's the next one. What's at the bottom of the Marianas Trench? I think that'd be like a real cool thing to find.
Like we kind of know.
Oh.
We've sent things there. So they found like very small fish.
Oh, clearly they did have a good job.
Silt and also unfortunately trash from humans.
So no Megs.
So what's up?
No Megs?
megalodons.
No, sorry.
Okay, well then never mind.
Science ruining Blake's fun.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It was the trash that killed the megalodons. It's all the plastics.
Okay.
For me, I'm pretty good. I don't really need too many mystery stuff. Like,
Yeah, honestly, I feel like I think like the question I would ask too would be like big brain philosophical ones that would just like that could theoretically just ruin existence for me. And like the thing about like if you find out like the big universal answers, and it's like something that like just
drink more Ovaltine.
Yeah, if it's something lame or just absolutely soul crushing, then you just be feeling like, well, why the hell am I even doing this? When the answer is drink more Ovaltine.
Let's go the George Carlin route. Plastic.
Or okay, actually, why 42?
Well, that's what we're here for. That's why the Earth is here. Hello.
That's our job.
Yeah.
We're working on it. Remember Jupiter computer?
Right.
Hello. So. What about you?
No, I just want to know if there's other life out there. You know, we don't need to be like, oh yeah, aliens, come here. Just like,
oh, actually,
you know, is there
or what is there?
It's a gigantic universe.
Are
we the only things out there?
I feel like the better.
Are we not? Okay, cool. That's pretty neat.
I feel like the better one would be: is there sentient life out there? Like, isn't there like already figured out like, oh, there's like some really simple basics, like
germ level stuff basically.
I was about to say, what do you consider sentience?
Technically, a cockroach can
Do
be considered
you
sentient.
like? Is it something
Okay,
you can have
I
a
guess-
conversation with?
I guess possibly near human level intelligence.
Okay, gotcha.
Do you
so
want
like,
60 green women from Star Trek?
so like,
I'm more of a I'm more like a Twi'lek from Star Wars kind of guy.
So-
Thank you very much.
Okay, got it.
just to kind of challenge you on this, picking up a ball and throwing it and Missy going after it is not a proof of sentience. You want to be able to have
Okay, maybe
like a human level kind of interaction with something.
like on that level, yes, I would want a human level interaction with it. Like, not to say like if there's like a planet full of like puppies, I would still think that's
that'd
freaking
be
awesome.
Yeah, amazing.
Right. I think that's freaking awesome, and I would definitely vacation on that planet if given the possibility.
Puppy planet.
But
Oh my
I just
God.
like it, I just want to know if there's like something with human level intelligence out there.
Yeah, they're pretty cool. So, yeah, I've actually in one of my talks I do about life in the universe, I discuss that as a little bit in it. Like, what exactly do you consider sentience? Like, is it the ability to do mathematics? Is it the ability to have a language? Because we have written language, but dogs have body language and sense and other things like that that they can communicate with. So that still count as language? That's sentience? Like, if I'm able to pick up a ball and throw it, and whatever it is goes after it and enjoys the fact that I do it, brings it back to me, wants me to do it again, which she doesn't do, but but everyone else wants me to do, is that sentience? Is it the ability to grow towards the sunlight that gives you your fuel in your cells?
Okay,
Is that some wild stuff to think about?
Yeah.
So,
I suppose given
we
all
just
that,
got really deep.
Yeah, I suppose
So-
given all that information, I guess I could rework the question into complex animal or plant life.
Yeah. What if the life we end up finding is like unbelievably advanced? Like, we can't comprehend, like, we understand that it's alive, but we just can't comprehend in any means.
Well, I mean,
Like, not Lovecraftian horror,
No,
but just
but-
like, holy smokes.
But like, isn't like the sort of like the human response to something of that level to just assume it's either God or magic?
Yes, usually.
Yeah, so I would
So-
imagine like on some level that would be our response. Like,
Cargo cult.
Cargo cult. Cargo cult.
Hail Zoltan!
737 driver, I read that one. That's more, I'm gonna get it, not everybody else, so nicely done. So,
I want to add two quick things.
I didn't
very
get to
tiny.
talk about my mystery of the universe.
Go for it. I'm sorry, go ahead.
So, I want to know what was going on before everything was here. What happened before the universe started? Because kids always ask me that question. Like, what happened? What was here before the universe? And I always tell the kids, that's like asking me what color is blue. Can you answer that? No. What color's blue?
Well,
Tell me, what color's blue?
Well, if DC
Tell me, you little shit.
Actually, if DC Comics had anything to go on, there was just a giant hand in the closed fist.
Oh, I knew it.
Right.
I knew it was a hand.
Which depending
Son of a gun.
depending on how you interpret recent events, may or may not be Dr. Manhattan.
It's true.
Oh, I remember hearing about that. Yeah.
Or it could be Master Hand from Nintendo games.
My God, we're just figures being played by a child.
My God.
Where's my little health
We're all
score
just in
for
a
you?
We really are in a simulation.
Oh my God! I'm at 250. Nobody uppercut me.
I was about to say, oh my God, we're all in an unbelievably large round of Super Smash Brothers. Who's controlling me? You fool! You fool!
Whose idea was it to go random? I wanted to be Kirby.
Come on, why can't my player make me wave dash?
So, yeah.
Where's the fan? You could spam that thing to shit and just win very, very quickly and annoy the shit out of your opponents.
Okay. All right. What did you had something? I'm sorry.
Oh yeah. Again with the question, one, I don't really have any big question about the universe for me. I settled on it at a very young age of like, what's the meaning of life? What's all this? I have no idea. But if we're in like a simulation or whatever, I don't really care. There's nothing I can really do about it. If I'm in the Matrix, just give me the goddamn cheat codes because I don't need to be Neo. I just want to be able to live a good and healthy life where I can help the people around me. Also, the thing that I was going to add on was in terms of sentient life, in terms of being able to communicate and do all that stuff, I do know that there's a specific place, I want to say in the South Americas, where due to the windy nature of shit, you're not able to talk to people. You're only able to communicate through whistling, because even if I'm right here and someone's on the street, I could shout at them, but in that specific tiny little community, it's so goddamn windy. Even if I'm shouting at full volume, they're not going to be able to hear me.
So it's wild as hell.
So I need to whistle, but they have that specific language of whistling where they understand, like, oh, do you know what time it is? Do you know where Fred is? Do you know where Pedro is? They understand that language. And so that goes into other of, like, if we meet an alien culture, if they're like squid people, where I know that Humboldt squids, they're able to communicate with each other just by changing the different colors of their skin. That's how they communicate and attack much larger predators and just rip them to shreds.
Actually, we've already had squid aliens. Amy Adams figured out they actually don't experience linear time, it's circular to them, and that's how he figured out how to do whatever. I barely remember that movie. I barely remember Arrival.
Oh shoot! Right, I forgot about that.
Yeah,
That's good.
that movie was actually a really good example of how to try to develop a communication system.
Oh, cool.
With it, so
Yeah, I saw it I saw it once when it came out, and so.
I also feel like Contact. You guys seen Contact?
I think I have.
Yeah, with the piano thing. Right?
What's up?
No, that's it's the third.
That's Close
kind?
Encounters of the Third Kind.
Yeah.
Still, that is something that you could do.
Right.
You could actually. I mean, music has a mathematical element to it, so you absolutely could communicate with music if you needed to. But yeah, mathematics is pretty. Just like in Contact, where they get a signal and it's all prime numbers. Mm-hmm. You kind of have to understand mathematics to understand what prime numbers are. So if you're sending prime numbers, then like that's like an indicator that
you smart.
You're smart.
You're not just a crab
You
person just like
understand this.
eating sludge off the
like you are not just
Actually, Christian, I am a crab person that enjoys eating sludge.
So-
Just because I'm that doesn't mean I don't understand mathematics, you bigot.
so. Also,
Yeah,
Contact
I don't
has
agree with that.
maybe one of my favorite lines in a movie ever, and I always use it whenever I can in things, which is first rule in government spending: why build one when you can have two at twice the price?
Sorry, I'm just.
a good. I love.
I think wait,
who is
that's
it?
the
I
one.
think it's John Hurt plays Haddon, Dr. Haddon.
Isn't that the? Sorry, I don't remember. Is that the same movie where they're really alien, but it takes the form of Jodie Foster's father?
Yeah.
I remember South Park did a parody of that, where it's like it just came in the form of Stan's dad. It's like, oh, really, dude, that's lame. That's like movie Contact, and it's like, well, I suppose you could just take my true form, and it just looks like a giant, horrible, Lovecraftian beast. Oh God, no, something else. That was this Santa. No, that's lame too. And then they just had this whole running gag of it going through different alien forms. Until eventually, like, okay, you know what? Why don't you just tell me what you want me to be? A taco that craps ice cream. Guys, I like it. Yeah.
They also did something similar in an episode of Venture Brothers.
Oh,
where,
right.
I remember that one. Yeah.
Ignore me.
Yeah, and then they build the portal, and supposedly Rusty's dad comes through and kills the Galactic Inquisitor. And it's just like,
me.
yeah, it's just like, listen, I just took on a familiar form. Would you prefer this? And it's like, no, I'll take Dad.
I just also like how they're like at first he was playing along like it was her father, until like basically, look, I'm just an alien. I took this form, and then Rusty's like, oh, you fucking asshole.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, that was such a good show.
Oh, I got one last thing I want to add on, just because it's very amusing to me, and this is the perfect setting. I remember reading this very funny post where someone was just saying like, hey, don't these buttons and stuff from Star Trek, do they actually make sense? And someone who's actually super deep into actual science was like, listen, you little goddamn bitches, this is the perfect goddamn time for me. I've been waiting for this fucking moment my entire fucking life. I'm gonna listen, you little bitches. I'm in the middle of goddamn space. You bet your goddamn ass I want something that looks hardy and durable and can withstand all the pressure of this goddamn shit. Yes, I want a big flipping fucking switch buttons and things that are durable as shit. I'm in the middle of fucking space. I do not have the option of going down to Radio Shack or some other place or fucking ordering that shit on Amazon as a replacement. I want big, clunky shit where if I get hit with an asteroid, I can know, boop, 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 there, seal it off, I'm not dead. That's why these big-ass clunky things from this old TV show are actually accurate and cool and awesome. Shut up, bitches.
I agree with that so hard, especially because the way technology's moving right now. Everything's fucking touch screens.
So, okay, and again,
Yeah, even our spacecraft.
I agree with you all in principle. However, I think you're failing to take into account that it's not just Earth-based technology, but also Vulcan and whatever other aliens are part of the Federation. So they probably figured out a way. It's like, oh yeah, it's touchscreens, but it's like totally durable and long-lasting. And honestly, if you just come and have the service once every 5 or 10 whatever years, you're going to be perfectly fine.
I think future interfaces are literally going to be built into you. Like you're going to have the I don't want to necessarily cite the Matrix, but you're going to have the ability to kind of plug in with whatever you're working with and operate it that way.
I just want big, clicky arcade machine buttons.
I just want pinball machines.
Like,
I want to be able to bump my spacecraft and it goes tilt.
Actually, Jared, going back to like your idea about like Matrix like interfaces. Remember that scene in the second Matrix movie where they're bringing the ship into Zion, and you see like
everyone having sex?
No.
Before,
it was like right before that.
Oh, okay.
And you just.
Oh, that's why I don't remember that. So.
Yeah. But yeah, there's a scene where I guess like it's their equivalent of air traffic control, are like plugged into like that all white training simulation whatever version of the Matrix, just to like navigate ships into where they need to land. Is that necessary?
What?
Like them having to be plugged into the Matrix instead of just getting on a radio or whatever, and just letting know, okay, you're clear to land here.
I don't know.
Ask the Wachowski siblings. It's their made-up universe.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
That definitely sounds a little
Lana,
bit
if you're watching this, feel free to post a comment or send me a DM on Twitter.
Yeah, as 737Z driver is saying, I love my 737 with 1960 switches, which I gotta say.
Honestly, I just.
You're watching Jamie. Hi, Jamie. Good to have you on board.
Jamie.
Hey there.
The switches are all fly-by-wire now, so there's no real difference between them and touchscreens, which is a very good point. Uncle BS is saying, you know what you never see? The people who have... people have to go around and clean all the spit and fingerprints off of those touchscreens.
Oh, trust me, some of our cooking equipment uses touchscreens at work now.
Yeah.
And cleaning grease off of it is a pain.
Oh,
Not to mention trying to operate them with thermal gloves. Because sometimes when we have to clean everything, we use protective gloves to protect us from the heat.
Yeah.
And you have to switch to certain modes, and you have to like clean the grease off, make sure you get a good solid press on the screen.
Yeah, to kind of follow up on that, SpaceX's Crew Dragon uses touchscreens for their operations, but also all the super important stuff still has physical buttons to work with. Like if you need to pull off an abort mode or you need to take over control of it, there's still things there that you can use.
Are they just out of camera view or something, or we're just not?
They're on the panel. They might just be. I don't know. I would have to go back and watch it. So. But they're there. They are absolutely there. So that is a requirement. No, you cannot have the abort system on your touchscreen. There needs to be a physical button in order to activate the abort mode, whatever you're in.
I'm actually wondering if swiping down screens is what the red shirts do in Star Trek, where they're not going on to alien planets to die. They're not important enough to do any other work, so just go around with a bottle of Windex and a chamois.
I'm trying my best, okay? So just everybody, hold tight.
I can't go around be strangled up by a Gorn while Kurt or the captain's banging a green chick, okay?
All ensign uniforms are made of microfiber.
There you are.
So you just.
There you go. There you go. There's Jamie's answer.
Where's Jamie?
What does it say?
Oh. They're under between the screens and integrated seamlessly into the panels. Okay. I'm just probably not looking hard enough then. Or maybe it's just it's just the camera isn't the best resolution because it's a spacecraft. So
Uncle BS says, how could we ever stir the tanks without a switch?
It's
nice
called
one.
a stick.
Nice
it's called
one.
a spoon.
That's a nice little Apollo 13 reference there. 737 driver says even Tesla makes the hazard button a real. Even Tesla makes the hazard button a real button in their cars. So which is nice. So oh my God, their car with the yoke on it. Oh my God, they're totally gonna be smashing people's fingers with that.
Sorry, just Apollo 13 just reminds me of something. My brother who lives in Orange County said pointed out how in almost every early Tom Hanks movie there's a scene of him peeing.
Oh yeah.
True.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah. Forrest Gump, League of Their Own, Apollo 13, Green Mile, all scenes involve him peeing.
I can add on to that by bridging that into science.
Docs?
I remember.
Yeah, so science, drink a lot of stuff, you're gonna need to pee. That's your science.
No. Literally, it's something with NASA in which because of the way the bathrooms work in space, you need a very specific hose mailed to you in order to for the urine to go straight down the hose and get taken away, as opposed to it flying and floating around everywhere.
Yes.
But.
Damn it, Glenn!
It's all over the place.
Damn it, Glenn! You didn't fully secure the hose!
So, there was an incident that happened on Apollo 10 that's pretty infamous called the Apollo 10 turd incident. Guess what happened?
They terminated the launch?
No, somebody's turd was floating around the inside of the capsule. And what I'm going to do now, I'm going to go ahead and pull up
here's the thing.
transcript from the incident so you may all hear what they had to say about that.
I think Buzz did it, so it's these assholes are going to go in the moon before me.
Okay, so here we go. Probably one of my favorite incidences in spaceflight. Oops, that's 506 pages long. I don't think I'm going to be able to go through that. Here we go. Here is the audio transcript. I'm bringing it up as fast as I can. Okay.
Honestly, part of me wishes we had this right in advance so we could all just pick an astronaut and just read there.
Okay. Commander. Oh, who did it? Command module pilot. Who did what? Lunar module pilot. What? Commander. Who did it? Parentheses. Laughter. Lunar module pilot. Where did that come from? Commander, give me a napkin quick. There's a turd floating through the air. Command module pilot. I didn't do it. It ain't one of mine. Lunar module pilot. I don't think it's one of mine. Commander, mine was a little more sticky than that. Throw that away. And then because I know the command module pilot was John Young, I'll do my best John Young impression for the final part of this. God almighty. So, there you go. It was on day 6, by the way, when the turd was floating around. So, good times. Good times. Actually happened, too. When turd ended up flying around the inside. It happens to the best of us, I suppose. So.
Oh, but here's what I was going to say. Because they had actually named the different hose sizes because it had to be very, very specific in terms of sizes. They named them small, medium, large. And they kept having accidents because no one wanted to use the small.
Yeah.
And so they just renamed them all gigantic, humongous, gargantuan. And that's when they actually started using them the correct sizes.
Yeah, and you have to be careful with those too. Because it's driven by a fan.
Actually, you know what, better one? Let's just go average, above average. Whoa!
And they have to actually be really careful when they're using it because it's driven by a fan, suction to pull the liquid down the tube. So there's actually only so much liquid it can take at once. So they have to be careful not to overload it. So it doesn't
I gotta be honest, I don't think I have
start
that
doing
good stream
So,
control.
Also, when they are training to learn how to use the toilet, there is a camera in the training toilet to help them line up to make sure that they get a good seal.
So if you're just if you're just like super shy about that sort of super shy peer, and you just know there's a camera there, you just be like, I'm not gonna pee.
So everyone's got to learn
not gonna
docking
pee.
procedure.
Yeah, proper docking procedures are very important. I gotta say,
considering what we're talking about, that could be a horrible implication.
well, when I got to hang out with Al Warden, who was the command module pilot for Apollo 15. So he was one of 24 people who went to the moon. Unfortunately, he passed away last year. But when I got to hang out with him in 2011, he was like, you want to hear a cool story? And I was like, okay, sure. And he was like, so, when you were flying Mercury, those guys, they didn't have anything to really go to the bathroom in, so they just kind of went in the suit. And then in Gemini, they just kind of had these bags that they would go into. But for us on Apollo, we had this actual metal can that I would take a dump into. So I was like, oh, okay, that's cool. He said, yeah, that's why real men flew on Apollo. And I was like, okay, cool, man, cool. So, God, there were so many great stories.
Not to diminish this man's
so many things that I probably just should
not to
never
diminish
repeat.
this man's contributions to science and space travel, but are you sure he was all there?
What's up?
Are you sure he was just all there?
Oh yeah, he was sharp as a tack.
Okay, so it was just like
dude was still.
I got all my faculties and I still shit in a can.
Yeah. I do it at home. It reminds me of the old days. I went to the goddamn moon.
That's why my third wife left me.
If there were a spacecraft that I were gonna take a shit on, or shit in. Sorry.
I'm just saying you've been close enough to spacecraft where you could theoretically take a shit.
If there was a spacecraft that I would take a dump in, I would definitely choose the space shuttle to do it in, because the toilet for the shuttle is right next to the hatch, and the hatch actually does have a window built into it, so you can take a poop while looking out the window, or pee while. Actually, if I were peeing, I would probably be paying attention because don't want it to back up.
Yeah.
But if I were taking a dump, I'd probably be like down, just kind of hanging out, go like, wow, look at that, it's my house.
Oh my God, the Northern Lights. They're so beautiful.
There are some. Yeah, exactly. You're not wrong. Actually, there was one astronaut on a mission who said, "Let me know when we're flying over Cuba. I want to drop a deuce on Castro." So also, there was I can't remember which mission it was, but there's one where the.
Hey guys, are we over Denver? Yeah, my brother still owes me $50. I want to leave a surprise for him.
There was an actual mission where the system that would allow the urine to leave the shuttle started to build up frozen urine on the right on the edges of it, and it literally turned into what they called a piss puck. And you laugh about it because it sounds pretty funny, but
It does sound funny.
this piss puck ended up getting like this big.
Jesus.
Like a couple feet across, which is hilarious to think about,
That's
right?
a big piss puck.
But also you think about how much does that water weigh? Well, that's like 50 pounds, right? Okay. So it's still attached to the vehicle on entry. So if it had come off at just the right angle, at the right speeds and things, it could have hit the wing of the shuttle, punched through the heat shield, and basically destroyed the shuttle on re-entry from that.
So do you think Mission Control called them and just let them know you're in trouble?
No, I think it was after the mission that they figured out that had happened. So.
Why must you ruin these things for me?
So yeah, it's okay. We still love you, Blake.
Oh, Jared, that leads me into an actual serious question thing. I remember a long while ago, I remember reading somewhere where NASA was considering no longer having astronauts in there are specific rockets just to avoid situations like that. It would be used through basically drone technology, because by doing that and having robots do it, you avoid situations like that. You don't have to worry about so much about heat shields in terms of keeping human beings alive. You just got to worry about, well, this thing just needs to not explode on re-entry and give us all the information that we need. And that was something that was being thought of. Can you give me more stuff about that?
Oh, like just like automated re-entry or something like that?
Well, a thing where basically they say, we're not going to use it. And the idea was, what I heard as a person just through the grapevine of just random shit of like reading news and what have you, the idea was being proposed of no longer human astronauts but robot astronauts, so that way you like don't need to worry about atmosphere, don't need to worry about oxygen, no longer worries about like weight in terms of water for keeping human beings alive, doing all that shit, literally just Robbie the robot, go do your shit, then come back.
Try not to blow up on the way home.
Like at the space station, or just
I think it was just like missions and just like sending them out to do shit.
Yeah, because most of the time we're going to be designing spacecraft for that, because spacecraft there's specific designs that you can work with. Like you don't need to build a robot that looks like a person in order to do the job.
Yeah. Hear that, Elon?
A cylinder works just as fine, you know. So,
what about a walking rectangle thing?
Actually, since you're talking about the robots from Interstellar, TARS and Case, which actually one of the mods in this is named TARS. So
hey,
hi TARS.
Hello. It's all about love.
That was actually very smart in the design. So, because that uses space extremely efficiently, and you can do so much. Like, you saw how they could unfold and do all those wild patterns and things.
Yeah.
You totally could do that with a robot like that. That was scary smart. I don't know who came up with that, but hire them at JPL. You know, like that was some next level stuff. But yeah, this is no time for caution, Jared. Yeah, thank you, Smokey. But yeah, I think in terms of like needing to have human robots, that's probably not. You don't need that. Rovers do just fine.
You don't need androids.
So yeah, we don't need anthropomorphic robots. So the ones that we have right now work just fine.
Oh, cool. What if we were making a space version of Pirates of the Caribbean?
Yeah, we're gonna need robots then.
Yeah, for that. Like you need human-shaped robots.
Like animatronics, that would definitely help. I know that NASA was developing a robot that kind of was like human-shaped that they were going to test outside of the International Space Station. They didn't really get any further funding other than sending it up to space.
Did it look like Bishop or Michael Fassbender?
What's up?
Did it look like Bishop or Michael Fassbender?
Nice. Thanks. That's a good one. I appreciate that one. So,
or was it Ash?
See, look, TARS just talked to us. So, see?
Hey there. Hello.
So yeah. Julie asking, what would space robots be made out of for vacuum and temperature and things like that? I imagine same materials we build spacecraft out of, like aluminum, carbon fiber, titanium. Some of them titanium, maybe depending upon radiation and things like that. And then you put thermal insulation on them, so things like Nomex or Kapton or other stuff like that. We could definitely work with that. So
those sound like Silver Age DC villains.
Yeah, a little bit, right? So Kapton, what's that? Oh, well, I'm mining on my computer actually. So
behold, I am Kapton, Lord of the Seventh Galaxy.
Oh, Smokey's got a very good point here. Space version of Pirates of the Caribbean. You mean Disney's Treasure Planet?
I mean, if they want to make a Treasure Planet ride, I won't say no.
Julie,
that space Treasure Island. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so Julie's saying any unique materials that can be made in space. Absolutely. Yeah, we can make crystals and other things in space that you can't make down here on Earth, which implies that you can make better semiconductors in space than you can down here on Earth. Which makes sense, and it actually might be easier to do that because semiconductors, very small chips, that require unbelievable temperatures in order for them to work, do ridiculous things. They have to be built in absurdly clean environments. So you can imagine like the cleanest clean rooms on this planet are where you make semiconductors. I mean, cleaner than the clean room we build our Mars landers in. So, like, it's ridiculous. And in space, you don't have to worry about any contaminants. It's a hard vacuum, so just build it there. Might be a bit easier.
Sorry, I just remembered something. Going way back to our highlights, lowlights of the year, I just remembered a couple of highlights. One, we got our first ever Muppet Halloween special in Muppet Haunted Mansion, and it was fantastic. If y'all haven't seen it yet, shame on you. When this is over, watch it. You will not regret it.
All right,
I don't have Disney Plus, man.
4 minutes to mountain time.
Nice.
And also another highlight of mine, it's actually my favorite kind of Marvel comic storyline called Heroes Reborn. And it's like a little bit of comic history. Like back in the 70s, Marvel created this superhero team called Squadron Supreme. They were from an alternate universe, and there was basically their version of the Justice League. Like they had a survivor from an alien world, a warrior from an all-woman culture, a billionaire that dressed like a nocturnal flying animal. Yeah.
Gee.
Yeah,
there was a guy who could run fast and a guy who had light constructs.
Yes, exactly.
Ooh.
Yeah, exactly. So basically they introduced like a new version of that a few years ago, and they had a storyline where the reality was written where they were like the premier superhero team, and the Avengers and any other major superhero didn't exist, and every other Marvel character was rewritten as supporting characters for those heroes. Like Falcon became the Batman XP's version of Robin, and also Gwen Stacy became an XP of Barbara Gordon, which when I found that out made me like, oh, she is doubly fucked. And if you're a comic books fan, you get why.
Yeah.
And also, funny enough, they made Peter Parker Jimmy Olsen. Yeah, so it was just a sort of like really like kind of like a fun sort of comic. It was like miniseries, and by the end of it, status quo reset, blah blah blah. And it was just kind of fun seeing like how they sort of reworked Marvel characters to fit into like a DC mold.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah. Pretty cool. So
3 guesses who Green Goblin ended up being like.
The Joker?
Yeah, got on the one.
Hey, there you go. Right out of the gates. Here. Very good job. Somebody said the lower thirds are somebody's controlling them. I'm pretty sure that would be Jamie. So it's Jamie pushing them, or somebody's pushing them. I don't know. So we'll just blame Jamie because that sounds good. So, oh, I like this one. So my phone's charging, so I have to go back to it there. Oh, this is a really good one, which is, what superhero or villain would you want to be?
Ooh, who I want to be.
Okay, now remember, this is no repeats. No repeats. So,
you know what? I know he's not my favorite superhero, but I feel like, and I know this is probably a cheat, and I'm probably gonna steal a lot of answers. I'd want to be Superman. And also, I maintain that the reason Superman works as well he does in comic books is if you take away his powers, he's just a regular dude.
So that's why you want to be him.
Yeah,
just be a regular dude.
Yeah. Plus, most powerful person on the planet, friends with, like, one of his best friends is a billionaire, married, has a kid. He's got a good life.
Just Kryptonians being dudes.
Yeah, just. I mean, yeah. You joke, but I'm not.
I like it.
Yeah.
No, it's good. I think it's a good call. Good call on that. So.
I mean, yeah. I mean, like his adopted parents died, but they died from old age, so
it's a good way to go.
It's not like it's like a horrible tragedy that could have been prevented by not taking a shortcut through Crime Alley.
Sorry. So Julie, who asked this, wants to be the Hulk or Loki. So,
if given a choice between those two, I'd probably go for Loki over Hulk, because like depending on the story and when Hulk is, it is just a tragedy being him.
Yeah. Definitely.
I mean, not great being Loki, but at least you're in control of your faculties 100% of the time, as opposed to whenever he's angry.
Marty is posing the question: is the Flash an exhibitionist?
I mean, he could be.
Yeah, he could be, but anybody who knows about stuff like that knows that it's not the Flash who's the exhibitionist; it's the Streak. There goes the Streak.
I'm gonna jump on Julie's response of the Hulk. The Edward Norton movie proved like he can't have sex, and that's a big thing. And be like, no, that's not. On top of getting manhunted down by all of the U.S. government, and not being able to even get slightly frustrated, you can't even orgasm. Otherwise, you'll cause massive destruction, and not in a fun way.
I did not even know that was a thing, and now that is a thing, and we can't show that in this Christian manga.
So not to mention the fact that unless you're wearing like a specially designed form of clothing, you're just going through so many clothes.
Yeah, that's really
going
tough.
between the Hulk and.
Well, I imagine with like the work that Bruce Banner does, he should be able to afford it.
Yeah, and also like
right. Like, come on.
And again, like at least in the comics, they have like the same unstable molecules that just change with your body no matter what it does.
I don't even know what is going on anymore. Uncle BS says, "Can I be the raccoon?" Rocket Raccoon.
I mean,
so yeah, sure, you could be Rocket.
I mean, again, just a horribly tragic backstory of him being experimented on by aliens. But you do you.
By the way, happy 2022 to all of you in Mountain Time. Congratulations, you've
Happy
made
New
it.
Year. Happy New Year, brother.
Happy New Year. All right, very good. All right, back to the Hulk's raging orgasm explosions. Marty is saying I'd be Thor, but only for the abs. So that
sorry, you
Taika
just
Waititi is your best friend.
No, sorry, but you just reminded me of this kind of infamous Spider-Man storyline. Takes place in an alternate universe where Peter is like old age, like it's like your stereotypical like horrible, bleak, dark future.
Yeah.
And Mary Jane has died from radiation poisoning.
Wow.
Specifically from Peter's sperm.
I remember that story. I don't
Marvel
know who got paid for it, but
I was about to say Marvel. Your editing department, your writers. Who the fuck greenlit that? Who the hell said that had to go through at least 4 or 5 different people, and they all said, "Sounds good to me."
Was this the early 2000s? Because this feels like an early 2000s.
Yeah, it's had to be early 2000s, late 90s, somewhere in that area. You know,
Edgy times.
Right around the time the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man movies were coming out and gaining popularity.
Julie here making a very good point, which is that Loki is hot. So, very good point.
Excellent point.
Totally, 100% agree.
Multiple variants of them.
Endorse. I fully endorse
and again, multiple variants of them too.
Mm-hmm.
Both as a man and a woman.
And an alligator.
Yes. So. All right, who are you? You Hulk?
No,
Hulk?
I would not be the Hulk. I feel like such a villain
saying
this. No, just my responses have been very villainous.
No. Again, we're not judging you.
It's just I would either be Lex Luthor or Doctor Doom because they have the mental intelligence and the genius stuff and capacity to be able to help so much of humanity if they just weren't vain dickheads who either wanted to defeat Superman or defeat Reed Richards. And it's even been said in the Superman All-Star, that really great book, where Superman calls him out on his bullshit and he says like, "Listen, you little son of a bitch." He doesn't say that because he's Superman and he's very nice, but he says like,
Listen, you extremely bad person, man.
Yeah, he says, "Listen, if helping humanity was ever an actual like something important to you, you would have done it by now. And he says like, oh wow, you're right. And then he starts to reform after Superman leaves and dies. And then he's just like, I'm going to help humanity and stay in jail.
Wow.
And
so
Lex
all I have
and
to do is just trash my enemies.
Yep.
Turns
And
them around.
And also, there was a time like in the comics where Doctor Doom had like his facial scars healed, and he actually tried to become a good guy, and at one point took over from Tony Stark and became Iron Man for a bit. But eventually he realized, oh man, all these things will happen because I'm too weak to be like what I used to be, and then his face got messed up again because comic books always got to go back to status quo.
yeah. But if I'm Doctor Doom, I'd just be like, I just want to stay in my old country and I want to make life as good as physically possible for the people around me. And if I remember seeing a thing where it said like, if you had the power to do everything, why would you want to be good? Because that's the biggest thing I want to do. Like if I have Lex Luthor's intelligence and resources of money, I'd be like, fuck yeah, Jared, I'll send you up to space right now and bring you back. And then I'll have a super awesome robot body for you, like, so that way when your body completely dies, like,
Why
hey, look.
Why wait? Let's do it right now, baby.
I'd be like, yeah, Blake, you can like have whatever job you want. You don't even need to work. I'll just like set you up in my little home country of Latveria, where I do absolutely everything I possibly can to help the people there, just to have a good life. I don't need them to be super mega awesome like Wakanda. I just want them to all have a really great life, because that's what I would do if I had Lex Luthor's intelligence resources or Doctor Doom's all of his stuff too, because they're both super geniuses and stuff.
Also, going back to one of your early answers, a lot of Doom shit is done via robots.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're a Doom as well, you'd be putting out really good studio albums every like 2 or 3 years. So, really good stuff.
R.I.P.
R.I.P.
Oh, your answer?
So, radioactive spoo aside, I'd be Spider-Man.
Oh, actually, you know what? Here is a good question. I feel like it should be fun. I feel like it should have been brought up earlier. Are we becoming the heroes and villains themselves, like tragic backstories included, or do we just have their powers or mindsets?
I just interpret it as like my brain gets shoved into their body, and so now I'm basically mind switch. Basically, Lex Luthor is now this dulce de leche greatness, and I'm in his body.
Fair.
And like, oh shit, I'm super smart, and now Lex Luthor is just an average guy who works at a scholarship.
I mean, in the Harley Quinn show, he is voiced by Lex Luthor is voiced by Giancarlo Esposito.
Ah, that'd be cool.
Which, by the way, why the hell didn't we get that in the Snyder cut?
Snyder's gonna Snyder.
Yeah, in that case, I guess I'd probably be specifically the washed up Spider-Man from Enter the Spider-Verse. got my freaking beer belly here, and
And you're having a beer right now.
I'm having a beer right now, and I am just an absolute wreck of a human being.
Well, going through a bitter divorce.
I'm not going through a bitter divorce, though. You got that on me. But, oh man.
We've survived 2020, 2021, and we're going to 2022. The physical body appearance matters less so much as our survival.
I have grown to love this.
Man, these past couple of years have been like Mad Max. It's just survive, okay?
Right. Yeah.
So, yeah.
Mission objective: survive.
Okay, I'm just going to go into my bedroom with this case of beer.
And Jared, I feel like I know you well enough.
I was about to say, I think all three of you here probably know me well enough that you know who I would pick. So, go ahead, just say it for me.
Let me guess. His name starts with a T.
Yes.
And his last name rhymes with Bark.
Yep, Tony Stark. Absolutely, 100%. So, yeah.
Or basically a non-magical version of Doctor Doom, but actually helps people.
Yes, that'd be a good way to put it. So, yeah. I just kind of think of myself like Tony Stark already, just without the good ideas, and I'm broke, and luckily I'm not an alcoholic.
Hey!
And as far as we know, you've never had life-threatening shrapnel in your chest.
Thankfully, yes. So, I've almost died, We established that earlier tonight
Right.
that I almost
Okay.
died. I've almost died at least once in my adulthood.
Okay, adulthood.
But yeah, just a couple years ago. You could watch it, rewatch it. So I don't need to recount the story.
We went into great detail
today,
about
so.
this in hour 3.
Yeah, I know, with it, right? So, right, we're 50 minutes away from our own celebration of 2022 coming in. So.
Yay!
I don't actually have one of those forward things.
Yeah, I don't have one either. But yeah, there you go. So,
Right.
Superman.
Yep.
Dr. Doom.
/ Lex Luthor.
Lex Luthor. Washed up Spider-Man. And Tony Stark.
With non-radiation splooge.
Yes, please. So,
I'm pretty
slightly
sure.
important. So.
If there isn't already slash fic about that specific version of Spider-Man and Tony Stark, there will be. Just saying.
What do you?
You two are a couple, so I just figured, Don't judge me.
Wow, I'm judging you so hard right now. Okay, so let's see.
It's a free country, Blake. We're allowed to be judgy. This is America, the land of the judginess.
Okay. Actually, Uncle BS had a good response to Christian's thing.
Oh, but you can't change the personality of the villain. That would be crazy.
So
I don't want to do that because then I'm at the whims of whatever the writer is.
Then just pick any other superhero with lots of money and resources, but it's actually altruistic.
Julie says Nebula. We have to.
But even then, with the heroes, they're constantly going through all these moral things and having to learn things over and over again. And my response is just get therapy, man. So many of these situations could be avoided with clear communication and just going to see a therapist.
I don't know. I think at least in the comic screen, Arrow has it shit mostly together.
How many others could just be solved if they had therapy?
Uncle BS, I think that's classified. The question: where else other than on the side would you put radioactive spoo? That's it's classified.
Turn off safe search.
With that there.
Yeah, but again, just saying if you want to have a lot of money and resources that can help a lot of people, but still be heroic without all of the angst and drama of a Batman or the whole moral gray areas of Black Panther, just go with Green Arrow. At least in the comics, he's got his shit mostly together.
Yeah, there's always that. So, yeah, working with
Plus,
that there.
Plus, you'd be married to Black Canary.
Yeah, be pretty cool. Cool stuff.
Also, for some reason, in the comics right now, brain swap with Aquaman. Oh, you can be Aquaman.
Yeah, Aquaman's cool again.
Yeah. You see the movie. You know how awesome Atlantis is.
Yeah. I'm going by the comic books of this logic.
Oh, okay. Well, in that case,
because I know Aquaman in the comic books is kind of a dick in terms of I only give a shit about the ocean. Humanity can
he's Aquaman.
I feel like that's another thing that sort of varies from writer to writer.
Yeah. We're getting into the weeds of it. The point is, this is what I would do in the situation of.
Oh. Therapy man wants a cape?
Where's a cape?
Oh.
I didn't realize is Therapy Man a thing?
Probably. I know there's a cocaine guy.
I know, actually.
There was a villain in the 80s whose entire superpower, he gained superpowers by snorting coke.
Snowflame!
Yep.
And he actually recently made a comeback in the Catwoman comic, and he was dressed like he was straight out of Miami Vice.
Oh my god.
Comic books are weird. I'm not going to think about it too hard.
I think we broke Jared again with the knowledge of Snowflame.
Smoke Skill says Edna
Mode.
Edna Mode, no capes.
No capes.
Yeah,
and actually, going back to the
agree.
Therapy Man, in the current run of Moon Knight, aka the superhero with dissociative identity disorder, he actually sees a therapist, and a therapist that specializes in superhero-related traumas.
Oh, awesome. Nice. That's cool.
Which, I was thinking, wow, it took us till the year of our Lord 2021 to actually acknowledge this type of thing.
How about y'all? Your favorite just plain weird or stupid comic character?
Arm fall off lad. Recently interpreted as the detachable kid played by Nathan Fillion in The Suicide Squad. Another highlight from the year 2021. James Gunn's Suicide Squad. And also, yes, the name is exact. He does exactly what's written on the tin.
Sounds about right. So,
actually,
I unfortunately don't know.
Actually,
I feel like enough.
I
to
do have an
make
interesting
that.
story. Like back in, I want to say 2010, I was attending a convention called. Well, back then it was called Kamikaze, but right now currently it's called LA Comic Con. And I actually went to a panel, hosted by Stan Lee, and I managed to ask him, what is the weirdest character you ever co-created? And his answer was Willie Lumpkin, aka the Fantastic Four's mailman. and part of me was thinking, I don't remember him explaining why, but part of me was thinking, did you only say that because you cameoed as him in that movie? I mean, I don't blame him. It's just, I don't know. I just always remembered that. It's like, wow, I had an interaction with Stan frickin' Lee.
Yeah, that's pretty sweet. So, some good stuff.
I don't think I know enough about comics to be able to point out the super mega weird stuff. Those really niche ones that make you go whoa, look at that.
I mean, just go by. I mean, I think for this question, you just go weird from your perspective, even from a mainstream movie you've seen that you think, oh, that's just weird.
I don't know. I don't know the character. I don't know characters that well enough to make that kind of a.
They're all kind of weird. Mr. Fantastic is a guy who's basically super mega stretchy.
Yeah. They're all weird.
Yeah.
In their own beautiful ways.
Also, I guess I could go with the Thing, specifically from Fantastic. He never wore pants, and we never saw his junk.
Would you have wanted to see Rocky junk?
Was it shots from the waist up?
No, it's
then,
full. It would be full frontal.
And then Austin Powers well placed.
Oh no!
Objects.
No, it would be considered full frontal.
Okay.
But
they decided not to pull a Zack Snyder with a 20-foot tall IMAX blue penis.
Right, but I'm just saying,
Gotcha.
It's just distracting from the opposite end of that spectrum, you know? If you're gonna have a character walking around with no pants.
You heard it, audience. Blake Calvert wants to see that stony dick.
Hey, I'm not the only one in the world who expected to see an orange, craggly stone wang.
Here we go. Here's one that might be a little more helpful with this. Who is the most wasted or underappreciated superhero?
Oh, okay, this is.
I would say in this realm, I also do not have enough expertise.
I want to say Wonder Woman. I want to see more shit of her. She's been around for a long time. There's been a shitload of Batmans, even a couple of Supermans, but 2 Wonder Womans. And I know that she's been in good shit, and I'd really love to be able to see both her and her African American counterpart, just to be able to be because even growing up as a little kid, whenever I'd see Saturday morning cartoon shows, okay, Peter Parker, okay, Batman, okay, Superman. But then I'd see, even growing up, seeing Static Shock, I'd be oh, proud, yes, thank you.
That actually is a good point. Considering that Wonder Woman is considered the 3rd most important DC superhero, right behind Batman and Superman.
Yeah.
There is shockingly little major there was like a TV show in the 70s.
Linda Carter. Awesome.
A couple straight-to-video animated movies, and the two movies that came out, specifically her, that are just specifically focused solely on Wonder Woman, and everything else she's been in, she was part of an ensemble. And again, compare that to like all the stuff that focused specifically on Batman or focused specifically on Superman, and it's kind of weird. But however, if honestly, I'm gonna go with any X-Men that isn't Wolverine.
Yeah.
Yeah,
they really leaned hard into that.
That's a
guy.
solid choice.
Yeah, or I guess in prequels, I guess Professor X Magneto. But because there's like, again, I'm speaking as a big Wolverine fanboy. Wolverine was my favorite superhero growing up. He's my favorite superhero now. There's a good chance he'll probably be my favorite superhero till the day I die. But if your movie's called X-Men, I'd want there to be like, okay, gonna know what Wolverine's up to. How Cyclops feel about this, or what's Storm going to do act to this? Like,
Storm.
Yeah.
Well, I want to add one quick thing. Her voice actress for her in 1997, the same lady who played Uhura, I want to say this little factoid, that specific actress was also Uhura in the original Star Trek series, and she was specifically told, Uhura, the actress, I feel terrible not remembering her name.
Michelle Nichols?
Yes, thank you. Michelle Nichols originally wanted to quit Star Trek, but she was approached by Dr. Martin Luther King, Reverend Luther King, to be told like, no, you're the only show like I let my daughters watch. We all specifically stop everything to be able to watch your show. It's the You show, and with all these other side characters, and specifically that actress Michelle Nichols, her being on that show was instrumental to the first African American lady being an astronaut. And I want to say just Michelle Nichols is awesome. Also, the actual character of Storm is a badass, and she had a very brief fling with both Thor, and she was also either married or engaged to T'Challa of Wakanda. And I think
in the comics, yeah.
Yes, Michelle Nichols, awesome. Also, the character of Storm, awesome.
Actually, you know what? Going off what you said, like, kind of going off what you said about like how Dr. King asked Aurora to. Actually, another sort of greatly underutilized character that you'll probably appreciate, the third Blue Beetle, aka Jaime Reyes. He was in the Young Justice TV show. He was like a main character. Like the entire plot of the series revolved around him specifically. But after the second season, he was effectively written out of the show. Like he'd had a few background appearances and like contributed a couple episodes, but he wasn't the main focus of a lot of things.
So, Smokey says, I don't know enough to get into super esoteric comic references, but Domino from Deadpool 2 kind of loved her.
Yeah,
she was awesome. The way she was portrayed is cool.
Julie says, Hell Cow is my favorite strange, silly
Hell
one.
Cow, actually another character that's kind of weird, and recently got a show on Hulu, Hit Monkey. It's a hitman who's a monkey.
Marty coming up with one of mine, which is Whose Line Is It Anyway? Used to come up with great fake superheroes, things like Keeps Falling Over Boy and Captain Pop Lock Dancer. So those are pretty good. Everybody's appreciating it. Also, Marty having also one of my favorite jokes from Harvey Birdman was when Black Panther called Aquaman Whitefish.
That's super bolts. Also,
great.
Whose Line Connection, voiced by Phil Lamar.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Oh, wait, I know. A black DC character voiced by Phil Lamar. Who'd have thunk it?
Yep. All right. What about you? Underrated
or
underappreciated superhero?
So I didn't read a lot of comics growing up, but I know one of my grandparents gave me like a stack of old ones from like the early mid-90s. And one of the ones I really liked reading from the few issues I had was Firelord. He was
I have no idea who that is.
He was one of the more lesser known Marvel characters, But he's he's one of those more of the cosmic stuff. He was like one of
He was one of
he's one of
Galactus' heralds, right?
Yes, he was one of Galactus' heralds, and I was like him and Adam Warlock. I thought were really awesome.
Well, hey, good on you. Adam Warlock's going to be in Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3.
Yeah, I'm still kind of on the fence of watching that one now, but
I don't know. I mean, it's James Chris Pratt.
Yes, but
yes, Uncle BS, the '90s is old to us now. So
yeah,
30 years ago, the 1990s.
I mean,
decades ago.
I mean, The Matrix, which came out in '99, it's just hitting the nostalgic cycle, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
Technically, we were born in the 1900s.
We were.
Yeah.
Damn you, passage of time.
I embrace it. I enjoy my white hair. It makes me feel like I'm awesome. I grow stronger.
I feel like I'm going gray with dignity.
Yep.
I'm wearing hats because I can't do my mohawk anymore.
Silence.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, we need awkward silence every once in a while. That's good.
Well, it's not awkward. I feel like it's comfortable lulls. And
comfortable lulls. Brain worries.
Or in this case, a glance in dealing with the existential dread of the passage of time. Here's something that's a bummer. Eventually, somebody will remember you for the last time.
That's true.
Yeah, I'm alright with that.
Yeah,
I can
that's
turn
okay.
with that at a young age.
That's okay.
And if you've ever seen the movie Coco, that is horrifying.
Yeah. They'll get over it, I think.
I'll be too busy being dead.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll be too
You know, it's actually kind of funny. Like, it's actually kind of funny that my nephew, like, Coco is like his go-to Disney movie, which means he's seen it like 800 times, which means my brother has seen it 800 times, and it's gotten to a certain point where he talks about like how that's his favorite interpretation of the afterlife, and I'm not 100% sure if he's kidding or not. Like I'm not exactly sure if he actually believes that's what happens when you die. I mean, I'm not going to judge him if that is what he believes, but it'd be kind of weird if he thought of that because of a Disney movie. And admittedly fantastic Disney movie.
Well, I know that, let's see, the Discworld series, I know that there are a bunch of people who love the character of Death. He's literally just like this really sardonic guy who's really nice and friendly who comes around. He does look like a guy in a skeleton with robes and a Reaper staff, but he's still just like oh, you fell down? Here, let me help you up. All right, I'm Death. Come on, let's go.
Come on.
That's a series that I still really need to get into.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
I heard it's really funny, but I know that people who are like close to the end of their life really hope like, listen, they've sent the actual writer these messages of just like, listen, I'm at the end of my life, and honestly, I feel kind of at peace because I really hope that when my time does come, that your version of Death is the one that I encounter, because that one's actually pretty fucking awesome.
I kind of hope that the version of Death I see is the one from Neil Gaiman's Sandman.
Oh, she's a kid.
I mean, I feel like it's similar to Discworld Death, but just like a little bit more of a punk rock edge to it.
Yep.
I mean, Bradley and Gaiman, both just very excellent writers in general.
Yeah.
So I mean,
well, for leaving with a punk rock death, you might as well have Sid Vicious singing "My Way" on your way out for you.
I mean, I'm sure she could ring
Sex
it.
Pistols. I mean,
It's actually kind of funny because
could go out worse. Could go out could be on the downhill trend like Johnny Rotten.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Sorry, I just remembered
God.
Sorry, I just remembered the.
Here I am with the punk rock hot takes.
Sorry, I just remembered the
correct hot takes.
I just remembered the discourse around the casting of Death in the Netflix series based on Sandman, and everybody like, oh, that's not how Death's supposed to look. I'm like, Death is just a anthropomorphized version of a concept. She can look like whatever the fuck she wants.
How do you know? How do you know what death looks like? Shut up.
Yeah, at this point, I just want to go, shut the fuck up, you fucking
Yeah.
nerds.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know what's
Yeah.
going to happen, but I'm pretty sure it's probably going to be the exact same thing that happened before I was born. So, I don't know what's going on then. So, it didn't seem to bother me then. So, why should I be bothered about what happens when I wrap things up?
I mean, I'm under good authority that like, at some point before you were born, you were just thinking, go to egg, go to egg, go to egg, go to
Probably.
egg, go to egg, go to egg.
Oh shit, am I going to be swimming again?
Egg.
Such a long one.
I mean, from my experiences, time moves weird.
When?
I think I told you. Did I ever tell you about the time I straight up drowned?
Oh no, you didn't.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, this was back when I was a lifeguard.
Uh-huh.
I was given swimming lessons. You know, where I'd like, jump into the deep end.
Try
I'll
not
catch
to
you.
laugh. Try not to laugh.
And this one
Everybody
kid
serious
just went
face.
Very serious face.
Just
Serious
went
face.
Let's.
straight up xenomorph face hugger on me.
I'm not gonna laugh at the lifeguard nearly drowning.
You know, it was like, all the kids know, oh yeah, jump right here, right in front of me. This kid just jumped right on my face and just went full face hugger.
Jesus.
And
You picked it up and threw it, right?
I mean, well, that's the thing we're trained to do is in the event of a rescue, if someone panics and clings onto you, you push them off, and you make another go because even if you're trying to save someone's life, don't put your own at risk. Like you're saying with
With your Slippy
event
adventure.
with the climbing up Baden Powell, don't put yourself at
Yes.
risk.
Yeah, there's one
but-
person's at risk. I don't need to be number two. So
Jared,
But,
Jared,
you know-
you've always been number 2.
in our hearts.
You're my number one, babe.
Everybody's like Jared's Mountain Adventure.
But
Yeah.
so and this kid was trying to stand on my legs as I was trying to tread water,
Oh,
which
yeah, smart kid.
I mean, this kid was absolutely terrified. I mean,
Doesn't
sometimes
absolve the little shit.
but I mean, before I knew it, I was breathing in water
It's not fun.
and panicking,
Yeah.
and then everything just kind of just going away.
Mm-hmm.
Before I knew it, I am on the pool deck. My chest fucking hurts, and I don't know how long. It felt like seconds between one or the other. And let me tell you, I don't want to say it's puking. It's more like exhaling pool water.
Yeah, I've heard about that kind of
Hurts.
stuff. Yeah, it's not pleasant.
Also, getting CPR really fucking hurts.
Yes, you're supposed to break ribs when that happens.
Yeah. When I was in training,
So-
they were saying, if you're not breaking ribs, you're doing it wrong.
Yeah, my dad, when he coded and they brought him back 3 times, by the way, bastard, took so many times. Yeah, they broke his ribs doing that. So
I
'Cause
think
you have to.
Yeah.
I think
Chest
so.
compressions, chest compressions, chest
Yeah, because your ribs are really strong, so you have to break them. to
It's
get
almost like
going,
they're
so.
made to protect organs.
Yeah. They're very flexible too, thankfully. Thankfully, I only had bruised once.
And
What
first
they
I was
say?
afraid, I was petrified.
Oh man.
Yeah, thankfully, it brought me back pretty quick.
Yeah, I would hope so.
With minimal brain damage.
Yeah.
Well, okay, with that, on that bomb.
Yeah, on that note.
Well,
on
were
that
you
bomb,
trying
I
to
was
this?
dead once.
Cool. So you were dead. I almost died. We're like the perfect couple.
Technically, I'm a zombie.
So
Nice.
wait,
We were just talking about it.
I'm pretty sure your situation was a lyric in a Alanis Morissette song.
Isn't that ironic?
Don't you think? It's like lifeguards drowning.
That song.
Stop. Please.
I will, only because I can't think of any other.
Not just for the algorithm. Just stop, please.
You're getting 3 forks and the knife.
Is that a reference to something?
To the song.
Oh.
It's like having 3 forks when all you need is a knife.
Right.
You use that reference as a joke and you don't even know the original reference.
Wow.
Look, all that stuck to my brain.
Shame on you.
All I stuck to my brain is it's like reggae.
Oh
That's
no!
true. I don't even know that song either.
Uncle BS is saying, Blake, you have a day job, right? So,
Yes. I work for the public works department.
Luckily, all of us have day jobs. I can assure you of that. So,
I, for one, hate mine.
That's always good to say on the internet, on air. So,
I like mine. It's
I
pretty
enjoy
good.
mine, actually.
It's all right.
Yeah, mine's very rewarding. I do feel rewarded, especially when like kids do really cool stuff. Kids blow my mind. Like some kid comes in and goes like, I was learning about the black holes the other day and the Schwarzschild. I had like a 4-year-old ask me about the Schwarzschild radius, and I was just like,
shit.
That is like, is this that scene in Men in Black when Tiffany got quantum mechanics and she's up to some serious guy like need to tackle and smother this child? What do I do? What do I do? Feeling like Sandra Bullock at the beginning of Gravity. What do I do? What do I do? So, yeah, that was a pretty serious moment. So, I think one of my favorite things a kid said to me once was after talking to me, he like went back to his mom and then he like came back to me right before he went up. He said, "My mom saw you and she said that people with your hair are bad, but I don't think you're so bad. I think people with your hair are cool."
Aww.
And I was like, perfect. Go tell your mom to fuck herself. No, I didn't tell the kid that. I told him.
Of course, what happened today? Like, people with your hair remind my mom of Paul Dano, and she doesn't like Paul Dano.
Yeah. So back in the Mohawk, the days of the Mohawk. So yeah. Matt Clark just checked in. It's like, still going, huh? Yep, we are. Yep, Matt, we're going. We're still going.
We're in it for the long haul.
Yeah, Matt, I just would like to remind you that at least myself, I have another hour and I have to do math this late in the day. 22 minutes to go because I am an absolute imbecile and I said I will do this for 12 hours. So
I don't remember if I said on the last stream it's a bad idea.
Yeah, I think you did. So
I'm pretty
I
sure.
mean, I'm enjoying. I don't know about you all, but I'm enjoying this.
Oh, I'm having.
You all are here.
I'm having fun.
You all are here too, and I'm really enjoying.
Don't get me wrong. I'm having fun, but I'm just saying. 12 hours. You're not a Christmas story.
It literally says I've literally slept and woken up.
Well, good morning.
Hello.
I hope you had a nice nap.
Yes, I hope it was good for. I hope it was as good for you as it was for us. So, anyways, yeah, we're
all just reading.
Marty says, as someone going bald, I hate everyone's hair. So,
oh man, my fingers are stuck. It's so thick.
Well, look, I'm good back here. Like, damn, son.
Yeah,
like,
just
I got
don't
I got like the 18th century composer's hair.
Yeah, don't look at the top of his head.
And then there's here, where it's like, hey, guess what? I'm not coming back.
Here's a silly question, Jared. If you had a full robot body that was super cool and awesome,
yes,
would you wear a wig?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, sure.
Why would I even need to wear a wig?
I know, that's why I'm asking.
Like a carbon fiber mohawk sounds awesome.
I have gone on the record as saying I would not want a robot body. I would much rather have my consciousness uploaded into duplicate bodies of myself.
That's cool.
Right.
All right.
Just, do a backup of my brain every 24 hours or so. And if something happened...
Every 24 hours? What do you think? Like, do you have like a very short warranty on your body?
No. That's
like,
just
what's going on.
I'm just saying, like, in case something were to happen to me within that, if something were to happen to me within that 24-hour period.
Okay, so you bought the Body 78 Pro, not the Pro Max. Gotcha.
Look, I'm just going on what they do in the X-Men comics right now. They make clones of whenever one of them dies, they just make a clone of them and just have a backup of their brain.
Peterson. That's so funny you had mentioned that, Marty, because we had a skeleton at one of my jobs right where the public would come in, and we put Jeff on there for it. So it was great. And then we were like, oh, this is going to be so great. We're going to set him up for a bunch of holidays and everything. And then management was like, no, we're done with that. Take it away. And I was like, thanks. Uncle BS saying, remember Groundhog Day. True.
Yeah, but with my idea, it's just like, it's not necessarily Groundhog.
That's number two.
I'm just saying, my situation is not necessarily Groundhog Day because time will continue moving forward.
Yeah, that's true. That's very true.
Right.
Time is a thorough constant in terms of the direction it travels.
Or time.
Not at the rate it travels, though.
Or time is a Jeremy Bearimy.
I don't know what that means, but sure.
Well, in the good place, in the afterlife, time doesn't move in a straight line. It just kind of it moves around, loops, intersects with itself until it looks like the name Jeremy Bearimy in cursive English.
Nice.
Complete with a dot over the I.
It's good.
Which is Tuesdays. And also July. And also never.
Nice. As we continue to read the comments, as we shouldn't do on the internet, so at some point we'll talk cheese again. How about molten Velveeta mixed with salsa? Easy. I like how you describe it, Julie. Easy, yummy trash nacho cheese.
I mean, you're not wrong.
Yeah, you're not at all. Time is an illusion. Lunchtime doubly so. Douglas Adams. So.
Also,
time is Velveeta.
Also, the universe is a hologram. Buy gold. Buy. Yeah, if you got that reference, you're awesome.
Oh boy.
Oh yeah, Smokey. We've all seen the time knife. Come on.
Matt Clark wants us to talk about cheese again. I wonder if you guys have been talking cheese for 10 hours. No, we haven't.
I mean, it came up once or twice, but
yeah,
we talked to a whole variety of things.
It was mostly me and Ray that were talking in depth about cheese. Then we asked Blake what his favorite cheese is, which is?
I'm a sharp cheddar guy.
Okay. And then we asked Christian what his favorite cheese is, which I believe he said pepper jack.
Right.
Yes.
So there you go. Smoked Gouda.
I don't have a specific favorite cheese, but I've always had a personal rule of the worse it smells, the better it tastes.
Actually, I just remembered I actually have a weird cheese-related story.
Okay.
Okay,
Let's go for it.
So
we've got 17 minutes till the new year. Let's make it happen.
Okay, so my family's descended from Italians, and one of our big Christmas traditions is we have manicotti, which, if we don't know, is essentially lasagna, but instead of like cube, it's in a tube shape. So, and my mom, like 3 or 4 days before our big Christmas dinner, she was grocery shopping just to get everything ready.
Yeah.
She had to go to like 3 or 4 different stores to find ricotta cheese.
Wow, that's weird.
Right.
Excuse me.
I mean, could be pandemic-related supply issues or what have you, but it's just
that's bizarre.
Yeah, I mean, again, nothing against ricotta cheese, but you would imagine it's not high on the priority list of holiday foods.
Yeah, definitely. Matt Clark is asking, what about Camembert cheese?
Camembert?
Camembert. Whatever. I'm American. I can mispronounce things however I want.
I want it.
I think I've had that cheese before.
It's fine.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, I'd eat it. I'd eat it again.
I think an animal's upset that we're still awake.
Missy! Oh my god.
Jared, get your bitches under control.
That's not mine. So, y'all never asked me what my underrated superhero was.
Oh,
So-
I thought you said. Well, I thought your answer was you didn't know enough to.
I thought about it, and then I came up with one. Hi, sweetie. You here to be quiet? Thank you. Blade.
Well, good to you. There's going to be a new. There's
I know. That's why
Herschel R. Lee.
I'm very glad. So, hi, sweetie.
Also in the comics right now, Blade's part of the Avengers.
Awesome. As he should be. Say hi.
Doesn't like me.
And
I love you. I just want to give you treats and pet you.
And he's the warden of Chernobyl, which has been taken over by vampires.
Nice. Wait, no, that's bad. Very bad.
Vampires are, I guess, immune to radiation, or they got rid of the radiation.
Well, if vampires are immortal,
essentially, yeah.
Then yeah, I don't think radiation's going to kill them. I'm not an expert in immortality, but
if any vampire experts
Yeah,
out there,
if there's any vampires out there that can tell us about their
Hi, Blake.
experiences.
Hello.
Yeah, there's another Blake here. Hello, Happy New Year. Hi, Blake from Texas. Happy New Year to you too. We're still 14 minutes away, although Suki is celebrating early, as you can hear in the background.
By barking at kitchen ghosts.
Yes. Matt Clark is asking, are you guys drunk?
Nope.
No, I'm not.
100%.
I have had approximately one beer, and that was about 5 hours ago. So, Seki saying, true story, the KFC is the Christmas food in Japan, and yes, we actually did.
Yeah, we were talking about this.
We talked about that earlier.
An hour 6.
Yeah, somewhere around there. But we did talk about that today, which is pretty wild. So, yeah. And Matt Clark is saying about the specific cheese as well. You put that kind of cheese into the oven until it melts, and then you hit it with bread. So
I like spread it on bread, or like just take a loaf and.
Why not both?
Uncle BS had a really good one, which is wondering how this plays out for Blake. You're writing your memoirs. Question: what was the last thing you did in 2021? Answer: cheese talk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds about right.
Yeah. Oh, it's a dipping thing. Okay, Matt. Okay, now I understand.
Okay.
Like a fondue.
Or a French dip.
Next year we should have a fondue for New Year's. Except there should be like a cheese fondue and a chocolate fondue. And I really want to do
cheese, chocolate, cheese,
chocolate, cheese, chocolate.
Oh no, a cockatoo has dipped its head into the chocolate. Tumblr says that's very bad animal abuse for that to happen in a movie.
Yeah, it's not like it's CG. Not very good CG at that. So.
And for those keeping track, that's my second Gravity Falls reference in a row.
Very nice. Nicely done. Nicely done. Nicely done.
Great show.
Excellent show.
I rewatch that every October.
Good call. Good call.
Oh, it reminded me that I really need to get Disney Plus.
Smokey saying you get a lovely slice of sourdough and you lightly spank the cheese.
Oh.
You good there?
No, that's
What you
Jared.
drinking?
That's terrible mime work.
Well, it's empty. I'm gonna fill it back up.
Jared, that's terrible mime work. Is your hand the bread? See, I'm holding the bread and spanking the cheese. You took improv. You know this.
You know what? You've burnt the toast. You've burnt the toast so badly.
Hey, if I can't use my inside jokes of improv with you, who can I use them with?
I don't know, and I'm sad. So, Marty asking, why did Disney cancel Gravity Falls?
Actually, I do know this.
Okay, speak.
So usually, like Disney, when they give out contracts for their animated TV shows, they just pretty much only guarantee you only 2 seasons, and depending on how well it does, they'll maybe give you more. And that's how you get shows like Phineas and Ferb that go on like 4 or 5 seasons.
Yeah.
So what the creator of Gravity Falls did was he specifically wrote a story completely intending to make it last for 2 years. So by the time Gravity Falls picks up, it's getting really big fan base, becoming really popular. Disney Channel went up to him and was like, hey man, listen, if you want, we can give you another season. But at that point, the creator was like, you know what? I already had this story planned out as a tight 2-season thing, and I really don't feel like stretching it longer than it needs to be.
So it was the decision of the creator itself.
Influenced by Disney's practice at the time, yes.
Gotcha. So,
that's good stuff.
Also, it's nice sometimes to have just a nice little, very tightly contained scene.
Right.
Yeah. That's how it goes.
Which you could theoretically binge in a reasonable amount of time, as opposed to The Simpsons, which, good luck.
Yeah, best of luck to you.
Especially after season 9. That's when it starts getting to be a slog.
Matt Clark is asking, is the West Coast the last time zone to have New Year? No, actually.
It's Hawaii, right?
I believe Hawaii is going to be the last one to have New Year's. And I believe actually Alaska is before Hawaii, which I don't understand how that works, but it does. Just like
just a lot further east than you think.
I don't know.
You're
So,
west, actually.
yeah. Yeah.
You know what, Smokey? I have not seen Owl House yet. I've heard nothing but great things, so I'll probably check that out sometime fairly soon.
Nice. Are you licking your butt in front of all of us? You sure are.
This is just for the people at home, folks.
Yeah, this is just for us. We cannot
Exclusive
show this.
content.
Yeah.
If you would like to see this, you have to pay Jared on his brand new Patreon that he hasn't made yet.
Yeah, I really want to make a Patreon. Yeah,
I don't know how it works,
that
so
sounds
I'm just-
great. I would just absolutely be overjoyed to give a company who doesn't give a shit my a part of my money. So, would be nice. I'm looking forward to it, which I'm not, because I'm not. So, that's right. I'm gonna go choose another company that doesn't give a shit. Google it, YouTube.
No.
It's okay. I will always make fun of YouTube, even if I'm making money off of them. Especially if I'm making money off of them. Then I'll really start making fun of them.
With this live stream, you'll make enough money to get a sandwich.
That's right. A Philippe's sandwich. Finally. $10. Always wanted $10. Always wanted $10. So badly. You have no idea. $10, please.
$10?
Do you have $10, Doug?
$10?
I got 4.
You got 4? That's okay.
I mean, I could go to the ATM.
Julie, we're doing the French mistake well out. So, throw out your hands. Stick out your tush. Hands on your hips. Give him a push.
One of only 2 scenes from Blazing Saddles that made me go, ooh.
Yeah.
That did not age so great.
Yeah, that did not age very well.
That and Mel Brooks and Redface.
Yes.
Other than that, still holds up pretty great.
Yeah. A lot of people say you can't make a Mel Brooks movie nowadays, but I absolutely 100% believe you can. So, because Mel Brooks never punched down.
I mean, like
that's the difference.
I mean, like the last movie I saw in theaters before the pandemic was about a boy and his imaginary friend Adolf Hitler.
Yes.
So.
Probably better than the last movie I saw in theaters before pandemic.
What was that?
Rise of Skywalker.
Oh, Al, yeah. Yeah.
That'd be a bummer.
The first time I've ever felt like standing up and exclaiming, "What?" or just straight up walking out.
Yeah, it was bad.
At what point was that? Was it
very
the opening crawl where they just flat out say Palpatine's alive for some reason?
Honestly, I was ready to roll with that. I was just, it said Palpatine lives. I'm like, okay, I'll see where this goes.
I was very surprised when they said that John McCain has been found dead in Miami. I didn't expect that. That was rough.
Okay, or is it the reveal that Rey is Palpatine's granddaughter?
It was actually before that.
No, you're not.
The part where she thinks she killed Chewie on the shuttle, and then it was like literally minutes later, he's suddenly back alive again.
Yeah.
I just flexibly had to grip the chair and not just stand up and go, "What?"
Yeah.
You know, even if he was going to live, should have let that breathe.
Yeah. You know, I got to be honest. I'm pretty sure I muttered under my breath, "Fuck you."
Because you know what? When they killed Han Solo in Episode 7, you know, there's like talk is like, oh, it's about the move to the new generation.
Right.
You know, I was like, you know, when the ship blows, I'm like, okay, all right, this is what they're talking about. You know, we're moving on to the next group. It's no longer about the Skywalkers. You know, and all of them. And so I was just like, okay, you know, this is the last movie of this group. There's very high stakes.
Right.
There turned out to be no stakes.
Yeah. Also,
Like-
you know, maybe Rey being responsible for the death of a beloved character could have had like some severe emotional impact to her.
Yes.
That could affect her throughout the story. Instead of like literally like 10 minutes later, which is like, oh, Chewie's alive. I'm absolved of all guilt.
Yay, I don't feel guilty anymore. Woohoo! I hate myself. I hate myself. I think. Woo, gonna go to Cabo.
Like the biggest emotional reaction I got out of that movie was the one moment when they were about to wipe C-3PO's memory.
And then
they actually like let that ride.
Oh yeah.
For a long time throughout the movie.
Would have been real nice if they didn't reverse that like 10 minutes later.
I mean, it was a hell of a longer. C-3PO spiritually stayed dead a lot longer than Chewbacca did.
And no, again, I understand that, but again, it was still a decision that was reversed, like, pretty late on.
Pretty wild that J.J. Abrams has been allowed to ruin 2 beloved franchises.
And to be fair, both franchises managed to bounce back.
Yeah.
I mean, I love Mandalorian. I like it. I
got
like it.
Mandalorian, got the Book of Boba Fett,
Liking that.
Visions.
Oh, that was fun.
Yeah.
I really loved that last season of Clone Wars. That was freaking amazing.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't go so far and said it made the prequels better, but I got what they were going for. What you concocting back there?
What do you think I got?
Oh, yeah.
Champagne?
No, not champagne, unfortunately, for tonight. But you know, gonna wrap this
Sparkling
up.
cider?
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, when we hit the time, we're gonna make this happen. So,
minutes.
which we got 2 minutes. So hi, doggy. Hello, doggy.
Hi, doggy.
What you doing? What you doing, honey? We got both of them here. Yeah. So, what's up?
I don't want her to eat
I like how her hair is blowing in the wind. She looks like an anime character. Is it Martinelli? Yes, the finest of the sparkling apples. So I had to get this today, and then I'm gonna pop it open and then just spray it all over everybody.
Hey,
Bottles.
it's your Florida
Let's savor
cleanup.
it.
Let's savor it. Do you have a saber? Because I don't.
I've got a machete.
Unfortunately, in your car?
No.
Oh, okay.
Unfortunately.
Yeah. Well,
Do
I was gonna say.
Do you think when the Jedi celebrate New Year's, they use lightsabers to slice open bottles?
Yeah, lightsaber it.
I don't have a lightsaber.
I think a fun Jedi would. I think George Lucas's Jedis would just be like, we're quiet and contemplate.
I don't know. I can see
I'm going to
Qui-Gon.
meditate into the.
I can see
the
Qui-Gon doing that. I can see Qui-Gon lightsabering it, or maybe a young Yoda.
All right, kids, here, take these. Here, take this or something.
Like a 120-year-old Yoda.
Thank you.
Dog, do you want some?
Just licking her butt.
She's just licking her ass.
Okay,
It's
so
2022.
so if Grogu is 50 in Mandalorian.
I thought it was
Yeah,
like
that's
80.
a long childhood. Jesus.
No, like they specifically said 50.
Oh, okay.
I'm just kind of wondering, like,
20 seconds.
how? And Yoda was like
20 seconds?
20 seconds. Yeah, 20
Oh,
seconds,
this,
everybody.
Goodbye,
Yeah.
2021. Some of you was shit and
Yep.
some of you was good, but oh goddamn, the shit was bad.
We gave you 2.5 out of 5.
Yeah.
And somebody. And
It
something-
started up pretty crappy. The middle was pretty all right, and then it ended like crap.
You can eat my ass, 2021. That's
Anyway,
it.
we survived. We
Here
survived.
Survived.
Woo-hoo! We did it. We made it, everybody. Let's hit it up. Hit
Just
it
a little
up.
bit. I'm good.
Hit it up. There's no alcohol in this, Blake.
I don't know, man.
It's all right. That's it. We're done. And now it's time for 2022.
Look at all the fireworks. Vaguely through the.
Raise a glass to the 4 of us.
Here's to us. I'm just
Clink.
going to take it straight from the
Clink,
bottle.
clink.
Here's to
Clink,
here's
clink,
to us,
clink,
everybody.
clink,
Here's to
clink,
us,
clink,
everybody.
clink.
Here's to all of you. Happy New
All
Year.
sign.
My God, we have another hour to go.
Happy New Year!
Happy New Year.
Hey,
Hey,
here.
come here. Join.
We got a drink.
No, I already am.
Where you at? Here. Here.
It's that sensation when you're done with a test and you know there's another one when you come back to school.
No, there's some in there. Go ahead.
But
Happy
fudge
New
it.
Year, guys.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you. So,
Smoke. I
Thanks for
feel
being part of
ya.
our family.
Hello, 2022. FU2.
what is up, 2022? I hope you're ready.
What garbage you have in store for us?
Yeah, this is gonna be great.
Midterms. Bring on the dumpster fire.
Yeah, thanks for reminding us, Blake. So, yeah, it's all good. We done it. It's good. We still have another 58 minutes to go. So,
Go to sleep, guys.
I
No.
want to go to sleep at some point.
Thanks for being part of our family. Good night.
Absolutely.
Good night.
Thank you.
Good night.
Good night. Good night. Should I go get the other bottle?
Yeah.
I have another one, so if you guys want it.
Okay, doke.
Blake, you're fantastic.
You all are magnificent. It's absolutely delightful to have you all along on this incredible journey tonight.
Thank you for indulging Jared's hubris idea.
I've been done in by my hubris. So, I think next year we'll
We're
have
not
to
doing
do
this for 24 hours.
a 24-hour stream.
We are not. That is not.
You guys don't have to, but I will absolutely just destroy and defile myself in order to do this.
Honestly, I was just imagining you just pulling a Truman Show and just having the camera set up next to your bed while you sleep.
Maybe I will. I don't know. Sounds like a good way to start it. You definitely will hear me farting a lot in my sleep. If my sleep app is anything to go by, there's going to be quite a few toots.
And you love to pull those up.
What's up?
I said you love pulling those up.
Because it's funny. It's funny as hell. Especially when like someone will come in and be like, Jared, wake up. It just
Smokey, good idea. Just pull on each bomber guy and just prop up a skeleton.
The stream will run even after sleep.
Hold on, let me just get an axe. Sell it to who, Ben? Fucking Aquaman?
Wow, there actually is a sizable amount of fireworks going off right now.
Yep.
So, none of this
That's not
professional,
inside.
by the way. So,
Oh, that's an idea, Marty. A 24-hour stream in shifts.
yeah. Where was that at? I'm really sorry to hear that for you there, Matt. But wishing you the best on recovery from that. It's possible. I caught it and I came out pretty okay, I think. So, thank you, Blake, for joining us.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I had a lot of fun.
Absolutely. No, Blake online. So, had a ton of fun with you tonight. So, and your daughter slept through all the fireworks. It's not so pretty. So, yeah, Marty's got a great idea, which is do some shifts with Ryan and Lisa next year. So, maybe we'll work that somehow. So, yeah, thank you, Smokey. I can see the chat room is starting to run out of steam. it's like we've peaked, and now all of a sudden, and now all of a sudden it's coming down. So
that's the sound of you peaking.
Yeah. Now the radiation's kicking in, and we're all starting to.
You're weird. To quote a famous British comedian who ended up sucking in recent times, you're weird.
Yep.
Bye, Marty.
Bye, Marty. Good night, everybody. Good night, Blake. I appreciate that. So, Seki.
Yeah, if he's finally at the powder keg, yep. Boom went the dynamite.
I was referring to Mr. John Cleese. Yep. I gotta ask, what is with old British celebrities and them just turn out to be douches?
I don't know. I legitimately don't know. So,
I mean, Eddie Izzard is still cool.
Yeah, mostly.
I'll take your word for it because I haven't heard much saying they aren't.
I haven't heard either. So, Marty's just still staying here, just saying bye to others. So, thank you, Marty. Appreciate it.
Nice.
So,
So Marty, I'm just looking at your profile. I'm looking at your little
54
avatar.
minutes to go.
Look at your avatar. Just gonna ask, were you the turkey all along?
I do want to just remind everybody here that y'all are not obligated to stay till 1. So,
I mean,
it's my dumb self that is.
I mean, gotta be honest. I'm a little obligated Christian because he's my ride home.
Oh, is it? I mean, I can give you a ride home.
Oh, well.
I don't mind. So.
Okay, that's just.
Or if you
make a choice, Blake. Who do you want to go with? Who do you want to go with? You're running out of time. 3, 2, 1.
Happy ride!
Yeah, unfortunately, Betty White did pass.
Yeah.
Yesterday now. So.
Just like a couple weeks shy of her 100th birthday.
I think she did that as a joke.
I mean, I saw
she was like, "Oh, you want me to hit 100, huh? Watch this."
Yeah, but she mentioned how she was excited about being 100.
Yeah, I bet she was excited. Now she's not. She's dead.
Well, she made it to 99.
99
That's
is
an
still good.
accomplishment.
I mean, we could fudge it and say she made it to 100.
I know.
So.
Okay, I know a lot of people saying like, oh, actually, you said, oh, that was a year ago.
Yeah, that was last year. So,
but
did Jay go to bed? I don't. Which Jay? Yeah, we're all getting. It's post midnight now, so we're all a little. We're all a little. Ouch.
You okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. I'll get over it. Yeah, I'll get through it. So, yeah. So this has been good times.
Yeah.
With it. Oh, Ray. No, Ray is not going to bed. So, Ray is not. Ray, you will not sleep. Ray. So
behold, Ray.
Ray. So,
I am like at peak operating hours right now.
Yeah, I was gonna say me too. So. I'm right in my wheelhouse.
I mean, honestly, by my body, I went to bed about an hour and a half ago on my usual work nights.
Yeah, no, it's not bad to do that. So.
Mainly because I have to get up before 6 in order to get to work.
Oh. Ooh. Hi, Missy. Hello. Are you scared because you hear fireworks, you coward?
Yeah, I hope my old lady doggy ain't freaking out.
Precious baby.
We love you that you're here because you're a part of the family.
Who's
family.
baby dog?
Family.
Who's
family.
So beautiful little
family.
puppy.
Family.
Okay, is this turning into a Jordan Peele movie?
Family. No, we're doing that.
I was thinking about Dom Toretto in terms of family.
Yeah, exactly. There's some video.
Jordan Peele does Fast and Furious.
There's some video going around of like 20 people dressed up as him, like standing there with family. It's pretty funny. So, although you are a little baby dog, little baby dog, little baby dog.
Also, is it really that hard to dress up like him? Just get a tank top and a bald cap.
Yeah, well, that's what a whole bunch of people did.
But to really sell it, you have to talk really aggressive.
Also,
and do it like this.
Also, for some reason, John Cena is your younger brother.
Ready for a question? We've always been ready for a question. Oh.
Bring it.
Usual getting ready to.
Okay, this is a good one from Julie, which is if you could live anywhere on Earth, where would it be and what would you be doing there? Then, same question, but any fictional universe.
Ooh, okay.
Now we're age-shaming dogs for entertainment. Thank you, Uncle BS. You little cute, sweet thing.
I got it. I got the first question. I'll let you all buy time as you think up your answers. For real life, I would like to live in. This is just, again, not monkey's paw situation, but just Aladdin. Yeah, that just works. I'd be living in Iceland because I know it's a great country with a whole bunch of good stuff and really progressive in terms of both rights for women, rights for people of indigenous individuals as well as people of color and LGBTQIA. I'm sorry if I missed any, but I'm old.
I think you're good.
Okay. And also, it's really awesome in terms of healthcare and all that other stuff and family leave and all that great stuff. I would ideally, if I just had like Aladdin, I'd just be like an entrepreneur in terms of like owning multiple restaurants, so that way they'd be low income, they'd be low price restaurants but with high quality, the equivalent of In-N-Out. But I would try and do everything I could in order to take whatever little excess surplus in order to give it to people of low income or people who are destitute, so that way not only do I have enough money to be able to not really have to work and have so much stress, I'd also be able to help the community and help the less fortunate by being able to do that. Awesome. Fictional universe. I don't know. Whoever else wants to go.
Okay, I actually got one too. Like,
bam.
I want to move to like a small European or maybe New England town. Not super specific. And I'd want to own like a bookstore or even like a comic book store. And I'd also want like a nice apartment like that's above the store. It's like ocean view. So when I'm done on my day job, I could just go up there, bring up whatever books I want, and just read while staring out at the ocean.
That's nice.
And as far as fictional universes go, I'd want to live in the Star Wars universe, and I think I'd make a decent smuggler.
Yeah, I think you would.
Seriously?
So, yeah, you'd be a good smuggler. So.
And also, I feel like I still wear this jacket because
that's true.
Even though I got it this Christmas, it's a bomb-ass jacket, and I freaking love it.
That's a cool jacket. Hey, where'd you get that jacket?
It was a gift from my brother.
Hey, cool guy.
Alright.
What about you?
I'm still not so sure about fictional universes, but I know for real, like I just like to live in one of the smaller communities up the coast. You know, somewhere around the Santa Barbara area. I don't know, it seems like a really nice little place to live. Probably like oh god, it's one place I used to go to regularly, Carpinteria. Up by Santa Barbara. You know, it's really nice. Yeah, I know.
That's some serious stacks to make that happen.
Again,
it's a nice place though.
But yeah.
Driven
Yeah,
through there plenty of times on the way to Vandenberg.
It's just, yeah, it's small, it's quiet, on the beach, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
And relax.
Yeah, I would have to agree with that, like 100%. Just right there to relax. But if I had to choose a different place, I would say like a small town on 395 up there by the Eastern Sierras somewhere.
Ooh.
Up there.
Yeah, that'd be nice too.
It'd be beautiful. Like you want to talk about some beautiful mountains. So that's amazing. I always love the Sierras because they're very jagged because they're made out of granite and the granite's being uplifted out of the earth. So it's not being faulted. So they're not smooth. They're nice. They're very jagged and it's the granite falling apart. You know. So they're very evil looking, but at the same time, they do the good job in being beautiful. And I love them, and I would love to be there. But for like fictional universe, I'd probably be with you, Blake. I'm definitely gonna go to Star Wars and have some fun. So I'll work for whoever pays me the most.
So we'd be business partners in this hypothetical.
Oh, if you want to, yeah, I'm down for that. That'd be pretty sick. So
I'd probably be in that too.
yeah. We can all be in the smuggling business.
Yeah, this is Sando Naka, legitimate businessman.
It is legitimate business. Hello. Smuggling is legitimate business. So
For me, I think I'd probably go to some fantasy setting just for the ability to be like, let's see,
brain powers?
not brain powers.
Oh, okay. I thought there was a theme tonight, but
No, sorry. But for this one, it's just. I know with fantasy setting there is a likelihood of a dragon coming by and just destroying all your shit. But I also just like the ability to like, oh hey, I got a magic thing. Just heal up whoever the fuck I want to, as well as, oh, are we having a drought? Spell. No more drought. Are you dismembered? Spell. Now you're back together and you're all fine.
Are you dismembered?
Where's the... How did I get these things? A wizard did it.
Excuse me, have you fallen to pieces?
My members have been dissed.
Yo, that arm sucks.
Just
Yo,
avoid
check
all
out-
the war and carnage and just be like, I'm just over here doing my own thing, taking care of my own people and making sure it's good. You guys go over there and fight the Dark Lord. I'm gonna be over here.
Y'all go do some shit. I'm gonna be over here.
Yeah.
You go that way. I'll go home.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Hi, sweetie.
Okay.
You don't have
okay.
to be scared, honey.
Aside from Star Wars, another good fictional universe I think I'd like to live in would be, now I think about, Pokemon.
Huh.
You know, it's generally the world's got this very hopeful attitude towards everything. You know, everyone's kind of wanting to work together and stuff.
Free healthcare.
Kind of, you know, like, yeah, free healthcare. You know, everyone's kind of wanting to live together with the world.
Oh.
You know, like, yeah, sure, you get a group of jerks who might want to end it once in a while, but all I really need is like some plucky 16-year-old.
Not even that. Not even that. Like a 12-year-old.
Yes, or 12-year-old who's just like, you know what, fuck these guys. You know, and
I've got an electric rat and a butterfly. I'm gonna take over the world and stop a mafia organization.
Yeah.
In that order.
Honestly, that's funny. Honestly, that just some jerks trying to take over and just getting a 12-year-old
That's
or
funny
16-year-old to take care of it. You just described like 99% of shonen anime.
Yeah.
Pretty much, yeah.
Hi.
Oh,
What are you scared
through the
of?
power of friendship, Ash overcomes everything with his Pokemon.
Oh no, I got something better. The Dragon Ball universe.
Ooh.
My car lives in a little pill.
Exactly.
Oh, that's true.
Exactly.
That's true.
Like super advanced technology that can literally fit in your pockets. Dinosaurs are freaking alive and running around.
Yeah.
And if you know about it, you could cheat death with tiny magical softball-sized rocks that summon fucking dragons.
That's cool.
And if you work out enough, you can fly.
Oh shit, that's true.
That's very true. I would like to.
Or you can just call down a cool little cloud to chill on.
But it only works if
So
you're,
you really don't have to use your energy.
but that only works if you're pure of heart.
Yeah. So a lot of people are jumping in with what they would do. Uncle BS, actually like yours. Does it have to be on land? If not, I'd like to live in a submersible around New Zealand or Iceland. I love me some marine life. That's right. That's a very cool way, actually, of thinking of it. Marty the Martian says living on Burke with a pet Night Fury. That'd be wonderful. Matt Clark says the Dune universe. Seki says the Firefly universe.
Right.
Marty the Martian says Pokemon is a cartoon version of cockfighting.
You're not wrong.
I agree. If we're gonna have to do cartoons and mons, it is Digimon in this household. So just throwing that out there, you heretic.
It's not foggy tonight, though.
What's up?
It's not foggy.
But it's not foggy tonight. So
Also, we're not. Also,
all I need is
There.
a weird old professor.
Also, it's not snowing in August.
Yeah. Well, it's not August, first of all. So, and then if it's foggy in August, it's technically Fogust. Julie, very, very precise here. I live in mid-southeast UK, around Salisbury. Archaeology all around me, and easy access to the rest of Europe, the Louvre, Paris, and the Firefly universe can be a pretty tough place. That's very true.
Yeah.
So,
AKA
Julie
rip-off.
earlier said nobody wants to live in Star Trek. Which version of Star Trek do we talk
Yeah,
about?
are we talking original timeline or Kelvin timeline?
Yeah, because Kelvin timeline, no thanks. That's just very
Although-
Star Trek-ish.
Although they did cure death in that timeline. Just
I
saying.
mean, I'd totally live in the Next Generation era.
Yeah, Next Gen's pretty cool.
I mean,
I hadn't even watched it.
After Best of Both Worlds, when they figured out how to cure.
Well, yeah, Julie says take your pick. So yeah, I'll do the regular timeline.
Yeah.
Next Gen.
Yeah,
era,
prime
around
timeline.
then.
Yeah, I
fully
think.
automated luxury gate space communism.
Exactly.
Yeah, I figured if I'm going to go Star Trek, prime timeline is the one to go with.
Yeah, definitely.
Prime outside of a mirror universe.
Yeah. Uncle BS says, "Could I be assured of not meeting Wesley Crusher?"
All you gotta do is
Shut up, Presley.
All you gotta do is tell him to shut up.
That's right. He's a child. You can tell kids to shut up. You absolutely can. Did you guys know that?
I legit wonder how many times somebody walks up to Will Wheaton just to tell him to shut up.
Well, yeah, I can't do it on Twitter anymore. So
I'll go find him myself and just say, "Shut up, Will."
Seki says, "I'd be happier in the Enterprise version." So okay,
that's your decision.
Yeah, definitely. That's actually usually you don't hear a lot of praise for Enterprise. So, Marty, definitely there with you. Prefer Ricardo Montalban for Khan.
Yeah.
Definitely. Yeah.
Nothing against Benedict Cumberbatch.
Yeah, let's just say that there was definitely some scenes in that was written in it, and I was just like, did they get this shit off of fanfiction.net? Like, what the fuck? Who wrote this? So, a child? So, if it was a child, shut up.
Shut up, JJ.
Shut up, JJ. Oh yeah, Seki making a very good point, which is that Enterprise is where the people solve problems without fabulous technology, which solves everything.
Is that also the one where after they come back from an alien planet, they all have to shower together?
I don't know. So, Matt Clark asking, would you touch a Ferengi's earlobes, though?
Nope.
I don't know what that means.
Would it give me good luck?
I don't know what that means. So, as I show off how much I know about Star Trek. Yeah, I don't know what that means. So.
Also, I feel like I know more about the Star Wars universe than Star Trek, so that's why.
Definitely a lot more familiar. It's not a shower; it's a disinfectant gel.
That you still have to rub against somebody else.
Uncle
Preferably
P.S.
in their
says
underwear.
Ferengi earlobes are the sweet spot. Is that like when I find the spot on my dog and Missy starts kicking? So, which it's somewhere around where her tail meets the rest of her body. So, right, sweetie? You really like it.
Leave me out of this.
Matt Clark is like, and I thought you guys were sci-fi nerds. Well, sorry that some of us have to work with the real stuff all day.
And sorry, I have more time. Also, I have more time to watch 9 movies and a handful of animated series as opposed to, 60 years worth of television?
Yeah. I definitely do want to get into. I think we talked about this, wanting to start Next Gen pretty soon, and working with that. Yeah, I decided to go get paid as a nerd instead of watch the nerds. I'm just kidding with you, Matt. I don't get paid to do this shit. Uncle PS says, yeah, it starts kicking. That's it. And there was a Vulcan hottie, apparently, Julie says. Also, Julie says you better say Doctor Who.
I haven't seen old Who, but I have been watching new Who.
Yeah, so I was going to say the only Doctor Who I've seen is Eccleston, and I greatly enjoyed. I enjoyed the writing of that. That's for sure. Not so much the effects. I was like, oh, this is not aging well.
It's actually kind of funny because this past season, somebody was complaining about the CGI on an episode of Doctor Who, like this past season, and I was like, what? Wait, Doctor Who has bad visual effects? You don't say.
That's always been the charm of Doctor Who.
Yeah, didn't charm me, but that's okay. The writing made it excellent. So
I don't want to be in Doctor Who.
I think that's just BBC sci-fi in general.
Oh yeah, I mean, I could definitely watch Doctor Who at some point. So
I don't want to be in that universe because unless you're specifically the Doctor himself or herself,
themselves,
yes, there's a good chance you could die just randomly. Like, oh, this thing happened, and then the Doctor came in afterwards and saved everybody. This thing is massacring a bunch of people, and then the Doctor comes in and saves everybody. The Weeping Angels are killing people through time, and then the Doctor saves people. Like,
also,
first people die, and then it gets solved. There's no guarantee I'm a main character in that world. There's a good chance alien something will kill me.
Also,
yeah, you're right, Julie.
Also, despite there being proof of this kind of shit happening literally since the dawn of time, people still don't believe in aliens.
WFKU radio says chocolate milk soda. What am I missing here? Is that something?
Is that just carbonated chocolate milk?
Is that
yeah? Are you talking about like what Joe Bernard did, where he carbonated milk? Because we're not doing that here. We're not running our milk through a soda stream, okay?
So, mainly because we don't have one.
Yeah, one, we don't have one, and two, we have taste. So, although Joe did it to be funny as hell, and it was funny as hell.
Also,
Dr. Pepper with Yoo-hoo. 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 I don't know what that is.
It's a brand of chocolate milk.
Yes, but I've never seen it.
Also, Uncle BS, you can't run away from Weeping Angels because when you turn your back on them or you break eye contact from them, they catch up with you.
See, Dr. Pepper with Yoo-hoo. Yoo-hoo, right? Okay.
Also, I remember this. The the Weeping Angel things, they changed in different episodes. Like, first, all they would have to do is touch you, and you would get sent to a different time period, random. Right. It doesn't fucking matter where.
Holy smokes.
But then they would just like rip your throat out and like dismember you, and I'm like, what the fuck?
Oh, they regressed a bit.
Yeah.
Also, in one episode, the Statue of Liberty was a weeping angel.
That's a bad idea.
Yeah.
I mean, first of all, the whole point of them is just like when you turn away or nobody's looking, they sneak up on you, and then they just like you close your eyes, and then they're that much closer to you every time.
Yeah.
I don't think that would work with the Statue of Liberty because
I think you might notice.
Yep.
Right.
Like, I'm no expert, but here we go. Now Julie's starting to. Now we're getting into it. See, root beer and ice cream, Coke and milk.
Coke and milk?
Yeah. Well, if you think about it,
I mean,
root beer and ice cream. It's a soda and milk.
That's true.
Yeah, but again, ice cream is not just milk. Like, there's other stuff in it.
Yeah, it's got vitamin R, and a whole bunch of other things.
No, that's malk.
Oh. Okay, you have a point.
Sorry, you just reminded me of a Pat Oswald bit.
What you doing, huh?
When he's talking about like if he managed George Lucas when he was like started production on the prequels.
Look at your big
and
beard.
And George was like, oh, hey, you like Darth Vader? Oh man, I love Darth Vader. Well, you gotta see him in the first movie. He's gonna be a little kid. And he's gonna leave his mom. He's be very sad. Oh. Oh, hey, you like Boba Fett? Oh yeah, I love Boba Fett. Well, you gotta see him as a kid in the second movie, and his dad's gonna die, and he's gonna be really sad.
I still love the fact that they started the Boba Fett series, and it is word for word Patton Oswalt's
rant from Parks and Rec
about his script for Boba Fett, and it just killed me because Patton Oswalt retweeted that on Twitter the other day too. It was the best thing ever, and I loved it. It was just so funny how they literally shot for shot, line for line of what his character said in Parks and Rec in that just like nuts rant from out of nowhere.
Also,
So-
they cut a bit from that beginning of that episode where you see but in the stomach of the Sarlacc, he jams his arm into something and ignites a flamethrower, and that helps sort of get him regurgitated out.
Oh, so that'll do it. What tends to do it? Was it shortly after he fell in, or were there several of the 10,000 years?
I would like from what I can guess, like might have been a couple days maybe, because
Time has passed. There, that's the short version.
Like enough passed where he still looks like what you'd imagine Boba Fett to look like at that age.
Yeah.
But also enough time where there's like no smoke and debris left from Jabba's floating palace.
Ah, that'll do it. So I should probably sit down and watch it. Do I need to watch The Mandalorian first?
At least the second season.
Okay, now I have to get through The Mandalorian.
It's a fun show.
What?
Mandalorian.
Oh yes, I think I've watched the first 4 episodes or something like that. I love it. It's space western.
Yeah.
It's everything I've ever wanted.
And now it looks like this is going for a space mobster movie.
Yeah, space western, but I don't know what I know. Firefly is basically space western as well, but I don't know what it is about Firefly that just makes me not enjoy it.
Josh Whedon.
I don't know what it is.
At least in my case,
don't know what it is.
At least in my case, and recently, it's because it's a ripoff of Outlaw Star.
Ooh,
kind of, yeah.
Is that an anime that came before it?
Yeah. Like literally, like the first episode of Outlaw Star, you have the main character who's like this sort of like gruff but lovable space mercenary guy. He gets hired onto a job, and also another thing, like everything has vaguely Chinese influences. He gets hired on the job where he has to transport this briefcase. Case gets opened, and there's a girl inside the case that's been experimented on by some sort of secret organization.
That is shot for shot.
Yeah.
Oh boy. So, yeah. So you're telling me I should watch Outlaw Star and not Firefly?
Yeah. I mean, granted, it's an anime from the 90s, so there's most likely going to be some stuff that hasn't aged very well, but...
So it's Cowboy Bebop's from the 90s, so...
Also, I mean, technically Cowboy Bebop's also a space western.
Yeah.
Also, there was an entire episode that never aired when it was on Toonami, because, well, it's it's your stereotypical beach episode of an anime, but with titties.
Ah, yeah, titties will tend to remove things from.
Not just titties, but titties and nips.
Well, I kind of figured.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I just thought I'd clear that up because be like, and never mind.
No, usually when people are like titties, I'm like, okay, I understand that these are uncovered and on display. So I'm an adult. I can see titties. It happens.
You can see alien titties.
So, yeah, that's. I watched Total Recall.
Also cat girl titties.
What's up?
Also alien cat girl titties. Because anime.
It's anime.
It's also sci-fi, so we can get away with that.
That's true. Very true. So they're still shooting fireworks off. These people are 33 minutes late.
Or
it should have been like San Diego a couple years ago. Just shot them all off at once.
I remember that. that was
great.
awesome.
Yeah, that was awesome. People,
geez.
I remember the city of San Diego was like, "We're gonna refund everybody for that," and everybody was like, "No, you don't need to." That was amazing. So,
that's right. More people aren't doing it now.
Yeah.
Real quickly, I want to go back just to this really funny Key and Peele sketch. It's my favorite one. I always love it. It's the one where they make fun of vampires, and it's just them like being very stereotypical, like underworld, like lots of leather, no shirts,
like super hypersexual.
And they just bring in a normal-looking guy who's like, I became a vampire because I just want to see future cars. Why are you all being so hypersexual?
That is me. That is me to a T.
Girl,
I just wanted immortality.
Stop
just
licking
like
at my neck. That is not necessary.
I just wanted immortality to see what Ferraris look like in 2040. So.
Why are y'all hissing? You know you can just do that without having you pop your fangs without
Oh
having
my
to hiss
gosh.
like a goddamn cat.
We're all vampires. We all know. And then by the end of it, it turns out that
Why? What are you people in the comments doing? Peanuts in soda. Stop. Peanut butter and Pepsi. Stop. Stop. Stop.
Stop it.
Stop.
I don't
Get
care.
some help.
I don't care if it's a southern thing. Stop.
Stop.
The South's made a lot of mistakes.
Wait, I have two things that are monstrosities that'll make you all that'll have a big reaction.
Oh, I think I got one that the people in this room all agree is fantastic, but the people in chat might disagree.
What?
Pastrami pizza.
I agree with pastrami pizza. I strongly agree with pastrami
I feel like
pizza.
everybody in this room has had it.
Next year, I will have a pastrami pizza.
Okay, how about
For
you,
us.
chat? How do you like the idea of a pizza with pastrami, mustard, and pickles in it?
It's very good. I've had it before. It's like a local delicacy.
Right.
For us in our town.
Like if you're ever wondering, man, there's no good pizza in Southern California, come down here.
Yeah. I would like to find a really good Chicago deep dish place, though. So, if anybody here had deep dish before?
Not very good ones, but I do like them.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
My mom makes a pretty decent deep dish.
Matt here saying a very incorrect thing, which is pineapple on pizza is the devil. Pineapple on pizza, yes or no?
Not for me, but I won't judge people who have it.
Yeah, it's good.
Yes.
Yes. So, Matt, you're wrong. Sorry.
Can I rant very quickly? I have two things that are awesome. That
Yes, please.
One, these are real things, and I remember seeing it. One, white bread with mayo and slices of banana on it. It's a real
No.
sandwich from the South. It
No.
doesn't sound good.
No.
Here's another horrible pizza one. It's pizza, marinara sauce, no cheese, banana slices on top, along with kiwi.
What kind of devils would do this?
Here's the thing about pineapple pizza. It's from Canada. It's not Hawaiian. But it's really good and tasty, and here's how it works. You have the savoriness of the sauce and the meat, which acts as a counterbalance against the sweetness and juiciness of the little gems of the pineapple. It's a counter-agent flavoring that makes all of your taste buds work together. It's good. People like it. If you don't like it, that's fine, but get over it. Jesus Christ, it's annoying as shit.
Yeah. I'm
There
like.
are actual real bad shit like white bread, mayo, and banana.
I've
Yeah,
seen one that's a pizza that's mayonnaise and peas.
No.
What kind of devil would foist that onto other people? For those who can't see, Jared's making his watch explode.
Not making my watch explode yet. It's just a nice thing that Apple Watches do, right? They do the little fireworks to start the new year. Isn't that nice? They do that every year too. Every year I've had it.
Thank you, Marty.
Yeah, Marty's got a really good idea right here, which is that let people eat what they want. I don't like pineapple, but if you do, go for it. So, people, like Uncle BS is saying here, people like crispy fried cicadas, but I'm not going to put them on a pizza. I mean, that's fair. That's totally fair to say. So, I've actually been wanting to like expand my foods that I've had, and I'm like, I was thinking the other day that if I ever like travel to somewhere that's got some really wild food choices, I definitely want to like jump right in and just let's give it a shot.
Yeah,
let's do it.
I mean, we can go somewhere not far from here and eat scorpions.
Where's that?
I mean, you've never had like a scorpion in a
I've never had a scorpion before.
like a scorpion lollipop?
I've seen those, but I didn't eat them.
Well, what about like a scorpion itself?
I'm pretty sure we can find that.
Hell yeah, I would definitely be down to try one. So, Vegas.
Yeah.
Wherever, I don't know where in Vegas. So, WFKU radio, if you know where in Vegas.
They sell
them at 7-Eleven here. Okay. Nice. It's
You know what
pretty
else
good.
is really good? Dried cuttlefish.
Dried cuttlefish. huh?
Some cannibalism is inevitable in that scenario, Marty.
Uncle BS. I'm not pushing that one.
Whackity schmackity do.
So, ha ha. Haven't we all?
I don't know if I have.
I'm now eating a brownie.
Wait, Hannibal Buress eats brains?
Chocolate cricket. I've had crickets before. And ants. I ate ants when I was a kid.
Oh, that's right. You were that weirdo.
Yeah, I was that dumb kid. I think it explains a few things.
I was the autistic kid with no friends, and even I wouldn't hang out with you.
Jesus!
Oh.
Ow!
Oh, that was a cut.
I wound because I love.
God almighty.
That sounds like an abusive relationship. I'm cutting you, Jared, and stabbing you because I love you.
Yeah, why don't you just lob my balls off while you're at it? Jesus.
Hey, I'm not.
Did you hear that shit he just said?
I won't shame you, but that's
this
not
was
me.
recorded, by the way. I hope you know that. So this is.
like somebody's gonna look back and see all 12 hours.
I hope you know this is going on your permanent record.
Your permanent record.
Oh no.
You keep this up and you're gonna get the electric chair.
I gotta look back at what time this.
Yep, I was gonna say I officially have 20 more minutes, and then I've hit my 12 hours that I promised, and I'm.
Next time
I have a partial amount of regret, not for any of you, but just like. It's been a little tougher than I expected it to be.
Oh gee, going 12 hours straight on something like this? Who'd have thunk it?
I've gone 12 hours straight before on things.
What was the minute mark for my comment?
15 hours next.
No, Julie was asking what was the
10 hours 39 minutes. I'm gonna put it in the description. I'm gonna be like, Blake becomes a mega asshole.
Oh, like you haven't said worse things than me.
No, there's no recorded evidence of me having sex.
Oh, I need recorded evidence to prove you've been just as big, if not a bigger dick to me.
I have evidence of you being a big dick to me. Where's your evidence?
Chat.
And an audience.
And an audience here. Yeah.
Okay, chat. Do you believe that Jared has been, not just in general, do you think Jared has been as big, if not a bigger dick to me in our long, over 15 years of friendship? I'm trying to do the math to see how long we've actually been friends. I think it's safe to say our friendship officially started in 2006.
Yeah, something like that.
So let's see.
Whatever makes you feel better.
So the now 14 years of friendship. You just saw that. You understand why I say the things I say. How's the cupcake?
That's just a delicious cupcake.
I'll tell Randy thank you.
Yes. Randy, it's a good cupcake.
I don't think he would watch this. At least not all 12 hours of it.
Why doesn't he watch it?
We'll just do a time step. Say, Randy, hey, this is where we said thank you for these awesome cupcakes.
Randy, thank you for these awesome cupcakes.
Julie,
it's delicious. I don't know how.
Julie, I say this because I love you and the entire chat. You're all cowards.
Well, they're not. They're not hiding in fear from things. I mean, like Missy is hiding in fear
of the chocolate cupcakes.
Chocolate is bad for you.
The jury's out.
I mean, sure, Uncle BS. You can take anything recorded in this live stream out of context and make you look bad. And we got Jared going pink for the second time tonight. We've achieved the second pug lock.
Just so mean. I wouldn't even say anything like that. This is just a stranger on the internet calling you that. Can you believe that? People on the internet are mean.
Oh, people on the internet can be mean? What a shocking development. Okay, this isn't okay. We're not quite at Puglock, but we're close.
Come on, chat. We're almost there. Almost there.
Oh my god. That's vicious. I wouldn't even stab you that badly.
Okay, and also, Uncle BS, I never said autistic kids plural. I'm just saying myself,
oh my God,
as someone on the autistic spectrum, just me alone, who happen to be on the autistic spectrum, wouldn't be friends with the kid that ate ants.
No.
You
I'm
okay?
good. I'm good.
Here we go again.
Excuse me, I need to borrow your cup very quickly.
Oh my God.
Let's see if his skin tone can match the cup. How close can we get his face to match this cup?
Oh boy.
You almost pulled a full Alex Jones.
Yeah, almost. Yeah. Yeah, Uncle BS says, and now you know why Jamie would never put me in a Zoom room without delay. Dump! Not that. Oh boy. Finally, a potato chip cookie.
They're good.
They are
I
good.
need to save some for Janessa.
Is that an orange cup or a red cup? Y'all missed that earlier today.
I think you need to calibrate your display.
Also, I'd be very concerned if Jared turned orange. I'd ask how many carrots he's eaten today.
Marty, say, did you know there's an anime with an autistic lead character? Oh. I did not know that. That's pretty cool.
Do they handle it
that is a good question.
Delicately, or do they just do it as some weird superpower thing that makes it kind of like,
So had they pulled? Did they pull a Predator? Is what you're asking.
Yes, it's delicious.
Yeah. For those who don't know, in the most recent Predator movie, they said that when a Predator kills the species, they take some of its DNA and incorporate it into future generations. And they figured, this autistic kid, because he's autistic, has a genetic thing that we really want. Yeah, that movie had problems.
Man, Thomas Jane, he's a good actor. Son of a bitch.
Ooh, man.
And Michael Key.
We are still awake. We're still awake, Sumatra. Nice to see you as well. Joining us tonight. So Julie's saying tonight's the most I've laughed in a while. Thank you. You're very welcome. That's what we were here to do. Uncle BS saying, and you thought the chat room was fading. I did. I pretty much. There you go.
Oh yeah, I've heard of that. I heard that show. I didn't realize that one of the main characters is autistic.
That's cool.
That's neat. I'll check it out.
That's a good cookie, I gotta say. Potato chip cookie.
For those who know, my mom makes these cookies only around Christmas time, and I always try to make sure Jared gets a batch of them.
Oh God, thank you. Tell your mom thank you, because these are so good.
Oh.
You know what you need to tell your mom? Thank
Mark.
you.
I will.
Yeah, we're about to have New Year's Eve go down in Alaska.
Oh, I know what that show is. I don't remember the name.
Oh, Good Doctor.
The Good Doctor. There it is.
I think that's the show. My mom watched that show all the time. Like they always said this doctor has a gift and blah blah blah, and without ever actually seeing the show, just seeing the ads and how this doctor acted and saying he's different but he has a gift. It's like, he's on the fucking spectrum, isn't he?
I knew it.
Why couldn't they just make it like another Doogie Howser?
Oh, Disney Plus did.
Oh no, I know that.
Oh.
I mean, like, I know The Good Doctor predated
Yeah, I
the
know.
Doogie Howser remake.
Oh, and Julie, to answer your question, potato chip cookies.
Yes, potato chip cookies. They are so good. I love them. They're like Lay's potato chips, right? Like the plain ones.
Yeah, I'm not sure what kind of dough she uses, but there's a Lay's potato chip with some crushed walnuts.
Oh my god,
spectacular!
Don't know what it is, but it just works correctly. I just realized like most of this stream has been watching us eating and drinking and talking about cheese.
Does that make it like a mukbang of sorts?
A what?
A mukbang is basically a live stream where you have a very conversation, kind of one-sided with the audience. Sometimes you respond to chat, but for the most part, you're just eating food or large quantities of food as though you're sitting across from them and speaking with them as well.
Well, yeah, that was the goal tonight. Like, oh, you all are our guests with us here tonight. We're just having a good time.
Great.
You know,
unintentional mukbang.
So Matt Clark is asking for the cookies. Is it like fried slices of mashed potato?
No.
It's like Lay's. Regular Lay's potato chips.
Yeah, they're just mashed up, mixed with some crushed walnuts, and I want to say I forget what kind of dough. Like, Ray, what kind of dough would you say that cookie is? I want to say like maybe shortbread or sugar cookie dough, and just
looks like a plain sugar cookie.
Yeah, and just mix that in with some Lay's potato chips and crushed walnuts and bake.
Yeah, like a sweet and salty kind of deal going on with it.
Yep.
It's just like a butter cookie dough.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's
Uncle
BS is asking here. So.
Yeah, I think so. Like, I don't have the recipe in front of me, but
yeah. Also, Uncle BS is reminding us tonight there were also armpit farts involved in it.
There sure
involved
were.
in tonight. So
again, much
which
like
I'm going to get back in my room at some point and really work on practicing those.
Okay, here's what you do.
Get myself back to my
You
peak.
watch the Country Bears movie, but only the Christopher Walken scenes.
Why?
First off, the Christopher Walken scenes are amazing. Christian's seen the movie, you know him, right?
Mm-hmm.
And secondly, he does just at near the end of the movie just straight up armpit farts in front of the animatronic Country Bears.
Who? Christopher Walken?
Yes.
He farts.
Armpit farts.
Armpit farts. Is it him actually doing it, or?
No, there's like it's clearly somebody in because he does it over his shirt.
Sorry.
But still, just the idea of seeing Christopher Walken armpit farting in front of animatronic Country Bears.
More cowbell?
Also,
it's true.
Also, his last line is one of the greatest lines in film history, or at least the greatest delivery. It's not over, Bears.
I did not know that Christopher Walken was in the Country Bears movie.
Okay, here's actually,
and now I think I'm gonna watch this movie just for that.
Here's actually something kind of amazing about it. Here's a little amazing background story.
WFK Radio says that the Country Bears movie is actually about their dad. In case you wanted to know.
Good for your dad. But anyway, there's actually an amazing sort of behind-the-scenes story behind that about that movie.
And they're dead. They're actually serious. Oh. So you have to explain yourself now.
No. Okay. Well, while you collect your thoughts, I just want to say,
sure.
The scene is.
Oh. Okay.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh.
That changes things a little bit there. Gotcha. So it's actually not that. You're dead serious about the No More Cowbell sketch because your dad is Albert. Okay. There you go. Very cool. Yeah. Glad to have you here tonight, James.
Jeez,
Jacob. Wow. So welcome. So there you go. That's a boy, if it wasn't
tell your dad thanks.
Yeah, thanks. So and great work too as well. So super amazing stuff. So
anyway, so I don't know how to follow that.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Blake.
Okay, this is gonna be
So-
in comparison to that reveal, but
yeah. Okay.
So anyway, Dietrich Bader's another actor who was in that Country Bears movie. So there's a scene. So it was like it's a point where they're both in like the hair and makeup trailer, just getting work done before a scene, and Dietrich asks Christopher Walken if he has any other projects lined up. And it's like, oh yeah, I got this other movie lined up with Tom Hanks, Leonardo DiCaprio. I think it's called Catch Me If You Can. And it's like, wait, so you're going from Country Bears to a movie with Tom Hanks and Leonardo DiCaprio? And it's, why is that? And it just says they're both good scripts.
Yeah, there you go. So I'm just enjoying my final brownie of the night. I don't think I can eat anymore.
I'm done.
Yeah,
I'm like, my brain's fried at this point.
I mean,
these were a lot of sugary treats, and I am not used to eating this much sugar.
I mean, I am thankful for your mom's spread, but she did too much for just the four of us.
Yeah, I said so, but you know.
We're very grateful, though.
Yeah.
Let her know that. They're all tasty.
Oh, I will.
And it was all greatly appreciated. And also make sure to unplug the crock pot.
Mm-hmm. I'll be doing, yeah.
Yeah,
Very
so
shortly
yes,
here.
potato cookies are a thing, and they are delicious.
Yes, they are. I just ate one. They're amazing. Yeah, fried New Year's brain. Thank God I don't have to go to work till later today.
And thank God I don't work on weekends.
Must be nice.
Yeah,
I wonder
well,
what
during
that's
weekdays
like.
I have to wake up at like 5:30 in the morning.
Fair enough.
So it evens out.
Yeah. Yeah. So we're closing up. Closing.
If it weren't for content IDs, I'd just be playing closing time.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. You ever have those moments where you can like feel things moving inside of your body, and you're just like, nope, please don't.
Well, not since that weird bug thing hugged my face and jammed something down my throat. I got better.
But did you order the special?
I had the soup.
Well, that's good. Jared, that is not the end of the telescope you look into. Get down from there. Thanks. Yeah, it probably will be me tomorrow at the observatory. I'll be like, ooh. Yeah, Jacob telling us Sony stopped paying my dad in 1983, but thanks to Christopher Walken, he's actually doing pretty okay these days. That's good.
Wow,
Glad to hear it.
Nice.
Awesome.
So that's
Happy ending.
terrible about
The
Sony
power
not
of
paying your
the
dad.
power
but
of Will Ferrell and Christopher Walken.
yeah, that's cool. I'm glad that is very much like a very interesting way for tonight to end. You know, like I was not expecting